Chapter 1, Choose one from 5. Xiaofeng, these 5 girls in the photo were carefully selected by me. Please take your time to choose. Once you've chosen one, I'll contact you and let you go on a blind date tomorrow. October 1st this year is a good day for getting married. Add a big fat boy to the family next year. Looking at the photos of several girls on the coffee table in front of him, and then looking at his aunt who was sitting next to him and talking non-stop, Lin Feng was confused. What? You're going on a blind date right after you came here? Blind date on September 15th and get married on October 1st? It would be great if this terrifying efficiency could be used in the aerospace industry. Draw the blueprint today, build the spacecraft tomorrow, launch it the day after tomorrow, go to Mars the day after tomorrow, and the Trisolarans will be conquered the day after tomorrow. But the problem is, the me in this world is only 18 years old and just graduated from high school. Yesterday, the martial arts college entrance examination ended, and as expected, I failed. Then my parents and my aunt started urging me to get married. Aunt, I just graduated from high school. It's not appropriate to get married now, right? Lin Feng said weakly. As soon as the words fell, the whole living room immediately became quiet. Dad, Mom, and Aunt, the 3 of them stared at Lin Feng with 6 eyes, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Oh my god, I'm not going to travel to a horror world, am I? Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. But the eerie silence didn't last long. Lin Feng's mother sighed and said earnestly, Xiaofeng, you know that you didn't get into the martial arts university. This is a society where strength is respected. For ordinary people without martial arts talent, the best choice is to get married and have children as soon as possible. The country now has a policy that as long as you get married, you will receive a marriage subsidy, and if you have another child, you can enjoy childbirth allowance and education allowance. If you have 3 children, you and your wife 1T have to go to work, you just need to stay at home and raise your children. While you are still young, have more children. Your dad and I can help you take care of the children. If this policy had existed when your father and I were young, your brothers and sisters would probably have formed a football team by now. Lin Feng's father didn't say anything, but was slightly shocked. Can a football team be created casually? Lin Feng didn't expect that in this advanced martial arts world, there were things like marriage subsidies and childbirth allowances. I can't imagine what it would be like if I could awaken a system that would bring me many children and good fortune. Ding, congratulations to the host for awakening the Empress cultivation system. This system is dedicated to helping the host create the strongest Empress wife, making the host the enviable gigolo. The host can choose to bind a girl they like and complete various intimate tasks to help her continuously improve her talents and strength. At the same time, the host can also receive double the improvement rewards and become the strongest man behind the Empress. A man can live off women, but he can't just live off women. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard the voice that suddenly sounded in his mind. The system of having many children and good fortune didn't come, but the system of cultivating Empress came. It feels good too. Even better than having many children and great blessings. After all, by absorbing the memories of this life, Lin Feng knew that the Dragon Kingdom in this world was a monogamous country. No matter how fertile a wife is, she can only give birth to 1 child a year at most, and 2 children in 3 years at most. The efficiency of the system of having many children is not high. Xiaofeng, just listen to your aunt's advice. Although you are young, don't be impulsive and don't overestimate your abilities. Respond to the country's call and get married and have children as soon as possible. That's the best way. My aunt is still trying to persuade me. Before he could finish, Lin Feng smiled and said, Okay, let me take a look at the information of these girls. Lin Feng has figured it out. Since he has awakened the Empress Training System at this time, it means that there must be his own target among these girls in the photos. The future Empress may be in these photos. Lin Feng, who was originally a little resistant to blind dates, immediately accepted it. If you don't make use of the system, you'll be wasting your identity as a time traveler. My aunt was slightly stunned. Have you figured it out now? My nephew's mentality changes so quickly. The aunt hurriedly stuffed a few photos into Lin Feng's hands. Then the introduction began. This girl's name is Chen Yu. She lives in the same neighborhood as me, and we know each other well. Her parents are both teachers at Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. Their retirement pay is quite good, and they own 2 houses. In the first photo, the girl looks very quiet, with fair skin and a little bit of baby fat. If she can lose weight successfully, she might look pretty good. Lin Feng picked up the next one. This one's not bad either. She just graduated from high school, and her parents want her to get married soon. Although she's a little short, she's pretty. She is a little short. If she is trained to become an empress, her title should be 1.5-meter empress. Lin Feng picked up the third photo. This one is good. She has a big butt, and looks good for bearing children. And it said she doesn't have her own opinions. After we get married, she will definitely obey you. I've never heard of a female emperor without her own opinion. Lin Feng picked up the fourth one. This one is a bit nicer looking. Xiao Feng, don't you like any of the three mentioned above? Don't care too much about appearance. When two people get married, the most important thing is character and personality. Appearance is not that important. They will all be the same when the lights are turned off at night. Auntie couldn't help but say. Cough cough. Lin Feng's mother coughed twice. My aunt felt a little helpless, thinking that her words were reasonable. Moreover, the first three girls were the ones she liked, and they were also the most suitable blind date candidates carefully selected for her nephew Lin Feng. The last two actually seemed to be just to make up the numbers. This one is pretty good. Lin Feng said to his aunt, holding the fourth photo. My aunt could only continue to introduce. This girl's name is Chen Wanning. She's lively and cheerful, and she's said to be a good singer. She even auditioned for I Am a Singer. Her parents run a trading company, so they're quite wealthy, but she had a 5-month-old baby with her. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mother's face suddenly darkened. That won't do. How can you introduce a married girl like this to Xiaofeng when you have a child with you? Lin Feng's mother was unwilling. Even though the other person's family is rich, it's not acceptable if they're married. Although my son Xiaofeng is not good at studying, has poor abilities, and has mediocre talents. But you can't just pick what others have left. She has never been married. Lin Feng's aunt explained with an embarrassed look on her face. It is even more outrageous that they have children without being married. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Just now, his aunt said that she would have a big fat boy for the family next year. If he gets married this year, it will be fine. Lin Feng forced a smile that was uglier than crying and whispered, for something like giving birth, I think I have to do it myself. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng picked up the fifth photo. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If the girl in the fourth photo is beautiful, then this fifth photo can be said to be quite stunning. The girl was wearing a white training suit, and you could vaguely see her perfect figure. Her face was bare, but her skin was as clear as the morning glow reflecting on snow. Her eyebrows were graceful, like a crescent moon in the night sky, and her eyes were like bright stars, deep and bright. There seemed to be a hint of stubbornness between his eyebrows. Lin Feng couldn't help but compare the girl in the photo with the school beauty in his school. Well, the school beauty is completely defeated. Does my aunt have such high-quality resources? How about this? Lin Feng asked. The aunt looked at her nephew's fascinated eyes, then glanced at her sister secretly, and explained helplessly, this one is actually just to make up the number. It's just that he looks pretty, and there are no other advantages. Lin Feng's aunt's job was matchmaking. She had originally chosen 3 girls for Lin Feng, but in order to show off her abilities in front of her sister, she picked 2 more at random. The last 2 photos are indeed just to make up the number. Unexpectedly, my nephew seemed to have no interest in the first 3. Aunt Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could it be that Xiao Feng just likes the last 2 to make up the number? At this time, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, then tell me about her shortcomings. My aunt hurriedly said, this girl is called Shen Yulan. She's a year older than you. She's a bit stubborn and has average martial arts talent, but she loves practicing. Like you, she didn't get into a martial arts university after graduating from high school, but she's been unwilling to give up. She found a job in a martial arts school and practiced martial arts while working. The money she earned from work was not even enough to pay for her martial arts training. I have arranged several blind dates for her, but none of them worked out. All the men who had gone on blind dates with her could not accept her stubborn personality. No one wants to have to support a bottomless pit after getting married. Moreover, she said she was unwilling to give up martial arts training, and said she didn't want to have children for the time being, wanting to focus all her attention on martial arts training. If she didn't have children, she wouldn't be able to get the government subsidies. Apart from being good-looking, there is basically no other advantage. Listening to his aunt's introduction, Lin Feng suddenly became excited. Is this a disadvantage? For me, these are all advantages. If you want to become an empress, you must have a stubborn character and stick to your own martial arts no matter how difficult it is. As for having children, her system doesn't guarantee having many children, so children will only affect the empress's development speed. And, please arrange a time. I want to go on a blind date with Shen Yulan. The sooner the better. Chapter 2 Blind Date with Shen Yulan. Lin Feng's choice made my aunt's forehead sweat. She felt a little regretful. We shouldn't have added those two to make up the number. Although those two are prettier, they are not suitable for marriage at all. Especially the last one. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been rejected so many times on blind dates. My aunt originally thought that she only needed to point out her shortcomings, and Lin Feng would definitely turn around and choose the first three. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng was going to have a blind date with that martial arts fanatic that no one wanted. Shen Yulan's parents also wanted their daughter to get married, and she was already a VIP client of Aunt Lin Feng, but Shen Yulan's shortcomings were too obvious. After more than a dozen blind dates, all the men gave up after hearing Shen Yulan's ideas. In this world, it is too expensive to support a warrior. Especially those who didn't get into the public martial arts university. Moreover, she is unwilling to have more children to receive more government subsidies, which makes it even more difficult. It is foreseeable how difficult Xiaofeng's life will be after he marries her in the future. Xiaofeng, why don't you choose the first three? Shen Yulan is not a girl who can make a living. It will be very difficult for you after you get married. The aunt persuaded. Lin Feng's mother also agreed. Yes, I think it's good to have a mediocre appearance. After a long time of marriage, you get used to it, and appearance is actually not that important. Seeing the two female comrades trying to persuade him, Lin Feng's father chuckled and agreed. Well, for men, a woman's appearance is important, but it's actually not that important. In summary, it's important, and it's not important. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at his old father. It's really hard for him to maintain a harmonious family atmosphere. But Lin Feng would never compromise on choosing Shen Yulan. If you don't want to go on a blind date with Shen Yulan, then go on a blind date with the guy who has a burden. It's your choice. Lin Feng said calmly. Lin Feng's words made the three people in the room slightly stunned. If you have to choose one of the two, it seems that Shen Yulan is better. Lin Feng's parents are both very traditional people and would never let their son marry a woman with a child. Is it really true that I can't choose from the first three? No. Lin Feng shook his head with a firm tone. How about asking your aunt to help you find a few pretty ones who are suitable for marriage? Lin Feng's mother still didn't give up. But she also knew the situation of her family and son. A beautiful woman with a good family background and a good personality probably wouldn't be attracted to his own son. Finally, Lin Feng's old father suddenly stood up, blinked at Lin Feng, and then said, Ahem, I think we can let Xiaofeng try a blind date with the other party first. After all, the chances of success are not high for the first blind date. Let Xiaofeng practice. This reason is quite sufficient. It received unanimous approval from Lin Feng's mother and aunt. It's okay to practice. After practicing, you will become an expert and will be more experienced when going on blind dates with other good girls. Immediately afterwards, my aunt went to help Lin Feng arrange the time. The other party's parents agreed very quickly, and after hearing that he was Lin Feng's aunt's nephew, they became even more enthusiastic. The two parties agreed to meet at the coffee shop in Chanda Plaza at noon tomorrow. The next day at noon, Lin Feng arrived at the cafe early. He had originally planned to wait for her for a while. After all, in Lin Feng's impression, girls usually don't arrive early. But unexpectedly, Shen Yulan also came early. Today Shen Yulan was wearing a white t-shirt, which vaguely revealed her white belly. There was not a trace of fat on her belly, and she looked like a fine work of art. She was wearing a pair of gray sweatpants on her lower body, her legs were very long, and her body proportions were quite perfect. There is still no makeup on her face, but she is even more beautiful than in the photo. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Although her appearance does not affect my training her to become the Empress through the system, but she is pretty, at least it makes me happy to look at her every day. Shen Yulan had already seen Lin Feng's photo. After entering the coffee shop, she casually glanced around and walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng also hurriedly stood up and pulled out the chair for the other party very gentlemanly. I'll have something to drink. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code on the table and said. Opposite. Shen Yulan couldn't help but look at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng looks quite good and has inherited all the good looks from his parents. Men pay a lot of attention to the appearance of their partner, but in fact, women also want to find a handsome husband. Shen Yulan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Shen Yulan is actually facing a lot of difficulties now. The first is lack of money. Practicing martial arts is too expensive. Although she works part-time every day, it is not enough to cover the expenses of her martial arts training. But she didn't want to give up her dream of practicing martial arts. Therefore, getting a government subsidy by getting married is the easiest way to obtain funds for martial arts training. In addition, her parents at home were urging her to get married, and even said that if she didn't get married, they would cut off all ties with her. Whether it is financial pressure or family pressure, it seems that Shen Yulan is forcing her to get married soon. But for Shen Yulan, getting married is not that simple. Shen Yulan smiled slightly and said, "How about we order some coffee later? Let's talk about our situations first. If you feel it's inappropriate." It was obvious that Shen Yulan still didn't have much hope for this blind date. After all, my demands were too much. A man of Lin Feng's age, unless his family conditions are particularly good, would definitely not be willing to support a warrior with low talent. People with good family conditions have more choices and are less likely to choose themselves. Lin Feng nodded and put the phone on the table. Shen Yulan took the lead in introducing herself, a bit like reciting a script. "My name is Shen Yulan. I graduated from high school last year and now work at the Guangfeng Martial Arts School. My monthly salary is 3,500 yuan, but my expenses are quite high. I need to use at least one bottle of low-level genetic potion every month. My goal is to become a martial artist. If you marry me, I have only one request: you must support my martial arts training, and I must also control the wedding allowance." She has said these words many times, and she says them every time she goes on a blind date. The reasons why men refuse are varied. Some say they can't afford it, some say genetic drugs have side effects that affect the next generation, and some say they just don't like women. In short, it has not been successful so far. After saying this, Shen Yulan quietly raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. You can probably guess what the other person is thinking by looking at their facial expressions. As long as Lin Feng showed a little dissatisfaction on his face, Shen Yulan would immediately stand up and say goodbye so as not to cause trouble for the other party. After all, it takes a lot of brainpower to come up with all those messy reasons for rejection. However, Lin Feng's expression at this moment was different from what she expected. Lin Feng did not frown, but instead had an inexplicable smile on his face, and his eyes were staring at him, as if he was particularly interested. Through his first contact with Shen Yulan, Lin Feng has become more and more determined in his choice. When Shen Yulan said those words just now, her expression did not show any inferiority, but instead revealed a hint of stubbornness. Lin Feng likes this kind of character of the other person who does not avoid or feel inferior. "Empress, this is how it should be. You want to say something?" Shen Yulan asked slightly embarrassedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng. I just graduated from high school and I'm unemployed right now. My only hobby is watching my girlfriend practice martial arts." "Huh?" Shen Yulan was stunned. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. She even felt that Lin Feng was playing a trick on her. How could anyone have such a hobby? "But," Lin Feng immediately explained again, "what I said is true, because I also want to practice martial arts, and my dream is to become a warrior, but I know that my talent is too poor and there is no such opportunity. So, I have always thought that if my other half can become a warrior, it can be regarded as a disguised way of completing my life goal." Lin Feng's explanation made Shen Yulan's expression gradually relax. This explanation seems very sincere. Sounds fine. Are you really willing to support me in my martial arts training? However, martial arts training is very expensive. My salary is not enough to cover the cost of martial arts training. If we get married, I'm afraid we will have to spend money from our family. Shen Yulan was still a little worried. I feel like a hot potato and no one is willing to accept me. But she is unwilling to give up her dream of practicing martial arts. Shen Yulan has thought about it many times. Even if she is always alone, she will never give up the path of martial arts. Hearing these words, Lin Feng still had a smile on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "Well, after we get married, all the marriage allowances will be given to you. In addition, I will find a job later, and all the wages I earn will be handed over to you to handle." Money and other things are external things, Lin Feng sees it very clearly. In this world, as long as you have the ability, it will be easy to make money in the future. Just then, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding, it is detected that Shen Yulan's favorability towards the host has increased to 30 points. The host can choose whether to bind Shen Yulan as the system target. After binding, it cannot be untied unless the target dies or achieves the position of Empress. After binding, the system tasks will be activated. Completing the tasks will increase the cultivation talent and strength of the bound target, and the host will also receive double rewards accordingly. Through this contact, Lin Feng has already had some general understanding of Shen Yulan. Be it appearance, personality, or character, I am quite satisfied with them. Of course, the most important thing is that she is indeed a martial arts fanatic. There was no need to hesitate. Lin Feng immediately shouted silently in his heart, "Bind, bind now." Chapter 3 Confession. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he felt a flash of light before his eyes. Some data suddenly appeared above Shen Yulan's head. Name, Shen Yulan. Favorability, 30 points. Martial arts cultivation, Quasi warrior level 1. Genetic potential, 3.5%. Constitution, 53 including strength, agility, endurance, recovery speed, and other attributes. Spirit, 28 including perception, willpower, concentration, etc. Martial arts, basic gene bodybuilding proficient, Gale blade technique proficient. Seeing Shen Yulan's personal information, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Shen Yulan's attributes are quite good. In this world, genetic potential and the values of various attributes can be measured by machines. If an ordinary person does not practice martial arts, his physical attribute will be around 10 points. If the physical attribute exceeds 50 points, he will be a Quasi warrior at level 1. Reaching 60 points means you are a Quasi warrior at level 2. Once you reach 100 points, you can become a true warrior. Obviously, Shen Yulan should have just become a Quasi warrior not long ago. If placed among ordinary people, the Quasi warrior is actually quite powerful. If you can reach the Quasi warrior level during the college entrance examination, then there will be no problem in applying to a martial arts university. However, Shen Yulan failed the college entrance examination last year, so he must have broken through to the Quasi warrior level only after the martial arts college entrance examination. As for the attribute of genetic potential, it is actually equivalent to the talent for martial arts. The higher the genetic potential, the greater the improvement in physical strength will be with the same level of practice. 3.5% is not a very high number. To be able to reach this level of strength, Shen Yulan must have put in more effort and sweat than ordinary people. At the same time, Lin Feng also saw his personal attributes. Name, Lin Feng. Martial arts cultivation, body refining level 3. Genetic potential, 3.9%. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 50. Martial arts, basic gene bodybuilding proficient. I have to admit that my physical attributes are a bit poor. There is still a big gap between him and a Quasi warrior. His proficiency in martial arts is also much worse than Shen Yulan's. But Lin Feng had not expected that his spiritual attribute was actually 50 points. 50 points of spirit already makes you a Quasi telekinetic master. Could it be because I am a time traveler? Lin Feng guessed secretly in his heart. There are many benefits to having high mental strength, and you may even have the opportunity to become a telekinetic master. However, compared to warriors, the practice of telekinesis is more difficult and more expensive. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind again. Ding, issuing a system task, confirming a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with the target. If successful, the target's genetic talent will increase by 1%, and the host's genetic talent will increase by 2%. Hearing about this task, Lin Feng became excited again. Genetic talent increased by 2%. That's quite a bit of improvement. Even if you drink 10 bottles of advanced genetic medicine, it won't improve that much. The other side. Just as Lin Feng was looking at Shen Yulan, or rather, looking at the numbers above her head, Shen Yulan was also looking at Lin Feng. There was something incredible in her expression. After so many blind dates, this is the first time I've met a man like this. When we met for the first time, he actually said that he wanted to give me all the salary I earned. Although Shen Yulan was a little bit unconvinced in her heart, Lin Feng's words did make Shen Yulan feel a little moved. If I really marry this man, then I can solve the problem of my family urging me to get married and part of the cost of martial arts training at the same time. Moreover, this man's appearance is indeed much better than those I went on blind dates before. Shen Yulan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she thought secretly in her heart. Although she had been on many blind dates, at this moment, she didn't know what to say. The previous few blind dates were basically rejected at the beginning, and never got to this stage. Lin Feng also noticed Shen Yulan's embarrassment and said with a smile, "How about ordering coffee first?" Shen Yulan paused, then nodded slightly. "This is the first time I've ordered coffee after so many blind dates." Lin Feng ordered a cup of coffee for both of them, then took the initiative to find a topic about martial arts and started chatting with Shen Yulan. When it comes to martial arts, Shen Yulan is obviously much more relaxed. At the same time, through chatting, Shen Yulan gradually realized that Lin Feng's pursuit of martial arts was actually no worse than hers, and they had many common topics. The relationship between the two quickly heated up. The atmosphere of the chat gradually became relaxed. Just as Lin Feng and Shen Yulan were chatting and laughing. At the entrance of the coffee shop, a boy who was about the same age as Lin Feng and a little fat walked in. After he entered the room, he looked around, and when he saw Lin Feng, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Lin Feng." The little fat man greeted with a smile. The fat boy's name is Zhang Bao, and he is Lin Feng's classmate. Like Lin Feng, his grades are at the bottom of the class, and he also failed to get into the martial arts university. Lin Feng also saw Zhang Bao and said with a smile, "Zhang Bao, what a coincidence, you're here for coffee too." Zhang Bao spread his hands helplessly and said helplessly, "What coffee? I'm here for a blind date. I just graduated from high school and my family is urging me to go on a blind date. They also said that I have to get married before November 1st and have a baby before November 1st next year. They treat me like a breeding pig." At this time, Zhang Bao also noticed Shen Yulan sitting opposite Lin Feng. There was suddenly a look of surprise in his eyes. Shen Yulan's appearance is actually much better than the class beauty in her class. And as a Quasi warrior, Shen Yulan has a very different temperament. Zhang Bao asked in shock, "You're not here for a blind date too, are you?" Lin Feng smiled and nodded, "Well, I'm in the same situation as you." "Of course, you have good taste." Zhang Bao once again took a deep look at Shen Yulan, who was sitting opposite Lin Feng, with a hint of envy in his tone. "It's obvious that the other person is just like me, a loser who didn't get into martial arts university, and their family conditions are similar. How could he be able to go on a blind date with such a beautiful girl? But I can only find a girl with mediocre looks and a little baby fat." Hearing Zhang Bao's words, Lin Feng just smiled. "Your blind date hasn't arrived yet?" Lin Feng asked. "Not yet. Girls should be late. After all, they still need to put on makeup and so on." Zhang Bao spread his hands, smiled at Shen Yulan, and said, "Then you guys chat. I'll find a place to wait for a while." "Okay." Lin Feng waved his hand. Shen Yulan also nodded politely. Zhang Bao turned and left. But he was not sitting near Lin Feng. Instead, he found a corner farthest away from Lin Feng. After all, his own blind date would be here soon. If he stood too close to Lin Feng's blind date, he would probably feel uncomfortable when compared to her. After Zhang Bao left, Lin Feng chatted with Shen Yulan for a while. Shen Yulan's favorability also increased from 30 points to 40 points. Not long after, the door of the cafe was pushed open again. A girl with a little bit of baby fat, with thick foundation on her face and bright lipstick, walked in with her pot waist twisting. Lin Feng glanced at it and was stunned. This girl looks familiar. It seems that this is the first of the 5 photos my aunt gave me. Shen Yu, both parents are teachers, 2 houses, baby fat. Looking at the other person's figure, which was a little fatter than in the photo, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little scared. If I hadn't had my own opinions, if I hadn't awakened the Empress Training System, I wouldn't dare to imagine how rich my future married life would be. Soon, the girl named Shen Yu noticed Zhang Bao sitting alone in the corner of the cafe, smiled slightly, and walked towards Zhang Bao. Lin Feng could even clearly see that after Zhang Bao saw the girl, the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly. "I don't know whether I'm excited or scared." The other side. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan had a very happy chat. Especially Shen Yulan. Ever since she failed to get into the martial arts university after graduating from high school, her parents have been urging her to get married every day, and there is very little other communication between them. Because Shen Yulan spends too much time working and practicing martial arts every day, he has almost no friends. All of Shen Yulan's high school classmates either went to college or resigned themselves to their fate of getting married and having children, and were busy at work. No one could talk to her. And Lin Feng happens to be a very good listener. So, after meeting Lin Feng, Shen Yulan finally spoke out everything that had been kept in her heart for the past year. The coffee was quickly finished. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to confess his feelings. Although Lin Feng had just graduated from high school, he was a time traveler after all, and he had quite a lot of experience and love in his previous life. Lin Feng knew that if he confessed his feelings to someone on the first meeting, even if the other person had a good impression of him, the chances of success would be slim. It's better to take it slow and try to succeed in one go. Then, after the first blind date ended, less than half an hour after the two left the cafe, Lin Feng sent a message to Shen Yulan. Although expressing love through messages doesn't feel as formal as saying it in person, Shen Yulan won't feel awkward because they can't see each other, and she also has more time to think about the wording. After careful consideration, I feel that it's not easy to meet someone of the opposite sex who I can talk to and whose personality and character I approve of. Furthermore, given our respective family situations, Chapter 4 Physical Improvement. Shen Yulan sat on the bus, thinking about the conversation she had with Lin Feng before. When I think of happy things, the corners of my mouth can't help but rise slightly. Shen Yulan couldn't remember how many times she had laughed today. But she knew that today was the happiest day since she graduated from high school. The long-term pressure of family life and the disapproval of everyone around her made Shen Yulan feel as if she was always carrying a mountain on her back as she moved forward. Along the way, there was no one to support me except for ridicule and strange looks. Even the coaches in the martial arts school felt that with his genetic talent and family situation, it was impossible for him to become a martial artist. Shen Yulan felt that Lin Feng was probably the only one in the world who believed in her and was willing to support her. Thinking of this, Shen Yulan took out her cell phone and a determined look appeared on her face. She was afraid that if she missed it, she would never meet a man like Lin Feng who recognized her. So, she was ready to take the initiative. But, before Shen Yulan started typing, she received a message from Lin Feng. So, are you willing to be my girlfriend, accompany me, and pursue the pinnacle of martial arts together? Seeing this message, Shen Yulan's eyes lit up, and then a hint of excitement and relief appeared in her eyes. I do. Shen Yulan replied without hesitation. The other side. Lin Feng just got home. Before I even entered the house, I received a reply from Shen Yulan. Standing at the door, Lin Feng opened the message sent by Shen Yulan. I do. Just as he saw Shen Yulan's reply, Lin Feng heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Shen Yulan's genetic talent increased by 1%, and the host's genetic talent increased by 2%. When the system voice ended, Lin Feng suddenly felt that some changes seemed to have taken place in his body. The change was so mysterious that it was hard to explain. It was as if the wind around me had become softer when it touched my skin. It's like the essence of life has evolved. In fact, the improvement of genetic talent is the evolution of the essence of life. The stronger the genetic talent, the faster the practice speed will be, and the stronger the understanding of martial arts techniques will be. Even when the genetic talent reaches more than 10%, superpowers will be awakened. Standing in front of the door, Lin Feng silently felt the changes in his body. Just then, the door in front of Lin Feng was suddenly pushed open. Aunt Shen Yan came out to greet me. Xiao Feng, why are you back so late? Is it because that girl named Shen Yulan left late? She's not good enough and she's not punctual. There's no need to date her. As soon as we met, my aunt said a lot. Lin Feng was still feeling his body and hadn't reacted at all. And at this time, seeing that Lin Feng didn't react to her words, Aunt Shen Yan continued, don't be discouraged. This blind date was originally for you to practice. Don't worry, I still have a lot of high-quality resources here. This time I brought you 5 more. Take your pick and I'll arrange another blind date for you tomorrow. Lin Feng finally came back to his senses and understood what his aunt meant. So, Lin Feng waved his hand hurriedly and said, Aunt, no need to arrange it, it's done. My aunt's face changed. It's done? What's done? Lin Feng smiled and continued to explain, Shen Yulan and I have already confirmed our relationship. Didn't you say that November 1st is a good day? I'll ask her opinion later. What? Lin Feng's aunt was stunned. She said in disbelief, you've confirmed your relationship so soon? You're getting married on the 11th? You're too fast. Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned by his aunt's words. We're getting married on the 11th, wasn't it you who said it first? At this time, Lin Feng's mother also appeared behind Chen Yan and asked in surprise, is it done? Lin Feng nodded again, well, it's done. Lin Feng's efficient work made the atmosphere at home strangely solemn. Lin Feng's mother sat on the sofa, looking a little overwhelmed. Lin Feng's aunt sat on a small stool next to the sofa, her face full of regret, like a child who had done something wrong. Only Lin Feng's father, while mopping the floor, secretly gave his son a thumbs up. Lin Feng's mother suddenly turned her head and looked at her husband, saying dissatisfiedly, still mopping the floor? The floor is already scratched. Stop mopping. Think of a way to deal with your son. Lin Feng's old father scratched his head, looked at his wife, then looked at his son Lin Feng, rolled his eyes, and said, what else can I do? Your son has already established a relationship with that girl. You can't just let him abandon her right away. That would ruin his character. If you ask me, since you are already dating, why not give it a try? It is just a relationship, not marriage. Your son has never been in a relationship before, so it's a good opportunity to practice. What man doesn't mature after a few relationships? After listening to her husband's words, Lin Feng's mother felt that there seemed to be some truth in it. But something always feels wrong. Besides, why does the phrase practice sound familiar? Oh, forget it, let's just leave it at that for now. They've already confirmed their relationship, which means my son really likes her, so let's just keep talking. In the end, Lin Feng's mother made the decision. Although she felt that the girl was not suitable for marriage, she felt that even if she tried to stop her, her son might not listen to her. Besides, my husband is right. Dating is not marriage, and there is no telling what might happen next. The other side. Shen Yulan did not go home. On the way home, she also felt that her body seemed to have suddenly undergone some strange changes. It's like drinking a genetic drug. However, this feeling is stronger than drinking 10 bottles of low-level genetic medicine. So Shen Yulan got off the bus halfway and went to the Quangfeng Martial Arts School. Shen Yulan is an employee of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School, so when there are few people in the school, she can use the training grounds of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School for free. This is also one of the main reasons why Shen Yulan chose to work in a martial arts school. Arriving at the training ground, Shen Yulan picked up a knife from the weapon rack, held his breath, adjusted his breathing, and began to practice the Gale sword technique. The Quangfeng sword technique is the martial arts technique that Shen Yulan has been practicing recently. This is an intermediate martial arts technique. The martial arts techniques in this world are roughly divided into 4 major levels. The lowest level is the elementary martial arts techniques. For example, the basic gene bodybuilding method that all high school students can learn belongs to the elementary martial arts techniques. Going further up, there are intermediate martial arts techniques, advanced martial arts techniques, and extremely rare ancient martial arts techniques. This Quangfeng sword technique was what Shen Yulan learned at the Quangfeng Martial Arts School. Soon, Shen Yulan's body began to move around in the training ground, with flashes of sword light, as if a strong wind was blowing in the training ground. 10 minutes later, Shen Yulan stopped and stood with a knife in hand. Her face was covered in sweat, but her expression was full of surprise. I didn't expect that my wind blade skills would improve even more, from proficient to master. Moreover, I can feel that my physical condition has definitely improved a lot. Shen Yulan was so excited. Recently, her strength seemed to have reached a bottleneck and had not improved for a long time. Unexpectedly, after the blind date, things became a little different. Could it be that because I found a boyfriend, my mood has improved, so practicing martial arts has become a natural thing? Shen Yulan thought to herself. Many books have said that practicing martial arts requires the unity of body and mind, and mood will also affect the efficiency of martial arts practice. However, this was the first time Shen Yulan felt that mood had such a big impact. After practicing the mad blade technique, Shen Yulan put down his weapon and came to the testing room. The testing room is where students' physical fitness is tested. It is a very small room with a machine that almost fills the entire room. You only need to stand on it to measure your specific physical data. Of course, if you want to know the value of your genetic talent, you need to use special testing equipment. Shen Yulan came to the testing room and stood gently in the center of the testing machine. Immediately afterwards, the camera-like thing on the machine began to scan Shen Yulan's body back and forth. In less than a minute, Shen Yulan's physical data appeared on the small screen in front of her. Constitution, 58. Seeing this number, Shen Yulan was shocked. 58 o'clock. My physical fitness actually increased from 53 points to 58 points, a one-time increase of 5 points. This level of improvement is really terrifying. You know, in the past month, Shen Yulan's physical condition has only improved by 3 points. Just now, just by practicing the Quangfeng sword technique once, he directly improved by 5 points. How could this not shock Shen Yulan? At this time, Shen Yulan's cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out and looked at it, it was a message from Lin Feng. Are you free tomorrow night? I happen to have 2 tickets for the Zhanghai City Youth Warrior Fighting Arena. A faint smile appeared on Shen Yulan's face. If Lin Feng invited her to see a movie or have dinner, Shen Yulan might have to consider it. But the Zhanghai City Youth Warriors Fighting Tournament was his favorite event. I'm free, Shen Yulan replied. After thinking for a while, Shen Yulan typed again, before the game starts, I want to treat you to a meal. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Although this is Shen Yulan's first time in love, she also knows that she can't let the man give alone. After a brief chat with Lin Feng, Shen Yulan returned to the training room and began to practice. She has always adhered to the idea that one should cherish every second of practice. Some people may choose to give up or be lazy when doing things because of fragmented time, but Shen Yulan will not do that. Even if it is only for a few minutes, she will choose to practice martial arts, or close her eyes to recall some details and shortcomings in her previous martial arts practice. This is why Shen Yulan was able to become a Quasi warrior with his modest genetic talent. Chapter 5 She's so brave before she even becomes the Empress? The other side. A few minutes ago. Just after Shen Yulan finished practicing the Gale Sword technique, Lin Feng received a system notification. Ding, the host's proficiency in the Hurricane Blade skill, the martial arts skill bound to Shen Yulan, has been increased to mastery. The host receives double the reward. Since the host has not learned the Hurricane Blade skill before, the host automatically learns it and its proficiency is increased to the entry level. Ding, the host's bound target, Shen Yulan, has been detected to have his physical fitness increased by 5 points. The host receives a double reward, with a physical fitness increase of 10 points. After hearing these 2 system prompts, Lin Feng was suddenly surprised. Unexpectedly, Shen Yulan went to practice martial arts right after her blind date with me. What a martial arts fanatic, but I like it. Lin Feng felt the techniques of the Quangfeng sword technique that suddenly appeared in his mind, as well as the changes in his body, and couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face. Physical fitness increased by 10 points, which means that my physical fitness has now reached 40 points. There are still 10 points left, and I can reach the level of a Quasi warrior. This speed is like riding a rocket. What's more, you don't have to practice on your own. So cool. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decisively took out his mobile phone, first looked at the tickets for the Zhanghai City Youth Warrior Fighting Arena, and then sent a message to Shen Yulan. We must strike while the iron is hot and consolidate our relationship with Shen Yulan. It would be even better if it could trigger another system task. The two had talked about this boxing match when they were chatting in the coffee shop before. This is a competition officially organized by Zhanghai City, and the winner will receive very generous rewards. Shen Yulan once fantasized about becoming a warrior, participating in this competition, and receiving the winner's reward. Other people go to the movies to pick up girls, but we watch a fighting match, which has its own unique flavor. Lin Feng looked at Shen Yulan's reply and said to himself with a smile. At this time, it was already evening. After having dinner at home, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom. Picking up a wooden sword, Lin Feng started to perform the wind sword technique in the bedroom. Although it was my first time practicing, I did it pretty well. After all, I have already gotten started, so my proficiency is still good. In this world, strength is respected. If you cannot become a warrior, you will live in a muddle all your life. After traveling to this world and understanding the situation of this world, Lin Feng determined his future path. As a time traveler who was bound to the system, he must embark on the path of a warrior. Lin Feng practiced in his bedroom for 5 hours. The bedroom is not big and there is not much room to move around, but Lin Feng has been persisting. Because his genetic talent had just been greatly improved, and the cultivation method had also changed from the most basic elementary method to the intermediate method, Lin Feng's physical condition had been greatly improved. In 5 hours, my physical fitness improved by 6 points. Of course, only 2 of these points can be obtained through one's own practice. The other 4 points come from Shen Yulan. After finishing the training, Lin Feng lay on the bed and began to think. I worked hard for 5 hours and only improved my physical fitness by 2 points, but Shen Yulan helped me increase it by 4 points. No matter how you look at it, it is more cost-effective to help Shen Yulan speed up her cultivation. It seems that we still need to find a way to help Shen Yulan improve her strength. The next morning, at Lin Feng's home, at the dining table, Lin Feng's parents and Lin Feng and the other two started another debate. Lin Feng's mother, Chen Yulan, thought about Lin Feng's choice of girlfriend for a whole night and still felt a little dissatisfied. Xiao Feng, don't take it too seriously. Observe her first. If you feel that her personalities are not compatible or her living habits are different, just break up early. Anyway, your aunt has many girls waiting for blind dates. Chen Yulan advised. Lin Feng's father, Lin Shangdong, also echoed, when it comes to dating a girlfriend, the most important thing is the right personality. Appearance is actually not that important. Well, personality is the most important. Although appearance is a little important, but... Okay, shut up. Lin Feng's mother Chen Yulan stopped her husband from talking nonsense. She felt that her husband was just here to cause trouble. Lin Feng has only one attitude towards his mother Chen Yulan. That is, try to get away with it. He kept making it up until the day when he and Shen Yulan got their marriage certificate. I understand. Lin Feng responded. Chen Yulan served Lin Feng a bowl of porridge while continuing to persuade him, although Shen Yulan is indeed a pretty girl, her talent for cultivation is so poor, and she still wants to practice martial arts. She will have to spend money on too many things in the future. She will have to spend money on buying genetic drugs, and she will have to spend money on classes. People who practice martial arts eat more than ordinary people. If you guys get married and all your money goes to martial arts training, how are you going to buy a house or a car? Are you going to have to rent a house after you get married? As a mother, Chen Yulan does think a lot and in the long term. She was very afraid that her son would get carried away and actually marry Shen Yulan. But Chen Yulan didn't know that Lin Feng was no longer the young and naive man he used to be. The first moment after Lin Feng crossed over, he merged with the original consciousness of this body. Therefore, Lin Feng can not only live peacefully with his current identity, but also possesses IQ and judgment abilities that are not suitable for this age group. At this time, just after Mother Chen Yulan finished speaking, suddenly, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, system mission released. Complete the first kiss with the target. After the mission is successful, you will receive 5 million martial arts training funds. Please work hard. The most important thing for martial arts training isn't talent, but money. Lack of talent can be treated with injections, but having no money means nothing can be achieved. Come and secure martial arts training funds for your partner. Listening to the system's voice, Lin Feng suddenly became excited. The rewards for this system task are really good. There are actually 5 million in funds for martial arts training. Completely solved my embarrassment of being penniless. The last time I went on a blind date, it was my mom who paid for it. After all, it is normal for a recent graduate to have no money, but if one wants to train a female emperor, it is absolutely impossible to do so without money. Moreover, I have already made an appointment to watch the game with Shen Yulan tonight, which is a good opportunity to complete the task. On the dining table. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Chen Yulan sighed slightly. As my son grows older, he seems to be becoming more independent. I'm giving you 1,000 yuan to go out on a date with a girl tonight, but don't be too stingy. Chen Yulan stuffed 1,000 yuan into Lin Feng's hand. Although she said she was not satisfied, Chen Yulan still took the initiative to provide her son with money for his relationship. Lin Feng accepted all the money and put it into his pocket. Thank you, Mom. Don't call me that, it makes me sound old. Oh, thank you, Mom. Roll. After breakfast, Lin Feng left home early. I found the nearest lottery shop and went in to buy a lottery ticket. Lin Feng doesn't expect to win the lottery. The lottery, winning it is a joke. I bought this lottery ticket just to have a reasonable source for the 5 million. At the very least, it will be easier to explain to Shen Yulan and her parents. After buying the lottery ticket, Lin Feng found a square and practiced the basic genetic bodybuilding method. In public, Lin Feng did not plan to use the Gale sword technique. This martial art is unique to the Quangfeng martial arts school. If used in public, it will easily attract other people's attention. After his genetic talent improved, Lin Feng felt that practicing the basic genetic bodybuilding method was smoother. After training for a whole day, my physical condition improved by 3 points. But 2 of them were given by Shen Yulan. Obviously, while Lin Feng was practicing hard, Shen Yulan was also practicing all day long, and even harder than Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng's physical fitness had reached 49 points. He is almost at the Quasi warrior level. This was something Lin Feng had never dared to imagine before. Evening arrives. Lin Feng arrived at Zhanghai City Grand Theater in advance. The Zhanghai City Youth Warriors Fighting Arena is held in the Grand Theater once a week. A quarterly champion will be decided each quarter and will participate in the final annual championship game. Whether it is the quarterly champion or the annual champion, there will be extremely generous rewards. Not long after Lin Feng arrived at the theater, Shen Yulan also appeared here. When he saw Shen Yulan again, Lin Feng clearly felt that the two of them were much more relaxed than the first time, and the smile on Shen Yulan's face never stopped. It was obvious that she was very happy too. Since the ticket did not specify the seat, Lin Feng was hesitant after entering the theater. Sitting in the front row, you can see the competition on the ring more clearly. Sitting in the back row gives you more opportunities to complete system tasks. It's really a dilemma. After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that he should not do anything deliberately to complete the system task. As long as the relationship between the two continued to develop steadily, intimate contact would happen sooner or later. Being too anxious may affect the relationship between the two. Although the system is important, Lin Feng is absolutely unwilling to be a puppet of the system. Then, Lin Feng pointed to the first 2 rows of seats in the theater and said, "How about we sit in the front so we can see more clearly?" However, Shen Yulan shook her head slightly, a blush on her face, and whispered, "I prefer to sit a little further back, where it's quiet." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. But you can't blame yourself. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly felt a delicate and smooth feeling in his hands. Shen Yulan actually took the initiative to hold his hand. Lin Feng was a little confused. Shen Yulan took me by the hand and led me to the corner of the last row of the theater. It's a little dark here and there are not many people around. It's a perfect place to do some naughty things. Before the game started, Shen Yulan's body unconsciously stuck to Lin Feng. Shen Yulan's initiative made Lin Feng feel a little ashamed. Lin Feng could even feel Shen Yulan's breathing becoming increasingly heavier. "You're so brave even before you become the Empress?" Lin Feng laughed secretly in his heart. Chapter 6, Quasi Warrior. Shen Yulan was very nervous. She could clearly feel her heart pounding nervously. But Shen Yulan held Lin Feng's hand tightly. After going through so much, she knew very well that meeting Lin Feng was probably the luckiest thing in her life. In addition to recognizing Lin Feng's character and personality, a significant other who can fully support one's martial arts training will be the most important partner and relative in achieving one's dreams in the future. Whether it is materially or spiritually, I need Lin Feng. Moreover, just as the relationship was confirmed, his strength increased rapidly, which showed the importance of Lin Feng. She decided that no matter whether she was shy or not, she had to take the initiative. When I sent the message to confirm the relationship, I was already a step behind. Now, there is no time to hesitate. The game has begun. There were bursts of cheers in the theater. These noisy sounds seemed to form a natural barrier, causing Shen Yulan's movements to gradually become larger. Finally, as the game began, Shen Yulan finally found an opportunity. Her lips, which were not wearing lipstick but looked even more pink, accidentally touched Lin Feng's mouth. Bite. My teeth are knocked. Ding, mission completed. The host is rewarded with 5 million martial arts training funds, which have been deposited into the host's bank card. The source of funds is safe, please feel free to use it. It was our first kiss, and it went a little fast. The kiss ended before the system task completion prompt sounded. Especially for Shen Yulan, it was her first time to have such close contact with the opposite sex, so she seemed very awkward. After the kiss, Shen Yulan lowered her head shyly and snuggled in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng was already thinking about how to use the 5 million. 5 million is not a small amount of money, but there are so many things I need to do, so I have to plan it carefully. Lin Feng's family conditions are average. His parents are ordinary office workers. Moreover, his parents' generation did not enjoy marriage subsidies and childbirth subsidies, so they do not have much savings. In addition to using this 5 million to improve Shen Yulan's strength, it must also be used to consider the life of the two after they get married. The most direct way to improve your strength is definitely to buy medicine. There are many medicines in this world that can enhance strength. Among them, the most common are genetic drugs and constitutional drugs. Genetic potions can directly enhance genetic talent, but genetic potions also come in many qualities. The higher the quality of the genetic potion, the more genetic talent it will enhance, and the smaller the side effects will be. Constitution potions are more direct and can directly increase the physical fitness of the user. One increases potential, the other increases strength, and they complement each other. In addition to genetic and physical medicines, buying a house is a good choice. Nowadays, any slightly larger house will be equipped with a training room. In this era when everyone is practicing martial arts, many real estate developers have designed apartments with training rooms. Otherwise, he would be like Lin Feng last night, unable to practice martial arts in his bedroom at all, and the efficiency of practicing martial arts would be greatly reduced. When she was chatting with Shen Yulan before, she was also facing such a situation. I can't practice at home, so I can only practice in the training room of the martial arts gym late at night when there are few people there. It's very inconvenient. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had already made a decision in his heart. Buy medicine. Buy a house. Yulan, I'm going to give you a surprise tomorrow morning. Lin Feng said softly. Surprise? Shen Yulan was a little confused. I don't know what surprise Lin Feng was talking about. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, I'll come to see you tomorrow morning. Shen Yulan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Tomorrow is the weekend, so I don't have to go to work. Although she was supposed to practice on her own tomorrow, Shen Yulan finally did not refuse after seeing Lin Feng's serious look. 8 o'clock in the evening. The fighting ring competition finally ended. Lin Feng sent Shen Yulan to the entrance of Quangfeng Martial Arts School. Every night, Shen Yulan would practice in the training room of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School for a few hours and would not go home until around 12 o'clock. It's like this every day, without fail. Lin Feng watched Shen Yulan walk into the Quangfeng Martial Arts School, and his decision to buy a house became even more resolute. Now that she has a house and her own training room, Shen Yulan no longer has to go to the martial arts gym to practice every night. After sending Shen Yulan off, Lin Feng returned to his home. Then, he told his parents that he had won 5 million in the lottery. Lin Feng had no intention of hiding the fact that he had 5 million. Lin Feng wanted to marry Shen Yulan as soon as possible and buy a house, so the existence of this money could not be concealed. At first, Lin Feng's parents didn't believe it. But after Lin Feng showed the two of them the balance of the bank card, they could only sigh that their son was so lucky. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng told them that he wanted to buy a house. My mother Chen Yulan strongly supported the idea of buying a house. Money depreciates if kept. Buying a house is a good option. Besides, Chen Yulan smiled mysteriously and whispered as if to say something in a whisper, buying a house before marriage is considered premarital property. Lin Feng also laughed. I thought to myself, premarital property? But I'm only going to put the other person's name on it. Of course, Lin Feng was not going to say such words out loud. If I tell my mom, she will definitely think I'm a bootlicker. But, only Lin Feng himself knows that this is an investment. Investing in Shen Yulan is equivalent to investing in yourself. And even if the other party does not marry me, as long as her strength becomes stronger and stronger, I will be the ultimate beneficiary. Relationships may break down, money may be wasted, but you will never lose. Lin Feng did not continue practicing that night. It's not that Lin Feng doesn't want to work hard, but the bedroom at home is too small and he can't put in any effort at all. And his own Gale sword technique is not suitable for practicing outside. So, Lin Feng could only lie on the bed, quietly waiting for Shen Yulan to send him the attribute value. Really? 11 o'clock in the evening. The system's voice rang out. Ding, bound target Shen Yulan diligently practices the wind blade technique, Constitution +1, host receives double reward, Constitution +2. Lin Feng hurriedly opened his personal panel and took a look. Name, Lin Feng. Martial arts cultivation, Quasi warrior level 1. Genetic potential, 5.9%. Constitution, 51. Spirit, 50. Martial arts, basic gene bodybuilding proficient, Gale blade technique beginner. Just 2 days after crossing into this world, Lin Feng's physical fitness increased from 30 points to 51 points, reaching the level of a Quasi warrior. Without the system, this speed of improvement would be unimaginable. Of course, the biggest contributor to Lin Feng's physical improvement is Shen Yulan. After Shen Yulan's genetic talent increased by 1%, her strength steadily improved. According to Lin Feng's calculations, her current physical attributes should have reached more than 60 points, making her a second-level Quasi warrior. This level of strength is comparable to that of some first-year students at martial arts universities. As for Shen Yulan's age, if she could go to Wudao University, she would be a freshman. At this time, with the help of Lin Feng, Shen Yulan's cultivation speed has caught up with the ranks of outstanding students, but this is just the beginning. Lin Feng believes that as time goes by, Shen Yulan's cultivation speed will become faster and faster. No words were spoken that night. Lin Feng got up early in the morning, washed and went out. Then he took a taxi to Shen Yulan's home. Shen Yulan's house is not too far from Lin Feng's house, only about 20 minutes away. Today Shen Yulan was wearing a light blue dress, with her long, delicate black hair draped over her shoulders. The ends of her hair were stained with golden sunlight, making her look like a fairy from a poem. Shen Yulan even deliberately put on some light makeup, as if she had shed her previous childishness, which made Lin Feng stare in amazement. When she saw Lin Feng, Shen Yulan's cheeks turned slightly red and she felt a little shy. Although they had kissed, it had actually only been 2 days since they met. Shen Yulan rarely wears makeup. After all, I need to practice martial arts every day and sweat too much, so putting on makeup is really not cost-effective. But today, for Lin Feng, she made an exception. Where are we going today? Shen Yulan asked in a low voice. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know when you get there." Lin Feng felt that if he directly said that he wanted to buy a house and wrote Shen Yulan's name on it, it would probably scare her. After all, a dog wouldn't lick like that. So, Lin Feng decided to wait until he got to the sales office. Lin Feng called a taxi using a mobile app and soon arrived at the sales office of Shushan Villa in Zhanghai Development Zone. Lin Feng had searched for this community on his mobile phone at night. Shushan Villa is not in the center of Zhanghai City, but it is not too far from Quanfeng Martial Arts School. The most important thing is that the apartment types and prices in this community are more suitable. The main feature of the community is the apartments that come with training rooms, and many warriors choose this community. Moreover, the price is about 10,000 yuan per square meter. Buying a house of about 200 square meters will cost more than 2 million yuan, which is affordable with the 5 million yuan in Lin Feng's hand. As soon as she got off the taxi, Shen Yulan looked at Lin Feng with her big eyes blinking, her eyes full of questioning. "Why are you at the sales office?" Shen Yulan was still very confused. She didn't dare to think about buying a house. Also, the housing prices here are a bit expensive. It's not something the two of them can afford. Could it be that Lin Feng found a job here? Shen Yulan thought secretly in her heart. This is probably the only explanation. Lin Feng held Shen Yulan's hand and walked into the sales office. A sales lady wearing a black women's suit and black stockings immediately came over with a smile. "Hello, would you two like to see the house?" Hearing this, Shen Yulan immediately turned her head and looked at Lin Feng. "Why don't the staff know him when he works here?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Take a look at that 200 square meter house with a training room. Is there any room available for you to take a look?" Chapter 7 Our House. The Other Side. As soon as Lin Feng and Shen Yulan walked into the sales office, Lin Feng's classmate Zhang Bao came to the door with baby fat Shen Yu. But Zhang Bao's face didn't look good. Following behind Shen Yu, he looked like a resentful little follower. Arriving at the door of the sales office, Zhang Bao finally couldn't help himself and whispered, "Shen Yu, isn't it too early to buy a house right after we confirmed our relationship?" Baby fat Shen Yu turned around and looked at her boyfriend, who was a few inches thinner than her. A smile, not sure if it was happy or sarcastic, appeared on her chubby face. She said, "Not early, not at all. My mom said that although my family has 2 houses, they are both in the old city and the surrounding environment is not good. Buying one in this new community can be our wedding house." When speaking, Shen Yu raised his head slightly, looking quite arrogant and superior. Compared with Zhang Bao, Shen Yu's family conditions are indeed much better. "Both my parents are teachers, they have high salaries, and I am their only child, so I have never been treated unfairly in life. Therefore, in this relationship, Shen Yu has absolute dominance." But Zhang Bao still had some hope. He carefully persuaded her, "I think it's better to buy a wedding house after you get married. Nowadays, most houses are fully furnished and ready to move in. You can buy them and live in them anytime. There's no need to rush." Hearing Zhang Bao's words, Shen Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and she said calmly, "I know what you are thinking. Although the house I bought can only be regarded as my premarital property, as long as we love each other, what's mine is yours, right?" Zhang Bao's face flushed red as his little trick was exposed. If Shen Yu's family wasn't well off, Zhang Bao would not have been willing to endure this. But it is precisely because Chen Yu's family is well off and she can live a decent life immediately after marriage that Zhang Bao is willing to tolerate Chen Yu's baby fat. Since Chen Yu said so, Zhang Bao stopped trying to persuade her. We are all smart people, and it is no longer realistic to persuade her to buy a house after marriage. How much money did your parents give you? The houses here are not cheap. Zhang Bao asked, looking at the magnificent gate of the sales office. Chen Yu took out a bank card from her pink satchel and said with a smile, 1 million. When Zhang Bao heard the number 1 million, his eyes lit up. The housing prices here are around 10,000 yuan, and 1 million yuan can buy a house of nearly 100 square meters. If there are 2 of us living there, it's no problem at all. It's a new house and the surrounding environment is good. It's indeed much better than the houses in the old city. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Thinking about being able to live in a new house worth 1 million after getting married, Zhang Bao's mood suddenly improved, as if the little conflict just now disappeared in an instant. Zhang Bao hurried to the front and opened the door of the sales office for Chen Yu. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Bao saw Lin Feng and Shen Yulan standing in front of the house model and listening to the sales lady's introduction. Zhang Bao was stunned. What a coincidence! Met on a blind date, and met again when buying a house? Could it be that Lin Feng's situation is the same as mine? The woman also bought the house, and before marriage? Zhang Bao suddenly felt a sense of sympathy, and at the same time, he was secretly delighted. When someone is with me, I feel less sad. Zhang Bao did not go to Lin Feng to greet him immediately, but walked slowly towards Lin Feng with light steps. He wanted to hear what Lin Feng and his wife were talking about with the sales lady. Shen Yulan, Lin Feng, there are only 2 of us. There's no need to buy a 200 square meter house, right? A 100 square meter one will be enough. Lin Feng, 100 square meters is not enough. It will be cramped to live in such a small house. Besides, a 200 square meter house has a practice room. You won't have to go to the martial arts gym at night. Shen Yulan, but a 200 square meter house is too expensive. Lin Feng, it's okay, I have money. The sales lady said, Sir, you have a good eye. Our community's main apartment is this 200 square meter apartment. It's perfect for you to buy as a wedding house. Even if you have 3 children in the future, it will be enough for you to live in. Lin Feng, swipe the card. Saleswoman, Sir, are you planning to take out a loan or pay in full? Lin Feng, full payment. The sales lady said, Okay, sir. I'll prepare the purchase contract for you right away. How many names do you want to put on the contract? Lin Feng, 1. Just write her name. The sales lady said, Sir, you are so kind to your girlfriend. I believe your future marriage life will be happy and fulfilling. Shen Yulan, Lin Feng, just write your own name. You paid for it yourself, how can you write my name? Lin Feng, since we are together, we must trust each other. As long as we love each other, what is yours is mine, right? Shen Yulan, but. Lin Feng, no buts. Shen Yulan, you're so domineering. But I quite like it. Zhang Bao stopped. His face was dark. He suddenly felt a little ridiculous. What's the point of saying that the situations are the same and we share the same suffering? It's all just wishful thinking. Lin Feng's family is so rich. A 200 square meter house would cost at least 2 million. And it's paid in full. Could it be that Lin Feng had been pretending to be poor when he was in school? Is he an invisible rich second generation? What made Zhang Bao most uncomfortable was that Lin Feng actually wanted to put the house he bought with his own money in the woman's name. Only the woman's name is written. Compared with them, Zhang Bao felt like a clown. Zhang Bao couldn't help but turn around quietly and look at his girlfriend Chen Yu. At this time, Chen Yu was chatting enthusiastically with a male salesperson in a suit and didn't pay any attention to her expression at all. Hey, Zhang Bao, what a coincidence! At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly found his old classmate and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. At this time, facing Lin Feng again, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Zhang Bao scratched his head, a trace of embarrassment or shame appeared on his face, and he stammered, Oh, what a coincidence, what a coincidence. Lin Feng suddenly discovered that his old classmate seemed to be in a bad mood. He hurriedly asked with concern, Are you sick? Why do you look so bad? Zhang Bao hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm not sick. I'm going to go look at houses with my girlfriend first. We'll talk later. After saying that, Zhang Bao turned around and left in a hurry. Lin Feng also touched his head, completely confused as to why his classmate looked a little strange. If you don't understand, just ignore it. Lin Feng also has no time to take care of other things. At this time, after Lin Feng took out his bank card, buying a house became extremely easy. See the house in person, sign the contract, and swipe your card. After all, it was a full payment and there was no need to deal with the bank. The series of procedures were completely completed in just one morning. House purchase successful. When Lin Feng and Shen Yulan left the sales office again, Zhang Bao and Shen Yu were still bargaining with the male salesperson. They didn't realize that Lin Feng had already bought the house quickly. After leaving the sales office, Shen Yulan immediately handed the key in her hand to Lin Feng. From the moment she stepped into the sales office this morning until now, Shen Yulan has been in a daze. She had never thought that before she became a warrior, she would own a large house of 200 square meters with a training room. Lin Feng, I'll give you this key. After all, it's you who bought the house. Shen Yulan bit her lip lightly, as if she had already made a decision in her heart. After all, it was a ready-made house, so after paying the money, I got the key directly. Although Shen Yulan liked this 200 square meter house with a training room very much, and although her name was on the house, Shen Yulan was still a little at a loss. Looking at the key handed over by Shen Yulan, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Then picked up one of the two keys. The other one remained in Shen Yulan's hand. This is our house, Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Yulan's face turned red instantly. One key per person. In other words, the two already have the basis for living together. Just then, Lin Feng discovered that Shen Yulan's favorability rating was rising rapidly. Even though I bought her a house just now, her favorability towards me didn't improve, but now because of my words, her favorability has actually started to increase. 50. 60. Of course, it could also be that Shen Yulan was still a little confused just now. And now, after reacting, the favorability level has increased by 20 points in a row. The total amount reached 60 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing the favorability between the host and the target to 60 points. The target's genetic talent is increased by 1%. The host receives a double reward, with a 2% increase in genetic talent. The system's voice sounded, and Lin Feng was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, in addition to rewards for completing tasks, there are also rewards for improving your favorability with Shen Yulan. Moreover, the rewards are quite generous. Genetic talent is determined when everyone is born and is very difficult to improve. Even the most expensive advanced genetic medicine can only increase it by less than 1%, and the more times it is used, the worse the effect. Lin Feng hurriedly looked at the number above Shen Yulan's head. At this time, Shen Yulan's genetic talent has reached 5.5%. And his genetic talent has reached 7.9%. Shen Yulan's genetic talent is already considered quite good, a huge improvement compared to her previous 3.5%. Lin Feng's genetic talent can almost be considered outstanding. You know, when Lin Feng was in high school, there were less than 10 people in the entire grade whose genetic talent exceeded 7%. I'm only 2.1% away from awakening my special abilities. Lin Feng thought excitedly in his heart. When your genetic talent reaches 10%, you can awaken your superpowers. Everyone's awakened abilities are different, but generally speaking, the improvement in strength is enormous. According to legend, there are warriors who have awakened powerful lightning abilities and can even fight against opponents of higher levels. Some people also awaken space-related abilities and become elusive. Lin Feng is still quite looking forward to his own special abilities. At the entrance of the sales office, Shen Yulan held a key in her hand, her cheeks slightly red. Her inner restlessness prevented her from noticing that her genetic talent had improved once again. At this time, she bit her lips lightly and seemed to have made some decision in her heart. Lin Feng, when are we going to move in? Shen Yulan suddenly asked in a low voice. Chapter 8 You are my lucky star. This sentence really stumped Lin Feng. When to move in is indeed a problem. Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly glance at Shen Yulan. At this moment, Shen Yulan's cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. Obviously very shy. Just then, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, system quest released. First time living with a goddess. Quest requirements, live with the goddess for one night. After completing the quest, you can choose any target to increase their skill proficiency by one level. the host will receive double the reward. Hearing about this system task, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This system task is simply forcing myself to speed up. But I have only known Shen Yulan for 2 days. Just a kiss is enough. We are actually going to live together? Wouldn't that be a bit fast? If it's too fast, will it cause Shen Yulan to be disgusted? Lin Feng kept thinking in his heart. Although Lin Feng also wanted to complete the system task, he didn't want it to affect the relationship between him and Shen Yulan. After all, tasks can be done later, but relationships must be developed steadily. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Well, I think." Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Shen Yulan suddenly said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's move in tonight." Lin Feng was confused. "When did you say you would move in tonight?" Hiss. It seems like I have been tricked. Lin Feng never expected that Shen Yulan would be so proactive. But looking at her red cheeks and shy expression, it doesn't look like she's pretending at all. In other words, although she is very shy, she is still proactive. This is Shen Yulan. No matter how many difficulties there are, we will face them head on. This is also the reason why she has been able to persist on the path of martial arts until now. Okay. Let's have lunch and then go buy some furniture. Since Shen Yulan has taken such a proactive approach, Lin Feng will naturally not back down. Yeah. Shen Yulan nodded slightly. Although it is a renovated ready-made house, you still need to purchase some furniture and daily necessities if you want to move in. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan found a noodle shop, had something to eat, and then went straight to the furniture store. There is a furniture store near Shuxiang Courtyard. The two of them didn't plan to buy too much furniture. They just wanted to buy the necessary things, such as beds, sofas, and wardrobes, and move in first. When it was time to pay, Shen Yulan also rushed to pay part of it. Lin Feng did not refuse. It's not that Lin Feng is stingy, but letting Shen Yulan spend a little money can make her feel a little more comfortable. After all, Lin Feng paid the 2 million for the house himself. If Shen Yulan didn't spend a penny, she probably wouldn't live comfortably. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan were very efficient. The furniture store did not hesitate at all when encountering such a big customer. They directly sent a truck with the furniture and Lin Feng to Shuxiang Baiyuan community. The house Lin Feng bought was a duplex with only 4 households in one building. Lin Feng wanted the east unit on the 2nd floor. Although there are only 2 floors, the house has an elevator, which makes moving furniture very convenient. The furniture was quickly put into place. Standing in the living room of his new home, looking at the exquisite decoration and the new furniture he had just bought, Lin Feng showed a gratified smile on his face. After traveling to this world, I finally have my own little home. Shen Yulan was also looking at the new house, and her eyes were slightly moist without Lin Feng noticing. Her mind was full of thoughts. Although we are not married yet, this house already feels like home. Especially, Lin Feng is in this family. Lin Feng is very willing to support his own martial arts path. It is completely different from his original family situation. In the future, I will continue to become stronger in this new home and become a real warrior. Lin Feng is the witness of all this and the man I need to protect in the future. By the way, I haven't asked you why you have so much money. I remember your aunt told me that your family's situation seems to be similar to mine. Shen Yulan suddenly asked. This doubt has been in her mind for quite a long time. She had been busy signing contracts and purchasing furniture for the house and had no time to ask. Now that she had some free time, Shen Yulan immediately asked about her doubts. I originally wanted to find a man with a similar financial situation to mine, but I didn't expect that he would buy me a house before we even got married. It's a 200 square meter house with a training room. This feeling is like buying a lottery ticket and winning. You thought you won the second prize of 300,000 yuan, but when you went to the lottery station to claim the prize, you were told that it was the first prize of 5 million. To say I wasn't surprised would be a lie. Who doesn't want their significant other to be rich? Especially for Shen Yulan, as a woman who has always aimed to become a warrior, money is too important. Hearing Shen Yulan's words, Lin Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. Fortunately, I had prepared my speech long ago. Lin Feng suddenly reached out and hugged Shen Yulan's slender but resilient waist, saying affectionately, "After meeting you, I don't know why my luck suddenly became a little better. I bought a lottery ticket and won the prize." Winning the lottery? Shen Yulan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, Shen Yulan doesn't really believe in lottery. This thing is too easy to be manipulated behind the scenes, and the possibility of ordinary people winning is too small. Lin Feng also knew that winning the lottery sounded a bit sci-fi, but Lin Feng could only think of this one reason that was easier to explain. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You are my lucky star." Although Shen Yulan didn't believe much in lottery, she still trusted Lin Feng quite a bit. At this time, Shen Yulan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "It seems that after I met you, my luck has become much better than before." Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he asked, "Oh? How do you mean?" Shen Yulan explained, "Originally, before I met you, I was stuck at the Quasi warrior level for a long time. But after meeting you, I don't know if it's because my mood has improved, but my cultivation speed has actually increased a lot. Now I'm already at the second level of Quasi warrior. When the physical fitness reaches 60 points, it is the second level of Quasi warrior. And just yesterday, Shen Yulan's physical fitness had reached over 60 points. Shen Yulan didn't know the reason, nor did she specifically test her genetic talent. She just thought that it was because she met Lin Feng that her mood improved, which led to her faster cultivation speed. However, Lin Feng was very clear that the most direct reason why Shen Yulan's cultivation speed increased was because of the improvement of his genetic talent. When genetic talent is first improving, there will be a sudden surge in cultivation, and then it will level off again. It seems that we have met the right person. Lin Feng kissed her gently. Shen Yulan also hugged Lin Feng's waist very tightly. Chapter 9 I only bought one bed. After all the furniture was installed, it was already evening. Shen Yulan took the initiative to say, "I have to go home to get some daily necessities and clothes. Although the furniture has been purchased, if you want to move in, you still need some toiletries, spare clothes, and other things." Lin Feng nodded. "These things can also be bought, but it is still necessary for each of you to go home. After all, I'm moving out tonight, so I should talk to my family about it." "Well, I also want to go home and tell my parents," Lin Feng said. Afterwards, the two left their new home, locked the door, and came downstairs to the community. "See you later." Lin Feng kissed Shen Yulan lightly on the mouth and said with a smile, "I'll wait for you at home later." Shen Yulan said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. At this time, Lin Feng's home. Lin Feng's aunt Chen Shuefei is visiting Lin Feng's home. At this time, Chen Shuefei was holding a stack of photos in her hands. Then, he handed them to his sister one by one. "Sister, this girl is pretty good. She lives in the same neighborhood as me, we know each other well, and she's pretty, too. Xiao Feng should be able to like her. Sister, this one is fine too. She's tall, about 1.7 meters tall, and has good skin. If you give birth to a son, he'll probably be a tall boy too. This one is even better. He just graduated from high school too. I think he went to the same school as Xiao Feng." Lin Feng's mother Chen Shuelan looked at the photos and smiled from ear to ear. "Although my sister did something wrong a few days ago, she is my biological sister after all, so I came to make amends immediately." Moreover, he brought more than a dozen photos at once. This shows that she still loves her nephew very much. She is very active in her nephew's lifelong event. Chen Shuelan thought that the dozen or so girls were all good, at least much stronger than the martial arts fanatic chosen by Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng won the lottery, 5 million is not enough to support a warrior with low talent. The reason he agreed to let Lin Feng buy a house immediately was also because he didn't want Lin Feng to spend his money on that girl. Lin Feng's father, Lin Shangdong, had been sitting nearby, watching the two women chattering about which girl was more suitable for Lin Feng, leaving no room for them to interrupt. But after watching for a while, he really couldn't help it. What era is this? Are there still arranged marriages? No. Arranged love. It's outrageous. Ahem. Lin Xiangdong coughed twice, then whispered, "Mother, Lin Feng is in a relationship right now, and you're arranging a blind date for him. Aren't you a bit too hasty?" Chen Shuelan suddenly turned her head and looked at her husband coldly. The dissatisfaction was evident in his eyes. "You said it yourself, the relationship between Xiaofeng and Shen Yulan is just a practice session. Besides, how can there be any romance between a martial arts fanatic? I guess Xiaofeng hasn't even held her hand yet. When Xiaofeng comes back later, he will definitely tell me the good news that they have broken up." Chen Shuelan said with a confident smile. She knew her son quite well. "My son has little perseverance. When he was young, he liked to give up halfway through whatever he did. Although I have been educating him, it is of no use. This kind of personality is also one of the reasons why his son Lin Feng failed to get into the martial arts university. Shen Yulan felt that her son would not be able to keep dating a girlfriend for long. Especially Shen Yulan, a woman who only likes to practice martial arts, there is definitely nothing attractive about her. So what if I'm good looking? It's useless no matter how beautiful you are if you can't coax a man. Hearing what his wife said, Lin Xiangdong smiled awkwardly and closed his mouth. In this family, his status is only fourth. The first is Lin Feng's mother. The second is his son Lin Feng. Third, it's the kitten at home. At this time, my aunt Chen Shuefei suddenly asked, "Sister, did Lin Feng really win the first prize in the lottery?" Chen Shuelan smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, Xiao Feng has shown me his bank card balance. It's a full 5 million. Although this kid's academic performance isn't great, he's still quite lucky." 5 million? Chen Shuefei asked doubtfully, "The first prize in the lottery is 5 million, but doesn't there have to be a 20% tax? So the total should be 4 million, right?" Chen Shuefei was actually a little skeptical. Especially after hearing the figure of 5 million in bank card balance. She heard that although the first prize of the lottery is 5 million, taxes must be paid, and the lottery station will deduct the taxes directly when the prize is collected. Lin Feng's mother, Chen Shuelan, shook her head and said, "I don't know, why bother with so much? Wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to pay taxes?" After hearing what her sister said, Chen Shuefei stopped asking questions. He continued to concentrate on introducing the girl to his sister. Just then, the door of the house was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Feng, who had been out all day, finally came back. Lin Feng's aunt Chen Shuefei hurriedly stood up, waved to Lin Feng, and said with a smile, "Xiao Feng, come quickly, this time I brought you photos of more than a dozen outstanding girls, please choose." After hearing what his aunt said and seeing the photos on the table and in his mother's hands, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became a little interesting. But before Lin Feng could refuse, his mother Chen Shuelan also said, "Well, I think these dozen girls are better than the previous ones. They are all suitable for marriage and life. Xiao Feng, you can pick anyone you like. Once you have chosen, let your aunt help you arrange a date for the blind date." Lin Feng looked at his mother, then at his father, and thought to himself, "It seems that in this family, the only one I can rely on is my old father." However, Lin Xiangdong spread his hands helplessly, as if there was nothing his old father could do. Lin Feng can only face it alone. "Ahem, Mom, Auntie, I'm dating Shen Yulan, whom you introduced to me before. How could I cheat on her?" Lin Feng said after coughing twice. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Mother Chen Shuelan's eyes suddenly became sharp. "How can it be called cheating? Didn't you just start dating Shen Yulan? You haven't even held hands yet, right? It's even more impossible that you have any other in-depth contact. You haven't even passed the probation period." Chen Shuelan said. My aunt also agreed, "That's right, if you don't kiss, you're not in love. By the way, Xiaofeng, how are your house searches going? Have you bought one?" Lin Feng nodded slightly, "Yes, I bought it. It's in the Shushan Villa in the development zone." My aunt's eyes lit up and she said, "Shushangbi Yuan, this community is nice. How much did you buy it for?" 2 million. Lin Feng told the truth. My aunt has a very good relationship with my mother, so there is no need to hide this kind of thing from her. My aunt nodded and said, "Well, you have a new house and savings now, which is quite good in the current blind date environment. You can definitely meet the requirements of these dozen girls. Come and choose one, or choose a few and go on a few blind dates to pick the best one." The aunt became more and more satisfied with her nephew. He has a house and savings, is young and handsome, and is definitely in high demand in the blind date market. Lin Feng felt a little overwhelmed. It's like my aunt is choosing a concubine for herself. "Dad, Mom, Aunt, I came back this time because I have something to tell you," Lin Feng said. The whole family looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. Lin Feng organized his words in his mind for a moment and said, "I'm planning to move into Shushan Courtyard tonight. I've already bought the furniture." Moving there tonight? So soon? My mother and aunt were a little surprised. They didn't expect that Lin Feng's efficiency was quite high. Only Lin Feng's father, Lin Xiangdong, had his eyes light up, and suddenly asked, "Son, you want to live with your girlfriend before you get married?" Lin Xiangdong's words made the two ladies look stunned. They suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Living together. Is the progress between Xiao Feng and that girl so fast? Did you hold hands? Chen Yulan asked. Lin Feng nodded. Have you kissed? Asked my aunt. Lin Feng nodded again. Do you want to sleep in the same bed tonight? Father Lin Xiangdong asked the point again. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I don't know, but I just bought a bed. The selection of concubines suddenly stopped. After learning that Lin Feng was going to move out and live with Shen Yulan tonight, Lin Feng's mother finally understood that the relationship between her son and Shen Yulan was no longer just a matter of practicing. A serious family meeting was suddenly held. The aunt asked about some details of the relationship between Lin Feng and Shen Yulan, and analyzed Shen Yulan's mentality and personality from the perspective of her many years of experience as a matchmaker. Mother Chen Yulan had a deep heart-to-heart talk with her son, confirmed Lin Feng's true attitude towards Shen Yulan, gave him some moral advice, and reminded him of some details of dating. Lin Feng's father didn't say much, but just quietly stuffed a small square box into Lin Feng's hand. Then, it was accidentally discovered by Lin Feng's mother. The box was snatched away by my mother again and stuffed under the sofa cushion. Why not have more children while you're still young? What's the point of this thing? Chen Yulan rolled her eyes at her husband and said slightly angrily. Chapter 10 Cohabitation. Although Chen Yulan knew that her son's girlfriend didn't seem willing to have children, but she still felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. It's not just that I'm looking forward to having 3 or 5 grandchildren, but also because the national policy is there. If I can have more children and get several birth subsidies, at least my son won't have to worry about his future life. However, it's just a slight expectation. Chen Yulan knew very well that if Shen Yulan's goal was to become a warrior, she would never have children. Having children will seriously affect the efficiency of martial arts training. Lin Feng looked at the sofa cushions and smiled helplessly at his old father. Lin Xiangdong understood and secretly gave Lin Feng another box. The family meeting lasted about 2 hours, and Lin Feng's mother finally decided to let her son go. By the way, I also helped Lin Feng pack up his daily necessities. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng left home pulling a big box. Lin Feng's parents and aunt were standing downstairs of their house, watching Lin Feng get into a taxi, and they were filled with mixed emotions. Even tears were streaming down Lin Feng's mother's eyes. My son has grown up and one day he will leave home and start a new family. Although this is human nature, when it happens to you, you will still feel a little reluctant. Lin Feng sat in the taxi and waved to the 3 people. 3 days after traveling to this world, Lin Feng's thoughts had completely merged with his previous body, and his feelings for his parents and aunt were indeed quite deep. Lin Feng secretly made up his mind that even though he would move out, he would definitely come back to visit his parents often in the future. Ding, bound target Shen Yulan diligently practices the wind blade technique, Constitution +1, host receives double reward, Constitution +2. Before arriving at the new house, Lin Feng received a system prompt. Unexpectedly, Shen Yulan has already started practicing. You really work hard. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. I got off the car, carried the box to the door of the new house, opened the door and walked in. Lin Feng did not see Shen Yulan in the living room. Obviously, she should be in the training room at this time. Lin Feng put down the box and went to the training room on the 2nd floor. The layout of this house is very reasonable. The training room and study are on the 2nd floor, and the living room and bedroom are on the 1st floor. Even if there is a big noise in the training room, it generally will not affect the neighbors downstairs. At this time, in the spacious training room, Shen Yulan was waving a knife, and her body was like a gust of wind, moving around the training room. After Shen Yulan's proficiency in the Gale Sword technique reached the mastery level, his training efficiency was also greatly improved. In addition to the genetic talent that had just been improved, practicing for a while in the evening helped Lin Feng improve his physical fitness by 2 points. At this time, Lin Feng did not disturb Shen Yulan. Instead, he found a corner in the training room and started practicing. However, Lin Feng did not practice the Gale Sword technique, but instead practiced the basic genetic bodybuilding method that he learned in high school. Although the Gale Sword technique is of a higher level, Lin Feng's proficiency in the basic genetic bodybuilding technique is relatively higher. In addition, his genetic talent has just been improved a lot, so if he practices hard, it will still be of some use. Shen Yulan noticed Lin Feng's return and also saw Lin Feng's efforts. In her heart, she couldn't help but become more determined in her choice. Although Lin Feng's talent is also poor, he works as hard as himself. Only when 2 people who work equally hard support each other can they go further. If you find a lazy partner, you will probably become lazy too. In this way, the 2 of them practiced for 5 or 6 hours. It was already late at night. Finally, Lin Feng stopped. After looking at the time, Lin Feng decided not to continue practicing. After training for 5 hours, my physical condition only improved a little. As for Shen Yulan, there was no improvement at all. The effects of the enhanced genetic talent have gradually become flat, and the improvement in physical fitness has begun to return to normal. In comparison, it is better to complete the system tasks as soon as possible. Seeing Lin Feng stop, Shen Yulan also stopped after practicing a set of movements. He put the knife aside and walked towards Lin Feng with a smile. At this time, Shen Yulan's whole body was soaked with sweat, and the thin training clothes were tightly attached to her skin. Her graceful figure was almost completely displayed in front of Lin Feng. Coupled with the sweat dripping from her face from time to time, the entire training room was filled with a charming atmosphere. Why are you here so early? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Shen Yulan also had a faint smile on her face and said, "My parents immediately kicked me out when they heard that my boyfriend was going to live with me." Lin Feng could imagine that scene. After all, Shen Yulan has been on so many blind dates and finally met the right one. Her parents also wanted her to get married as soon as possible. "Why are you so slow?" Shen Yulan also asked. Lin Feng spread his hands and said, "We had a meeting at home and discussed." Shen Yulan covered her mouth and chuckled. "I bought another set of sheets on the way here and have already put them on the bed. Do you want to go and take a look?" Shen Yulan said with a slight blush on her cheeks. Lin Feng nodded, stretched out his hand and grabbed Shen Yulan's little hand. The two of them walked into the bedroom, one in front and one behind. The bedroom has a bathroom and the bed is already made. After the two of them went in, they never came out again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the cohabitation mission. The host can choose any martial arts technique that Shen Yulan has already learned and upgrade it by 1 level. At the same time, the host will receive a reward of increasing the proficiency of the same martial arts technique by 2 levels. Host, please choose 1. Basic Gene Bodybuilding Method 2. Gale Blade Technique. It was early in the morning, just as the sky was getting light. The system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng looked at Shen Yulan, who was still sleeping beside him, and a happy smile appeared on his face. "Last night, I was busy for a long time." Shen Yulan and Lin Feng are both Quasi warriors with great physical strength, but they are still very tired. It wasn't until 4 or 5 in the morning that the two of them went to bed. Up to now, Lin Feng had only slept for about 2 hours. However, after hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng immediately stopped feeling sleepy. I said silently in my heart, "I choose 2. Just after the selection was made, Lin Feng discovered that the data value above Shen Yulan's head had changed. Name, Shen Yulan. Favorability, 70 points. Martial Arts Cultivation, Quasi Warrior Level 2. Genetic Potential, 5.5%. Constitution, 62 including Strength, Agility, Endurance, Recovery Speed and other attributes. Spirit, 50 including Perception, Willpower, Concentration and other attributes. Martial Arts, Basic Gene Bodybuilding Mastery, Gale Blade Technique Minor Success. Before, Shen Yulan's Quangfeng swordsmanship had already been improved from proficiency to mastery, and now, it has directly reached the level of minor success. As the proficiency in the technique improves, it will be of great benefit to Shen Yulan. In addition to improving the efficiency of practice, it also greatly improves actual combat effectiveness. Moreover, after last night, Shen Yulan's favorability towards him also increased to 70 points. However, this increase in favorability did not increase genetic talent. Lin Feng looked at his attributes again. Name, Lin Feng. Martial Arts Cultivation, Quasi Warrior Level 1. Genetic Potential, 7.9%. Constitution, 53. Spirit, 50. Martial Arts, Basic Gene Bodybuilding Proficient, Gale Blade Technique Mastery. Chapter 11 Lin Feng is a genius? Lin Feng's proficiency in the Gale Sword technique also increased by 2 levels in a row. From beginner to master. Lin Feng felt that there was suddenly some more knowledge in his mind, all about the Gale Sword technique. Although Lin Feng had only practiced this technique a few times, he seemed to be familiar with it. All the techniques and details about this technique are imprinted in Lin Feng's brain, and he can use them at any time. The other side. Shen Yulan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. A hint of excitement suddenly appeared on her face. Without bothering to reminisce about last night's madness, Shen Yulan suddenly said to Lin Feng a little embarrassedly, "I suddenly had an epiphany." I need to go to the training room. On the first day of living together, you should spend a little time together when you wake up in the morning. That's how it's played out on TV. But Shen Yulan didn't know why, after a good sleep, she gained some more insights into the Quangfeng sword technique in her mind. It was like having a dream, and suddenly I understood. She also wanted to linger with Lin Feng for a while longer, but the feeling in her mind made her want to practice the Gale sword technique right now. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Okay, hurry up and go. You can be affectionate at any time, but the earlier you practice, the better." Although the system rewards the first level of proficiency, if Shen Yulan can consolidate and practice in time, there may be more improvements. "I love you." Shen Yulan immediately came over and kissed Lin Feng hard on the mouth. She felt that she was extremely lucky to have a husband like Lin Feng who understood her so well. After the kiss, Shen Yulan hurried to the training room. Lin Feng slowly got up from the bed, changed into a training suit, and came to the training room. And at this time, Shen Yulan is already practicing. The Gale sword technique, which had reached a minor level of proficiency, had undergone tremendous changes compared to last night. Any martial art, after achieving a small degree of success, will undergo a qualitative change. The 3 levels of proficiency, entry level, proficient, and mastery, are actually all about understanding and mastering the basic movements of the exercises, but reaching the level of minor success is completely different. After reaching the minor success stage, one's mastery of a technique has reached the point where one has mastered the core strength and the power begins to show. At this moment, every time Shen Yulan swung the sword, he could see a layer of translucent wind blade on the blade. That wind blade almost made the knife in her hand more than 10 centimeters longer, greatly increasing her attack power. At the same time, every movement of Shen Yulan seemed to merge with the surrounding wind, reaching the point where man and sword became one. The more Shen Yulan practiced, the more comfortable she felt. She was so excited. In my situation, it is obvious that the Quangfeng sword technique has reached the minor success level. When she was working at the Quangfeng martial arts school, she had seen some powerful warriors using the Quangfeng sword technique. At that time, she was quite envious of those strong men who could form wind blades on their weapons. And now, I just took a nap and suddenly realized the essence. No. It doesn't seem like just a simple sleep. Instead, he slept with Lin Feng. Could it be that Lin Feng is really my lucky star? Yes, absolutely. Shen Yulan thought secretly in her heart. Ever since he met Lin Feng, his practice has been extremely smooth. He feels that his physical fitness is improving rapidly when he practices, and he can even have an epiphany while sleeping. Shen Yulan felt that taking the initiative was definitely the right decision when getting along with Lin Feng. Seeing Shen Yulan practicing as if she was obsessed with it, Lin Feng was not idle either, and started practicing beside her. But this time, Lin Feng practiced the Gale sword technique. But he did not practice the full set of movements, but just gestured casually with his hands, as if he was learning from Shen Yulan's movements. Lin Feng felt that sooner or later he would have to let Shen Yulan know that he knew the Quangfeng sword technique. Moreover, his proficiency in the Gale sword technique has reached mastery, and is already more useful than the basic genetic bodybuilding method. Time passed slowly as the two practiced martial arts. Neither of them had breakfast, but they practiced all morning. It was almost noon when Shen Yulan finally stopped. The reputation of being a martial arts fanatic is well deserved. Moreover, Shen Yulan was immersed in her own world for the entire morning and had no idea that Lin Feng was practicing the Quangfeng sword technique next to her. As soon as he stopped, he immediately discovered Lin Feng's situation. Huh? Shen Yulan was slightly stunned. At this time, Lin Feng was actually practicing the Quangfeng sword technique, and he seemed to be extremely skilled. This level of proficiency is even comparable to my level yesterday. Even though Lin Feng didn't have a knife in his hand now, the few movements he made were absolutely correct. Have you also been to Quangfeng martial arts school? Shen Yulan asked when she saw Lin Feng stop. Lin Feng had already prepared his words and said with a smile, "No, I just saw you practice so many times, so I wanted to learn from you." Shen Yulan was stunned when she heard Lin Feng's explanation. After watching yourself a few times, you have learned like this? Is this boyfriend I found really that untalented? This kind of comprehension ability is simply a genius among geniuses. Even if you don't have genetic talent, as long as you work hard, you will definitely have a high ceiling. Practice again, let me see. Shen Yulan said hurriedly. Lin Feng did not refuse and started to gesture with his bare hands. Shen Yulan originally wanted to see how much Lin Feng had learned, and at the same time guide him on some details of his movements. But Shen Yulan was surprised to find that every movement of Lin Feng was so standard that there was not even the slightest mistake in the details. You really have never taken classes at the Quanfeng Martial Arts School? Shen Yulan asked again in disbelief. Lin Feng shook his head. Indeed not. Your learning ability is so strong. But why didn't you get into the martial arts university when you have such strong comprehension and learning abilities? Shen Yulan asked in confusion. The ability to comprehend martial arts techniques is also a talent, even more important than genetic talent. After all, genetic talent can be improved through taking medicine and some special exercises. But your learning ability can only depend on yourself. Lin Feng smiled and said, my learning ability was average before, but after I met you, I felt that my brain became smarter. It seems that those exercises have become simpler than before. Most people would never believe such words. But Shen Yulan believed it immediately. Because she felt the same way. What level are you now? I feel that your strength is about the same as mine? Shen Yulan asked again. By observing Lin Feng practicing martial arts, she discovered that Lin Feng's strength, speed, and control over his body were not much different from her own. You know, I have just improved a lot and my strength has reached the second level of Quasi Warrior. If Lin Feng's strength is similar to his, then wouldn't he also be at the Quasi Warrior level? But if he is a would-be warrior, how come he can't even get into a martial arts university? Chapter 12 Quasi Warrior Record. Shen Yulan was quite confused. I originally thought that Lin Feng was very weak and just a rookie. Unexpectedly, after watching Lin Feng practicing martial arts, Shen Yulan felt that he was actually quite strong. This is completely different from the information Shen Yulan had received before. Before the blind date, Shen Yulan knew that Lin Feng had no talent for martial arts and did not get into the martial arts university. But, with this kind of ability, is it really impossible to get into a martial arts university? Lin Feng scratched his head and explained with a smile, my strength should be around that of a quasi-warrior. I'm not sure exactly. When I was in school, my strength was indeed very weak, but after meeting you, I feel that my training speed has become much faster. It seems that I have improved a lot recently. Lin Feng naturally knew his own strength. After all, because of the existence of the system, Lin Feng can easily see his and Shen Yulan's physical data. Even genetic talent, which requires complex machines to measure, cannot be hidden from Lin Feng. But Lin Feng has been with Shen Yulan these days and has no chance to use the machine to test his physical condition. So, I can only say that I don't know either. Shen Yulan nodded. Well, I feel like I should be at the quasi-warrior level. Judging from the strength and movements of Lin Feng's martial arts training, one can basically guess Lin Feng's strength. What a pity! If you had reached the quasi-warrior level a few days earlier, you would have been able to get admitted to a martial arts university. Studying in a martial arts university is much better than studying in a martial arts gym, and it costs relatively less. Shen Yulan showed a look of regret. This year's martial arts college entrance examination has only been over for a few days, but if you miss it, there is no way out. There is no second chance at all. However, Lin Feng is still quite optimistic. For Lin Feng now, whether or not to go to a martial arts university is actually not that important. On the contrary, not going to college will be more conducive to the functioning of the system. It's okay, don't be too sad. It's just as well that I didn't get into the martial arts university. If I had gotten in, I wouldn't have met you, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. Shen Yulan was also infected by Lin Feng's optimism. She smiled and said, well, that makes sense. If you get admitted to the martial arts university, I will lose a lot. At this moment, Shen Yulan seemed to have suddenly thought of something and suddenly said again, by the way, since your strength has reached the quasi-warrior level, you should go to the Jianghai City Warrior Association to register. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, registration? Do I need to register to become a quasi-warrior? Lin Feng had never heard of this statement. Shen Yulan hurriedly explained, well, it's a new policy that has been recently introduced. Any citizen who has reached the level of a quasi-warrior can register with the local warrior association, and then the state will provide a quasi-warrior subsidy every month. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Aspiring warriors are given subsidies? Shen Yulan nodded and said, well, before, only warriors would receive subsidies, but recently the authorities have issued a new notice that those who reach the level of quasi-warriors will also receive subsidies. The amount of subsidies is much less than that for warriors, but it's still 1,000 yuan per month. The first level quasi-warrior gets 1,000 yuan, the second level gets 2,000 yuan, and so on. Once you become a warrior, you can get 10,000 yuan per month. If you serve in the alien battlefield for at least 1 year, your subsidy will increase fivefold. Lin Feng didn't expect such a good thing to happen. My current level is the first level Quasi warrior, which means that I can get a subsidy of 1,000 yuan every month without doing anything. Although it's not too much, subsidies are issued on time every month without any delay, and you can get them without paying anything. Same as marriage subsidies and childbirth subsidies. And Shen Yulan is now a second level Quasi warrior and can earn 2,000 every month. The two of them together make 3,000 per month. It's equivalent to a month's salary for some ordinary office workers. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and register, Lin Feng said excitedly. Although Lin Feng still has more than 2 million in his bank card, he would rather not refuse the free money. Shen Yulan also smiled and said, well, after my strength has been raised to the second level of Quasi warrior, I haven't gone to register yet. It's perfect for us to go together. The two took a shower, changed their clothes, and left the new house. After having a quick meal outside, I took a taxi and headed towards the Jianghai City Warrior Association. The Jianghai City Warrior Association is affiliated to the Longhua Warrior Association. Although it is called an association, it is an official organization established by the Dragon Country. The main function of this organization is to serve all the warriors in the Dragon Country. Of course, it also has some management functions. In this society where strength is respected, the power of the Warrior Association is terrifying. Almost all warriors in the entire Dragon Country are under the management of the Warrior Association. The Jianghai City Martial Arts Association is located in a prime location in the heart of Jianghai City, occupying a skyscraper more than 50 stories high. The Jianghai City Warrior Association is not too far from Lin Feng's community, and it takes about 20 minutes to get there by taxi. This was also Lin Feng's first time visiting the Warrior Association. After getting off the car, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw the skyscraper that almost reached the sky and the bustling crowd downstairs. There are too many warriors in this world. The same number of college students as in my previous life. Basically 90% of students will focus on learning martial arts during their school years, and they will also take the martial arts college entrance examination. To protect your Xiaowu files from piracy, choose Xiaowu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Of course, there is also the cultural college entrance examination, but the number of participants cannot be compared with the martial arts college entrance examination. Everyone agrees that only by becoming a warrior can one have a better future. And although this world seems safe now and people live peacefully, Lin Feng, who has integrated the memories of this body, knows that this world is full of undercurrents and dangers. Because there are alien races in this world. The alien battlefield is the front line where the strong men from all countries of Blue Star resist the alien invasion. It is said that the alien battlefield is very dangerous and countless warriors have died in the alien battlefield. This is also one of the reasons why the country strongly encourages childbirth. Only with a sufficient population can more people participate in the war against foreign races. Come on, let's go in, Shen Yulan said to Lin Feng. Shen Yulan had been here several times before and was quite familiar with the place. With Lin Feng, the two quickly arrived at the 11th floor of the Jianghai City Warrior Association building. This is the place where prospective warriors are tested and recorded. As soon as he arrived at the 11th floor, Lin Feng saw a long line of people forming a winding snake in the corridor. Lin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. This line is so long that there seems to be no end in sight. Shen Yulan was no longer surprised by this. She smiled and said, the subsidy for would-be warriors was only recently issued by the Dragon Country authorities. Many would-be warriors have just received the news, so it's been very busy here recently. The last time Shen Yulan came was just over 10 days ago, and there were a lot of people there at that time. Lin Feng smiled and replied, well, we're not in a hurry, let's just line up slowly. Today is the weekend, Shen Yulan doesn't have to go to work, and Lin Feng doesn't have a job, so naturally there is nothing urgent to do. So, the two of them stood at the end of the line and slowly lined up. But the testing and filing of prospective warriors was very fast, and the team was also advancing very quickly. Soon, a long line appeared behind Lin Feng and Shen Yulan. But after all, there were still a lot of people, and the two waited in line for about 2 hours before finally arriving at the door of the testing room. Above the door of the testing room, there is a small metal sign with the words Quasi Warrior Testing Room written on it. On the other side of this testing room is a room labeled Prospective Warrior Registration Room. Test your specific physical data in the testing room, get the stamped information, and then go to the filing room next door to file, and you can complete the entire process. Although there is only one testing room, there are 5 testing machines inside. That is to say, 5 people can enter at the same time and take the test together. When it was Lin Feng's turn, he could enter in the same group with Shen Yulan. Under the guidance of a staff member, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan walked into the Quasi-Warrior testing room of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association at the same time. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Feng looked around and prepared to find the same machine to test with Shen Yulan. Just then, a slightly surprised voice suddenly reached Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng? Chapter 13 How is it possible? When Lin Feng heard someone calling his name, he was slightly stunned. This voice sounds familiar. Lin Feng hurriedly looked in the direction where the sound came from. Immediately afterwards, a familiar figure walked towards Lin Feng. He was a very white-skinned, thin, and tall young man who looked about the same age as Lin Feng. He was wearing the Warrior Association's unique uniform and holding a notebook in his hand. He seemed to be doing some kind of recording or auxiliary work in this testing room. Zhou Yang? Why are you here? Lin Feng suddenly asked in surprise. The person walking towards him was actually Lin Feng's high school classmate. Zhanghai City is very big, it is really a coincidence that we meet here. Zhou Yang is different from Lin Feng. He has a good talent in martial arts and ranks among the top in the class. Moreover, he has successfully been admitted to the martial arts university. Lin Feng didn't know why he was here, and he was wearing the work clothes of the Warrior Association. Zhou Yang raised the notebook in his hand and pointed to the words Zhanghai City Warrior Association on his clothes. He explained with a smile, I work here. There is still a month before the start of the martial arts university. I work part-time here to earn some tuition. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Zhou Yang's family is actually very rich. It is said that his father is a powerful warrior. He has also been to the battlefield of foreign races. After returning, he was assigned to work in the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. Zhou Yang's statement about working part-time to earn tuition fees was probably not true. Lin Feng guessed that he might have been forced by his father to gain some social experience and get familiar with the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. In this way, after graduating from the martial arts university, because of previous work experience, the possibility of being able to work in the Zhanghai City Martial Arts Association will be greater. However, Lin Feng did not expose the other party. Instead, he smiled, gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up, and said, a role model for our generation. Zhou Yang also burst into laughter. Although the two have different academic performance, they have a good relationship. Both of them were very happy to meet old classmates outside of school. At this time, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed Shen Yulan standing next to Lin Feng, and his eyes lit up. Even in their entire high school, Shen Yulan's appearance is at least at the level of a school beauty. When he was in school, Lin Feng had never been in a relationship, but now, he has such a beautiful woman by his side, which really surprised Zhou Yang. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Yang asked. There was no need to hide this matter, so Lin Feng hurriedly introduced them. Well, this is my girlfriend Shen Yulan, and this is Zhou Yang, my high school classmate. Shen Yulan smiled and nodded at Zhou Yang and greeted him. Zhou Yang also casually greeted him, and then secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Sure, Lin Feng, you have good taste. Lin Feng waved his hand and laughed, we are from class 3, so we have good taste. At this moment, Zhou Yang suddenly asked with some doubt, you are here to participate in the registration of prospective warriors, right? Those who come to this room are all participating in the registration process for prospective warriors. However, Zhou Yang was very clear about Lin Feng's martial arts performance in high school. He was only at the 3rd level of body refining. The 3rd level of body refining corresponds to more than 30 points of physical fitness. And to reach the quasi-warrior level, one needs at least 50 points of physical fitness. The gap between them is actually very large. If the average person can only reach the 3rd level of body refining in high school, it is likely that they will never be able to reach the quasi-warrior level in their entire life. So, Zhou Yang was very confused. Lin Feng brought his girlfriend here. Could it be that he really came here to register as a quasi-warrior? Or are you simply taking the test with your girlfriend? However, if you are taking the test with your girlfriend, you can just wait outside and there is no need to come in, right? Zhou Yang was full of doubts. He looked at Lin Feng, waiting for Lin Feng's answer. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in response, yes. Ha? Has your strength reached the quasi-warrior level? Zhou Yang asked in shock. Lin Feng nodded again. Holy shit, is this true? When you took the martial arts exam, weren't you only at the 3rd level of body training? Zhou Yang was stunned. The martial arts college entrance examination has only just ended for 3 days. Could Lin Feng's strength improve so much in 3 days? However, Lin Feng nodded again. But this matter is really hard to explain. I couldn't tell Zhou Yang that my luck had improved since I met Shen Yulan, and my strength had suddenly improved dramatically. I'm afraid only Shen Yulan would believe this explanation. Just then, a staff member came over and said to Lin Feng and Shen Yulan, "Are you two here to take the quasi-warrior test as well? There's a spare machine here. Follow me." Lin Feng smiled apologetically at Zhou Yang and said, "Zhou Yang, shall we go test it first?" Although Zhou Yang had many doubts in his mind, he nodded hurriedly. He only works here part-time, and his duties are to maintain order and record some special situations. The testing for prospective warriors is still conducted by official employees of some warrior associations. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan followed the staff member and came to a physical fitness tester. This physical fitness tester is similar to the one Shen Yulan used in the Guangfeng martial arts school. You just need to stand in front of it. After the tester scans, a physical fitness number will appear on the screen. It is very convenient. Just as Lin Feng was standing in front of the tester under the guidance of the staff, Zhou Yang also came over quietly. He was just too curious. I really want to know what happened to Lin Feng. Can a person with average talent really improve his physical fitness from over 30 points to 50 points in 3 days? I'm afraid even in novels, people wouldn't dare to write this way. That's too exaggerated. However, as the tester started running, a number quickly appeared on the tester's screen. 53. Seeing this number, Zhou Yang was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open and his expression was dull. 53 o'clock. A true warrior. Even higher than my own physical data. According to my performance in the martial arts college entrance examination, my physical fitness had just reached the quasi-martial artist level, exactly 50 points. And in the 3 days since the martial arts college entrance examination, my physical condition has not improved at all. How is this possible? Zhou Yang muttered to himself in shock. The machines of the Warrior Association are absolutely real, there is no possibility of fakery. In other words, Lin Feng's result is true. The other side. The staff member had already handed Lin Feng a transcript with the Zhanghai City Warrior Association seal on it, and then said, "Take this transcript and go to the filing office next door to file it." Thank you. Lin Feng took his report card and stepped aside. Lin Feng had known this physical data for a long time, so there was naturally nothing to be surprised about. But when Shen Yulan saw Lin Feng's results, she was very excited, and her little face was full of surprise. She was indeed excited and happy. I originally thought that she just found a random man just to deal with the pressure from her family to get married and the marriage subsidy. But unexpectedly, I found a treasure. He is rich, a quasi-warrior, and his lucky star. Shen Yulan felt like she was dreaming. My expectations of Lin Feng were originally low, so I was even more surprised after knowing Lin Feng's true situation. At this time, Shen Yulan also stood in front of the physical fitness tester. In the distance, Zhou Yang immediately widened his eyes and looked at the small screen of the tester again. He was also quite curious about Lin Feng's girlfriend's grades. Generally speaking, people who get married right after graduating from high school tend to have poor talent in martial arts. After all, those who are talented in martial arts will devote all their energy to practicing martial arts and have no time to fall in love or get married. However, Lin Feng's girlfriend also came here with Lin Feng. Could it be? Is she also a quasi-warrior? Chapter 14 Gene Medicine. In fact, Zhou Yang was a little skeptical. According to his previous understanding of Lin Feng when he was in school, Lin Feng's martial arts talent was average and his family didn't have much money, so his girlfriend shouldn't be so outstanding, right? Rich people like Zhou Yang don't understand the situation at the bottom of society. In the eyes of people at the bottom of society, girls like Shen Yulan who have no talent but insist on practicing martial arts are actually not very popular. Even if you look good, it's useless. It's really too expensive. Most people simply can't afford it. Moreover, the subsidy for prospective warriors has only recently started, and Shen Yulan did not use the 1,000 yuan she could receive every month as a bargaining chip for blind dates. Of course, the most important thing is that Shen Yulan had no idea that her strength could improve so quickly. Before I even received the first subsidy, my monthly allowance went from 1,000 yuan to 2,000 yuan. If I tell this to others, no one will believe it. Shen Yulan stood in front of the physical fitness tester. As the staff pressed the button to start the tester made a beeping sound. Soon, a number appeared on the small screen of the tester. Not far away, Zhou Yang immediately widened his eyes and looked at the screen of the tester. 62. When he saw this number, Zhou Yang was shocked again. 62 o'clock. This has already reached the level of the second stage of Quasi Warrior. If I can reach the second level of Quasi Warrior during high school, I will definitely be able to get into the top martial arts school in Dragon Country. Could it be that this girl is a student of some top martial arts academy? But how could a student from a top martial arts academy fall for a man who couldn't even get into a martial arts university? Hey, that is not right. Why couldn't Lin Feng be admitted to the martial arts university? His strength has clearly reached that of a quasi-warrior. Zhou Yang felt like his brain was about to explode, but he just couldn't understand what was happening to Lin Feng. The other side. Shen Yulan also smiled and took the transcript handed over by the staff. Holding hands with Lin Feng, they walked towards the door one after the other. Lin Feng glanced around the testing room and soon spotted Zhou Yang, who was not far away from him. He smiled and waved to Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, I'm going to the filing room first. We'll talk later." Zhou Yang mechanically stretched out his hand and waved at Lin Feng. Until now, he still doesn't quite understand. How did a poor student in the class reach the level of a quasi-martial artist just 3 days after the college entrance examination? And even found a beautiful and powerful girlfriend? Lin Feng didn't know what Zhou Yang was thinking. After saying hello, he took Shen Yulan out of the training room. The only place where you need to queue is the training room. There is absolutely no need to queue at the filing room. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan quickly arrived at the filing room and handed their transcripts and ID cards to the staff. Then, the staff entered both of their data into the computer. The staff member returned the ID cards to Lin Feng and Shen Yulan and said with a smile, "The registration is successful. On the last day of each month, the subsidy will be automatically deposited into your ID card account and can be withdrawn at any bank in the country." Thanks. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan each took their ID cards. There are also bank cards in this world, but ID cards can also be used as bank cards and can be used in all banks. It was already afternoon when the two left the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. But it's still some time before evening. Lin Feng suddenly said to Shen Yulan, "After buying the house, I still have a lot of money left. Let's go buy some genetic medicine." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Yulan's expression paused. She uses a bottle of genetic medicine every month. However, it is only the lowest level genetic medicine. Because high-level genetic medicines are too expensive. Shen Yulan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Well, your strength has improved rapidly recently. You should indeed use genetic potions. Even the lowest level genetic potions will increase your cultivation speed much faster in the first few days after use." Lin Feng also smiled and said, "Where to buy it?" In fact, when Lin Feng went to buy the genetic medicine, it must have been for Shen Yulan. If Shen Yulan uses the genetic medicine, she can get double the improvement. Only a fool would use it directly on herself. But after hearing Shen Yulan's words, Lin Feng did not argue. He planned to give the genetic medicine directly to Shen Yulan after he bought it. Shen Yulan didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking, nor did she think of asking Lin Feng to buy genetic medicine for her. After all, they are just boyfriend and girlfriend, and Lin Feng has no responsibility to spend money on himself. Moreover, Lin Feng has already registered the new house in his name, and Shen Yulan doesn't want to become an insatiable woman. Shen Yulan knew very well where to buy genetic drugs. She bought it many times. He smiled and said, "Gene drugs can be bought in many places, but the most formal and safest place is the Warrior Association." Lin Feng was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at the Warrior Association building behind him. "So, I can buy genetic medicine at the Warrior Association?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Shen Yulan nodded. Yes, not only can they be bought, but the Warrior Association's genetic medicines are strictly screened and are safe. I bought them here several times before. Okay, let's go and take a look. Lin Feng waved his hand and turned back to the Warrior Association. The place where genetic medicine is sold is on the first floor of the Warrior Association. It looks like a supermarket outside, with rows of genetic medicines of different grades and effects, as well as various other medicines, neatly arranged on the shelves. Lin Feng was dazzled by what he saw. In this kind of situation, I can only ask Shen Yulan for help. Shen Yulan smiled slightly and brought Lin Feng to one of the largest shelves. She said, "All the genetic medicines are on this shelf, from the cheapest primary genetic medicines to intermediate and advanced ones." Lin Feng looked at the shelves in front of him. The bottom few layers are the primary genetic medicines. They are all small blue bottles, only as thick as a thumb, and each bottle is filled with a whole bottle of potion. Lin Feng had seen other people drink genetic potions. They just needed to open the cork and pour it directly into their mouths. It was very convenient. Lin Feng looked at the price. Primary gene medicine, each bottle costs 10,000 yuan. The price is not too high, but the effect of the primary gene medicine is also the worst. Going up further, there are intermediate genetic medicines. 100,000 yuan a bottle. The top layer is the advanced genetic medicine. When it comes to advanced genetic medicine, the bottles are different. They are no longer blue glass bottles, but silver metal bottles. Just by looking at the packaging, you can tell that this thing is worth a lot of money. And its price is indeed very high. 1 million per bottle. After seeing these genetic medicines, Lin Feng understood one thing more clearly. Indeed, it is too expensive to support a warrior. Even if you only use basic genetic drugs, it will cost 10,000 yuan a month. Ordinary people's wages simply cannot afford it. No wonder my mother and aunt were against it when I wanted to choose Shen Yulan. They knew very well that if they married Shen Yulan, their future life would be very difficult. With Shen Yulan's income, even if she took on some part-time jobs after work, it would be difficult for her to afford a bottle of primary genetic medicine every month. This is also one of the reasons why she is willing to go on blind dates, get married as soon as possible, and then receive the national marriage subsidy. Chapter 15 Wife, take medicine. At this time, Shen Yulan also introduced Lin Feng. These advanced gene medicines are too expensive. Even some warriors won't use them. Instead, they choose intermediate or primary gene medicines. This is because gene medicines can't be taken continuously. The average person's body can only withstand one bottle of gene medicine per month at most. Although the price of advanced gene medicine is 100 times higher than that of primary gene medicine, the actual effect is only about 30 to 40 times at most. Only those who are extremely wealthy would choose advanced genetic medicines. Lin Feng was not very clear about these knowledge points. Lin Feng asked, then, how much can one's genetic talent be improved by drinking a bottle of advanced genetic potion? Shen Yulan thought for a moment and said, well, everyone's physical condition is different, and everyone's genetic talent is different, so the degree of improvement after taking it will also be different, but on average, it should be able to increase by about 1%. Lin Feng calculated silently in his mind, in other words, if I take the primary gene medicine, 3 or 4 bottles will be enough to increase it by 0.1%? Well, about that. Then, if everyone takes advanced genetic medicine, wouldn't the genetic talent be increased by 12% in a year? Lin Feng asked again. Shen Yulan shook her head slightly and said, it shouldn't be that much. Continuous use may reduce the effect, but I don't know exactly how much it can improve. I just heard it from others. I have never used advanced genetic medicine. Shen Yulan didn't even dare to think about the advanced genetic medicine that cost 1 million yuan per bottle. This kind of thing, I'm afraid, will only be possible to try once or twice after becoming a warrior and making a lot of money. At this time, Shen Yulan suddenly realized that since Lin Feng came to this shelf, his eyes have been on the advanced genetic medicine. Could it be? He wants to buy advanced genetic medicine? Shen Yulan said hurriedly, Lin Feng, I suggest you buy the primary gene potion. The advanced gene potion is too expensive. Although you have some money now, it's better to save it. Moreover, for the same amount of money, buying the primary gene potion is the most cost-effective. It just wastes a little time. Lin Feng understood what Shen Yulan said. With the same 1 million, if you buy advanced genetic medicine, you can only increase your genetic talent by 1%. But if you buy all the primary gene medicines, and calculate that 3 or 4 bottles can increase your genetic talent by 0.1%, then after taking 100 bottles of primary gene medicine, your genetic talent can be increased by 2% to 3%. Lin Feng will do the math. But it would take 100 months to use up 100 bottles of primary gene medicine. That is more than 8 years. In terms of time efficiency, it is not even close to advanced genetic medicine. Lin Feng now has a system, and through system tasks, he can get funds for cultivation from time to time. So, money is not a problem. The most important thing is to spend the money and turn it into your own strength. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, I understand what you mean, but I still decided to buy advanced gene potions. Using primary gene potions is a waste of time. Only by using advanced gene potions can I improve my strength to the warrior level as quickly as possible. Only when your strength is improved to that of a warrior will you have more opportunities to make money, right? What Lin Feng said does make sense. Shen Yulan hesitated to speak. She suddenly realized that perhaps she shouldn't persuade too much. After all, that money belongs to Lin Feng. She and Lin Feng are just boyfriend and girlfriend, they haven't even gotten married yet, so there's no point in meddling too much. For other matters, Lin Feng is willing to listen to Shen Yulan's advice. But in this matter, Lin Feng decided to act on his own. After all, I have my own system. Then, Lin Feng decisively called over a staff member wearing a red vest and said, help me get a bottle of advanced gene medicine. The staff member immediately looked at Lin Feng, with a look of slight surprise in his eyes. Lin Feng is not good looking and his clothes are very ordinary, but unexpectedly, he is so generous. Certainly. The girl standing next to him is also very beautiful. Could this be the real boss? He doesn't care about his image, but he is generous, and even his female companion is so outstanding and beautiful. The staff thought secretly in their hearts, and their eyes looking at Lin Feng gradually became respectful. How could she know that all the money Lin Feng had couldn't buy 3 bottles of advanced genetic medicine? At this time, Shen Yulan, who had been standing next to Lin Feng, felt a sense of loss when she saw that Lin Feng only bought a bottle of advanced genetic medicine. She knew how much money Lin Feng had. After all, Lin Feng had just told her yesterday that he had won 5 million in the lottery. Excluding the more than 2 million he spent on buying the house, he still has at least 2 million on him. But he only bought 1 bottle. But Shen Yulan quickly adjusted her mood. She felt that she was a little pretentious and even a little self-indulgent. In this world, strength is respected and everyone wants to become a truly strong person, including Lin Feng. If he only spends more than 2 million on himself, it will definitely improve his strength a lot. But if it is divided equally between 2 people, the effect will be much worse. Besides, it's not your own money after all. It's already very good that Lin Feng is willing to spend 2 million to buy a house for himself. There is no need for him to ask for anything else. After thinking it through, the disappointment on Shen Yulan's face disappeared, and she started shopping with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not notice the fleeting disappointment on Shen Yulan's face, but instead turned his gaze to another shelf next to the genetic medicine shelf. There are also many medicines on this shelf. However, the packaging is different from that of genetic medicine. Shen Yulan perked up and explained to Lin Feng again, these are physical potions. After taking them, they can directly increase physical fitness. The effect is more direct than genetic potions, but they cannot improve cultivation talent. Lin Feng had also heard of the physical constitution potion. Together with genetic drugs, they are known as the 2 greatest medical miracles in the world today. After taking it, it can directly enhance physical fitness, but there is a bigger difference from genetic medicine, that is, if the physical fitness medicine is taken multiple times, the effect will become worse each time, and the lower the level of the physical fitness medicine, the longer the interval between taking it will be. If taken continuously, there will be serious side effects. Primary physical fitness potion, only 1 bottle can be taken per year. Intermediate physical fitness potion, only 1 bottle can be taken in 3 months. Advanced physical fitness potion, only 1 bottle can be taken per month. The prices are the same as those of genetic drugs, ranging from 10,000 yuan per bottle, 100,000 yuan per bottle and 1 million yuan per bottle respectively. Lin Feng acted without hesitation and said to the staff member, give me a bottle of this advanced physical fitness potion. Lin Feng decisively bought another bottle of advanced physical fitness potion. Although Shen Yulan was no longer feeling lost, she was still feeling a little uncomfortable. Lin Feng spends money really lavishly. 2 bottles of medicine cost a total of 2 million. I feel like I'm not that good at living. But Shen Yulan still didn't say anything. In the end, Lin Feng spent 2 million in the pharmacy on the first floor of the Jianghai City Warrior Association and bought a bottle of advanced gene potion and a bottle of advanced physical potion. This time, Lin Feng has completed everything he needed to do. So the 2 of them took a taxi and returned to their new house. Just walked in. Lin Feng directly handed 2 bottles of high-level medicine to Shen Yulan. Wife, hurry up and take your medicine. Shen Yulan was stunned. My brain was a little confused for a moment. He didn't even notice that Lin Feng suddenly changed his address. Take medicine? These 2 bottles of high-grade medicine are bought for me? Shen Yulan's eyes were full of disbelief, and her voice even trembled slightly. Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized that Shen Yulan had not spoken a word on the way back, and seemed not as excited as when she came out. Does she think that these 2 bottles of high-grade potions were bought by me for myself? Bullshit. I am not that kind of person. Lin Feng laughed and put one hand on Shen Yulan's waist, pulling her body, which was trembling slightly, not sure whether it was due to excitement or shame, into his arms. Ha, what are you thinking about? I told you when we were on a blind date that my biggest hobby is watching my girlfriend practice martial arts and letting her fulfill my life dreams for me. The medicine must be bought for you. Chapter 16 Favorability soars. Shen Yulan felt excited, thrilled, and regretful. When she was buying medicine at the Jianghai City Warrior Association pharmacy, although she had convinced herself not to blame Lin Feng, she still felt a little bit resentful in her heart. After all, their relationship is heating up very quickly, and they both seem to have decided that the other is the only one for them. In this case, Lin Feng bought genetic medicine, but only for himself, and only bought 1 bottle. If anyone else came here, they would probably feel bad. But after returning home, Shen Yulan was completely stunned by Lin Feng's behavior. He actually wanted to give all the advanced genetic medicine and advanced physical medicine that he had just spent 2 million to buy to himself. This made Shen Yulan's mood instantly rise from the bottom to the top. It's even more exciting than riding a roller coaster. These 2 bottles of genetic medicine are worth 2 million, which is about the same price as the house, but it feels different to Shen Yulan. The house was indeed bought for 2 million, and it was indeed only Shen Yulan's name on it, but Lin Feng also lived in it, so it was their shared home. But Lin Feng intended to use these 2 million worth of medicine only for himself. Lin Feng couldn't enjoy any benefits from the 2 million. He is really good to himself. Too good. Even from her own parents, Shen Yulan had never felt such love. Shen Yulan cried. Tears slid down her face like strings of pearls. She felt that Lin Feng was the best person she had ever met in her life, and she was afraid that apart from Lin Feng, no one else would be so good to her. In Lin Feng's eyes, the favorability number above Shen Yulan's head increased rapidly. 70. 75. 80. 85. 90. Shen Yulan's favorability soared rapidly to 90 points before finally stopping. Lin Feng originally thought that as the favorability level increased, the improvement speed would become slower and slower, but he didn't expect that this time it would increase from 70 points to 90 points. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan's favorability has been detected to have increased to 90 points. Shen Yulan's genetic talent will be increased by 1%. At the same time, the host will receive a double reward, with a 2% increase in genetic talent. After the favorability reaches 90 points, it will become extremely difficult to increase it further. Therefore, after 90 points, every time the favorability increases by 1 point, you will receive a genetic talent improvement reward. Please continue to work hard and cultivate your relationship with Shen Yulan. When Lin Feng heard the system prompt, he was immediately delighted. Unexpectedly, there is another reward for improving genetic talent. What Lin Feng couldn't have imagined was that after the favorability increased to 90 points, he would get a reward of improved genetic talent for every point of increase. It's so cool. After all, advanced genetic medicine is indeed a bit expensive. Or the system rewards are more exciting. Just after the system voice fell, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan both felt that some changes seemed to have taken place in their bodies. Lin Feng's changes were more drastic. After all, Lin Feng's improvement was twice that of Shen Yulan. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that this was the feeling brought about by the improvement of genetic talent. But Shen Yulan didn't know. She couldn't hear the system prompts in Lin Feng's mind. Moreover, she had never taken advanced genetic medicine before and didn't know what it felt like to improve her genetic talent a little at once. Hey, why do I feel like my body is? Shen Yulan suddenly said weakly. She found it a little difficult to describe the feeling. It's like the body has become stronger, but I don't know where it has become stronger. Moreover, she had felt this feeling twice before. I felt all of this after meeting Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly said to Shen Yulan again, "Don't feel it, drink the medicine as soon as possible. The sooner you drink it, the sooner you will improve." After hearing Lin Feng's words and looking at the 2 bottles of high-level medicine worth 2 million that Lin Feng had forced into her hands, Shen Yulan's heart suddenly became conflicted again. "Lin Feng, you are now a quasi-warrior. You should use these 2 bottles of medicine. After you use them up, you might be able to become a quasi-warrior of the 2nd level. We can strive to become warriors together." Shen Yulan handed 2 more bottles of medicine to Lin Feng. She knew too well the importance of these 2 bottles of medicine. Even if Lin Feng does not have good talent, he will see very good results after taking the advanced genetic medicine. As for the advanced physical fitness potion, it can improve the user's physical fitness more when it is not high. After Lin Feng takes it, it is certain that he will become a 2nd-level quasi-warrior. Even after all the medicinal effects are absorbed, it is not impossible to directly enter the 3rd level of quasi-warrior. In short, Lin Feng found these 2 bottles of medicine to be very effective. But seeing Shen Yulan's actions, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became serious. "Wife, I've told you that seeing you grow stronger is my greatest passion. Don't refuse me anymore. Refusing again is disrespectful to me and means you don't recognize me as a person." Lin Feng's words were very harsh. Shen Yulan also understood Lin Feng's determination and intentions. However, this time she finally discovered what Lin Feng called her. "You, what did you call me?" Shen Yulan asked weakly with her cheeks flushed. "Wife, what's wrong? Is this name not good?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Although Shen Yulan has a tough character and is efficient in her work, she is a bit thin-skinned and often blushes. Lin Feng likes it very much. Shen Yulan lowered her head slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "Okay, I like it very much, husband." "Wife, be obedient and take your medicine." Shen Yulan looked at Lin Feng deeply again, and finally did not refuse again. She has made up her mind in her heart that she will definitely protect her love with Lin Feng in the future. Shen Yulan responded. Then she put away the 2 bottles of medicine in her hand. "Husband." Shen Yulan has never been the petite and lovely type of woman. If we have to categorize her, she should be a mature woman. "I'm not quite used to calling him husband." Lin Feng also smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what you call me, I don't care." "Yeah." Shen Yulan nodded, as if suddenly thinking of something, and said, "Then I will call you brother. I always imagined having a brother who could protect and take care of me. Now, you are my brother." Lin Feng's expression changed. A brother who is not related by blood is like Huang Rong's brother Jing in martial arts novels. Shen Yulan explained, covering her mouth with a smile. Lin Feng understood this time. Calling someone brother doesn't necessarily mean you're a good guy, it could also mean you're a husband. It turns out that Shen Yulan also likes to read martial arts novels. Shen Yulan smiled slightly and said to Lin Feng again, "Brother Feng, I'm going to the training room to drink the medicine. I'll start practicing martial arts right after I finish drinking it. I'll try to maximize the effect of the medicine. I can't waste these 2 million medicines." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go with you." After that, the 2 came to the training room. Shen Yulan first took out the advanced genetic medicine, opened the bottle cap, and carefully brought it to her mouth, fearing that a drop would spill. Shen Yulan had never been so nervous when drinking genetic medicine before. But this time it's different. The price of this bottle of advanced genetic medicine in his hand is equivalent to 100 bottles of primary genetic medicine he had drunk before. If you spill even a drop, it would cost you thousands of dollars. Before drinking the medicine, Shen Yulan once again took a deep look at Lin Feng, who was standing at the door of the training room, then smiled slightly and drank it all. Chapter 17 SS Level Superpowers? The efficacy of advanced genetic medicine is much stronger than that of primary genetic medicine. After taking a bottle of advanced genetic medicine, Shen Yulan immediately felt her stomach starting to heat up, followed by her entire torso, and then her limbs. It was as if endless energy was erupting deep within his body. Shen Yulan was not idle and immediately began to practice the only intermediate skill he now mastered, the Gale Sword technique. A figure like a hurricane moved around the training room. Only after drinking the genetic medicine and starting to practice immediately can the maximum effect of the genetic medicine be exerted. This is common sense known to all martial artists. Lin Feng stood quietly near the door of the training room and did not start practicing martial arts immediately. Because Lin Feng was looking at Shen Yulan and his own data panel. Just now, after the system rewarded Shen Yulan with 1% of her genetic talent, Shen Yulan's total genetic talent value has reached 6.5%. And Lin Feng even reached a terrifying 9.9%. Just a little bit more and you can reach 10% of genetic talent. 10% genetic talent is a huge watershed and is crucial for warriors. According to what Lin Feng knew, anyone whose genetic talent reached 10% would awaken his own special abilities. Some warriors have awakened powerful supernatural powers, and can use them to defeat opponents whose physiques are several times stronger than their own. But not everyone can awaken powerful abilities that suit them. The awakening of this ability is too random. Lin Feng was actually a little worried in his heart. If you awaken a not-so-good ability, there's probably nothing you can do about it. But superpowers are not completely fixed. As a warrior's genetic talent grows stronger, his abilities will also grow stronger. Even some people's superpowers will evolve. But that's all in the past. This requires extremely terrifying strength or extremely strong genetic talent. No matter what special ability a warrior awakens, he can only have that special ability for his entire life. Just then, Lin Feng discovered that the value representing the genetic talent above the head of Shen Yulan, who was practicing the Gale Sword technique, suddenly jumped. 6.6%. Shen Yulan's genetic talent increased by 0.1%. The effects of the advanced genetic medicine are beginning to show. After using the genetic medicine, the genetic talent will not be improved all at once, but will increase slowly over time. Generally speaking, it takes a month for the human body to absorb the full effects of a bottle of genetic medicine. This is also the reason why only one bottle of genetic medicine can be used per month. So, while Shen Yulan was practicing martial arts, her genetic talent was also slowly improving. And this time, Lin Feng also received double rewards. Ding, Shen Yulan's genetic talent has been detected to have increased by 0.1%. The host has received a double reward, with a genetic talent increase of 0.2%. Although it was only 0.2%, Lin Feng's total genetic talent value instantly exceeded 10%. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly seemed to realize something. It seems like something is about to come out from deep within my brain. Damn it, you need to use your brain, Lin Feng said secretly in his heart. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said to Shen Yulan, "I'll go to the bedroom to rest for a while." Lin Feng didn't know what superpower he would awaken, and he didn't know whether the system would cause any trouble when his superpowers awakened. In order not to disturb Shen Yulan's martial arts practice, Lin Feng decided to find a quiet place to awaken alone. Shen Yulan was now in the excitement of her physical condition improving continuously, and had no mood to care about what Lin Feng did. Lin Feng ran to the bedroom and hid. As soon as he closed the bedroom door, the system's voice rang again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, the host has been detected to have awakened a D-level psychic power, triggering a system critical strike. The D-level psychic power, psychic enhancement, has been upgraded to an SS-level psychic power. Telekinesis armament. Telekinetic armor, use telekinesis to construct invisible weapons or armor around oneself, providing offensive and defensive capabilities. The form of weapons and armor can be changed at any time according to the host's will, and their strength increases with the host's mental strength. However, telekinetic armor cannot exist outside the host's body and cannot be used on other targets. Ding, the host awakens SS-level psychic ability telekinetic weapon, increasing mental power by 20 points. Hearing these words from the system, Lin Feng was stunned. Originally, he had only awakened D-level superpowers. However, it triggered a system critical hit, forcibly upgrading the garbage D-level ability to SS level. The superpowers in this world, from low to high, are D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level, S-level, and SS level. This critical hit actually raised his ability from the lowest D-level to SS level. It's outrageous. And what shocked Lin Feng even more was that the supernatural power he awakened was actually spiritual. In this world, there are many categories of superpowers, such as offensive, defensive, auxiliary, and so on. But the psychic system is very rare and is also the most mysterious of all superpowers. Because most people who have awakened psychic powers become telekinetic masters. Telekineticists and warriors are two different professions. Just like the mages and warriors in online games. However, even if ordinary people do not have high talent, they can become warriors by taking more medicine and working hard, but if they do not awaken their spiritual abilities, they will definitely not be able to become telekinetic masters. No matter how high your spirit is, without psychic abilities, you can only increase your mental defense. It is impossible to use any skills that only telekinetic masters can possess. There was another thing that shocked Lin Feng, that is, after awakening the SS level supernatural power, his mental power was actually directly increased by 20 points. This is a bit scary. You know, after these days of hard work, Lin Feng's physical fitness is only 53 points. And now, just because he awakened the SS level psychic ability, Lin Feng's mental strength value jumped beyond his physical fitness and reached a terrifying 70 points. If calculated according to the level of telekinesis, Lin Feng is now a quasi-telekinesis level 3. Lin Feng hurriedly opened his personal panel and took a look. Name, Lin Feng. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 1, Quasi-Warrior Level 1. Martial Arts Cultivation 2, Quasi-Telekinetic Master Level 3. Genetic Potential, 10.1%. Constitution, 53. Spirit, 70. Ability, Telekinetic Armament SS Level. Martial Arts, Basic Gene Bodybuilding Proficient, Gale Blade Technique Mastery. The personal dashboard has changed a lot. In the column of Martial Arts Cultivation, a new line of text appeared directly, indicating Lin Feng's level of telekinesis. In addition, SS level telekinetic weapons also appeared on the personal panel. Of course, the numerical changes in genetic potential and mental strength are also huge. After looking at his personal panel for a while, Lin Feng began to study his own special abilities. You can roughly know the purpose of this SS level ability just by listening to its name, but it is not so easy to actually use it. Lin Feng has no master and can only study on his own. Wrong. I have my own system. Lin Feng hurriedly asked the system in his mind, "System, how should I use this ability?" But to Lin Feng's disappointment, the system was a little not so smart. Replying to the host, the use of supernatural powers requires the host to explore on their own. The system only provides assistance within the scope of its capabilities. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. It seemed that he could only study it on his own. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and began to try to control his powerful mental power. Soon, Lin Feng felt that there seemed to be one more thing in his mind than before. That thing, like a nebula that had been shrunk countless times, was slowly spinning in his mind. This should be my own mental power. Lin Feng controlled the nebula and tried to pull it out of his body. Chapter 18 Most people can't afford it. Lin Feng studied it all night long. This spiritual ability is indeed very different from ordinary abilities. Especially Lin Feng's SS-level supernatural telekinetic weapon, operating it requires extremely strong control over his own telekinesis, as well as good imagination. Lin Feng controlled it for a long time and did not allow his mental power to form a telekinetic weapon outside his body. Later, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he had not given a clear shape of the weapon. So Lin Feng imagined the wooden sword that Shen Yulan used when practicing martial arts. By visualizing the weapon, Lin Feng finally found some techniques. Soon, an invisible wooden sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Although this wooden sword created by telekinesis cannot be seen, Lin Feng can sense its existence with his mental power. Moreover, when the wooden sword is swung, one can clearly hear the sound of the blade cutting through the air. Although its appearance is based on a wooden sword, its power is much stronger than a wooden sword. Lin Feng even felt that ordinary metal knives might not be as hard as his own. However, since I was in my own bedroom, it was not a good idea to try it. Lin Feng decided to try again when he had the chance. At this time, this knife is connected to Lin Feng's body, continuously consuming Lin Feng's mental power. However, when there is no fighting, the consumption of this kind of mental power is very small. Lin Feng estimates that with his current mental power, he should be able to maintain the existence of this knife for a long time. Afterwards, Lin Feng tried several other weapons and protective gear. Although I haven't mastered too many changes yet, I can basically control some simple weapons and armor skillfully. When the sun rose the next day, Lin Feng slowly got out of bed. Lin Feng spent the whole night getting familiar with his special abilities. And Shen Yulan did not return to the bedroom. Obviously, Shen Yulan also practiced all night. Because when Lin Feng was studying his special abilities, he would often hear prompts from the system. That night, because she had just taken an advanced genetic medicine, Shen Yulan's genetic talent increased by 0.2%. After training for a night, my physical condition has improved. It increased from the original 62 points to 64 points. Although it only increased by 2 points, it is actually quite good. Of course, Lin Feng also gained 4 points of physical fitness due to the improvement of Shen Yulan's physical fitness. After getting up, Lin Feng immediately went to the training room. As soon as Lin Feng opened the door, he saw Shen Yulan had just finished the last action and let out a long breath. "Are you tired after practicing all night?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Shen Yulan shook her head, still showing some excitement on her face, and said, "I'm not tired, I'm full of energy. Let's go out and have a meal," Lin Feng said. Although the two have moved into the new house, some of the daily necessities in the house are not yet complete. Especially the kitchen, which is still empty for the time being. Cooking is impossible. Fortunately, there is a commercial street next to the community, and there are many places selling breakfast. Shen Yulan nodded and said, "Well, I'll go wash up and change clothes first, then eat and go to work directly." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he realized that today was already Monday. Shen Yulan still needs to go to work. "You haven't slept all night. Can you go to work directly?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask worriedly. Shen Yulan smiled and said, "It's okay. After all, I'm a Quasi warrior of the second level. It's no big deal if I don't sleep for a night." As strength continues to improve, recovery ability is also constantly improving. Not sleeping for one night is really not a big problem for a second level Quasi warrior. Just don't stay awake for too long in a row. "Yeah, okay." Lin Feng responded and followed Shen Yulan to wash up. Immediately afterwards, the two went to the Xiaolong Bao restaurant near the entrance of the community. Lin Feng ate 1 basket, Shen Yulan ate 3 baskets. People who practice martial arts usually have a big appetite, especially Shen Yulan, who practiced all night last night, so he consumed a lot of energy. Looking at the 3 bun baskets stacked on the table in front of Shen Yulan, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of his mother's worries. As expected, martial artists have a big appetite, and most people can't afford it. However, Lin Feng is not an ordinary person. He stood up and paid the bill, and then the two of them walked out of the bun shop. The new house was not too far from the Guangfeng martial arts school where Shen Yulan worked, so Shen Yulan scanned a shared bicycle and rode it to work. Lin Feng stood in front of the bun shop, watching Shen Yulan's departing back, and was in a good mood. "After traveling to this world, I have experienced a lot of things, but fortunately everything has been relatively smooth. Now, my life is finally on track." However, after Shen Yulan went to work, he had nothing to do. A bit free. Could it be that Shen Yulan should stop working and support herself? Lin Feng shook his head slightly, denying his idea. As someone who has been through this, Lin Feng knows very well that if two people stick together every day, all kinds of conflicts will definitely arise. It's good that Shen Yulan goes to work. She is an introvert and obsessed with martial arts. If she doesn't go to work, she will have no social life. Without social interaction, there will definitely be personality problems. So, should I find a job to pass the time? At this time, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and saw it was my mother calling. Lin Feng smiled slightly and answered the phone. "Son, how are you living in your new house?" was the first question his mother Chen Yulan asked. Lin Feng said, "It's okay, but it's not as comfortable as living at home." "Don't talk nonsense, that's your own home. By the way, have you had breakfast?" "Just ate. Come back when you have time. Your dad has found a job for you." Mom finally told me the purpose of the call. "My dad found a job for me?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned. "I was just thinking about whether to find a job, and then a job came. But what kind of job did my dad find for me?" Lin Feng's father is not a very sociable person. He doesn't talk much, but he gets along well with his neighbors and is a real good guy. "My father, Lin Shangdong, works in a property management company. He doesn't have any other hobbies. He rarely goes out drinking after work and doesn't have many friends. Could it be that my father found me a job in property management?" Lin Feng was very confused. At this time, Lin Feng's mother, Chen Yulan, said, "Don't underestimate your father. This time, your father contacted his old comrades specifically for your work." Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately understood. "My father did serve in the army for a few years before he started working at the property management company. But because of a minor leg injury, he retired early and went to work in a property management company after returning. If it was introduced by an old comrade, then it is really possible." "Okay, I'll go back now," Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng felt that finding a job was actually not a bad idea. After Shen Yulan goes to work, she can kill some free time and get more familiar with the society through work. Of course, it would be best if you could make some money. After buying a house and 2 bottles of high-level potions out of the 5 million he had earned from completing system tasks, there was less than 1 million left. In the future, Shen Yulan will have many more places to spend money. Earn as much as you can. Chapter 19 Super Boss. Lin Feng took a taxi and drove towards his home. Half an hour later, Lin Feng returned home. At this time, it's rare that both my father and mother are at home. Dad, don't you have to go to work today? Lin Feng asked. Lin Shangdong glanced at his wife secretly and whispered, "Your mother insisted that I contact my old comrades this morning to find you a job. Actually, I think that you are an adult now and should be self-reliant." When Dad was young. Before Lin Shangdong could finish, Lin Feng's mother, Shen Yulan, interrupted him, rolled her eyes, and said, "When you were young? You were so poor when you were young. Only I don't mind you being poor, otherwise you would be single for the rest of your life." Lin Feng's father was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Just an awkward smile. Lin Feng's mother came over and looked Lin Feng up and down. "I've been out for 2 days and I've become so skinny." Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. "In my mother's eyes, even if I am fat, I am probably thinner. It's only 2 days, I won't starve to death." Mom rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "Forget it, it's better to be thinner than to become a fat man." The mother and son talked about some meaningless things, and then finally got to the point. "Son, your father's old comrades are all very powerful. Normally, he doesn't want to trouble them, but your job is important, so I asked him to find you a job in the Jianghai City Warrior Association." Chen Yulan suddenly said. When Lin Feng heard that it was the Jianghai City Warrior Association, he was stunned. "Son, don't underestimate the Jianghai City Warrior Association. Although it's called an association, it's a fully official organization. You really can't get in without some connections. If your father's old comrade in arms hadn't been a high-ranking official in the Jianghai City Warrior Association, you wouldn't have had this good opportunity. Your dad has already contacted you, go for an interview at 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's called an interview, but it's actually just a formality. As long as you're healthy, you can go straight to work." Chen Yulan was very excited. It seems that the person who was about to go to work at the Jianghai City Warrior Association is herself. In fact, Lin Feng knew something about the Jianghai City Warrior Association. "And I just went there yesterday. I also met my old classmates. My old classmate Zhou Yang is not only good at martial arts, but also has a rich and powerful family. However, he can only work part-time in the Jianghai City Warrior Association." Lin Feng didn't expect that his father had such great power. "Dad, did you really arrange for me to join the Jianghai City Warrior Association?" Lin Feng asked his father Lin Shangdong. "It's not that I don't believe it, I just want to confirm it again. Besides, my mother always likes to exaggerate when she speaks." Lin Feng was not sure which of those words were true. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that his father actually nodded. "Well, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when you arrive, go directly to the service desk on the first floor lobby and just report your name," Lin Xiangdong said casually. Lin Feng was shocked. "Fuck, Dad, you are not some hidden boss, are you? Is our family very rich?" "No, Dad, are you a super strong man?" Lin Feng asked in shock. Lin Shangdong said speechlessly, "If I were a hidden boss, would I still go to work so hard every day?" "You didn't go to work today." Lin Xiangdong kicked Lin Feng on the butt and said, "I took a day off and you deducted 2 days' salary from me." Lin Feng didn't mind being kicked in the butt at all, instead he laughed. "Dad, that kick of yours really shows the style of a hidden boss." Lin Feng talked with his parents for a long time. Had lunch at home. Then, following his mother's numerous instructions, he boarded a taxi to the Jianghai City Warrior Association. Lin Feng's father originally wanted to go with him, but Lin Feng refused. "Everything has been arranged anyway, so there is no need to ask my father to accompany me again." Lin Feng knew his father's personality best. Although he is always laughing at home, he becomes a little introverted when he goes out. He doesn't like dealing with strangers and doesn't know how to say useless polite words. Rather than bringing him along and making it awkward, it's better to go alone. In a taxi, Lin Feng was thinking about what his parents had said to him. "My father's comrade in arms just said that he had arranged a job for him, but he didn't say what the job was. And my father also trusts his comrades. If you don't know what job it is, just report for it. It seems that after I go there, I will have to open a blind box for work. Not long after, Lin Feng once again came to this huge building located in the center of Jianhai City. Although it was his second time visiting the Warrior Association, Lin Feng was still quite shocked. Especially the bustling crowd on the first floor of the Warrior Association. At a glance, it is impossible to count how many people there are. All you can see is a sea of black. Anyone who comes here is at least a Quasi warrior. Judging from the prosperous scene here, it is absolutely evident how much this world values the use of force. Lin Feng walked up the stairs and slowly came to the first floor of the Jianhai City Warrior Association. The lobby on the first floor is very large, and looks to be at least the size of an entire stadium. In the middle of the lobby, there is a circular service desk. Inside the service desk stood a group of service personnel from the Warrior Association who were responsible for reception and guidance. Lin Feng walked over. A short-haired girl wearing a red vest with the words Jianhai City Warrior Association printed on the chest asked with a smile, "Sir, how can I help you?" Anyone who can work in the Warrior Association must have received strict training, so whether it is the tone or the smile, there is nothing to fault. Lin Feng also smiled slightly and said, "Hello, I'm here to look for a job." The girl in front of Lin Feng suddenly froze. But her strong professional qualities immediately made her put away her dazed expression. She smiled and said, "Sir, our Warrior Association is not recruiting yet. We recruit twice a year, and the next recruitment time should be in early March next year. If you want to find a job, you can wait a few months and then visit the official website of our Jianhai City Warrior Association." The girl patiently explained to Lin Feng. The second large-scale recruitment of this year had just ended, and she thought Lin Feng had missed the time. But Lin Feng didn't seem to understand what the girl said, but continued to say with a smile, "My name is Lin Feng. My father never gave me the contact information of his comrades. He also didn't mention the name of his comrade. Just come over and tell the staff at the information desk your name." Could it be that Dad was cheated? Lin Feng thought to himself. However, just as Lin Feng finished saying his name, the girl standing in the inner circle of the service desk immediately showed a look of shock on her face. She hurriedly said, "Are you Lin Feng? Mr. Lin, please follow me. Vice President Gao has already told us that when you arrive, we will take you directly to his office." Vice President? Lin Feng was also a little surprised. My father is in contact with the Vice President of the Jianhai City Warrior Association? Needless to say, the power of the Jianhai City Warrior Association is immense. Its vice president is definitely a powerful figure with connections everywhere. In some cases, his status is even higher than that of the mayor of Jianhai City. Well, Vice President Gao just arranged it this morning. Please follow me. The short-haired girl hurriedly pushed open the small door of the service desk and walked out, as if she was afraid of neglecting Lin Feng, the distinguished guest. Fuck, my dad really is a hidden super boss. Lin Feng said in his heart. Being able to know a person like the vice president of Jianhai City Warrior Association and asking him to help arrange a job, isn't this considered a super boss? Chapter 20 Vice President Gao. Lin Feng was indeed a little shocked. After all, my father is a good guy at home. He is educated by my mother every day and dares not talk back. Unexpectedly, he could find help from a big shot like the vice president of Jianhai City Warrior Association. But, if there is such a relationship, then why couldn't I even go to a martial arts university in the first place? Lin Feng was a little confused again. Indeed, with just one word from such a big shot, one can secure a place in university. Even if he only needed a little help, he wouldn't have to take the martial arts college entrance examination, with a physical fitness of only 30 points. Full of doubts and shock, Lin Feng followed the short-haired girl to the 49th floor of the Jianhai City Warrior Association building. Compared to the noisy first floor, it's quite quiet here. The decoration is also extremely luxurious. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is magnificent. With the addition of various flowers and plants, it looks like a palace. There are not many rooms on this floor and it is very spacious. Soon, the girl brought Lin Feng to the door of an office. The door plate reads Vice President's Office. The girl knocked on the door gently. Knock, knock, knock. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Come in. The short-haired girl pushed open the door and said respectfully at the door, Vice President Gao, Mr. Lin is here. Then, the girl came out and said to Lin Feng with a smile, Mr. Lin, Vice President Gao is waiting for you in the office. After saying that, he stood in front of him with his hands hanging down, quietly waiting for Lin Feng to walk in. Lin Feng also smiled and nodded to the girl, then walked into the Vice President's office. At this time, in the office, a middle-aged man who looked about the same age as his father also smiled and slowly stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. As he walked, he greeted Lin Feng with a smile. "Xiao Feng, I didn't expect you to have grown into such a big boy. Come on, sit down." Vice President Gao seemed to be very familiar with Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng even more confused. Soon, Vice President Gao began to explain directly. He smiled and said, "You may be a little confused. Your father has a strange personality, so he certainly hasn't told you about his past." Vice President Gao is also familiar with Lin Feng's father. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Indeed, my father rarely talks about his time in the army. Sometimes, even when I asked him about it, he would deliberately evade the question." At this time, Vice President Gao continued, "When your father was young, he was my comrade in arms and my captain. We carried guns together and fought on the battlefield together. Unfortunately, your father was wounded in the leg during a battle and passed away. Actually, I saw you when you were a child. I had just retired from the battlefield and went to look for your father. You were still young at that time. The alien battlefield is indeed very dangerous. Your father may have been injured that time, so he doesn't want you to follow his old path." Listening to Vice President Gao's explanation, Lin Feng was shocked again. Alien battlefield? It turns out that his father had been to a foreign battlefield? And he was also the captain of Vice President Gao? Is it so fierce? How did his mother train him to be a good sheep? Vice President Gao nodded slightly, his thoughts seeming to go back to the time when he was fighting on the battlefield of alien races. "In that battle, your father and I were in a team of 10 people, and 6 of us died. Your father and I luckily survived, but your father's leg was injured. I guess it was from that time that your father's mentality changed. Otherwise, according to my opinion, no matter how weak your talent is, you should still cultivate it well. But your father insisted that you decide everything on your own and let nature take its course. I think that saying 'let it be' is bullshit. He just doesn't want you to embark on the path of a warrior." Lin Feng chatted with Vice President Gao for a long time. Vice President Gao seemed to have a lot to say to Lin Feng's father, but he couldn't say it, so he could only tell it all to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also gradually understood that his father had such an experience. But it was precisely because of his experience as a soldier when he was young that his views on many things changed. "And I also feel that peace and safety are the real blessing." But Lin Feng did not agree with this idea. Living in peace and safety is indeed a very happy thing, but this world is not peaceful. Only when you become strong can you truly live in peace. After Vice President Gao talked with Lin Feng, he was surprised to find that the son of his old comrade had completely different ideas from his father. Moreover, Lin Feng possesses a maturity that does not belong to this age group. Vice President Gao was very happy. So, he decided to assign Lin Feng an exciting job. Before we met, I was still hesitant about what kind of job to assign you. Now it seems that you are very different from what I imagined. How about going on field work?" Vice President Gao said with a smile. "Field work?" Lin Feng really didn't know much about the internal work of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. Lin Feng didn't know what field work was. Vice President Gao explained, "The field operations team is divided into 2 departments. One is the special operations team composed entirely of warriors, and the other is the operations support team composed of those who have reached the 3rd level of physical training and are Quasi warriors. The special operations team is responsible for dealing with some of the more difficult issues, such as conflicts and battles between warriors, as well as the lurking and capture of alien races, etc. The operations support team is responsible for handling some of the simpler matters related to practitioners and for the aftermath of the special operations team's operations. The main reason for assigning this position to you is that the risk factor in the action support team is relatively low, but at the same time you can get training, and the benefits are also very good." After Vice President Gao's introduction, Lin Feng roughly understood what this action support team did. Lin Feng is quite satisfied with this job. Indeed, as Vice President Gao said, this job is not very dangerous. After all, the really dangerous things are done by the special operations team. Moreover, since it is a team directly under the Zhanghai City Warrior Association, there will naturally be no problem with the treatment. I chatted with Vice President Gao for about 2 hours, and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Vice President Gao patted Lin Feng's shoulder affectionately and said, "I'll find someone to take you through the procedures. You can start work tomorrow." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying respectfully, "Thank you, Uncle Gao." Lin Feng can still speak, after all, the soul in his body is no longer young. In terms of social aspects, he is much better than his father Lin Xiangdong. Moreover, Vice President Gao not only introduced the job to me, but he was also my father's old comrade in arms. It is reasonable and appropriate for me to respect him more and call him uncle. Vice President Gao was also very satisfied with Lin Feng. He seemed to see many advantages in Lin Feng that his old comrades did not have. From now on, no matter what difficulties you encounter in work or life, you can come to me, said Vice President Gao. Lin Feng responded without refusing too politely. At this time, Vice President Gao made a phone call, and not long after, a middle-aged man wearing the black combat uniform of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association walked in. Vice President Gao. The middle-aged man called respectfully after coming in. Vice President Gao nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Oldly, this is Lin Feng, the son of an old comrade of mine. Please take him under your wing and let him train in your team. Also, take him to complete the employment procedures." Chapter 21 Action Support Team. Vice President Gao did not hide his relationship with Lin Feng at all. Even the fact that Lin Feng used the back door was not concealed at all. This surprised Lin Feng a little. Because in Lin Feng's mind, he felt that things like helping his relatives and friends to get through the back door should not be said so directly. It's not a good thing after all. But President Gao said it directly. However, after Lin Feng thought about it for a while, he understood. This world is very different from the world of my previous life. Here, strength is respected, and the truly strong ones don't care about anything. Since Vice President Gao is able to hold a high position in a place like the Zhanghai City Warrior Association, his strength must be very strong. Therefore, people do things more casually and without so many taboos. The middle-aged man called Lali looked at Lin Feng and said to Vice President Gao, "Okay, Vice President Gao, leave it to me, don't worry." Then, the middle-aged man extended his hand to Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Li Guang. You can call me Lao Li or Captain Li, whatever is fine." Lin Feng also hurriedly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Guang. "Hello Captain Li, my name is Lin Feng, you can call me Xiao Feng." Lin Feng said politely. Afterwards, Lin Feng followed Li Guang and left the vice president's office. Li Guang walked in front and introduced himself to Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng, our Zhanghai City Warrior Association's action support team is divided into 5 teams. I am the team leader, and I have 5 team leaders under me. The captain of each team is a Quasi warrior with excellent strength and experience. Although they are only Quasi warriors, each of them has stronger strength than ordinary warriors. Except for the first action support team, most of the members of the other 4 teams are below the level of Quasi warriors. The first action support team is a little special. Only those with Quasi warriors can join, and they must be elites among the Quasi warriors. The missions they perform are also relatively dangerous. Sometimes the first action support team will help with tasks that the special operations team does not have time to complete. Moreover, the first action support team has a nickname. It's called the Special Operations Reserve. But you probably won't be joining the first action support team, so I won't explain it to you in detail. I'll take you to take some tests later. They're very simple. They'll measure basic data such as your physical fitness, mental state, and genetic talent. After all, we're field agents, often having to go out on missions. The more the captain and the team members know you, the easier it will be for us to coordinate and work together in future operations. Although Captain Li did not know Lin Feng's specific strength, those who came in through the back door were generally not very strong. Li Guang felt that with Lin Feng's strength, he could only join the 2nd to 5th action support teams. Hearing that the test would be so detailed, Lin Feng couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. My own data seems to be a bit strong now. At least he is much better than his peers. Moreover, Vice President Gao and Captain Li seem to have little understanding of their own strength. But thinking that this was the Zhanghai City Warrior Association, Lin Feng felt relieved. There must be many hidden talents here, and his current strength should not be too exaggerated in such a place. As for whether to go to the first action support team or the others, Lin Feng didn't care too much. Soon, Captain Li brought Lin Feng to a special testing room. This place is very different from the room where Lin Feng participated in the registration for Quasi Warrior before. The testing instruments here appear to be more advanced, and there are many different types of instruments. At this time, a staff member also hurried over. This young man is about to join our action support team. Please help him test all the data and go through the procedures. Captain Li said. The staff member responded quickly and began to test Lin Feng. Captain Li stood aside and watched quietly. He didn't know Lin Feng's specific strength, but no matter what his strength was, he certainly couldn't refuse this person. After all, he was arranged by Vice President Gao himself. At this time, Li Youguang only hoped that Lin Feng could be a little more helpful. Otherwise, those arrogant team leaders would definitely not want a rookie to join their action support team. The other side. After Lin Feng left, Vice President Gao thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and called Lin Feng's father, Lin Xiangdong. The call was picked up soon. Brother Dong. Vice President Gao called out with a slightly complicated mood. Lin Feng's father is a few years older than him, and he had always taken good care of him when he was in the army. Whether in the army or after retiring, he would call Lin Feng's father Donggu. Lin Xiangdong's calm voice came from the phone, Huayan, thank you so much this time. Vice President Gao's name is Gao Huayan. But after so many years of retiring from the army, there are very few people who can call him by his name directly. Gao Huayan was very happy to hear Brother Dong calling his name. Brother Dong, please don't embarrass me. This is just a small thing and it's not worth saying thank you. Brother Dong, there is something I need to report to you. What's up? I think Xiaofeng has a good personality and is more suitable for field work, so I assigned him to the operations support team. You won't blame me, will you? Gao Huayan said with some guilt. Originally, Lin Xiangdong wanted to find a more stable and secure job for Lin Feng. It would be very suitable for me to work as an office staff in the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. But Gao Huayan and Lin Xiangdong had completely different ideas. He always felt that if Lin Feng became a clerk, his life would be ruined and he would not have any great prospects. But the action support team is different. They can get sufficient experience. Even if they are not talented, they will have the opportunity to reach the realm of warriors in the future. The phone suddenly became quiet. Gao Huayan felt as if he was back on the battlefield, once again facing the Captain Lin Xiangdong, who was decisive and swift in his actions. After a few seconds, and it seemed like more than 10 seconds, Lin Xiangdong finally let out a slight sigh on the phone. Oh, I understand what you mean. Let's just do the field work. With you here, I believe Xiaofeng's safety will be no problem. After hearing Lin Xiangdong's words, Gao Huayan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure is a bit great. He hurriedly assured with a solemn oath, of course there is no problem, I will definitely take good care of Xiaofeng, from now on in the Warrior Association, Xiaofeng will be my own son. Besides, Xiaofeng's physical fitness is only 30 points, so at most she can only be assigned to the 2nd to 5th action support teams, which have the lowest risk factors. I will arrange for someone to look after her, so there is no need to worry about her safety. After hanging up the phone, Gao Huayan showed a knowing smile on his face. He had long wanted to help his old comrade and captain. However, after the incident on the battlefield that year, Dong Ji's mentality changed drastically, and he rejected my many requests for help. Gao Huayan was very happy to help Lin Feng arrange work this time. Lin Feng should be taking the test right now. Brother Dong only said that his physical fitness is 30 points. I don't know what his mental and genetic talents are like. I have to go and see. Gao Huayan muttered to himself, then hurriedly left the office, took the elevator, and walked towards the testing room where Lin Feng was. Chapter 22 Mental Strength 70 points? Zhanghai City Warrior Association. In the testing room. Under the guidance of the staff member, Lin Feng stood right in front of the physical fitness tester. This test is indeed just a process. After all, Lin Feng had been arranged by Vice President Gao. Even if he failed the physical test, Captain Li had no way to refuse Lin Feng. However, if Lin Feng's physical fitness test is very poor, it will be troublesome to assign him to which team and how to explain it to the team captain. Those who are able to join the Zhanghai City Warrior Association's action support team are all arrogant and proud. Although some people do not have high genetic talents, they will definitely excel in other aspects. Either they are particularly proficient in a certain martial art, or they possess strong mental power, or they have great potential. Especially the captains of those teams, they are extremely talented. Li Youguang got a headache just thinking about it. At this time, the physical fitness tester finally made a beeping sound. Li Youguang looked at the small screen of the physical fitness tester with a slightly nervous mood. When Li Youguang saw the number on the screen of the physical fitness tester, he was stunned for a moment. This number was slightly different from what he expected. At this time, Lin Feng's physical data was clearly displayed on the physical fitness tester. 57. Li Youguang rubbed his eyes. Somewhat unbelievable. 57 points. This has completely exceeded the strength of a Quasi warrior. Li Yoguang hurriedly asked Lin Feng with some confusion, Lin Feng, how old are you this year? Lin Feng said, 18, just graduated from high school this year. Li Yoguang was even more shocked when he heard Lin Feng say that he was 18 years old. 18 years old, physical fitness of 57 points. This result is already among the best among peers, and can even be considered outstanding. But why didn't Lin Feng go to martial arts university? With this score, I'm afraid he would have a chance to get into any martial arts university in Dragon Country, right? At this time, Li Yoguang's eyes suddenly turned. He thought of a reason. Could it be that Lin Feng didn't come in through the back door? Was it Vice President Gao who snatched Lin Feng away from those martial arts universities? It must be like this. Vice President Gao is truly amazing. Those students always think that martial arts university is the best and that they can learn more there. Little do they know that our Jianghai City Martial Arts Association's action support team is the cradle of talent cultivation. Li Yoguang looked at Lin Feng with shining eyes. In fact, the Jianghai City Warrior Association has always wanted to cultivate some geniuses. Operational Support Team 1 was created with this idea in mind. However, the top leaders of the Jianghai City Warrior Association later discovered that their idea was too difficult to implement. The influence of those martial arts universities among students is really too great, and it is difficult for them to snatch good students from those martial arts universities. Therefore, this project has received less and less support from senior management. Moreover, as the strength of the new recruits varied, the 2nd to 5th action support teams gradually became ordinary. Only the captains of each team and the 1st action support team maintained a high quality. Thinking of this, Li Yoguang no longer asked Lin Feng why he didn't go to the martial arts university but came here. It is obvious that this is a genius invited by Vice President Gao in exchange for some kind of benefits. As for the details, that is not something I, as the captain, can ask about. Very good, Lin Feng, your physical data is very good. Let's hurry up and proceed to the next test. Li Yoguang said with a slight excitement on his face. Lin Feng was a little surprised at Li Yoguang's performance. Why was he a little shocked at first but recovered after a while? Lin Feng looked at his physical data. 57 points is indeed not low. But Captain Li's performance was incomprehensible. However, Lin Feng was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, it was Vice President Gao who arranged for him to come in, so he didn't need to worry about those messy things. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng came to the front of the mental tester under the guidance of the staff. Mental testers are very different from physical testers. It's a much larger machine. Moreover, during the test, the person being tested needs to walk into a small room in the tester and be tested through 18 special devices around the room. The price of the mental tester is very expensive, and even Lin Feng's high school doesn't have it. In addition, psychic abilities are very rare, so students don't test their psychic abilities very often. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Feng walked into the small house, put on a strangely shaped helmet, and sat in the middle of the small house. The door of the small house was slowly closed, and then the voice of the staff was heard. Try not to think too much for a while, empty your mind, close your eyes, and there may be a slight tingling sensation, but don't worry, it won't cause any damage to your brain. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, dim light suddenly lit up around the small house. The light is blue, but soft. Lin Feng also closed his eyes gently. Just after Lin Feng closed his eyes, the lights began to gradually become brighter, and even blue ripples filled the entire room. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng felt that his brain seemed to suddenly become cold, and his thoughts began to slow down. A slight tingling sensation also occurs. This was not the first time that Lin Feng tested his mental strength. He had tested it once during the martial arts college entrance examination. That time, Lin Feng remembered it was 20 o'clock. Slightly better than ordinary people. But after he traveled through time and awakened the Empress Training System, his mental strength suddenly became 50 points. Lin Feng guessed that it might be because of his time travel that the memories of two people merged in his brain, so his mental strength became stronger. Then, his genetic talent broke through 10%, awakening the psychic ability of telekinetic weaponry, and incidentally increasing his mental strength by another 20 points. At this time, Lin Feng's mental power value has reached a terrifying 70 points. If joining the Jianghai City Warrior Association's action support team did not require a test of mental strength, Lin Feng would probably have hidden his true strength. But now, in order to get this hard-earned job, Lin Feng can only expose his mental power value. Time passes slowly. About half a minute passed. The The tingling sensation in my head gradually disappeared. At the same time, Lin Feng clearly heard Captain Li's extremely shocked voice coming from outside the mental testing machine. Fuck, is this mental testing machine broken? 70 points, are you kidding me? Damn it. This is a treasure that old Li has found. Captain Li's voice had not yet ended. Lin Feng heard another familiar voice. Vice President Gao arrived at the testing room at some point. What? 70 points of mental strength? Is this kid Lin Feng cheating? Chow, Dong go lie to me. Chapter 23 I'll take care of all the medicine. In the testing room. As soon as Gao Huaiyan pushed the door open and walked in, he saw a number displayed on the mental tester. Then, Captain Li's exclamation was heard again. He immediately understood that the person inside the mental testing machine was Lin Feng. But the number displayed on the mental testing machine was 70. This means that Lin Feng's mental power is 70 points. If your physical fitness reaches 50 points or above, you are a Quasi warrior. The same goes for mental power. If it reaches 50 points or above, you are a Quasi telekinetic master. Of course, telekinetic masters are different from warriors. They also need mental abilities to unleash their powerful mental powers. But just seeing Lin Feng's 70 points of mental power was enough to shock Gao Huaiyan. 18 years old, and 70 points of mental strength, that's a bit ridiculously high. Even if Lin Feng does not have any spiritual abilities, such high mental power will still bring great benefits to Lin Feng. At this time, Captain Li finally noticed Vice President Gao, who had come behind him. He hurriedly and excitedly said to Vice President Gao, "Vice President Gao, you are truly amazing. Where on earth did you find this genius? This is exactly the kind of talent our action support team needs the most." The flattery made Gao Huaiyan feel a little embarrassed. He didn't ask for it by himself, he came to me by himself. He even used his connections to get in through the back door. If Lin Feng had been told earlier that his mental strength was so high, he wouldn't even have needed to use his power as vice president. He could have just applied and joined. At this time, Captain Li said to Gao Huaiyan again, "Vice President Gao, I have decided to let Lin Feng join the first support team. What do you think?" But at this time, Gao Huaiyan frowned slightly when he heard Li Youguang's words. His original intention was to let Lin Feng join the 2nd to 5th teams. Because the work of the latter teams is safer. Moreover, Lin Feng's specific strength is still unclear. Only 70 points of mental power is not enough. If the mental ability is not awakened, the super high mental power cannot be transformed into actual combat ability. If you rashly join the first action support team, there is a high probability that something will go wrong. That depends on whether he can awaken his psychic abilities, otherwise his combat effectiveness will still not be enough. After all, his physical fitness is only 30 points, Gao Huaiyan said. Hearing Gao Huaiyan's words, Captain Li suddenly said with a surprised expression, "Vice President Gao, don't you know what Lin Feng's physical data is?" Gao Huaiyan was also stunned. How much? Isn't it 30? The number 30 points was told to Lin Feng by his father. And it was Lin Feng's martial arts college entrance examination result, so there was absolutely no mistake. After all, the martial arts college entrance examination is just a few days away. Even if Lin Feng works harder in the next few days, he will probably only be a little over 30. 32 o'clock is the maximum. But at this time, Li Youguang smiled, and his smile looked a little mysterious. Vice President Gao, Lin Feng has just tested his physique, and it's 57 points. Hearing Li Youguang's words, Gao Huaiyan was stunned and shocked. What? Physical fitness is 57 points? Gao Huaiyan asked in disbelief. 57 points, you are already a Quasi warrior. With this kind of grades, you didn't get into martial arts university? That's not right. Did something go wrong with the martial arts college entrance exam? Was someone taking the blame? Gao Huaiyan felt like he couldn't wrap his head around it. After all, Lin Feng really surprised him. The physical strength values and mental strength values are somewhat different. Physical fitness represents the strength of the body. As long as it is high enough, you will have good combat effectiveness. After all, warriors do not rely entirely on superpowers. Even if they have no superpowers or their superpowers are very poor, as long as their physical fitness is high enough and they learn top martial arts techniques, they can exert powerful strength. This is also the reason why the number of warriors far exceeds the number of telekinetic masters. The threshold for becoming a warrior is too low, but the upper limit is not low. In that case, I can really join the first team. Gao Huayan said as if talking to himself while thinking. With a physical fitness of 57 points and extremely high mental strength, he can indeed join the first action support team according to the standards. At this time, Lin Feng finally walked out of the mental power testing equipment. Because he had heard Gao Huayan's voice a long time ago, Lin Feng was not too surprised to see him. Instead, he smiled and greeted him, "Uncle Gao, why are you here too?" Gao Huayan was becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Feng, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Lin Feng, you have given me a lot of surprises. This surprise is really big." Gao Huayan felt that Brother Dong's decision to send Lin Feng to him was indeed the right one. Otherwise, such a high talent would be wasted. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Gao Huayan spoke again, "Your physical fitness and mental strength are so high, why didn't you get into the martial arts university? Why did your father say that your physical fitness score in the martial arts college entrance examination was only 30 points? Gao Huayan had many doubts. Lin Feng had already thought of how to answer. He hesitated in the mental tester and didn't rush to come out, just thinking about how to answer Vice President Gao's questions. "Uncle Gao, I won 5 million in the lottery some time ago, and then I bought advanced genetic medicine and advanced physical medicine. After taking them, I felt the effect was quite good. I feel that I have a stronger ability to absorb those medicines. This may be the reason why my physical condition has soared so quickly," Lin Feng explained with a smile. Lin Feng himself didn't quite believe this explanation. But after thinking about it, only this explanation is slightly convincing. "I can't just tell the truth, I found a girlfriend who's crazy about martial arts. If she gains 1 point, I gain 2 points. If she gains 1 pound, I gain 2 pounds. Not to mention that this is his biggest secret, even if he tells it out, no one will probably believe it. In addition, I have told my parents about my lottery winnings, so it is no secret." But after listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Gao Huayan nodded slightly, as if he believed it. Captain Li hurried over and said, "Vice President Gao, I've heard that some people have a stronger ability to absorb genetic and constitutional medicines than the average person. So, is this true?" Gao Huayan looked at Lin Feng, nodded again with satisfaction, and said, "Well, some people are born with high genetic talents, some can awaken powerful superpowers, and some absorb medicine faster and more comprehensively. These can all be considered as cultivation talents." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect that what I just said casually would actually happen." At this moment, Gao Huayan suddenly patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "From now on, I will take care of all the medicines you need for your cultivation." Gao Huayan's words stunned both Lin Feng and Li Youguang. All included. So fucking domineering. Li Youguang gave Gao Huayan a thumbs up. Lin Feng was also shocked. "Shouldn't we take all of this back to Shen Yulan?" Lin Feng showed a shy and embarrassed look on his face and said, "Uncle Gao, this is not good. Those medicines are too expensive. I just finished using up my gene potion and constitution potion, I can give them to you next month." Chapter 24 shocked again. Since someone said that he would pay for all the medicines he would need for his future practice, Lin Feng naturally would not refuse. It's stupid to refuse. It is obvious that Vice President Gao has a special relationship with his father. He is his elder. Can a younger generation refuse an elder? Cannot. Lin Feng is not a rebellious bad boy, but an obedient good boy. At this time, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Gao Huayan was about to continue persuading him. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, he immediately burst into laughter. "I am so happy. Ha ha ha, good. It's so good to be open and generous. Much better than your dad." Gao Huayan couldn't help but praise Lin Feng, and by the way, he also complained about his old captain. Li Youguang was also very happy to see the two of them talking and laughing. His own action support team has gained another good seedling. Moreover, you don't have to pay anything yourself. Vice President Gao took care of everything. Lin Feng and Gao Huayan chatted for a while. At this time, Li Youguang said, "Vice President Gao, let Lin Feng continue to take the genetic talent test. Once the test is completed, I can handle the employment procedures for him as soon as possible. After all, the Jianghai City Warrior Association is an official organization, and if you want to join, the process must be strict. Physical fitness, mental strength, and genetic talent are the three most important statistics for a warrior, and each one must be tested. Even with special approval from Vice President Gao Huayan, necessary tests must be conducted." Gao Huaiyan nodded and said, "Okay, then you guys continue." Gao Huaiyan was not planning to leave, as he also wanted to see what Lin Feng's genetic talent was. If the genetic talent is too low, he feels that he needs to think of a way, at a higher cost, to quickly improve Lin Feng's genetic talent in a short period of time. After all, genetic talent is the basis for improving strength. Only if one has higher genetic talent can one practice faster. Gao Huaiyan stood with his hands behind his back, watching quietly, while Li Youguang greeted the staff member. The staff hurriedly took Lin Feng to another machine. The machine looks like a huge metal box. Right in front of the metal box, there is a small screen, and below the screen is a very small hole. It's about the thickness of a thumb. The value of genetic talent does not need to be tested during the college entrance examination, so Lin Feng has not tested his genetic talent for a long time. I only took the test once when I was in high school. At that time, Lin Feng's genetic talent was 3.7%. When Lin Feng just came here, he remembered that his genetic talent was 3.9%. In other words, during the 3 years of high school, Lin Feng's genetic talent only improved by 0.2%. This improvement is indeed not very high. It can even be said to be very low. After all, Lin Feng had not used any genetic medicine in his 3 years of high school. He relied purely on the basic genetic bodybuilding method to improve his genetic talent by 0.2%. Practicing martial arts can also improve one's genetic talents, but the effect is very slow. At least it's much slower than taking medicine directly. At this time, under the guidance of the staff, Lin Feng inserted his right index finger into the small hole. If you didn't know that this was a test for genetic talent, it would look quite scary. But Lin Feng had tested it before, so he knew that the purpose of inserting his finger into the hole was to collect blood and for the machine to detect his bone mass and other data. Genetic testing is relatively more complicated than physical testing. A minute later, Lin Feng slowly withdrew his fingers. Immediately afterwards, the words analyzing appeared on the screen of the genetic tester. Lin Feng already knew his genetic talent data, so he wasn't nervous or expectant at all. But Gao Huaiyan and Li Youguang, who were standing behind Lin Feng, felt a little nervous. Mainly because genetic talent is so important. And it is more difficult to improve than the other two. If his genetic talent is high, Lin Feng's growth rate will be faster. If it can be more than 5%, it would be good. Gao Huaiyan said to himself. Li Youguang also nodded, patting his chest and saying, "Well, if I can get 5%, plus the support of Vice President Gao, I can guarantee that he will awaken his superpowers within a year." Li Youguang is indeed very confident. Firstly, Vice President Gao guaranteed the quality of the medicine that Lin Feng would use in the future. Secondly, the action support team has excellent talent training methods, which are scientifically planned and have a lot of training experience. However, the prerequisite is that Lin Feng's basic genetic talent is still good. Genetic talent is different from other attributes. The lower the starting point, the slower the improvement. On the contrary, the better the foundation, the faster the improvement. Gao Huaiyan also nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the small screen on the genetic tester. Just then, the genetic tester made a beeping sound. Then, a number appeared on the small screen. When they saw that number, the entire genetic testing laboratory suddenly fell silent. It was as if the sound of breathing had stopped. Not only Li Youguang and Gao Huaiyan, but even the staff member who had been helping Lin Feng with the test widened his eyes, and his body seemed to become stiff. Because the number on the genetic tester is really exaggerated. 10.1%. 10.1%. The three people in the testing room, except Lin Feng, looked at Lin Feng at the same time. His eyes were full of shock. Only Lin Feng stood there, looking at Gao Huaiyan and Li Youguang, grinning foolishly. Finally, Gao Huaiyan came to his senses from his shock and hurried to Lin Feng. He grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders with both hands and said excitedly, "Lin Feng, your genetic talent is actually over 10%. This is too high. Have you awakened your superpowers? 10% is a critical point. Almost all people will awaken their special abilities as long as their genetic talent exceeds 10%. In addition to excitement, Gao Huaiyan also felt a hint of worry. He didn't know what Lin Feng's special ability was. Although a warrior can become strong even if his superpowers are not very good, if he does not have a good superpower, the upper limit of the warrior will be much lower. Li Youguang also came over. He pricked up his ears, wanting to hear every word Lin Feng was going to say. Lin Feng looked at the two middle-aged men with excited faces, scratched his head, and said, "Well, my superpowers were awakened 2 days ago." They should be mental powers. Hearing the words psychic abilities, Gao Huaiyan and Li Youguang widened their eyes again. These words are even more exaggerated than the genetic talent of more than 10%. After all, psychic abilities are too rare. According to statistics from the Warrior Association, only 1 out of approximately 100 awakened superpowers is a psychic superpower. In other words, the ratio of warriors to telekinetic masters is about 100 to 1. Holy crap, psychic powers? Really? Li Youguang couldn't help but swear. Chapter 25, Disadvantages of Telekinetic Weapons. Li Youguang was shocked too many times today. And this time, I was shocked the most. The main thing is that Lin Feng's mental power is also high. If he can awaken his mental abilities, he will win at the starting line. At this time, Gao Huaiyan suddenly pulled Lin Feng out the door, saying as he walked, "Don't ask for now." Lin Feng has just awakened his superpowers and definitely hasn't had time to test them yet. He may not even know what his superpowers are. Why not test them as soon as possible? Li Youguang's eyes lit up as well, and he said hurriedly, right, hurry up and test it." After saying that, he winked at the other shocked staff members. The staff member hurried to the door, opened it, and walked out first. The ability test is different from other tests. In a dedicated room. However, it is next to this testing room. Generally speaking, ability testing equipment is rarely used. Because, generally speaking, a person only needs to be tested once in his or her lifetime. Superpowers are not like physical fitness and other data, which will increase with the continuous improvement of practice. Once the superpowers are determined, they will basically not change throughout your life. Soon, Lin Feng was taken to another testing room. This world has gone through many years of research and exploration since the emergence of warriors, and some training routes for warriors and telekinetic masters have basically formed a system. Superpowers are also divided into various levels. From the lowest D level to the highest SS level, all types of supernatural warrior associations have records. Moreover, a machine has been specially developed to test the category and level of a person's awakened superpowers. This was also the first time that Lin Feng was testing his supernatural powers. Although Lin Feng himself knew what his special ability was, he still did not refuse this test. After all, I knew it through the system and there was no way to explain it. It would be better to test it in the Warrior Association. If other people ask about it in the future, it would be easier for me to explain it myself. Soon. The ability test has begun. It's not too complicated. Lin Feng just needs to work hard to use his superpowers and mobilize his mental strength, and the superpower tester will accurately give the name and level of the superpower. Even if we encounter some superpowers that have never been recorded or appear for the first time in the world, we will analyze its function and approximate upper limit of its ability. In a few minutes, Lin Feng's special ability was tested out. When they saw the words SS level superpower telekinetic weapon, Gao Huaiyan and Li Youguang were shocked again. They didn't know how many times they had been shocked today. Therefore, the speed of recovering from the shock is also faster than before, as if he has developed antibodies against shock. However, at this time Li Youguang's expression was a little serious. Vice President Gao, although Lin Feng's psychic ability is SS level, it doesn't seem to be as simple as other psychic abilities. Li Youguang's words were a bit euphemistic. But Gao Huaiyan understood what he meant. Lin Feng's SS level telekinetic weapon is rare, but it does exist. However, this psychic ability is somewhat different from other psychic abilities. Other psychic abilities can generally be used to attack directly, whether it is to control objects with telekinesis to attack from a distance, or to directly attack the enemy's mind, all have very simple and direct effects. But Lin Feng's telekinetic weapon relies on his own telekinesis to form weapons around him. The advantage is that the upper limit is very high. It has defense, output, and even some auxiliary capabilities. But the shortcomings are also obvious. Generally speaking, telekinetic masters will take the improvement of mental power as their main focus, and spend 90% of their time on improving mental power. Occasionally improving physical fitness is only to assist in the use of psychic powers. However, Lin Feng's special ability requires an extremely strong body to fully exert its power. In other words, compared to other telekineticists, Lin Feng not only needs to improve his mental strength, but also his physical fitness to increase the strength of his ability. You know, human energy is limited. Only by focusing on improving one attribute can your combat effectiveness be improved quickly. Even with Vice President Gao's guarantee, Lin Feng's combat effectiveness improvement speed would be nearly half as slow as other warriors and telekinetic masters. Gao Huaiyan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. Although Lin Feng's strength may be slower than that of ordinary telekinetic masters, his telekinetic weapon ability is indeed very strong. I remember a telekinetic master with the telekinetic weapon ability in history who often fought against opponents of higher levels. If he is well trained, Lin Feng's future is definitely limitless. Li Youguang also nodded. He also agreed with Vice President Gao's statement. The upper limit of this SS-level psychic ability is indeed high. Moreover, SS-level superpowers are quite rare in themselves. Even if the cultivation speed is slower, it is much better than ordinary garbage superpowers. Since such a good seedling has come to our Jianghai City Warrior Association, I promise to train him with all my strength. Li Youguang said affirmatively. Gao Huaiyan patted Li Youguang's shoulder gently and said, "Well, leave the matters concerning cultivation resources to me. Lin Feng is the son of my old captain, and he has joined our Jianghai City Warrior Association. It is neither emotional nor logical for me to abandon him. However, the future tasks and training process will require your attention." Li Youguang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Vice President Gao, I'll take care of it." When Lin Feng walked out of the supernatural power testing equipment, he happened to see Captain Li patting his chest hard. Captain Li is tall and strong, and the way he pats his chest looks like a male gorilla seeking a mate. The sound of beating the chest is like beating a drum. The entire testing room was filled with the sound of dong dong dong. Seeing Lin Feng coming out, Li Youguang immediately said excitedly, "Lin Feng, you are really good, you are a hidden talent." Gao Huaiyan also smiled and said, "Lin Feng, you probably don't know the level and name of your ability yet, right?" Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded cautiously. "I know, of course I know. But I can't say it. After all, I haven't tested it myself." Looking at Lin Feng's slightly strange expression, Gao Huaiyan thought that Lin Feng was about to know what his special ability was, and felt a little nervous. So, he hurriedly said to Lin Feng, "The name of your ability is telekinetic armament. It is a spiritual SS level skill. It is very rare and has a very high growth limit." Gao Huaiyan patiently introduced everything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only nod repeatedly. At this point, the test is over. After confirming tomorrow's work time and some details with Lin Feng, Li Youguang left the testing room. Gao Huaiyan didn't leave, but smiled mysteriously and said to Lin Feng, "I have something good to give you, come with me." "What good stuff?" Lin Feng asked puzzledly. Gao Huaiyan smiled and said, "Captain Li will send you the cultivation techniques and some normal benefits tomorrow, but I have something good here. Our Dragon Country official laboratory has just developed a potion that can simultaneously improve physical fitness, mental state, and genetic talent, with absolutely no side effects. The most important thing is that this potion can be used at the same time as any other physical or genetic potion. Although our Jianghai City Warrior Association was allocated a total of 10 bottles, I can only mobilize 1 bottle within my authority. It just so happens that your ability requires both mental and physical attributes, so this potion is most suitable for you." Chapter 26 What? Gao Huaiyan brought Lin Feng to the safe depository of the Jianghai City Warrior Association. After passing through layers of verification and security, Gao Huaiyan came out with a metal box. Then, he handed the metal box to Lin Feng. This newly developed potion is called the Extraordinary Potions. It was developed by scientists through studying the genes and structures of alien bodies. Our entire Jianghai City was allocated 10 bottles. It is very precious. I suggest you use it directly here and go home after you finish it." Gao Huaiyan said solemnly. This medicine is indeed too precious. The main reason is that the raw materials are difficult to obtain. Gao Huaiyan was afraid that if something unexpected happened on the way Lin Feng took it back, it would be troublesome. After all, he could only mobilize 1 bottle, and it would be useless if Lin Feng was lost. But Lin Feng refused without even thinking about it. "Although this medicine is good, I will never use it. The right thing to do is to give it to Shen Yulan. Firstly, Shen Yulan can also improve her strength, and secondly, she can get double the reward." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Uncle Gao, I'd better take it home and use it again." "Don't worry, I promise I won't lose it." Gao Huaiyan was still a little worried and said, "That's fine, but I have to send a car to take you home." Lin Feng hurriedly said, "No need, Uncle Gao, I can just take a taxi." Gao Huaiyan insisted on his opinion and said, "No, you have been in school all the time, so you may not understand the current situation. The human world has been infiltrated too deeply now. Many alien races are lurking in the dark, especially the Demon Eye clan. they have a strong ability to hide. They like to hunt down geniuses among humans the most, so listen to me. When Lin Feng was in high school, he also learned some knowledge about alien races. The Demon Eye clan is one of the most mysterious races among those alien races. Their greatest ability is disguise and control. By controlling human individuals and lying in wait, they cause a lot of trouble to humans. Thinking of this, Lin Feng finally stopped refusing. Afterwards, Gao Huaiyan personally sent Lin Feng to the underground garage, and then arranged for his driver to take Lin Feng home safely. In the car, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Shen Yulan should have finished get off work by now. At this time, you may already be on your way home. Thinking of Shen Yulan, Lin Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. After using the extraordinary potion, Shen Yulan's strength should be able to improve a lot. Of course, I will definitely improve more. After returning home, Lin Feng put down the extraordinary potion and went to the door again. Calculating the time, based on Shen Yulan's cycling speed, they should be there soon. Really? Not long after, Lin Feng saw Shen Yulan's figure. Shen Yulan was riding a shared bicycle with a happy smile on her face. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her body, making Shen Yulan's skin emit a warm glow. When she saw Lin Feng standing at the door, the smile on Shen Yulan's face, which was originally like a flower bud, instantly blossomed like a blooming flower. Shen Yulan stopped her bike and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. In the past, Shen Yulan was not favored by anyone and no one liked her. But now, she also has her own warm little home and a significant other for whom she is willing to give everything. Then, the two of them couldn't help but start sharing the good news they had encountered today. Brother Feng, I got a promotion today. Yulan, I found a job today. The two smiled at each other, and Lin Feng took the lead and said, "You speak first." Shen Yulan took Lin Feng's hand and walked towards home, saying, "When I was practicing the Guangfeng sword technique today, our gym leader saw me and praised my sword technique highly. He then promoted me to assistant coach level. From now on, I can also teach students." Shen Yulan had told Lin Feng before that she was just a handyman in the martial arts school. "My daily job is actually to assist other coaches in teaching. Unexpectedly, I became a coach today." Although he is only an assistant coach, it is completely different from his previous job. Shen Yulan was very happy. She felt from the bottom of her heart that it was all thanks to Lin Feng that her Gale swordsmanship was able to reach the minor success level so quickly. It was all thanks to Lin Feng that she was in a good mood and had a rare opportunity for enlightenment while practicing martial arts. Then, Shen Yulan continued happily, "The assistant coach's salary is much higher than before. I can now get 8,000 yuan a month. Our lives are going to get better." Before, Shen Yulan's salary was only 3,000, which was not even enough for her daily expenses. Not to mention the need to use genetic drugs. Now my salary has increased to 8,000. Although it is still not enough, it is relatively more comfortable. That's great, but I think being an assistant coach is definitely not the end. You can still continue to improve. Lin Feng agreed with a smile. This is what Lin Feng really thinks. After all, Shen Yulan's strength is still improving rapidly. As long as you have the ability, work is very easy. Yeah. Shen Yulan replied softly, and then asked about Lin Feng's work. "Have you found a job?" Lin Feng also started talking, telling Shen Yulan everything that had happened to him throughout the day. Except for not saying anything about the system, Lin Feng did not hold back at all. After all, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan are dating and even getting married not just for the system. After spending these few days together, Lin Feng also fell in love with this girl who dared to love and hate. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to hide anything from her except the system. Shen Yulan was also completely shocked by what Lin Feng said. "What? Your family has such connections? He's the vice president of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. What? Your spiritual value is so high? You can be considered a third-level quasi-telepath. What? Vice President Gao is actually going to cover all of your future medicines? How much does that cost? Well, he shouldn't be short of money. What? Your genetic talent is over 10%? How can it be so high? Wasn't your score only over 3% when you took the college entrance exam? What? SS level psychic power? Telekinetic weaponry? Oh my god, I've never heard of this power, but SS level, that's SS level. Oh, the extraordinary potion should be good. What? For me to use? No, absolutely not. That was given to you by Vice President Gao. I can't take it. Shen Yulan felt that her brain was no longer enough. Suddenly, she learned a lot of news that shocked her greatly. It's hard to digest for a while. I originally thought that I had found an ordinary man with very weak talents as my boyfriend. Later I discovered that my boyfriend had become a Quasi warrior without even realizing it. Later I discovered that he was so strong, he was simply a genius among geniuses. Shen Yulan suddenly felt ashamed in front of Lin Feng, as if compared to him, she was really the rookie. Chapter 27 Continuous Improvement. And at this time, Lin Feng's mind was completely focused on how to persuade Shen Yulan to take medicine. For Lin Feng, nothing else matters. The most important thing is to give the medicine to Shen Yulan. Moreover, the existence of the system cannot be exposed. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said, Yulan, do you feel that my strength has improved too quickly since we've been together? Shen Yulan nodded. Well, it's really fast, so fast that it's outrageous. Shen Yulan said half-jokingly. Lin Feng continued, although I don't know the reason, I think the rapid increase in our strength is related to each other. Shen Yulan nodded again. Shen Yulan didn't know whether Lin Feng's improvement in strength had anything to do with her. But she knew that the rapid improvement in her strength must be related to Lin Feng. Although this has no scientific basis, it is indeed what happened to me. At this time, Lin Feng continued to persuade him, after you used the gene potion we bought yesterday, I feel that my genetic talent seems to have improved. Although this doesn't make sense, this is my true feeling. It's like we're bound together. If you improve, I can improve too. So I think you should use this extraordinary potion. Lin Feng finally stated his purpose. But Shen Yulan obviously didn't believe it. After all, words like binding sounded like an excuse that Lin Feng made up. Brother Feng, I still think that you should use this extraordinary potion. After all, your supernatural power requires both physical and mental fitness, so you are very suitable for using this extraordinary potion. Shen Yulan persuaded. Lin Feng felt a little headache. Given Shen Yulan's stubborn personality, she would never obey me unless I used some unconventional means. At this time, as they were chatting, they happened to walk to the bedroom door. Lin Feng decisively changed the subject. You've been tired all day, why don't you take a shower first? Shen Yulan nodded and said, well, I'm a little tired indeed. You go wash first, and I'll wash after you finish. At this point, how could Lin Feng listen to her? He simply pulled Shen Yulan into the bathroom. Let's wash together and save trouble. Clatter, clatter. The clear sound of flowing water drowned out all the chaotic noises. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan took more than an hour to wash. I don't know if they were too tired to scrub themselves or if there was too much mud on their bodies, but after washing for more than an hour, they finally walked out of the bathroom looking radiant. Then, the two of them came to the bed in the bedroom again. Clatter, clatter. The faucet in the bathroom was forgotten to be turned off, which covered up the messy sounds in the bedroom. More than an hour later, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan were lying on the bed, and they finally had time to talk about the previous topic again. Yulan, be obedient. I'll give you the extraordinary potion. I'm much happier watching your strength continue to improve than my own. Shen Yulan lay in Lin Feng's arms, resting her head on Lin Feng's chest, and instinctively wanted to refuse. But, after opening his mouth, he still didn't say no. Shen Yulan had already heard the unquestionable tone in Lin Feng's words. Although she really wanted Lin Feng to use that bottle of precious extraordinary potion, she also didn't want to disappoint Lin Feng. Shen Yulan nodded slightly. Lin Feng immediately got up from the bed, ran to the living room, and brought over the box containing the extraordinary potion. Shen Yulan on the bed was a little confused. Don't be so anxious, Shen Yulan said weakly. At this time, Lin Feng had already opened the box. He laughed twice and said, don't worry, I'm afraid you'll regret it. After saying that, Lin Feng took out the potion that was still emitting cold air. This extraordinary potion is different from the advanced gene potion and advanced physical potion that Lin Feng bought before. The latter are all taken orally, but the extraordinary potion needs to be injected. The bottle for storing medicine can even be a syringe. Holding the syringe, Lin Feng walked towards Shen Yulan with a chuckle and said, wife, don't move. I'll give you an injection. After the injection, Shen Yulan ran to the training room again. After buying this house, Shen Yulan spent the most time in the training room. Seeing Shen Yulan practicing hard, Lin Feng couldn't help but show excitement on his face. As long as Shen Yulan is willing to work hard, he can just sit back and reap the benefits and get double the profits. It's so cool. But Lin Feng was not too idle either. After saying hello to Shen Yulan, he went out. Lin Feng decided to go to the supermarket at the door to buy some kitchen supplies and make dinner for Shen Yulan. Although ordering takeout would be more convenient, Lin Feng felt that it lacked sincerity. Since I'm free anyway, I might as well show off my cooking skills and conquer Shen Yulan's stomach. Although Lin Feng's community is a new one, there is a not too small supermarket at the entrance, which sells pots, pans, vegetables and fruits. Lin Feng took a quick look around and returned home carrying 2 huge packages. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Feng went straight into the kitchen. Because of his experience from his previous life, although Lin Feng's cooking skills cannot be said to be very good, he is more than capable of making a few dishes. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. And just as Lin Feng was busy in the kitchen, the system prompt sounded in his mind several times in succession. Ding, Shen Yulan's physical fitness has increased by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, with a physical fitness increase of 2 points. Ding, Shen Yulan's genetic talent has been detected to have increased by 0.1%. The host has received a double reward, with her genetic talent increased by 0.2%. Ding, Shen Yulan's mental power has increased by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, with a mental power increase of 2 points. Lin Feng felt that it was the right decision for him to go to great lengths to persuade Shen Yulan to use the extraordinary potion. Look, just a short while later, all of his 3-dimensional attributes were improved. And it's double. If I use it myself, I can only get a single reward, and Shen Yulan will get nothing. Lin Feng continued cooking. In the middle, I received another system prompt. Shen Yulan's genetic talent increased by another 0.1%. And Lin Feng also received double rewards again. I have to say that the effect of using extraordinary potion and genetic potion at the same time is really strong. Moreover, Shen Yulan only took the bottle of advanced genetic medicine yesterday, and has not taken the advanced physical medicine yet. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how fast his 3-dimensional attributes would improve if he added that bottle of advanced physical fitness potion. After Shen Yulan's practice tonight, Lin Feng's attributes have improved a lot. While cooking, Lin Feng opened his personal panel and took a look. Name, Lin Feng. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 1, Quasi Warrior Level 1. Martial Arts Cultivation 2, Quasi Telekinetic Master Level 3. Genetic Potential, 10.5%. Constitution, 59. Spirit, 72. Ability, Telekinetic Armament SS Level. Martial Arts, Basic Gene Bodybuilding Proficient, Gale Blade Technique Mastery. Soon, the food was all ready. Although Lin Feng's skills were a little rusty, they seemed to be barely adequate. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng came to the training room. At this time, Shen Yulan is practicing the most powerful martial art she knows now, the Gale Sword Technique. After reaching a small level of proficiency, Shen Yulan's swordsmanship has become increasingly powerful and looks more gorgeous. Lin Feng did not disturb Shen Yulan, but watched from the side for a while. After Shen Yulan finished a round of practice, he said, "Wife, it's time to eat." Shen Yulan put down the wooden sword in her hand and walked to Lin Feng with a smile. "Okay, I'm hungry. Where should we go to eat? Or should we order takeout?" Shen Yulan asked. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "Follow me." After saying that, he grabbed Shen Yulan's hand and walked towards the restaurant. Before reaching the restaurant, Shen Yulan twitched her nose twice, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. "Brother Feng, have you cooked?" Shen Yulan's sense of smell is still very sensitive, but she had been concentrating on practicing martial arts, so she didn't notice the aroma of food filling the house. But now, after relaxing, I can smell it immediately. Soon, Lin Feng brought Shen Yulan to the restaurant. The table was filled with 4 dishes, 1 soup, and shiny rice. Seeing this, Shen Yulan was so moved that tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Brother Feng, I should have been cooking, but I was practicing martial arts. You've been so good to me." In this world, men usually have a slightly higher status in family life. After all, it is a world of high-level martial arts, and men's physical conditions are usually better than women, so the proportion of men among warriors is also higher. Therefore, it is usually women who cook at home. Although Shen Yulan is a martial arts fanatic, some of his family concepts and ideas are still influenced by the traditions of this world. At this moment, seeing this table full of dishes, how could she not be moved? Ding, Shen Yulan's favorability increased by 1 point, bringing it to 91 points. Shen Yulan's genetic talent increased by 1%. The host receives a double reward, with her genetic talent increased by 2%. Chapter 28 System asks for marriage proposal? Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Shen Yulan's favorability has increased again. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The system said that the improvement speed would be very slow after the favorability reached 90 points, and Lin Feng believed it at the time. Now it seems that it is not too slow. The genetic talent suddenly increased by 2%, which is really strong. At least it's much better than taking advanced genetic drugs. This is the cheat. Lin Feng was very excited. But at this time, Shen Yulan was even more excited. After the initial feeling of being moved, Shen Yulan was completely shocked by the table of food in front of her. Wow, this color looks so good. Brother Feng, you are even better than a 5-star chef. Why is this braised pork so crystal clear? How did you make it? I'm going to start eating, I'm so greedy. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to eat, but looked at the data above Shen Yulan's head. After a few days of improvement, Shen Yulan's 3-dimensional data has also greatly improved. Name, Shen Yulan. Favorability, 91 points. Martial arts cultivation, Quasi warrior level 2. Genetic potential, 7.7%. Constitution, 66 including strength, agility, endurance, recovery speed, and other attributes. Spirit, 29 including perception, willpower, concentration, etc. Martial arts, basic gene bodybuilding mastery, Gale Blade technique minor success. Lin Feng remembered that when he first met Shen Yulan, her genetic talent was only a pitiful 3.5%. And now, only a few days have passed, and the genetic talent has more than doubled. It reached a terrifying 7.7%. Although this data is still quite different from Lin Feng's, it is already quite good among his peers. In addition to genetic talent, physical and mental fitness have also increased significantly. Especially the physical fitness, which increased by more than 10 points in just a few days. If not compared with Lin Feng, the improvement is already quite fast. At this time, just as Lin Feng was observing Shen Yulan's 3-dimensional data, Shen Yulan had already sat at the dining table and started trying each dish. Lin Feng's craftsmanship is actually quite good. In addition, Shen Yulan has not been well received at home since she graduated from high school, and her mother doesn't put much effort into the meal she cooks. This meal was extremely enjoyable. Unknowingly, the relationship between the two was getting better and better. Just then, before he finished his meal, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind again. Ding, detecting a rapid rise in affection between the host and target, greatly increasing the chances of a successful proposal. A system task is now being issued. Objective, propose to Shen Yulan. Upon successful completion of the task, Shen Yulan will receive a reward of 1 level of proficiency in any one of her chosen techniques, and the host's reward will be doubled. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. System tasks are here again. The reward for proficiency in martial arts is quite good. After all, this thing cannot be improved by taking medicine, it can only be improved through hard work. But proposal. Lin Feng was not very old in his previous life and had no experience with this either. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to take it easy. After all, this is not a trivial matter and cannot be dealt with casually. If things go wrong, Shen Yulan will probably remember it for the rest of her life. Of course, if you do it well, you will remember it for a lifetime. After dinner, Shen Yulan gave Lin Feng an apologetic smile and said, "Brother Feng, I want to practice for a while. I'm afraid I can't accompany you." Shen Yulan felt that she was a little sorry for Lin Feng. "We are boyfriend and girlfriend and live together, but I can't be with him after get off work." It's really hard to justify. But Shen Yulan didn't want to delay her martial arts training. After all, becoming a warrior is her biggest dream. Lin Feng waved his hands hurriedly and said, "It's okay. Practicing martial arts is important. Besides, I can practice martial arts with you." Lin Feng wished Shen Yulan would work harder. Moreover, Lin Feng himself doesn't want to be too idle. Lin Feng now has a very high genetic talent, and his proficiency in the Gale Sword technique is only slightly lower than Shen Yulan's. Therefore, the efficiency of practice is much higher than when I was in high school. Although cultivation is only a drop in the bucket compared to the system's rewards, Lin Feng still understands the principle of accumulating small amounts to make a big one. Then, both Shen Yulan and Lin Feng came to the training room. Fortunately, the training room in Lin Feng's house is not small, and it is enough for two people to practice at the same time. But, before entering the state of cultivation, Lin Feng asked Shen Yulan to take the bottle of advanced physical medicine as well. At this time, there were 3 medicines taking effect on Shen Yulan's body at the same time. They are advanced genetic potions, advanced physical potions, and extraordinary potions. When practicing in this state, the attributes will improve very quickly. The two practiced until the early morning before finally returning to bed. These few hours of practice have allowed Lin Feng and Shen Yulan to gain some 3-dimensional attributes. Of course, Lin Feng added more. After the martial arts training, Shen Yulan showed an unsatisfied look on her face. If she hadn't stayed up all night last night, she would have stayed up all night again today. This can no longer be described as simple effort. But because I like it, I can't help but want to work hard. Early morning. The two of them ate some dumplings at the dumpling shop at the entrance of the community and then parted ways again. Shen Yulan rode a shared bicycle and started her first day as an assistant coach. Lin Feng got on the bus and started his first day working for the Zhanghai City Warrior Association's action support team. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. Since Captain Li had already given instructions yesterday, Lin Feng went directly to the 38th floor this time. The Zhanghai City Warrior Association's field department is located on the 38th, 39th, and 40th floors of the building. The 38th floor is the operations support team, and the 39th and 40th floors are the special operations teams. Since Lin Feng arrived early, there were not many people on the 38th floor, so Lin Feng could only find Captain Li's office by himself. Captain Li arrived relatively early. When he saw Lin Feng coming, a kind smile appeared on his rough face. "You're here quite early," Captain Li said with a smile. Lin Feng also smiled slightly and said, "Captain Li, you came earlier." Captain Li also laughed and said, "I came early because of you. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to find me when you got here. Come on, I'll take you to get the equipment and supplies." Captain Li stood up and walked out of the office with Lin Feng. Along the way, Captain Li met several members of the action support team, and they all greeted Captain Li respectfully. Captain Li also responded with a smile. However, he was not in a hurry to introduce Lin Feng to them. As they walked, Captain Li said, "Our action support team is divided into 5 teams. Teams 2 to 5 each have 10 members. You probably won't have much contact with them, so you can slowly get familiar with them. The first action support team is the team you are about to join. This team now has 5 people, and you are 6 in total. They are all the best in our action support team. You will carry out missions together in the future, so after you receive the equipment and supplies, I will introduce you to them. However, Vice President Gao has told me not to let you go on any missions for the time being. Your powers have just awakened, and you may not be too familiar with them yet. So, you should practice here for a while, practice and become familiar with your powers, and when you have formed combat effectiveness, you can go on missions with them." "Okay, Captain Li," Lin Feng responded. Chapter 29 has hundreds of millions of confidence. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this arrangement. Indeed, Lin Feng is not yet very proficient in using the ability of telekinetic arming. Moreover, after Lin Feng traveled to this world, he had never fought with other people. Almost zero combat skills. If we go out to carry out the mission at this time, we will definitely be a drag. It would be more reasonable to practice first and hone your combat effectiveness before going out on a mission. Not long after, Captain Li brought Lin Feng to a warehouse. Then, I collected some equipment from the warehouse. A set of black combat uniforms, 2 sets of training uniforms, an ID badge, and even some toiletries. Looking at the towel and bath towel in his hand, Lin Feng was stunned. "Captain Li, our action support team also distributes bath towels?" Lin Feng asked with a helpless smile. Seeing Lin Feng's inexperienced look, Captain Li laughed and said, "Of course, although we are nominally the company's field staff, we actually spend more time practicing in the company than outside. After sweating during martial arts training, we must take a shower. Isn't it normal to be given a bath towel?" After hearing this explanation, Lin Feng understood. After receiving these basic supplies, Captain Li took Lin Feng back to his office. Then, he took something out of the cupboard behind his desk. This book is a summary of some of the techniques and experiences of telekinesis practitioners. Vice President Gao gave it to me last night and asked me to give it to you this morning. Take it back and read it. It may be useful for your future spiritual power cultivation. This book, a book on advanced genetic bodybuilding, is an advanced version of the basic genetic bodybuilding method. It is very effective in improving physical fitness. Basically, all members of our action support team are practicing this advanced genetic bodybuilding method. However, the advanced gene bodybuilding method is the same as the basic gene bodybuilding method. It can only improve your physical fitness, but does not have combat capabilities. Therefore, you still need to choose another method. We have a special library on this floor, which contains many secret manuals of martial arts. You can choose the martial arts that suits you according to your own situation. However, I have a suggestion for you. Your special ability is very special. You don't have to choose a technique yet. Instead, try each one first to see which technique can produce a stronger effect when combined with your special ability. Then, choose one and concentrate on practicing it. It is best to choose to use weapon-based skills. After all, punches and kicks cannot fully unleash the power of telekinetic weapons. Captain Lee said a lot. Lin Feng felt that he had benefited a lot. Immediately afterwards, Captain Lee took Lin Feng to familiarize himself with the environment. There are many rooms on this floor, including a separate lounge for each team, a training room, a gravity room, a reaction training room, a speed training room, a strength training room, a testing room, a bathroom, etc. After getting familiar with the situation, Captain Lee finally brought Lin Feng to the lounge of the first action support team. At this time, in the first team's lounge, the other 5 members of the first team seemed to have arrived. Seeing Captain Lee and Lin Feng coming in, they all greeted them with smiles. It was obvious that Captain Lee must have told them in advance that there would be new people coming. Captain Lee first introduced Lin Feng to them. Today, our operational support team 1 finally has a new member, a rare Quasi telekineticist. Captain Lee glanced around and looked at Lin Feng again, continuing to introduce Lin Feng, a 3rd-level Quasi telekineticist, possesses SS-level supernatural telekinetic weaponry. The upper limit of future growth is very high. I hope that in the days to come, you can support each other and become the closest of comrades. After Captain Lee finished his introduction, everyone in Team 1 applauded. Lin Feng was not at all nervous and said generously, "I'm new here, brothers and sisters, please take good care of me." It seems that Lin Feng is indeed the youngest. It's not excessive to call you brother or sister. The atmosphere in the first team was also good. Lin Feng could see that the smiles of the other people were very sincere. It seems that there shouldn't be much competition in this team. At this time, Captain Lee said again, "Everyone, please introduce yourselves so that Lin Feng can have a preliminary understanding of you." Hearing Captain Lee's words, the man standing in the middle took the first step forward. This man was very tall and strong, with a full beard on his face. He looked somewhat similar in build to Captain Lee. "Hello Lin Feng, my name is Zhang Chang, and I'm the captain of our first team." Zhang Chang extended a hand and shook Lin Feng's, then continued to introduce himself, "I'm currently a first-rank warrior. My superpower is the S-rank beast-type superpower, the Wrath of the Demonic Wolf. After using it, I can transform into a demonic wolf, tripling my attack, speed, and defense. Furthermore, my strength can be further increased when I'm injured. The downside is that my consciousness will be slightly less clear after the transformation." Zhang Chang's introduction was quite clear. It seems that he has not hidden any of his cards at all. But Zhang Chang had just finished speaking when a complaint came from the side. It was a girl standing next to Zhang Chang. The girl has long blue hair, sickly white skin, and a good figure and looks. Hearing Zhang Chang's words, the girl curled her lips and said, "Captain Chang, you're just a little out of your mind. Don't flatter yourself. Lin Feng, don't believe him. In the future, when we go on missions, as soon as he activates his supernatural power to transform, you must run away." It sounds like the blue-haired girl is quite experienced. The girl also smiled and stretched out her hand and shook hands with Lin Feng. "Pinch it again. Rubbed it." Finally, she let go of his hand and chuckled softly, "Huh, the hands of a telekineticist are so soft and tender. They feel much more comfortable to touch than those rough guys." Captain Lee frowned noticeably when he saw the blue-haired girl's actions. The girl immediately became serious and said, "Brother Feng, my name is Lan Qin, you can call me Sister Lan. I am also a quasi-telepath, but I am only at the 4th level. I will soon become a true telepath. My superpower is an A-level psychic power, which is the ability to control objects. After the girl finished her introduction, the other 3 team members also introduced themselves. All 3 of them are Quasi warriors, and their strength is above the 3rd level of Quasi warriors. The superpowers are all powers with strong combat attributes. Although the members of this first team have different personalities and unique identities, Lin Feng feels that they are all sincere. Lin Feng likes the atmosphere of the first team very much. However, unfortunately, the first team was about to go on a mission, so Lin Feng had no way to get to know them in depth. After the first team left, Captain Li was not in a hurry to leave. Lin Feng, if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can come to me at any time. Don't be shy. Captain Li instructed. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, Captain Li." Captain Li added, "I suggest you learn the advanced gene bodybuilding method first. After you've finished, you'll have to hand in this book. Furthermore, you're not allowed to take this book out of the Warrior Association." Lin Feng didn't expect this. Captain Li saw Lin Feng's confusion and explained, "This advanced genetic bodybuilding method is a unique skill of our Dragon Country Warrior Association. Generally speaking, it is not allowed to be passed on to outsiders, so the book cannot be taken out." "Can't it be spread outside?" Lin Feng asked. Captain Li smiled and said, "Under normal circumstances, it's not allowed to be passed on to outsiders. But as long as you don't take the book out directly, or teach it to foreign warriors or criminals, generally no one will care." After hearing Captain Li's words, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. "If I don't teach it to Shen Yulan, how can I quickly improve my proficiency in this technique?" At this time, Captain Li patted Lin Feng's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "You can try to see how long it takes you to master the advanced genetic bodybuilding method. In our action support team, the fastest record is Zhang Chang, who mastered it in just 1 week." "Okay, Captain Li." Lin Feng replied with a smile. "You seem very confident?" Captain Li also said with a smile. Lin Feng scratched his head and chuckled, "It's okay, I only have a little bit of confidence." Chapter 30 Talent is nothing compared to cheats. The proficiency levels of martial arts techniques, from low to high, are entry level, skilled, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. Proficiency is mastery, equivalent to the 3rd level. In the past, Lin Feng wouldn't even dare to think about reaching the mastery level within a week. But now, Lin Feng's confidence is indeed quite sufficient. After all, one can only rely on oneself to learn other people's martial arts proficiency. Lin Feng relied on his wife's efforts. "As long as my wife works hard enough, her proficiency will take off." In addition, there are system tasks, which also reward proficiency. At this time, Captain Li smiled again and said, "This competition is a tradition of our action support team. Although there are no official rewards, every time someone breaks a record, I will give a small reward in my personal name. Let's see if you can get this reward." Lin Feng responded, "Okay. What if we break the record?" "Break the record hard? What does that mean?" Captain Li asked in confusion. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's just to improve the record by a lot." Captain Li was happy. This Lin Feng is really too confident. You know, it is not easy to master a skill from the beginning. What's more, this advanced genetic bodybuilding method is not a simple low-level technique, but an advanced technique. Although it cannot improve actual combat capabilities, those actions are also very difficult. "You haven't learned this before, have you?" Captain Li suddenly asked. Lin Feng shook his head, "I haven't learned it." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Captain Li said without hesitation, "If you break the record, the reward will be doubled." "It's a deal. It's a deal." Lin Feng actually didn't have much expectation for Captain Li's reward. "It's just that this is something I'm good at." After explaining some things to Lin Feng, Captain Li left. Lin Feng was the only one left in the lounge. Looking at the pile of things around him, Lin Feng packed them up first. In this lounge, everyone has a separate wardrobe. Lin Feng first put away his combat uniform and a set of training clothes, and then changed into another set of training clothes. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng picked up the 2 books given by Captain Li and went to the library. At this time, there were already several people reading in the library. Some members of the action support team who have no missions often come to the library to read when they have nothing to do. However, Lin Feng did not go to the bookshelf to look for a martial art that suits him. Instead, he took out the book that Gao Huaiyan asked Captain Li to pass to him. Compared with some knowledge of warriors, Lin Feng still knows too little about telekinesis masters, and the content of this book is just about telekinesis masters. Lin Feng opened the book and read it carefully. As the name suggests, a telekineticist is a profession that fights through telekinesis. The strength of telekinesis comes from the strength of mental power. The higher the mental power value, the stronger the telekinesis, the longer it lasts, and the faster the telekinesis recovers. Therefore, for a telekinetic master, the most important thing is to improve his or her mental power value. But the improvement of mental strength is different from that of physical fitness. To improve your physical fitness, you can choose to take medicine, practice martial arts, or even ordinary physical exercise can improve your physical attributes. However, according to the description in the book, there is only one way to increase the value of mental power. That is, constantly use your supernatural powers and constantly consume your mental power through your supernatural powers. With the repeated use and recovery of mental power, your mental strength will slowly grow. But the emergence of extraordinary potions has provided a new way to improve mental strength. But it was obvious that the extraordinary potion had just been developed, and there was no record of it in the book. In addition to introducing methods to improve mental power, the book also talks about many skills and methods for using mental powers. However, Lin Feng's SS-level supernatural power, telekinetic weaponry, is indeed too rare. The book only mentions this name, but it is not introduced as clearly as other psychic powers. Lin Feng spent the entire morning studying the book carefully. It wasn't until noon that I finally finished watching it all. After reading it, Lin Feng felt that he had benefited a lot. I also have many ideas about the future cultivation of mental strength and supernatural powers. At noon, Lin Feng had a quick meal in the cafeteria of the Jianghai City Warrior Association, and then returned to the library again. The first action support team went off to carry out some unknown mission and did not return in the afternoon. Lin Feng started reading the book on advanced genetic bodybuilding methods. Lin Feng was still very interested in this technique. Lin Feng also planned to learn this advanced technique carefully. After all, he had to teach Shen Yulan when he returned home in the evening. How can I teach Shen Yulan if I can't learn it myself? After reading for a while, Lin Feng took the book directly to the training room. The training room here is very large and can accommodate dozens of people practicing martial arts at the same time. Lin Feng found a corner and practiced while watching. Compared to the basic genetic bodybuilding method, many of the movements in this book are more difficult and feel a bit awkward to perform. But Lin Feng still tried his best to perform every movement well. After practicing for a while, Captain Li suddenly appeared in the training room. Then he walked towards Lin Feng. "Captain Li, why are you here?" Lin Feng hurriedly stopped practicing and asked respectfully. Captain Li said, "I guess you're already practicing the advanced genetic bodybuilding method. I came to see how you're doing. This is indeed a bit difficult." Lin Feng said truthfully. Captain Li smiled knowingly and said, "Of course it's difficult, otherwise how could it be called an advanced technique? Try practicing it now and I'll help you see." In fact, Captain Li came here to help. Since the action support team was able to recruit a genius like Lin Feng, he naturally wanted to train him more carefully. Moreover, Vice President Gao also specifically instructed me to take care of Lin Feng. Captain Li cannot just sit back and do nothing for both moral and logical reasons. As for the reward, Captain Li didn't really care about it. He hoped that Lin Feng could break the record, but Captain Li also knew that it was not easy to break the record set by Zhang Chang. Lin Feng also started practicing in front of Captain Li. With the guidance of an expert like Captain Li, Lin Feng would not waste this opportunity. Captain Li did his job conscientiously. With the help of Captain Li, Lin Feng spent an afternoon and finally became familiar with all the movements of this advanced genetic bodybuilding method. At this time, Lin Feng's personal panel also showed that the advanced genetic body tempering method had reached the entry level. Evening. Captain Li, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I would definitely be at a loss this afternoon. Lin Feng expressed his sincere gratitude. Captain Li laughed heartily, waved his hand casually, and said, "You're welcome. I've also given guidance to those members of the first team before. But I feel that at this learning speed, it will be difficult for you to surpass Zhang Chang. It only took him 2 hours to get started, while you took an entire afternoon." After an afternoon of teaching, Captain Li felt that he had almost figured out Lin Feng's background. But Lin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. He said with a smile, "Captain Li, although my comprehension ability is average, I work harder than others. I will definitely practice hard when I go back tonight." Captain Li smiled and said nothing. He originally wanted to say, "Hard work is nothing compared to talent," but after thinking about it, he felt that this sentence seemed a bit hurtful. If Lin Feng could hear these words, he would definitely sneer at them. Because talent is equally insignificant compared to plug-ins. Chapter 31. Sure enough, he is a martial arts fanatic. After saying goodbye to Captain Li, Lin Feng got on the bus home again. After getting off the bus, Lin Feng bought some vegetables directly at the supermarket at the entrance of the community. Tonight, Lin Feng still plans to cook some delicious dishes to reward Shen Yulan for her hard work for him. After buying the vegetables, Shen Yulan should be home soon. Lin Feng stood at the gate of the community again, waiting eagerly. Not long after, I saw Shen Yulan riding a shared bicycle home. Shen Yulan is still very happy today. Especially when she saw Lin Feng waiting for her at the gate of the community again, a smile instantly bloomed on Shen Yulan's face. Brother Feng, you don't have to wait for me at the door every day. Shen Yulan put down the bicycle, with a blush on her face, and said softly. I get off work a little earlier than you, so it's just right for me to wait for you for a while. Lin Feng said with a smile. Shen Yulan reached out and took some of the fruit that Lin Feng had just bought from Lin Feng. The two walked towards home. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly said, I have good news to tell you. Shen Yulan's eyebrows turned into crescents as she smiled, and said, I also have good news to tell you, but you go first this time. As they walked, Lin Feng said, I learned an advanced martial art at the Warrior Association today, called the Advanced Gene Body Tempering Method. I'll teach you after I get home tonight. Upon hearing Lin Feng's good news, Shen Yulan's face immediately showed a look of surprise. But then, as if she had thought of something else, she hurriedly said, I've heard of this advanced technique. It's said to be unique to the Warrior Association. Only those who join the Warrior Association and become official employees can learn it, and it's not allowed to be passed on to outsiders. Can you teach it to me? The advanced genetic bodybuilding method is still very well known. But because the Warrior Association did not allow it to be spread outside, it did not spread widely. Lin Feng explained with a smile, It's okay, I've already asked our captain, you can pass it on to outsiders, but only to your own relatives. Once you learn it, don't teach it to others. Shen Yulan's face showed joy again, and she nodded hurriedly, Well, don't worry, I will definitely not teach anyone else. It's time to tell you the good news. Lin Feng said as he opened the door. Shen Yulan hesitated for a moment and said, I'll tell you when we eat. Okay, you're still keeping me in suspense. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. The two came to the kitchen. Lin Feng originally wanted Shen Yulan to practice martial arts, but Shen Yulan was unwilling to go and instead prepared to cook with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't force it. With Shen Yulan's help, dinner was prepared quickly and was done in less than an hour. On the dining table, Lin Feng asked again, What good news? Should I tell you now? Shen Yulan's cheeks suddenly turned slightly red. Every time when talking about some sensitive topics, Shen Yulan's cheeks would turn red. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Thinking about what Shen Yulan said was good news, I blushed again. Are you pregnant? Lin Feng blurted out. Hearing this, Shen Yulan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Don't talk nonsense, I take medicine every day, okay? Shen Yulan said. What's the good news? Shen Yulan paused for a moment and seemed to be struggling internally for a moment. Then, she said firmly, Brother Feng, let's get married. Ding, it's detected that the target is proposing to the host. The proposal task has been changed to accept proposals from both men and women. If the host agrees to the proposal, the task will be completed. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was stunned. Shen Yulan, as expected, is still so proactive. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to take a break for 2 days. First of all, he had to prepare himself. In Lin Feng's previous life, proposing was a very sacred thing. At least he had to prepare the ring and find a beautiful environment. Secondly, the two had just moved into a new house and their lives were not yet completely stable, so it was not the best time to propose. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that Shen Yulan was not an ordinary girl. She doesn't care who proposes. I don't care about the forms. She just wanted to hold Lin Feng tightly and didn't want to disappoint the best man in the world. He is indeed a martial arts fanatic. Are you proposing to me? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Shen Yulan's cheeks flushed, she nodded, then shook her head. It doesn't matter whether it's a proposal or not. This is what I really think. I want to marry you. Although Shen Yulan was very shy, she still said it firmly. But, I haven't prepared the ring yet. I don't want a ring, I just want you. Good. Do you agree? Shen Yulan asked excitedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, of course, if the beautiful Shen proposes to me, I would be stupid to refuse. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the marriage proposal mission. The reward target is Shen Yulan. She will increase her proficiency level in any martial arts technique by 1 level, and the host will receive a double increase accordingly. Please choose the technique. 1. Basic Genetic Bodybuilding Method Mastery. 2. Gale Sword Technique Minor Success. Please select. Lin Feng didn't want to choose either of these 2 techniques. One is the most basic technique, which is of little use in the later stages. One is an intermediate skill that can improve physical fitness and take combat into consideration, but it is only an intermediate skill after all, so it is still a little lacking. After thinking about it, Lin Feng asked in his mind, can I not choose the reward yet, save it first, and choose it when I want to? The system's answer quickly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Yes. However, before you select your reward, the next system task will be temporarily suspended. Please select as soon as possible. Lin Feng was delighted. That's easy. Tonight, after dinner, I will immediately teach Shen Yulan the advanced genetic bodybuilding method. What are you thinking about? Shen Yulan asked when she saw Lin Feng smiling foolishly. Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes full of love. I was wondering when to bring you home to meet my parents. It's all right. I'll listen to you, Shen Yulan said in a low voice. Although the proposal was successful, getting married is not that simple. The main thing is that neither of them has met each other's parents yet. Although the opinions of both sides' parents cannot influence anything, etiquette still needs to be in place. As for when to meet their parents, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan discussed it briefly and decided to wait until the weekend. They both have work during the week and only have time on weekends. And Lin Feng can't wait to teach Shen Yulan the advanced genetic bodybuilding method. After finishing their meal, they went to the training room without even washing the dishes. Then, Lin Feng taught them one by one according to the movements he had learned during the day. It has to be said that Shen Yulan's ability to comprehend martial arts is indeed higher than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng spent an entire afternoon learning under the guidance of a master like Captain Li before he was able to get started. But Shen Yulan only took 3 hours. Moreover, he learned it under the guidance of Lin Feng, a half-baked guy. Lin Feng was stunned. Just then, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan's proficiency in advanced genetic bodybuilding has been detected to have reached the entry level. The host receives double rewards, and her proficiency in basic genetic bodybuilding has been raised to the mastery level. Lin Feng was very excited. I mastered it so quickly, it really is that easy. The plugin is still powerful. Shen Yulan didn't know the advanced genetic bodybuilding method before, so after learning it, it was equivalent to upgrading from no knowledge to entry level, which is considered a level. Therefore, according to the rules of the system, Lin Feng's advanced genetic bodybuilding method also upgraded 2 levels in a row, from entry level to proficient. At this time, Lin Feng said to Shen Yulan, you practice on your own for a while, I'll go wash the dishes. Shen Yulan hurriedly wanted to follow Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng refused. A trivial matter like washing dishes is not as important as improving the abilities of the whole family. No need, I'll finish washing the dishes quickly. You should continue practicing the advanced genetic bodybuilding method and try to reach proficiency level by tonight. Hearing Lin Feng's exaggerated words, Shen Yulan couldn't help but said helplessly, how can it be that fast? It's good enough if I can practice it proficiently in a week. After all, it's an advanced technique. Lin Feng didn't explain too much, just nodded slightly. When he turned around and left the training room, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. 1 week? No way. She must see the power of the plug-in. System, for the marriage proposal quest reward, I choose 3, Advanced Gene Bodybuilding Method. Chapter 32 The Destined Man. As soon as Lin Feng left, Shen Yulan couldn't wait to continue practicing. She was quite excited and thrilled about being able to obtain the advanced genetic bodybuilding method. Although this technique has no actual combat ability, it is an advanced technique after all, and it can improve physical fitness much faster than the Gale Sword technique. Shen Yulan felt that she absolutely could not waste such a good opportunity and must improve her proficiency in the advanced genetic bodybuilding method as quickly as possible. Even Shen Yulan plans to stay up late tonight. Although Lin Feng said that he would improve his proficiency in the technique to proficiency tonight, which sounded a bit exaggerated. He must improve it to proficiency as quickly as possible. Only when you reach a proficient level can you basically bring out the effect of the technique. Let's fight, Shen Yulan muttered to herself silently. Then she started to get ready. Start practicing. After making a move, Shen Yulan stopped in confusion. She suddenly felt as if she had an epiphany. Right. It's enlightenment. Just like when I was practicing the Gale Sword technique before. It felt like my brain suddenly opened up, my understanding of the exercises suddenly improved, and some details of the movements seemed to suddenly appear in my mind out of thin air. How strange, Shen Yulan muttered again. Then I started practicing again. But this time, it was completely different from before. All the movements were done in one go, as if they had been practiced all night. It seems that it is easier to have an epiphany when you are in a good mood, Shen Yulan thought secretly in his heart. She attributed it all to her recent good mood. After getting to know Lin Feng, everything seemed to be getting better. Lin Feng is indeed the man destined for me, Shen Yulan thought again. However, these thoughts only flashed through my mind. Although after her sudden realization, she felt that she had reached a proficient level in this technique, proficiency was definitely not the end, she wanted more. Shen Yulan shook his head lightly, throwing away all the messy thoughts that had nothing to do with martial arts practice in his mind, and immediately devoted himself to practice again. Lin Feng had no idea about Shen Yulan's rich inner thoughts. Because Lin Feng received another system prompt. Ding, Shen Yulan's proficiency in advanced genetic bodybuilding has been detected to have reached the proficient level. The host receives double rewards, and her proficiency in basic genetic bodybuilding has been raised to the mastery level. Lin Feng hurriedly opened his personal panel and started looking. Name, Lin Feng. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 1, Quasi Warrior Level 2. Martial Arts Cultivation 2, Quasi Telekinetic Master Level 3. Genetic Potential, 12.5%. Constitution, 62. Spirit, 74. Ability, Telekinetic Armament SS Level. Martial Arts, Basic Gene Bodybuilding Proficient, Gale Blade Technique Mastery, Advanced Gene Bodybuilding Mastery. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. This is the power of plug-ins. In just one day, you can practice an advanced technique to the highest level. Invincible. It's so cool. Lin Feng came to the kitchen and started washing dishes while humming a song. Lin Feng doesn't particularly like doing housework. But since living together with Shen Yulan, Lin Feng suddenly changed his personality and became particularly fond of doing housework. After all, no matter how tiring doing housework is, it is much easier than practicing. All he had to do was do the housework and wait for Shen Yulan to practice hard, and his three-dimensional attributes would continue to improve. Under such circumstances, Lin Feng also fell in love with housework unknowingly. Ding, Shen Yulan is detected to be practicing diligently, and her physical fitness has increased by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, and her physical fitness has increased by 2 points. Ding, Shen Yulan's diligent cultivation has been detected, and her genetic talent has increased by 0.1%. The host has received a double reward, and her genetic talent has increased by 0.2%. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body has taken effect. Physical fitness increased by 1 point, genetic talent increased by 0.1%, and mental strength increased by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, with physical fitness increased by 2 points, genetic talent increased by 0.2%, and mental strength increased by 2 points. While Lin Feng was washing the dishes, the system's prompts never stopped. With the addition of the 3 potions in Shen Yulan's hard work and practice, the 3-dimensional attributes of the two, especially Lin Feng's attributes, increased rapidly. Lin Feng finished washing the dishes in a short while. Then, we came to the training room. Seeing that Shen Yulan was working hard to practice the movements in the advanced genetic bodybuilding method, Lin Feng did not disturb her, but quietly practiced beside her. Lin Feng also practiced advanced genetic bodybuilding methods. This is the highest level of martial arts that Lin Feng currently knows. But after practicing for a while, Shen Yulan suddenly stopped. During her practice just now, she suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with Lin Feng's practice. It seemed that Lin Feng's movements were more skillful than his own, and the connection between each movement seemed to be smoother. There seems to be a strange beauty. Shen Yulan walked towards Lin Feng, observed him again, and then said, "Brother Feng, why do I feel that your proficiency is higher than mine?" Oh, I just had an epiphany, and my proficiency should have reached the skilled level. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Sudden enlightenment. Well, that's a good word. Lin Feng also stopped and said with a smile, I seem to have had an epiphany. I feel like I've been in a good mood recently, which has caused me to feel very good when practicing. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Yulan's eyes suddenly lit up. So you also had an epiphany. It turns out that a good mood is very helpful for spiritual practice. Shen Yulan said excitedly. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this explanation. It's much easier than explaining the system's existence to yourself. Of course, Lin Feng would never mention the existence of the system to anyone. This was just a metaphor. Then, the two chatted casually and started practicing again. 12 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng was really a little sleepy. But Shen Yulan is still full of energy. Helpless, Lin Feng could only return to the bedroom alone. Although Lin Feng has worked very hard, he is still far behind Shen Yulan. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng turned off the system prompt sound without hesitation. That night, under the effects of 3 bottles of different potions and Shen Yulan's efforts, the system prompts in Lin Feng's mind never stopped. Of course, Lin Feng, who had turned off the system prompt sound, had a good sleep. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Feng immediately smelled the fragrance of food. I got up and went to the kitchen. Shen Yulan was already wearing an apron and cooking. Let me do it, while we still have some time, you go and take a rest. Lin Feng snatched the shovel from Shen Yulan's hand and pushed Shen Yulan out of the bedroom without saying a word. Shen Yulan had been up all night, so Lin Feng naturally couldn't let her cook. Shen Yulan was also very obedient. After being pushed out, she lay on the sofa in the living room for a while. It can be considered as making up for the lack of sleep. After dinner, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan parted again at the entrance of the community. Shen Yulan rode the shared bicycle again, and Lin Feng got on the bus again, heading in different directions. As soon as he arrived at the 38th floor of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association, Lin Feng felt that the atmosphere in the unit today was a little bit off. It seemed that there was a gloomy look on the face of every team member. When passing by Captain Li's office, Lin Feng knocked on the door. Captain Li's voice came from inside, "Come in." Lin Feng pushed the door and walked in. At this time, Captain Li was putting on his coat and seemed to be about to go out. Seeing Lin Feng coming over, Captain Li said, "I'm going to the medical room, come with me." Hearing that they were going to the medical room, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and asked, "Captain Li, did something happen?" Captain Li put on his clothes and walked out, explaining, something went wrong during yesterday's mission. A member of the second team died, and Zhang Chang was also injured and is now lying in the infirmary. Chapter 33 A knife, top quality, 3 stars. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised to hear that someone had died. He hurriedly asked, "Captain Li, what was the mission yesterday? Why did someone die?" Captain Li had said before that the 2nd to 5th teams were all carrying out very safe missions and there would basically be no casualties. He didn't expect that someone from the 2nd team would die on his 2nd day at work. Captain Li was in a bad mood, but he still patiently explained, "This mission is actually very simple. Traces of the Demon Eye clan were discovered in an abandoned factory building in the suburbs of Zhanghai City. The Special Operations Team sent a team to deal with it and destroyed a stronghold of the Demon Eye clan. Since this battle affected a large area, I sent the 1st and 2nd Action Support Teams to do the aftermath work. Unexpectedly, a guy from the Demon Eye clan faked his death and suddenly attacked and killed a team member when the 2nd team was cleaning up the mess. Fortunately, the 1st team was also there at the time, and Zhang Chang led the 1st team to fight against the injured Demon Eye clan member. That Demon Eye clan member was very strong. Even though he had already suffered fatal injuries, he still caused Zhang Chang a lot of trouble. This was the 2nd time Lin Feng had heard the name of the Demon Eye clan since he came to the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. When he was in school, Lin Feng had seen the introduction of the Demon Eye clan in textbooks. He only knew that this kind of creature was best at hiding and disguising, and would often infiltrate human society to cause trouble and steal information. In the past, Lin Feng thought that the Demon Eye clan was very far away from him. But unexpectedly, they were right next to me. "Is Zhang Chang okay?" Lin Feng asked. Although he had only met him once, Lin Feng had a good impression of this strong but slightly honest guy. Besides, since Lin Feng has joined the 1st Action Support Team, he will have many opportunities to interact with Zhang Chang in the future. Captain Li said, "It's nothing serious, just a slightly serious injury. I think he'll have to stay in bed for 10 days to half a month." As he spoke, Captain Li brought Lin Feng to the medical room. The medical room of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association is on the 41st and 42nd floors. Whether it is the level of doctors or some professional medical equipment, they are all very strong. Especially in the treatment of some external injuries, it is much better than ordinary hospitals. Therefore, generally, injured field personnel will be treated here. At this time, Zhang Chang was lying on the hospital bed. His stomach was wrapped in white gauze, almost covering half of his body. If you don't look at the lower half, it looks like a big dumpling with its mouth boiled. Lan Qin, the only girl in the first action support team, was sitting on a chair beside the bed. Seeing Captain Li and Lin Feng coming over, Lan Qin stood up hurriedly. Her originally cheerful and playful personality became much quieter at this moment. Captain Li, I'm sorry, I didn't discover the Demon Eye clan member pretending to be dead in time. Lan Qin said with some regret. As a quasi-telekineticist, Lan Qin's mental power is much higher than that of ordinary warriors, so he is responsible for gathering intelligence in the team. She did bear some responsibility for the sneak attack by the Demon Eye tribe who pretended to be dead this time. Captain Li waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Just be more careful next time. The Demon Eye clan is the most cunning. We must be very careful next time." "I understand, Captain Li," Lan Qin said in a low voice. Just as Captain Li and Lan Qin were talking, Zhang Chang slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Captain Li standing beside his bed, Zhang Chang suddenly grinned and chuckled twice. But after just 2 laughs, he started to grimace in pain because the wound was pulled. "I've talked to the doctor. Your injury is not serious, but you need to stay in bed for at least half a month. You better behave yourself during this time. I'll let Lan Qin and the others take turns to look after you," Captain Li said with a slight sternness. He was really afraid that Zhang Chang would not listen to the doctor and run around before his injuries were healed. If the foundation is damaged, it may even affect the upper limit of future practice. Zhang Chang chuckled twice and said, "I see, Captain Li. This was an emergency and had nothing to do with Lan Qin. If Lan Qin hadn't been there to help, I'm afraid I would have lost my life there." Zhang Chang almost lost half his life, but he was still explaining for Lan Qin. It can be seen how good the relationship between them is. Captain Li looked at Zhang Chang helplessly and didn't respond. Instead, he said, "You still have the mind to care about others. Just rest and stop talking nonsense." But it is obvious that Zhang Chang is not the kind of person who can rest quietly. His gaze turned to Lin Feng again. Suddenly he said, "Brother Lin Feng, you just arrived, and I should have held a welcome party for you, but I didn't expect that I would be wrapped up like a dumpling. I will make it up to you when I recover from my illness." Zhang Chang has a really good attitude. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire him secretly. "Even though I'm injured like this, I seem to be in a good mood." Lin Feng hurriedly said with a smile, "Captain Zhang, you should have a good rest first. I will make arrangements when you recover from your injury." Zhang Chang immediately pretended to be angry and said, "That won't work. You're new here, I'll take care of it." Before Lin Feng could say anything, Zhang Chang said, "Don't call me Captain Zhang. Just call me Brother Chang like them." Lin Feng looked at Zhang Chang's shiny bald head, suppressed his smile, and said, "Okay, Brother Chang." Zhang Chang seems to be a bit talkative. He glanced at Captain Li standing beside him, then said to Lin Feng, "Brother Lin Feng, didn't our Captain Li tell you that there will be a reward if you beat my record?" Lin Feng looked at Captain Li beside him and nodded weakly. Zhang Chang immediately became excited and said, Don't let Captain Li fool you. Captain Li never tells you what the reward is, but every time it's very good. You must beat my record and make Captain Li bleed a lot of money, ha ha ha." Captain Li suddenly interrupted, "Zhang Chang, are you trying to divert the hatred? That's a nice thought. What do you mean by diverting hatred?" Lin Feng felt that he could not quite understand the conversation between the two. Captain Li suddenly laughed and said, "Our previous record for the fastest time in our action support team was 18 days to master the advanced genetic bodybuilding technique. When Zhang Chang arrived, he pushed the record down to 10 days. As a result, everyone who came after him didn't get a reward, so those who didn't get a reward are complaining that Zhang Chang is too excessive. If you break his record, no one will blame him. This is called diverting hatred. But mastering it in 10 days is a record that won't be easily broken." Hearing Captain Li's words, Lin Feng took a breath. Hiss. If I break the record, won't I become Zhang Chang's scapegoat? Although it was a bit of a joke, Lin Feng really wanted to keep a low profile. At this time, Lying on the hospital bed, Zhang Chang became unhappy immediately after hearing Captain Li's words. He shouted, "Captain Li, you are deliberately not wanting to give Lin Feng a reward. How can you scare a newbie like this?" Captain Li also chuckled and said, "I prepared the rewards, but whether you can take them or not is not my concern." Hearing Captain Li's words, Lin Feng asked weakly, "Captain Li, can I know what the reward is?" Captain Li shrugged and said nonchalantly, "A knife, top quality, 3 stars." In the ward, Lan Xin and Zhang Chang both opened their mouths and eyes wide, their faces filled with shock. "Fuck, Captain Li, you're really going to bleed a lot of money. This is better than my reward. Top grade 3-star? Captain Li, is your annual salary enough to buy it?" The two of them exclaimed at the same time. But Lin Feng, however, appeared somewhat calm. "I'm also a little confused. A top grade 3-star weapon, introduced in the book. But, is it really that powerful?" Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to understand what the level of the top 3 stars was, Zhang Chang hurriedly explained, "Lin Feng, you have just entered society, and I am afraid you don't know much about the weapon level system. The levels of weapons and equipment from low to high are low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The top quality 3-star weapon is a top quality weapon that has been enchanted or tempered 3 times. It's already considered the most advanced weaponry." Lin Feng still didn't have much idea. After all, up to now, Lin Feng still has no weapons and equipment of his own. Lan Xin couldn't stand it any longer and explained to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, the market price of top grade 3-star equipment is at least 3 million. Hiss. Lin Feng took another breath. 3 million. This is much easier to understand. Captain Li just said that day that he would give some rewards in his personal name to those who exceeded the record. But it didn't say that the reward was worth 3 million. Compared to 3 million, being a scapegoat seems like no big deal. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Captain Li, and asked, "Captain Li, you said yesterday that if we break the record, the reward will be doubled?" Chapter 34 Breaking the Record. Looking at Lin Feng's straight eyes, Li Youguang suddenly felt panicked for no reason. But he quickly calmed down. There is actually no standard for breaking records. Cruel, how cruel is it? And Li Youguang felt that it would be difficult for Lin Feng to break Zhang Chang's record. Not to mention breaking the record hardly. This kid is kidding me. Li Youguang smiled slightly and said, "I'm a man of my words. If you break the record, I'll give you double the reward. At worst, I can equip you with a top quality 3-star armor. But the prerequisite is that you have to break the record hard." At this time, after hearing the conversation between Lin Feng and Captain Li, Lan Xin and Zhang Chang both looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity. This Lin Feng, who looks unremarkable and doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be high profile, actually said such arrogant words. It is not easy to break Zhang Chang's record. You know, Zhang Chang has been working here for more than 3 years. During these 3 years, many people left the action support team and many new people came, but no one could break Zhang Chang's record. Obviously, this record is quite amazing. After all, it is an advanced skill, and it is much more difficult to practice than the elementary and intermediate skills. Zhang Chang couldn't help but say, "Brother Lin Feng, you haven't learned advanced techniques before. Advanced techniques are different from intermediate techniques. They take much longer to learn. Even if you can master intermediate techniques in 10 days, you won't be able to master advanced techniques. It will take at least twice as long." Lan Xin also said, "That's right, Brother Feng, it's already amazing to be able to break the record, but breaking it hard is unlikely." At this moment, Zhang Chang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked Captain Li, "But, Captain Li, what is the definition of a severe break? How many days does it take to be considered a severe break?" Hearing Zhang Chang's question, Lan Xin couldn't help but put her hand over her mouth and laughed softly twice. Zhang Chang and Captain Li are enemies. Often go against each other. Of course, they actually have a very good relationship. They just like to play and joke around, and it doesn't seem like a superior subordinate relationship at all. Lin Feng also looked at Captain Li. Lin Feng also wanted to know how many days this ruthless breaking of the definition would last. After all, the final right of interpretation lies in Captain Li's hands. If Captain Li said that it would take 10 minutes to make a decisive breakthrough, then Lin Feng would have no choice but to accept it. Captain Li glanced at Zhang Chang speechlessly, then said, "If we break it hard, it will at least double. 5 days. Just within 5 days." Hearing the number 5 days, Zhang Chang couldn't help but roll his eyes. It is really impossible to master it in 5 days. It can be declared that Lin Feng is bound to lose. Zhang Chang comforted Lin Feng, "It's okay, brother Lin Feng. We don't want his double reward, we just want to get that top-grade 3-star weapon worth 3 million. Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Lin Feng smiled again. To be honest, Captain Li's reward is quite attractive. After all, Shen Yulan uses a knife. If this top-grade 3-star sword is given to Shen Yulan, her actual combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. Moreover, it is also a good engagement gift. Certainly. If the reward is doubled, it wouldn't be impossible to get another piece of top-quality 3-star armor." Lin Feng suddenly chuckled, which scared Captain Li. Then, Lin Feng said, "Captain Li, it seems that I have mastered the advanced genetic bodybuilding method. This should be considered a big record-breaking one, right?" Originally, Lin Feng wanted to say that his advanced genetic bodybuilding method had reached the great perfection level. But after thinking about it, I felt that this was a bit too scary. So I decided to keep it a secret for a while. But even at the mastery level, it was already exaggerated enough. The ward suddenly became quiet. Lan Xin, Zhang Chang, and Captain Li looked at Lin Feng at the same time, their eyes full of disbelief, shock, and disbelief. "Is it true?" Lan Xin asked. "Did you learn it yesterday?" Zhang Chang also asked. "You are not kidding?" Captain Li asked in disbelief. Lin Feng smiled brightly and said, "No kidding, I really want those 2 rewards." Lin Feng's words seemed a bit serious. Captain Li began to believe it a little. But he wasn't actually that worried about his wallet. The 2 pieces of equipment are worth 6 million, and he can still afford them if he grits his teeth a little. What he cared about was that Lin Feng mastered an advanced martial art in just 1 day. No, less than a day. If it's true, then I really found a treasure. This proves that Lin Feng's value is higher than he expected. Genetic talent cannot completely determine a person's growth ceiling. There are many other invisible talents. The ability to absorb medicine and the ability to comprehend martial arts techniques are both invisible talents. If Lin Feng has a strong ability to absorb medicine and has a strong ability to comprehend, then he can really be considered a peerless genius. "Let's go to the training room." Captain Li waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhang Chang immediately wanted to get up. But as soon as he raised his head, he cried out in pain. "Ouch!" Captain Li suddenly turned around and gave Zhang Chang a cold look. "Be the fucking honest one. If you want to know something, ask Lan Xin to help you check it out. I'll tell you when I get back." Captain Li left the ward without looking back. Lan Xin made a face at Zhang Chang lying on the hospital bed, then grabbed Lin Feng's arm and followed him out. Only Zhang Chang was left lying on the hospital bed with a painful expression on his face. The reason for the pain is not the wound, but the inability to witness this hard record-breaking event. Soon, Captain Li brought Lin Feng and the other 2 to the training room. As soon as he entered the room, Captain Li said to Lin Feng with a little excitement, "Come, show me your advanced genetic bodybuilding method." Lin Feng didn't hesitate and started practicing right away. Of course, Lin Feng also restrained himself a little and did not display all of his great accomplishment skills. As soon as he started to perform the movements, Captain Li's eyes lit up. This feels even better than mastery. Captain Li sighed to himself. However, Captain Li still waited for Lin Feng to complete all the actions. After completing a set of movements, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Unexpectedly, after practicing it once, my physical fitness increased by 1 point. At this time, Lan Xin quietly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. "Awesome! I declare that you are my biological brother from now on. I will protect you in the Jianghai City Warrior Association," Lan Xin said excitedly. Captain Li looked down at Lan Xin and said with a smile, "I think Lin Feng is pretty good at protecting you." Lan Xin was not angry at all, and chuckled and said, "That's fine. You go back and take care of Zhang Chang. I'll talk to Lin Feng alone. Also, don't spread the fact that Lin Feng broke the record in 1 day. You should know what Lin Feng will face if those alien races find out," Captain Li ordered solemnly. Lan Xin also put away her smile and nodded in response, "I know, Captain Li." After saying that, Lan Xin was about to walk out. But just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Captain Li, can you say no to our brother Chang?" Captain Li showed a helpless look on his face and said, "Tell him to keep it secret too." "Got it." Lan Xin saluted with a smile, then left the training room. At this time, Captain Li turned to look at Lin Feng again and said with a smile, "Let's go to my office." In the captain's office, Captain Li walked behind his desk and opened the safe. Immediately afterwards, a tightly wrapped long object was placed in front of Lin Feng. This sword, called Blood Drinker, is a top-grade 3-star sword. The best quality means that its quality and hardness have reached the highest level. 3 stars means it has been tempered twice and enchanted once. It's actually a weapon I used when I was young. It once accompanied me to the battlefields of foreign races. Now it's yours. Captain Li said with a smile. Chapter 35 Approve some funds? After hearing Captain Li's words, Lin Feng put away his smile and his expression became serious. A good weapon is like a brother to a warrior. Unexpectedly, Captain Li wanted to give him the weapon he had used before. Captain Li, I don't need the reward. After all, I'm a telepath. This knife won't be of much use to me. Lin Feng said solemnly and a little embarrassedly. Captain Li chuckled and put the knife directly into Lin Feng's hand. Stop talking nonsense, just take it if I tell you to. Besides, I can't use this weapon anymore. Lin Feng did not refuse again. Thank you, Captain Li. Lin Feng said respectfully. Also, the promised double rewards will be there, but top-quality 3-star equipment isn't easy to find. Please wait a few days. There's no need to rush. Besides, 2 stars is fine. Lin Feng scratched his head and said with a smile. Captain Li pointed to the sofa in the office and said, "Sit down, let's talk." Lin Feng took the knife and sat obediently on the sofa. Captain Li also sat next to him. You have great talent. So, I have to warn you about something. Our world is not peaceful, and the wars with foreign races have become increasingly brutal in recent years. The most important thing is that in recent years, the alien races, mainly the Demon Eye clan, have been infiltrating Blue Star more and more. They not only act as spies to collect intelligence, but also assassinate geniuses among humans. Therefore, the fact that you mastered advanced martial arts techniques in less than a day must not be shared with anyone else. If the spies of the Demon Eye clan find out, there will be an endless stream of assassinations against you. Before you grow up completely, you must know how to hide yourself. Captain Li talked a lot with Lin Feng. The most common one is how to hide and protect yourself before you grow up. Lin Feng was very touched. I also realized that I should be more low-key. After the chat, Lin Feng left Captain Li's office. Captain Li went to Vice President Gao's office. He wanted to report some information about Lin Feng to Vice President Gao. After all, Gao Huaiyan is the vice president and has greater power. After he understands the importance of Lin Feng, he can also send more forces to protect Lin Feng. In the vice president's office. After Li Youguan finished introducing Lin Feng's situation, he smiled and said, Vice President Gao, in order to protect Lin Feng's safety, I plan to reward him with another top-grade 3-star armor. Can you approve some funds for me? The other side. Lin Feng returned to the lounge. He put the top-quality 3-star knife that Captain Li had just given him into his own cabinet. Regarding the issue of the knife, Lin Feng specifically asked Captain Li, and Lin Feng also expressed his idea of giving the knife to his wife. Captain Li said that Lin Feng could deal with it at will. Lin Feng decided to take it home in the evening and give Shen Yulan a surprise. Putting down the knife, Lin Feng returned to the training room. However, Lin Feng did not continue to practice the advanced genetic bodybuilding method, but instead worked hard to study his own special abilities. Through the book he read yesterday, Lin Feng had more ideas about how to develop and use superpowers, and also knew how to improve his mental strength. Lin Feng spent the entire day practicing the use of his supernatural powers. When your mental power runs out, take a break. After it is restored, it will be consumed again. But after practicing for a whole day, Lin Feng's spirit did not improve at all because of his practice. However, Shen Yulan, who took the extraordinary potion, helped to improve her spirits a little. Evening. Lin Feng didn't take the bus, but took a taxi. After all, he was holding a weapon, and such an expensive weapon at that. Lin Feng didn't want any accidents to happen on the bus. After buying some vegetables at the entrance of the community, Lin Feng returned home. After putting down the vegetables and the knife, Lin Feng returned to the entrance of the community and waited quietly. Since Lin Feng came back by taxi, he arrived more than 10 minutes earlier than Shen Yulan. Lin Feng waited for a while before Shen Yulan finally appeared in his sight riding a shared bicycle. When she saw Lin Feng, Shen Yulan immediately showed a happy smile on her face. He put down his bicycle, walked over and skillfully put his arm around Lin Feng, and the two of them walked towards home. Today, I have good news, Lin Feng said with a smile. Shen Yulan's eyes curved into crescents. She felt that as long as she saw Lin Feng after get off work every day, it would be the best news. But he was still a little curious about the good news that Lin Feng told him. What good news? Shen Yulan asked. I got you a knife, Lin Feng said directly. Knife? Shen Yulan was slightly stunned. What knife? Didn't we buy a kitchen knife at home? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously, kept it a secret, and said, I've already put it at home. You'll know when you take a look. Shen Yulan smiled and kissed Lin Feng on the side of the cheek. Which woman doesn't like a husband who always brings surprises? A few minutes later. In the living room. Shen Yulan stared at the alloy sword in her hand with her eyes fixed, and her expression seemed to be frozen. This surprise is quite big. Brother Feng, this is top-grade equipment, so expensive. The owner of our Quangfeng martial arts school uses a top-grade sword, which is said to cost nearly $1 million. Where did you get this top-grade sword? It's too expensive. After being shocked, Shen Yulan asked weakly. Although Shen Yulan has always used a wooden sword, she does have some experience after all, as she works in a place like the Quangfeng martial arts school. I have also studied and understood the equipment levels specifically. Top-grade weapons are still easy to identify. Just by looking at the material and appearance, you can basically tell the difference between top-grade equipment and other grades of equipment. Hearing Shen Yulan's incredulous voice, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, Take another look. Is there any difference between this knife and your master's knife? Shen Yulan placed the alloy sword in front of herself and looked at it carefully again. Soon, she discovered a clue. Why are there 3 gems inlaid at the junction of the blade and the handle of this knife? Shen Yulan asked in confusion. But soon, her eyes widened suddenly. She seemed to have thought of something. Could this knife be enchanted? Shen Yulan asked again in disbelief. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Well, tempered twice, enchanted once, top grade 3 stars. Shen Yulan's mouth opened into a big O shape. What, top 3 stars? Shen Yulan was really shocked. Equipment tempering and enchanting are considered high-end ways to create equipment, and are very expensive. Moreover, the more times a weapon is tempered and enchanted, the lower the chance of success will be later. Therefore, the more it is tempered and enchanted, the higher the value of the weapon will be. If the sword of the owner of the Quangfeng martial arts school is worth nearly $1 million, then the sword in his hand is worth at least several million. Brother Feng, this is too valuable. You don't have any weapons, so you can use it. Thinking that the knife in her hand was worth millions, Shen Yulan was immediately frightened and handed the knife back to Lin Feng. As a child from a poor family, Shen Yulan has never owned such luxurious things. Didn't even think about it. She had thought about becoming a warrior by working harder, but she couldn't bear to think about weapons worth millions. Seeing Shen Yulan's movements like a frightened kitten, Lin Feng smiled slightly and told her the reason he had thought of long ago. I don't need it. You know I'm a quasi-telekineticist, and my special ability is telekinetic armament. I can only unleash the full power of my special ability without weapons. After saying that, Lin Feng stuffed the alloy sword back to Shen Yulan without any explanation. Just take it if I give it to you. What are you afraid of? At worst, I can give you my body. Lin Feng said half-jokingly. Ding, Shen Yulan's favorability increased by 1 point, bringing the total favorability to 92 points. Shen Yulan's genetic talent increased by 1%. The host receives a double reward, with a 2% increase in genetic talent. Chapter 36 Superpower Awakening Critical Hit Card. Lin Feng didn't know whether it was because of the favorability gained by giving gifts or because of the phrase, I will pledge myself to you. In short, Shen Yulan's favorability increased a little bit inexplicably. At the same time, Shen Yulan's genetic talent also increased by 1%, while Lin Feng's increased by 2%. So far, Shen Yulan's genetic talent is about to reach 10 points. In other words, Shen Yulan is about to awaken her superpowers. As for Lin Feng, his genetic talent has reached a terrifying 14%. From a pitiful 3 points a few days ago to more than 14 points now, this speed of improvement is simply incredible. But Lin Feng also felt a little bit of crisis about the rapid increase of his genetic talent. Lin Feng didn't feel anything about alien spies before, but ever since Zhang Chang was injured and Captain Li had a long conversation with him alone, Lin Feng started to feel a little nervous. Lin Feng decided to hide the fact that his genetic talent had increased to more than 14%. It must not be exposed. This is much more exaggerated than my own high level of martial arts understanding. It will definitely attract assassination by foreign spies. At this time, Shen Yulan also took the alloy sword handed over by Lin Feng. Gently stroking the blade of the sword, Shen Yulan asked softly, "What's the name of this sword?" "Drink blood," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Drinking blood?" Shen Yulan frowned slightly. This name doesn't seem to be in line with girl's aesthetic taste. Even if this girl is a martial arts fanatic. Why is it called this name? Shen Yulan asked. Lin Feng pointed to a red gem on the sword and explained, "I guess it might be related to its enchantment." Shen Yulan also looked at the only red gem. There are 3 gems on the bloodthirsty sword, 2 of which are silver white, and only the middle one is blood red. Generally speaking, tempered gems are colorless or very light in color, and only enchanted gems have a variety of bright colors. Shen Yulan nodded slightly. The red gem may indeed be related to the name of this weapon. But Lin Feng didn't know what the specific content of the enchantment was. Mainly during the day, Captain Li didn't tell me, leaving me to explore. "Brother Feng, I just had an epiphany. I want to practice for a while," Shen Yulan suddenly said a little embarrassedly. She originally wanted to cook with Lin Feng. But for some reason, my body seemed to have suddenly undergone some strange changes. It feels like I want to release all my strength. Shen Yulan thought about it for a moment and roughly understood why her body had undergone such changes. It must be because Brother Feng gave me such a precious weapon that I was in a very good mood, so I had another epiphany. Well, that's it. It must be like this. Shen Yulan thought secretly in his heart. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Okay, go ahead. I'll call you when the meal is ready." Lin Feng naturally wouldn't mind. After all, Shen Yulan working so hard is what Lin Feng wants to see most. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Shen Yulan stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Feng on the mouth. Then, he picked up the bloodthirsty knife and walked into the training room. She was going to test the power of this blood-drinking knife, and at the same time, get used to working with it. As soon as Shen Yulan left, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, it's detected that the relationship between the host and Shen Yulan is continuing to heat up. It's time to take the next step. Now issuing a system task. Please bring Shen Yulan home to meet your parents and gain their approval. Successfully complete the task to receive a Superpower critical hit card. Power Crit card can be used when awakening a power. Using it will cause the awakened power to critically hit. After a critical hit, the power will be upgraded by at least 2 levels. Only usable by the bound target. Hearing about this system task, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Whatever you want comes true. Although this system mission doesn't seem to have much impact on my strength, the Superpower critical hit card is definitely a good thing. In this world, everyone will awaken special abilities when their genetic talent reaches 10%, but more than 90% of these awakened special abilities are below S level. Awakening an A-level superpower is a blessing from God. Just like Lan Qin in the first action support team, although she is a quasi-telepath, her supernatural power is only a level. An A-level psychic ability can be assigned to the first action support team full of geniuses, which shows how rare powerful abilities are. During this period, as Shen Yulan's genetic talent continued to improve, Lin Feng was actually a little worried. Worried that Shen Yulan would awaken a useless ability. But now, with the Superpower critical hit card, Lin Feng's worries finally disappeared. However, this task is to get Shen Yulan's parents' approval, which doesn't seem to be an easy task. Lin Feng muttered to himself. My father and mother are very traditional people. They always thought that they should find an ordinary girl, have a lot of children, and live a good life. They were actually a little less satisfied with their choice of Shen Yulan. Especially my mom. I really want to go on a blind date again. But because he acted first and reported later, and had his old father to help him, he had to compromise temporarily. I wonder if I will get my mother's approval when I bring Shen Yulan home this time. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to call his mother first to talk about it and give her a heads up. It is better to give advance notice than to be attacked unexpectedly. After putting the food aside for a while, Lin Feng picked up his cell phone and dialed his mother's number. After a few rings, my mother's familiar voice came from the phone. Hey, son, you finally remembered to call your mother. I thought you had forgotten about her after moving into the new house. There was a hint of complaint in Shen Yulan's voice. It's also Lin Feng's fault. He has been busy with cultivation and work during this period and hasn't he called home in the few days since he came out. Lin Feng chuckled twice and said hurriedly, Mom, how could I forget you? Didn't Dad find me a job? I'm a little busy at work. Busy with work. I take it you're busy with your little girlfriend? Hey, no. Mom's been through it all, so she understands everything. But I have to emphasize this to you, if you're not satisfied, break up quickly. Your aunt has already found many girls who are well matched and capable of managing a life. You can go on blind dates whenever you want. These days, it's not that hard for a decent guy to find a wife. There's no need to hang yourself on a tree. Lin Feng got a headache after hearing this. My mother's ideas haven't changed much. My mission seems a bit uncertain. Mom, I'm already living with Shen Yulan. Isn't it a bit late for you to ask me to go on a blind date again? Lin Feng said cautiously. What's wrong with living together? What era is this? Son, why are you even more old-fashioned than your parents? Who says you can't go on a blind date again if you're living together? Chapter 37 Killing the chicken to get the eggs. Shen Yulan. Lin Feng was speechless after hearing what his mother said. He actually said that his ideas were old-fashioned. But isn't she the one with the most traditional and old-fashioned ideas? Mom, put the blind date aside for now. I think Shen Yulan is pretty good. Besides, I plan to bring her home to show you this weekend. Lin Feng simply stopped pretending and came clean. No matter what, I will take Shen Yulan back. The mission must be accomplished. At worst, I can ask Shen Yulan to bring some more gifts that my mother likes. On the phone, my mother seemed silent for 2 seconds. Oh, come on, let me see what's so good about this girl that makes my son so obsessed with her. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and said, Mom, don't try to intimidate me when the time comes. Why are you trying to show off? You think too badly of your mother. I'm just giving you some advice. I won't embarrass you. Mom explained hurriedly. Then, Mom Shen Yulan asked again, when are you planning to come back this weekend? Also, what does Shen Yulan like to eat? I'll prepare it in advance. My mother is quite thoughtful. It does not look like they are trying to intimidate others. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, how about Saturday night? I'll discuss it with Yulan. Also, I think we shouldn't eat at home then. Let's go to a restaurant. Although it was the first time I took Shen Yulan to my parents' house, eating at home seemed more sincere. But Lin Feng felt that eating out was more convenient, and it would be tiring for his mother to cook a table of dishes by herself. And, after all, a restaurant is a public place, and my mother would probably feel embarrassed to directly say something like she was not satisfied. In short, complete the task first. Eat at a restaurant? There's no need to waste food. Besides, your mom's cooking skills are pretty good. Shen Yulan said confidently. Lin Feng insisted on his own idea, no, let's eat outside, otherwise it will be too tiring for you to cook by yourself. Lin Feng's father, Lin Xiangdong, works in a property management company, and it is common for him to work overtime on weekends. There is no way to help my mother. Hearing that her son cared so much about her, Shen Yulan said with relief, okay, then I'll listen to you, but I'll book the hotel. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng also let out a long sigh. This meeting is crucial to whether my mother can accept Shen Yulan. We must make good preparations. The other side. After Shen Yulan and her son hung up the phone, she chatted with her husband for a while, and then they immediately put on their clothes and went out. They planned to book a hotel today. After all, we are having dinner together on the weekend, and hotels are usually busy. Therefore, it is safest to book in advance. The two discussed it and decided to book a better hotel. There happened to be a Jingue hotel near Lin Feng's hometown. It was of a decent standard and the food was pretty good. Shen Yulan and her husband Lin Xiangdong arrived at the door of the hotel and were about to go in when they suddenly saw a familiar figure. Zhang Bao? Shen Yulan called out with a smile. Zhang Bao is Lin Feng's classmate and lives not far from Lin Feng's home. When I went to school, I always passed by Lin Feng's house. After a few visits, Lin Feng's parents got to know their son's chubby and cute classmate. Zhang Bao also knew Lin Feng's parents, and hurriedly greeted them with a smile. Auntie, uncle, are you coming here for dinner? Lin Feng isn't coming with you? Shen Yulan felt very close to Lin Feng's classmates when she saw them. Before I knew it, I was talking more. No, he moved out and said he would bring his girlfriend home for the weekend. I thought it would be better to eat out than at home, so I came here and booked a private room. Shen Yulan said. Hearing this, Zhang Bao was slightly stunned. What a coincidence! Zhang Bao muttered softly. What a coincidence! Shen Yulan asked. Zhang Bao scratched his head and said with a smile, Auntie, I brought my girlfriend back this weekend. My mom asked me to come to this restaurant and book a private room. I just booked it. What a coincidence! Shen Yulan was also a little surprised. It's indeed a bit of a coincidence. But after thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, the two hotels are very close to each other, and this restaurant is considered the best restaurant nearby. Moreover, young people nowadays, if they fail to get into college after high school, generally choose to go on blind dates immediately and then get married and have children. Shen Yulan smiled and said, well, it's a coincidence. Your mother has good taste. This restaurant nearby is the only one that has delicious food, and the quality is also good. Shen Yulan and Zhang Bao chatted for a few more minutes. Then Zhang Bao left the restaurant. Watching Zhang Bao's departing figure, Shen Yulan couldn't help but sigh, time flies. Most of Lin Feng's classmates are probably going to get married soon. I wonder if Zhang Bao's girlfriend is someone who can lead a good life. Oh, why did Xiao Feng choose a martial arts fanatic? When Lin Feng's father saw his wife's sad look, he wanted to persuade her. But when I opened my mouth, nothing came out. He thought to himself, my son is about to start a family on his own, and I'll be living alone with my wife in the future. I'd better not get into this bad luck. Saving my life is more important. The other side. Lin Feng was unaware that his mother had run into his old high school classmate Zhang Bao. Lin Feng was eating at this time. While eating, Shen Yulan excitedly told Lin Feng about the power of the blood drinking knife. After talking about the blood drinking sword, they talked about their recent practice. Shen Yulan said that his cultivation speed has been incredibly fast recently, whether it is his physique, genetic talent, or the level of proficiency in martial arts, they are all improving rapidly. She said that she had never been so close to a warrior in her life. Shen Yulan plans to stay up late to practice again tonight. But he was stopped by Lin Feng. Lin Feng really wanted to improve his strength faster, but Shen Yulan's behavior of staying up late continuously really made Lin Feng a little worried. This is simply killing the chicken to get the eggs. After Lin Feng's persuasion, Shen Yulan realized her mistake and said that she would only practice until 12 o'clock tonight. The days suddenly seemed to pass by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Lin Feng has had a very fulfilling few days. I go to and from work every day, and apart from sleeping and eating, I practice. Due to Zhang Chang's injury, the first action support team has not been on many missions recently. In addition to taking turns to look after Zhang Chang, several team members are also practicing in the training room on the 38th floor. In the past few days, Lin Feng's strength has been improving rapidly. The mental strength value has exceeded 80 points. The Quasi telekinetic master's level has also reached the 4th level. In addition, his physical fitness value reached 70 points, becoming a Quasi warrior at the 3rd level. The improvement of genetic talent is relatively slow, but it is already close to 15%. The progress was so great that even Lin Feng himself felt terrified. Time finally came to Saturday evening. Are you nervous? Lin Feng was standing at the entrance of the community with a bunch of gifts in his hands. Beside Lin Feng, Shen Yulan shook her head slightly and said, with you by my side, I'm not nervous. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't be nervous. Don't worry, my parents are easy to get along with. Although my mother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, she will definitely be very happy to see such a beautiful daughter-in-law like you. Not to mention my father, he is a good man. I have never seen him lose his temper. Not long after, a taxi stopped in front of the two of them. Lin Feng put everything in his hands in the trunk, and then sat in the back seat with Shen Yulan. The car started slowly and drove towards Lin Feng's hometown. During the day on Saturday, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan went shopping in the mall and supermarket, and helped Shen Yulan choose many gifts. Among them, there is the tea that Lin Feng's father likes, as well as the gold jewelry selected for Lin Feng's mother, various supplements, fruits, wines, etc. In short, Lin Feng is determined to complete this system mission. Chapter 38 more beautiful than in the photo. Half an hour later. The taxi slowly stopped at the gate of Lin Feng's community. Lin Feng took Shen Yulan out of the taxi, picked up the gifts in the trunk, and walked towards home. Arriving here, Shen Yulan finally felt a little nervous. Shen Yulan also understood that she would not be liked by the older generation. Because she was not very talented, but insisted on practicing martial arts, which would cost a lot of money, and she did not want to have children, so she could not receive the national childbirth subsidy. All of these things were not the type that the older generation liked. And when people get older, they don't really have any big requirements for their appearance. Shen Yulan's only advantage also seemed so weak. Shen Yulan held Lin Feng's hand tightly, and her slightly sweaty palms showed that she was becoming more and more restless. "Why, are you suddenly nervous again?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Shen Yulan glanced at Lin Feng with resentment and said stubbornly, "I'm not nervous, not at all." Soon, the two arrived at Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng had the key to his house, but he still knocked on the door gently. "The main purpose is to remind my parents to make preparations in advance and organize their clothes." "Really?" After knocking on the door, there was a burst of chaotic noise coming from the house. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's mother Chen Yulan opened the door. When Chen Yulan saw Shen Yulan, her eyes brightened noticeably. Shen Yulan's appearance is still quite top-notch. And it looks better than in the photos. Even someone like Chen Yulan, who doesn't care much about appearance, couldn't help but raise Shen Yulan's status in her mind. "Come on, come in quickly. It's okay if you're back. Why are you still carrying so many things?" Chen Yulan hurriedly invited her future daughter-in-law in. He didn't even care about Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked helplessly at his old father standing in the living room, a helpless look on his face. In fact, Lin Feng was still very happy in his heart. Although the fact that my mother greeted Shen Yulan so warmly does not prove that she has recognized Shen Yulan, it is at least a good start. The coffee table in the living room is already filled with various fruits. Chen Yulan greeted her future daughter-in-law warmly, and everything seemed peaceful on the surface. But Lin Feng and his son, who knew Chen Yulan best, still vaguely sensed a hint of strangeness. After chatting for a while and eating some fruit at home, Shen Yulan took the initiative to take out the gifts she had bought during the day. The gifts were quite good, both in quantity and quality. Especially a gold necklace that felt quite heavy, which made Chen Yulan feel a little surprised, a little touched, and a little at a loss. This is indeed a bit expensive. Although Chen Yulan knew that these gifts were most likely bought by her son. But when I saw such a beautiful gold necklace, I couldn't help but feel a little moved. But Chen Yulan was also prepared. He took out a thick red envelope from under the sofa cushion and stuffed it into Shen Yulan's hand. Although she was not sure whether Shen Yulan would be her ultimate daughter-in-law, according to etiquette, a red envelope was absolutely necessary when her son brought his girlfriend home. After exchanging gifts, the atmosphere seemed more harmonious. After completing the procedures, the family went out and walked towards the restaurant. The hotel is quite close, so it only takes a few minutes to walk there. Lin Feng held Shen Yulan's hand and walked in front, while his father Lin Xiangdong and mother Chen Yulan walked behind. Unconsciously, Chen Yulan looked at the backs of her son and Shen Yulan and felt that the two seemed quite compatible. Lin Feng is 1.8 meters tall. Although he is not very strong, he looks well-proportioned and handsome. Shen Yulan was tall, appearing to be around 1.7 meters tall. Years of martial arts training had kept her in near-perfect shape, and she also exuded a subtle, ethereal aura that only martial artists possessed. "It seems that Shen Yulan is really a good match for my son," Chen Yulan whispered in a voice that only she could hear. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Yulan. "Mom, what are you mumbling to yourself?" Chen Yulan quickly waved her hands and said, "It's nothing, you heard it wrong." Lin Feng showed a strange smile on his face and turned back as if he had heard nothing. Soon, the family arrived at the door of Jingue Hotel. Before I even entered the door, I heard a girl's complaining voice in the lobby of Jingue Hotel. "This is my first time visiting your house, and you chose such a low-class restaurant. My best friend and I just went to meet the boyfriend's parents 2 days ago. They had dinner at the Capital Hotel. The environment was beautiful and the 5-star chefs there were very skilled. My family paid for our wedding house, so couldn't your family pay a little more attention to other aspects? How can I explain this to my parents when I go back?" Lin Feng, who was walking in front, saw 2 familiar figures along the glass door of the hotel. One is his old classmate Zhang Bao. The other one is Zhang Bao's girlfriend, Chen Yu. It's a little embarrassing to encounter bad things in a classmate's family. But Lin Feng had no choice. After all, his mother had already booked a hotel, and he couldn't change it again. At this time, Lin Feng's mother, Shen Yulan, also leaned over and looked at the situation inside the restaurant curiously. She also saw Zhang Bao's familiar figure. Zhang Bao is not very tall, only about 1.7 meters at most, but because he is a little fat, he appears shorter than Shen Yulan. Zhang Bao's girlfriend, the girl named Shen Yu, is even shorter, a head shorter than Zhang Bao. What's even more outrageous is that Shen Yu is even fatter than Zhang Bao and looks like an inflated ball. When she saw Shen Yu, Shen Yulan frowned slightly. She felt that the girl's appearance looked a little familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. Why does Zhang Bao's girlfriend feel a little familiar to me? Shen Yulan said in a low voice. Lin Feng leaned close to his mother's ear and whispered, "Isn't this the girl in the first of the 5 photos that my aunt showed me that day?" The first girl? Shen Yulan had somewhat forgotten. "I've been looking at too many photos lately." Lin Feng whispered again, "Her name is Chen Yu, and her parents are both teachers at Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School." Shen Yulan shook her head slightly. Among the photos of girls she had seen recently, at least 1/3 were from scholarly families. "I can't remember clearly," Shen Yulan said. "As people age, their memory declines significantly." Lin Feng said helplessly, "The one with 2 houses at home." Shen Yulan's eyes lit up and she nodded, "I remember now." But then, Shen Yulan frowned and said doubtfully, "This girl doesn't look the same as in the photo." Although Chen Yu in the photo has a little baby fat, she is definitely not this fat. There is at least 100 pounds difference between the photo and reality. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Mom, you are out of date. There is something called beauty in this world." Shen Yulan naturally knew about beauty filters. But I didn't know that the effect of beauty filter is almost like changing a person. Shen Yulan looked at Shen Yulan doubtfully, with a hint of doubt on her face. It seems that Yulan is even more beautiful than in the photo. Lin Feng was happy. Mom finally figured out the point. This is a good thing. That's because Yulan doesn't need beauty filters. Lin Feng chuckled twice and said. Behind Lin Feng, Shen Yulan's cheeks flushed slightly. She quite liked hearing what Lin Feng said. Chapter 39 The sought-after high-quality girl. At this time, Shen Yulan looked around the hotel lobby again and whispered, "Should we go in now?" Shen Yulan also heard what the girl named Shen Yu said just now. Now in the restaurant, the situation that Lin Feng's old classmate is facing seems a bit bad. Inside the restaurant, Zhang Bao's expression was very ugly, as if his dignity had been trampled upon. However, he still forced himself to control his emotions and patiently persuaded her, "Wife, this restaurant is already the best one near our home, and I booked it several days in advance. Why don't we just make do with this?" There was an obvious look of reluctance on Chen Yu's face. She thought that Zhang Bao's family should pay more attention to her. But just when she was about to say something, Lin Feng pushed open the door of the hotel and walked in. "Zhang Bao, what a coincidence," Lin Feng said with a smile. Chen Yu's mouth, which had just opened, closed again. Although she was extremely dissatisfied, she couldn't continue to lose her temper because there were outsiders around. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, Zhang Bao forced a smile on his face. "Lin Feng, you come to eat too?" Lin Feng nodded. At this time, Lin Feng and his family walked into the hotel. Shen Yulan also greeted Zhang Bao. But Lin Feng and others did not stay in the hall for too long. The situation Zhang Bao is facing is really not easy to help. Lin Feng's sudden appearance to interrupt Shen Yu was already a help. Soon, Lin Feng said goodbye to Zhang Bao, and the family came to a private room on the second floor of the hotel. Shen Yulan was also very sensible. After coming in, she helped Lin Feng's mother hang clothes and move seats. Lin Feng's mother looked at her daughter-in-law, who was a little too beautiful, and thought of Zhang Bao's girlfriend, and her heart was suddenly touched. What if the son and daughter-in-law are not in love? What does it matter if the family has 2 houses? If a girl has a bad character, what's the harm in giving birth to a bunch of kids? What's more, my daughter-in-law is so beautiful and sensible. Shen Yulan suddenly grabbed Shen Yulan's hand, smiled from the bottom of her heart and said, "Yulan, sit down quickly. You are the guest. Let Xiaofeng and his father take care of the things. Let's have a good chat." Ding, congratulations to the host. The parents have fully accepted and recognized Shen Yulan. Mission completed. Reward, a Superpower Awakening critical hit card. There is no physical superpower critical hit card. The host can directly choose the target to use. Once selected, it cannot be undone. Ding, detected that the host has only one bound target. Would you like to use the ability Awakening Critical Hit card on Shen Yulan? After use, the critical hit card will remain active, and the critical hit effect can be triggered immediately when Shen Yulan awakens her ability. Lin Feng was a little confused for a moment when he looked at his mother, whose attitude seemed to have subtly changed. But soon, Lin Feng figured it out. My mother suddenly accepted Shen Yulan. It seems that my old classmate Zhang Bao was a great help. Wrong. It must be Qinyu, who owns 2 houses, who helped me. According to my mother's traditional thinking, Shen Yulan is indeed not a very good marriage partner, but compared with that baby fat Qinyu, those shortcomings seem a little less important. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that his father was smiling at him. While laughing, he secretly nodded at Lin Feng's mother's back. Obviously, as the person who knows mom best, Dad also noticed a clue. Lin Feng decisively said to the system in his heart, "System, I choose to use the ability Awakening Critical Hit card on Shen Yulan." Immediately afterwards, a card emitting a faint golden light appeared in Lin Feng's sight. The card slowly flew out of his body, came to the top of Shen Yulan's head, and then slowly sank in. The ability Awakening Critical Hit card was used successfully. At this moment, Shen Yulan suddenly reached out and touched the top of his head as if he had realized something. Just now, she suddenly felt that the top of her head seemed to be a little itchy. However, after touching it briefly, she withdrew her hand. It is inappropriate to scratch your head when your elders are chatting with you. This meal was a joy to behold. Lin Feng felt that the previous unfamiliarity suddenly disappeared. Shen Yulan seemed to have completely integrated into her family. After dinner, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan sent Lin Feng's parents back home. Then, the two of them took a taxi back to their home. As soon as she entered the house, Shen Yulan said impatiently, "Brother Feng, I can't help it." Then let's take a shower first? Lin Feng said with a smile. Shen Yulan glanced at Lin Feng with resentment and said, "Can we take a shower later?" I suddenly felt a little enlightened and wanted to practice for a while first. Lin Feng knew what Shen Yulan meant. The epiphany she mentioned might be related to the ability Awakening Critical Hit card that I bound to her in the hotel. Okay, go ahead. I'll take a shower first and then go practice for a while. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Yulan hurriedly changed into her training clothes and rushed into the training room. Soon, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan has practiced diligently, and her physical fitness has increased by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, and her physical fitness has increased by 2 points. Ding, the advanced genetic medicine in Shen Yulan's body takes effect, increasing her genetic talent by 0.1%. The host receives double the reward, increasing her genetic talent by 0.2%. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body is taking effect. Shen Yulan had not practiced all day, but as soon as he started practicing, all his attributes began to improve rapidly. This time, Shen Yulan practiced until midnight. If Lin Feng hadn't taken off all his clothes and gone to the training room to find her, she would probably have to stay up all night. The reputation of being a martial arts fanatic is indeed true. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan planned their plans for tomorrow. Let's go to the Jianghai City Warrior Association early tomorrow, otherwise there will definitely be a lot of people queuing. Lin Feng said softly. The two of them had just gone to the Warrior Association to file a case last week, but unexpectedly, before they even received a Quasi Warrior subsidy, their cultivation level had already increased again. So the two decided to go and re-register tomorrow. After all, every time a Quasi Warrior's level increases, the subsidy will increase by 1,000 yuan. Moreover, it is almost the end of the month when subsidies will be distributed. The sooner you register, the sooner you can get higher level subsidies. Shen Yulan nodded gently, her face still slightly flushed, and whispered, "Ever since I met you, my cultivation has improved at a speed that seems like a dream. After practicing tonight, I feel that my physical fitness should be close to or have reached 80 points. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Me too. After meeting you, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds." What's your physical condition now? Shen Yulan asked. Lin Feng suddenly didn't know what to say. Because Shen Yulan has been working so hard these days, Lin Feng's three-dimensional attributes have improved a bit too quickly, especially his physique, which has improved the fastest. It's already past 90 o'clock. Last weekend, Shen Yulan's physical fitness increased by more than 60 points, which was about 20 points in a week. Lin Feng could get double rewards every time Shen Yulan improved in 3 dimensions, so Lin Feng's physical fitness increased by more than 40 points. I was already over 90 before I knew it. But it's hard to explain how his cultivation level improved so quickly. It seems like the improvement is a bit too much, but I haven't tested it recently, so I don't know the exact amount, but it should be no problem to improve it by 1 or 2 levels. Lin Feng simply concealed some of it. This speed of cultivation really cannot be explained, so Lin Feng decided to play dumb. Okay, we'll know tomorrow, Shen Yulan said. She felt that Lin Feng's physical condition should not have improved as much as hers. After all, Lin Feng didn't seem to have much time for practice. He would cook when he got home every day, and most of the housework was done by Lin Feng. Moreover, the main reason was that Lin Feng did not take the medicine. Whether it was high-end medicine he bought or distributed by the unit, Lin Feng took it all himself. Well, we'll know tomorrow, Lin Feng said with a slightly guilty look. I wonder if your high school classmate is still working in the Quasi Warrior registration office of the Warrior Association. He seemed a little surprised when he saw you become a Quasi Warrior last time. I wonder if he will be shocked when he sees us going to register again this time. Shen Yulan smiled and said. Lin Feng also wanted to know how Zhou Yang would react when he saw that he had gone there to file again just a few days ago. Of course, Shen Yulan would probably be shocked too. The other side. Chen Yulan and her husband had just arrived home when they received a call from Lin Feng's aunt. Hey, sister, how was your meeting with Lin Feng's girlfriend? Did it make her back out? As soon as Lin Feng's aunt came, she asked about Chen Yulan's meeting with Lin Feng's girlfriend tonight. Obviously, Chen Yulan had already told her about what happened tonight. However, Chen Yulan's mentality has changed now. She said to her sister on the phone, I actually think that Lin Feng is a pretty good girlfriend. On the other side of the phone, Lin Feng's aunt instantly got furious. Sister, what are you talking about? Have you been drugged by that girl? Although this is also my fault, Xiaofeng really can't marry that girl. And, you know what? If Xiaofeng doesn't hurry up, the good resources will be snatched away by others. Do you remember the girls in the photo I first showed Xiaofeng? The first 3 girls have already found a partner. That Xinyu, the one with 2 apartments, seems to be dating a boy near your house. If Xiaofeng delays any longer, a sought-after and high-quality girl like Xinyu won't wait. Chapter 40 The last one is so powerful? When Chen Yulan heard her sister's words, her face immediately darkened. It's okay if you don't mention Xinyu, but she gets angry as soon as you do. High-quality girls who are in high demand, this is bullshit. That guy named Xinyu is yelling and shouting in a public place like the lobby on the first floor of Jingue Hotel. He has no manners at all. And Chen Yulan heard all the unpleasant words clearly. It's just 2 houses, you're being too arrogant. Chen Yulan couldn't imagine how difficult her future relationship with her mother-in-law would be if her son found a girlfriend like Xinyu. Chen Yulan felt that if she had a daughter like this, she would have slapped her long ago. Are you sure that girl named Xinyu is very popular? Chen Yulan's tone was a little off. But Lin Feng's aunt obviously didn't hear it, and hurriedly said, Of course, many boys' parents are asking me for Qinyu's phone number, but she has already found a boyfriend. Xinyu is an only child, and the future real estate in the family will belong to her. After marrying Xinyu, life will be very comfortable. Hearing her sister still praising Xinyu, Chen Yulan finally couldn't help it. Very comfortable, what a bullshit. You haven't seen the shrewish look of that girl. It's totally unreasonable. If Xiaofeng finds a girl like that, who knows how he'll be bullied in the future. Compared to Yulan, Xinyu is far behind. No, Xinyu is not qualified to be compared with Yulan. The phone suddenly became quiet. Aunt Lin Feng seemed to realize that there was something wrong with her sister's tone. Sister, you haven't accepted the martial arts fanatic girl that Lin Feng found, right? Lin Feng's aunt asked weakly. Well, I accept it. Let them talk and see. As long as Xiaofeng is willing, we won't have to worry about it. Aside. When Lin Feng's father, Lin Shangdong, heard what his wife said, a relieved smile appeared on his face. He quietly went to the bathroom, took out his cell phone and sent a message to his son Lin Feng. Although Lin Shangdong didn't dare to provoke the tigress at home, and didn't even dare to say anything nice about his son finding a girlfriend, he could still secretly report the news. Son, I asked around for you. Your mother said she agrees with you and Shen Yulan. After sending it, Lin Shangdong deleted the message. Everything happens without anyone noticing. Lin Shangdong walked out of the toilet, and suddenly, his cell phone rang. At this time, Shen Yulan had also finished her call. She turned to look at her husband and asked in confusion, "Why do you look so sneaky? Who are you talking to? Let me see your phone." Lin Shangdong looked confused. "No, we didn't chat, Lin Shangdong stuttered. Chen Shualan's eyes were cold, she said nothing, and just stretched out a hand. "Wife, I really didn't chat with anyone." Chen Shualan frowned slightly and hooked the fingers of the outstretched hand. Lin Shangdong could only reluctantly take out his cell phone and put it in his wife's hand. Then, he nervously crept over. Chen Shualan turned on her cell phone. "Open WX. A message caught my eye. It was just sent by Lin Feng. Dad, great job, keep checking back and report back." The next day. It was early in the morning, just as the sky was getting light. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan set off. After the last experience, the two decided to go early, before the Jianghai City Warrior Association opened, so that they would be able to successfully register early. This way, you won't waste the entire day queuing. Really? Because we arrived early, there weren't many people outside the Jianghai City Warrior Association. 7:50 in the morning. The Jianghai City Warrior Association finally started its official work. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan actually grabbed the first place and were the first to line up outside the Quasi Warrior testing room. At 8 o'clock, a staff member in the testing room gently opened the door and said to the people in the queue outside, "Let's get started. 5 people at a time. Don't cut in line. Our testing here is very fast." The staff member lowered his head and finished speaking as if he was reading a text. Then, he raised his head and prepared to call the first batch of prospective warriors who would be taking the test in. But, as soon as he raised his head, his expression froze. Because he knew the first person in line. "Lin Feng? Why are you here again?" Lin Feng's old classmate Zhou Yang, who works at the Jianghai City Warrior Association, said in a daze. He remembered that the last time Lin Feng came to participate in the warrior registration was last week. His impression was clear. But now, Lin Feng came here again after a week. He also brought his girlfriend. Zhou Yang was a little confused. Looking at Zhou Yang's confused look, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, I'm going to test it again." Zhou Yang was still confused, but the work had to continue. So, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and led Lin Feng and the other 2 and the 3 quasi-warriors behind them into the quasi-warrior testing room. At this time, Zhou Yang could finally ask the questions in his heart. "Lin Feng, didn't you succeed in filing last time? That shouldn't be the case, right? Such low-level mistakes have never happened here before." Zhou Yang asked. Lin Feng decided not to keep it a secret. "My wife and I feel that our strength has improved a lot recently. It's almost the end of the month, so we thought about re-registering so that we can get more subsidies at the end of the month." Lin Feng explained with a smile. After hearing this explanation, Zhou Yang understood. It turns out that his strength has improved. But new problems followed. Zhou Yang frowned again and asked, "Last time, I remember you seem to have just reached the quasi-warrior level, about 53 points. Only a week has passed, and your physical fitness has increased to over 60 points? Those with more than 50 points are first-level quasi-warriors, and those with more than 60 points are second-level quasi-warriors. Although it seems that I have only advanced 1 level, only 1 week has passed." In Zhou Yang's opinion, it is probably impossible to improve physical fitness by at least 7 points in a week. Lin Feng nodded slightly, which was considered as an admission. After all, he couldn't deny it. The test would be conducted soon, and Zhou Yang would know sooner or later. Seeing that Lin Feng actually nodded in agreement, Zhou Yang couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up. There was an expression on his face, which was not sure whether it was envy or admiration. Gaining 7 points of physical fitness in a week is indeed something to be envied. "You were so low-key in school, but I didn't expect you to be so impressive after graduation," Zhou Yang said with emotion. Zhou Yang's score in the college entrance examination was just above the level of a quasi-warrior. His physical fitness had not improved at all since he graduated from high school. However, he did not expect that the gap in strength between him and Lin Feng, who had always been at the bottom of the class, would widen. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, when he was in school, he always felt a sense of superiority when facing students like Lin Feng who had poor grades. But now, this sense of superiority can no longer be maintained, and I naturally feel uncomfortable. I'm just luckier, Lin Feng said with a smile. At this time, Zhou Yang noticed Shen Yulan standing behind Lin Feng again. He asked again in confusion, your girlfriend's strength has also improved, right? Chapter 41 5th level Quasi Warrior. Zhou Yang clearly remembered that when Lin Feng's girlfriend took the test last week, the score was 62. When he saw this number, he was very surprised. So it was very impressive. Lin Feng scratched his head. This is not easy to hide. All I could say was, well, she was a bit lucky, so it improved a little bit. Zhou Yang gave another thumbs up. But he no longer knew what to say. He felt that Lin Feng was a little perfunctory. After all, the explanation of being lucky is a bit pale. Let's take the test. Who will go first, you or your girlfriend? Zhou Yang asked. A week later, Zhou Yang went from being an auxiliary tester to a formal tester operator. Seeing the puzzled look on Lin Feng's face, Zhou Yang explained with a smile, a tester operator has asked for leave, so I'm temporarily filling in. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he said to Shen Yulan, how about you test it first? Shen Yulan responded, okay, and then stood in front of the physical fitness tester. A few seconds later, the tester made a beeping sound. Immediately afterwards, a number appeared on the small screen in front of the physical fitness tester. This time, Zhou Yang didn't have to sneak over to take a look, he could watch openly. However, when I saw the number on the physical fitness tester, Zhou Yang was shocked. Even more shocked than the last time he saw Lin Feng become a quasi-warrior. 81? Your girlfriend's physique is actually 81? That's too exaggerated. She must be a 4th level quasi-warrior, right? Zhou Yang was indeed quite shocked. This speed of improvement is really outrageous. In just 1 week, it increased from 62 points to 81 points, a full 19 points increase. Quite outrageous. This speed is like riding a rocket. This is much more outrageous than those top geniuses in my school. No. This is no longer something that can be described as genius. There is no such student in the entire Jianghai No. 1 middle school. Shen Yulan walked down from the physical fitness tester, smiled and said nothing. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and said, luck, just a bit of good luck. That's too good of luck. Zhou Yang said helplessly. Maybe it was after being with me that my wife gained some inspiration and enlightenment in spiritual practice. Lin Feng said. Zhou Yang didn't believe this explanation. But Shen Yulan believed it. She nodded and echoed, yes, because of Brother Feng's appearance, I have always been in a good mood, so my cultivation speed has naturally increased. Hearing Shen Yulan's words, Zhou Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Feng. I was just going to work, but ended up being fed dog food all over my face. Okay, hurry up and take the test. I'm a single guy and don't want to chat with you anymore. Zhou Yang said jokingly. At this time, finally it was Lin Feng's turn to take the test. Zhou Yang said that he didn't want to talk anymore, but he still hurried over, his eyes wide open, and was quite curious about Lin Feng's physical data. On the side, Shen Yulan also leaned forward slightly. She was equally curious. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. What should be exposed will always be exposed. Then, Lin Feng stood on the physical fitness tester. Time seemed to suddenly slow down. The physical fitness tester finally rang as Zhou Yang and Shen Yulan expected. Ding ding. At the same time, a number also appeared on the small screen of the physical fitness tester. When I saw the number on the physical fitness tester, Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. His body was motionless, as if time had suddenly stopped. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that Zhou Yang said in shock, 992? What's going on? Is there something wrong with the machine? In fact, Zhou Yang knew in his heart that the machine could not make mistakes. The physical fitness tester is not a high-end device and there is no possibility of error. But this number is indeed outrageous. Zhou Yang thought that Lin Feng's physical fitness had at most improved to 60 points. But I didn't expect that it would be 92. He could never have imagined this number in his dreams. In 1 week, it increased from 53 points to 92 points, a full increase of 39 points. It's even more than twice as fast as his wife. Zhou Yang felt that his worldview was about to be shattered. If Shen Yulan could improve her physique by 19 points in a week, she would already be a monstrous being. Lin Feng's cultivation speed is simply inhumane. No. It's not a human at all. Zhou Yang had never heard of anyone being able to cultivate so quickly. Unconsciously, the envy in Zhou Yang's eyes when he looked at Lin Feng slowly disappeared. For example, if you want to buy a gold bracelet but are short of money, and a friend has just paid for it in full, you will be envious. But if you have a friend who just bought a gold mine with full payment, this envy seems meaningless. At this time, Zhou Yang was in this situation. Lin Feng's cultivation level had improved so much so that he felt his envy was meaningless. At this time, Zhou Yang suddenly discovered that Lin Feng's wife's expression seemed to be a little strange. At this time, Shen Yulan looked at the number on the physical fitness tester in confusion and was speechless for a long time. Like Zhou Yang, she originally thought that Lin Feng's physique would at most improve by more than 10 points, and now he would just be a second-level quasi-warrior. However, she did not expect that it would actually improve by more than 90 points, a 5th-level quasi-warrior. I am only a 4th-level quasi-warrior. Lin Feng's strength is actually higher than his own. Shen Yulan was even more shocked than Zhou Yang. Shen Yulan tried hard to recall what happened this week. It seemed that he was the one who took the medicine and stayed up late at night to practice. Although Lin Feng also practiced, it seemed that he only practiced for a few hours except for the time spent cooking and doing housework. Moreover, except for the time they are at work, the two of them are together all the time. Could it be that Lin Feng improved his strength while he was in the unit? Brother Feng, your strength? Shen Yulan asked weakly. On the way here, Lin Feng had already thought of his excuse. Since it cannot be explained, we can only use the old method of metaphysics to explain it. But just then, a sudden voice interrupted Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng, why are you here? Li Youguan, captain of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association's action support team, appeared in the prospective warrior testing room with a young man. Lin Feng was also a little surprised to see Captain Li. Captain Li, I'm here to take the test. Why are you here? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Today is Sunday, so Captain Li doesn't have to go to work. Moreover, this is the quasi-warrior testing room on the 11th floor, and it seems to have nothing to do with the action support team. Captain Li smiled and said, I happen to be free today, so I brought a younger generation from my family to file a report. Lin Feng also noticed the young man behind Captain Li, who seemed to be about the same age as him. Immediately afterwards, Captain Li introduced his junior to Lin Feng, and praised Lin Feng a little, encouraging his junior to learn more from Lin Feng. Looking at all this, Zhou Yang was confused again. Captain Li knew it. The Operations Support Brigade is still very well known. Moreover, as the head of a powerful department, Captain Li also has great power in the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. Unexpectedly, Captain Li actually knew Lin Feng and seemed very familiar with him. Isn't it said that Lin Feng's family background is very ordinary, so it doesn't matter if he has no money? Rumors can cause a lot of harm. Chapter 42 Do you remember the confidentiality regulations? Lin Feng and Captain Li chatted for a while. Captain Li finally noticed Shen Yulan, who had been standing next to Lin Feng, and asked with a smile, Is this your girlfriend? Lin Feng also smiled slightly and hurriedly introduced Shen Yulan to Captain Li. Captain Li, this is my fiancée, Shen Yulan. She's currently working as an assistant coach at Quangfeng Martial Arts School. Shen Yulan was very happy when she heard Lin Feng introduce herself as his fiancée. Although the two of them had basically confirmed their relationship and could indeed call her fiancée, this was the first time Lin Feng introduced her with this title, and Shen Yulan's cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. He was so happy that he even forgot about Lin Feng's exaggerated physical data. At this time, Captain Li's eyes lit up slightly when he heard Lin Feng's introduction. Assistant coach of Quangfeng Martial Arts School? Captain Li repeated, seeming a little surprised. Captain Li then continued, I remember that the requirements for being an assistant coach at Quangfeng Martial Arts School are quite high. At the very least, you must be a martial artist, or have mastered a major technique to a minor level of success. Captain Li looked at Shen Yulan again and guessed, your fiancée should be about your age. The chances of her being a warrior are low. Does that mean she's already mastered the wind blade technique to a minor level of success? After hearing Captain Li's analysis, Lin Feng was very impressed. Captain Li is so amazing. How do you know so much? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Captain Li laughed heartily and said, I know the owner of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School. He came from the Zhanghai City Martial Arts Association and founded the Quangfeng Martial Arts School after leaving the Zhanghai City Martial Arts Association. I often go to his place for tea. Lin Feng didn't expect that Captain Li actually had a good relationship with the owner of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School. I see. No wonder Quangfeng Martial Arts School has developed so rapidly in recent years. In recent years, the reputation of Quangfeng Martial Arts School has grown, and it is considered one of the best developed martial arts schools. It was precisely because it developed so quickly that Shen Yulan had the opportunity to work there. Otherwise, with Shen Yulan's previous cultivation level, it would be difficult for her to become an ordinary employee. It turns out that the owner of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School has a background in the Jianghai City Martial Arts Association, which explains its rapid development. In Jianghai City, the Jianghai City Warrior Association is a local bully, and no one dares to mess with it. I didn't expect that your fiancé also has a talent for cultivation. How about coming to our action support team to try? Captain Li said with a smile. Lin Feng was confused after hearing these words. Captain Li, you are trying to poach your friend. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Captain Li laughed heartily, waved his hands, and said, just kidding, I've got a bit of an occupational disease going on, don't mind me. Although he said this, Captain Li still looked at Shen Yulan again. The look in his eyes seemed to say that the action support team is always welcome. Being able to master the Gale sword technique to a small degree at this age is indeed a sign of considerable talent. No wonder Captain Li wants to poach people. However, Shen Yulan said generously at this time, Captain Li, I'd better not come. It's not convenient for Lin Feng and I to be in the same unit. Besides, the owner of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School has also been very kind to me. I'm sorry. Hearing Shen Yulan's words, Captain Li suddenly put away the cynical smile on his face and said, not bad, not bad. Not only is he talented, but he also has good qualities. Captain Li patted Lin Feng on the shoulder again and praised, you kid, you are really lucky. Aside. Zhou Yang had been listening to the conversation between Lin Feng and Captain Li. When he heard the word luck again, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. I thought to myself, is this just good luck? I'm just incredibly lucky. Zhou Yang originally thought that he knew Lin Feng very well. But now, after just over a week of graduation, it feels like Lin Feng has become a different person. Not only did his strength improve by leaps and bounds, leaving behind top students like him, but he also found a fiancée who was equally talented and powerful. Moreover, he also had a relationship with the big boss of the Jianghai City Warrior Association. Everything seems like a dream. However, the protagonist of this dream is not myself. At this time, Captain Li suddenly seemed to remember that this was a physical fitness test, so he asked Lin Feng, by the way, I haven't asked you these days, what is your current physical fitness? In recent days, Lin Feng has been busy practicing, and Captain Li has been busy dealing with the previous accident, so the two have not communicated much. Since they were in the Quasi warrior testing room, Captain Li asked casually. Lin Feng scratched his head and whispered, 92. Captain Li's eyes widened instantly. Shocked, he said, 92? That high? He was quite surprised. Because, on Monday of this week, he took Lin Feng to take the pre-employment test. Captain Li remembered that Lin Feng's physical fitness seemed to be only 57 points at that time. Just reached the level of Quasi warrior. But now, after only 1 week, he has become a 5th level Quasi warrior. This speed is indeed a bit scary. But, after being slightly shocked, Captain Li immediately frowned slightly. He looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this place, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng's terrifying speed of improvement in his cultivation must never be known to anyone with ill intentions. If it gets to the ears of those alien races, it will probably bring endless disasters to Lin Feng. However, Captain Li still discovered that someone seemed to have heard all the conversations between him and Lin Feng. That person was Zhou Yang. Captain Li immediately walked towards Zhou Yang, looked at the work badge on Zhou Yang's chest, and said in a deep voice, Zhou Yang, come with me. When Zhou Yang heard Captain Li calling him, his face changed. He didn't know what Captain Li wanted him to do. However, as a staff member of the Jianghai City Warrior Association, I have to obey when a leader of Captain Li's status calls me. Captain Li brought Zhou Yang to a corner and said with a serious expression, Zhou Yang, were you the one who did the physical test on Lin Feng? Zhou Yang nodded. Yes, Captain Li, I did it. Captain Li stretched out his calloused hand and patted Zhou Yang's shoulder hard. These 2 blows almost broke Zhou Yang's body. Of course, Captain Li did not want to hurt Zhou Yang. He controlled the strength very well, so that Zhou Yang would remember the slap without hurting Zhou Yang's body. When you joined our Jianghai City Warrior Association, you should have gone through training. Do you remember our confidentiality regulations? Zhou Yang nodded again, remember. Well, that's good. Don't spread Lin Feng's physical data to anyone. Don't tell anyone, not even your family. Do you understand? Captain Li said in a stern tone. Chapter 43 SS Wind Breathing Without Intermission. Only now did Zhou Yang understand why Captain Li was looking for him. He nodded again hurriedly. Well, Captain Li, I understand. I will never reveal a single word. Zhou Yang said in a firm tone. Although Zhou Yang is a small character, he is still sensible. He understood that if he did not follow the instructions given by a figure like Captain Li, he would probably not be able to survive in Jianghai City, or even in the entire Long Kingdom. Good, very good. Captain Li patted Zhou Yang's shoulder again. But this time, the force was much lighter. Captain Li returned to Lin Feng's side and said, "You should try not to participate in this kind of test in the future. There are too many people here. Your results should be kept confidential. If you want to register and get a warrior subsidy, you can take the test directly in our Action Support Brigade's own testing room. We have someone responsible for submitting your results." Okay, Captain Li, I got it. Lin Feng replied. After all, Lin Feng has not been in the action support team for long, and he has been practicing since he arrived, so he doesn't know many things. Unexpectedly, the people from the Action Support Brigade did not need to file it themselves. Captain Li smiled at Lin Feng and suddenly whispered, "Go to bed early tonight and get a good rest. Your first action support team will be going on a mission tomorrow. You should go with them to gain some experience." Then, Captain Li gave Lin Feng a strange look, raised his eyebrows, and said, "You are young and energetic, but don't lose control every day. If you want to become a powerful warrior or telekinesis master, it is very important to maintain your energy." After saying that, Captain Li laughed and turned to leave with his junior. Looking at Captain Li's back, Lin Feng showed a helpless smile on his face. Captain Li is an interesting person. Shen Yulan also heard Captain Li's words, and her cheeks turned slightly red again. She understood the meaning of this sentence. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan's tests have all been completed. Seeing Captain Li leave, Zhou Yang also hurried over. At this time, facing his old classmates again, Zhou Yang no longer had the sense of superiority he once had. Even the envious look has completely disappeared. He has already understood that the current Lin Feng is no longer from the same world as him. Lin Feng, these are the report cards for you and your fiancé. Zhou Yang handed Lin Feng and Shen Yulan's report cards to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled at Zhou Yang and said, "Thank you, old classmate. We'll be leaving now." Zhou Yang quickly revealed a slightly respectful smile on his face. Goodbye. Zhou Yang didn't dare to ask any more questions, although he had many doubts in his heart. However, he already understood that Lin Feng's affairs were definitely not something he should inquire about. If you ask too much, you might even lose your job. After saying goodbye to Zhou Yang, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan went to the filing room again and submitted their transcripts. There was no one familiar to Lin Feng in the filing room, and there were too many people coming and going every day, so the staff did not remember that Lin Feng had ever been there. Soon, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan finished all the work. After finishing their work, the two took a taxi and headed home. On the way, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan did the math. One of them is a 4th-level Quasi warrior and the other is a 5th-level Quasi warrior. They can get 9,000 yuan in Quasi warrior subsidies per month. Adding Shen Yulan's salary, the monthly income is nearly 20,000. This number is indeed not low. It's much more than the subsidy you get after getting married and having 3 children. By the way, Brother Feng, how much is your salary? Shen Yulan suddenly asked. Lin Feng has been working for almost a week, but Shen Yulan still doesn't know how much Lin Feng earns every month. Hearing Shen Yulan's question, Lin Feng was also confused, and said a little embarrassedly, I don't know either, I forgot to ask. Lin Feng signed the contract, but he didn't even read what was written in it. Of course, it may not be written in the contract. Moreover, so many things happened on the day Lin Feng started working, and he learned so much knowledge that he even forgot to ask how much his salary was. The main reason was that Lin Feng joined the Jianghai City Warrior Association not for the salary, so he didn't take this matter to heart. Okay. Shen Yulan smiled sweetly. Lin Feng also laughed, I'll go there on Monday and ask. It doesn't matter whether you ask or not, you'll know when you get your salary. Shen Yulan said. Lin Feng works at the Warrior Association, and his salary is not too low. Moreover, for Lin Feng, he will definitely not leave even if he is not paid. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether you know how much your salary is. Soon, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan returned home. Today is Sunday and neither of them needs to go to work. As soon as she entered the door, Shen Yulan changed her clothes and prepared to start practicing. I bought gifts during the day and had dinner at night yesterday, which wasted a lot of time on my practice. Shen Yulan can't wait to start practicing. Seeing Shen Yulan's anxious look, Lin Feng was also very happy. Shen Yulan's practice was equivalent to double his own practice. Go ahead, I'll go out and buy some vegetables. I'll make you something delicious to replenish your energy at noon. Lin Feng said with a smile. A look of doubt suddenly appeared on Shen Yulan's face. She suddenly remembered that she had not asked a question clearly. Lin Feng cooks and does housework every day, and he doesn't practice as hard as I do, so why is his physique better than mine? However, Lin Feng did not give Shen Yulan the chance to ask questions. After saying that, he immediately went out to buy groceries. Forget it, he's my man anyway, so the higher his cultivation level the better. Shen Yulan muttered to herself, then walked into the training room. Lin Feng was walking on the way to buy groceries when the system prompt sounded rapidly in his mind. Ding, Shen Yulan has practiced diligently, and her physical fitness has increased by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, and her physical fitness has increased by 2 points. Ding, the advanced genetic medicine in Shen Yulan's body takes effect, increasing her genetic talent by 0.1%. The host receives double the reward, increasing her genetic talent by 0.2%. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body is taking effect. Since learning the advanced genetic bodybuilding method, Shen Yulan's cultivation speed has been significantly improved. Lin Feng's three-dimensional attributes are also improving rapidly. Lin Feng opened his personal panel and took a look. Name, Lin Feng. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 1, Quasi Warrior Level 5. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 2, Quasi Telekinetic Master Level 4. Genetic Talent, 14.9%. Constitution, 94. Spirit, 89. Ability, Telekinetic Armament SS Level. Martial Arts, Basic Gene Bodybuilding Proficient, Gale Blade Technique Mastery, Advanced Gene Bodybuilding Mastery. It seems that I will reach the warrior level tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The speed at which my three-dimensional attributes improve is really too fast. Especially physical fitness, thanks to Shen Yulan's efforts, it is getting closer and closer to 100 points. And reaching 100 points means that one's cultivation has been elevated from a quasi-warrior to a warrior. In addition to physical attributes, Lin Feng's genetic talents and mental attributes have also improved a lot. Lin Feng felt that after becoming a warrior, he would soon be able to become a telekinesis master. Most people either choose to be a warrior or a telekinetic master, and very few choose to practice both. Even if someone occasionally practices dual cultivation, the speed of cultivation will become very slow because of the distraction of energy. But Lin Feng is completely different. Although he practices dual cultivation, his speed is incredibly fast. At this time, just as Lin Feng was studying his personal panel, suddenly, the system prompt sounded in my mind again. However, the system prompts this time are different from before. Ding, Shen Yulan's genetic talent has increased to 10%, and her superpowers are awakening. Ding, Shen Yulan successfully awakened her superpower, gaining a level superpower wind speed. After using this superpower, she can gain a bonus of wind power, increasing her speed significantly and her strength slightly. Ding, Shen Yulan is detected to be awakening her superpowers, and the superpower awakening critical hit card is triggered. Ding, Shen Yulan's awakening ability caused a critical hit, and the A-level ability Wind Speed Force critically hit and became the SS level ability Wind Breath. Chapter 44 Powerful Superpowers. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng immediately became excited. After a week of hard work, and with the potions that he gave her that could enhance her genetic talent, Shen Yulan's genetic talent finally reached 10%. Shen Yulan's special abilities finally began to awaken. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that Shen Yulan's awakened ability was also quite good. It turned out to be an A-level superpower of wind speed. This ability is very well known. Lin Feng had learned some about this supernatural power in textbooks when he was in school. Wind Speed Force is a dual system skill of wind and agility. With the blessing of the wind element, warriors can increase their speed by a huge amount while also increasing their strength by a small amount. It can be said that this is a superpower that exists entirely for combat. In fact, this ability is comparable to some S-level abilities whose attributes are not particularly good, and is considered the best among the level abilities. However, because Shen Yulan also has a Superpower Awakening critical hit card, after awakening this superpower, Shen Yulan's Superpower critical hit card was instantly triggered. It actually went from being an A-level power to a SS level power through a direct critical hit. SS level superpower, Endless Wind. This name is different from the A-level superpower Wind Speed, and it is impossible to tell the function of this superpower from the name alone. But the system prompts are not over yet. In Lin Feng's mind, the system prompts continued. SS level supernatural power, Endless Breath of Wind. After using it, the whole body will be blessed with the power of wind. The body will be wrapped in the power of wind, which will greatly increase the speed attribute, greatly increase the defense ability, and slightly increase the strength attribute. When the power of wind is attached to the weapon, it can add cutting damage to the weapon and reduce the healing of the opponent's wounds. The stronger your physical attributes are, the longer the duration of wind breath will be. After hearing the system's introduction about Fengshi Wujian, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This SS level ability feels pretty awesome. After upgrading from a level critical strike to SS level power, it can actually increase one's own defense capabilities and attack power. This is much better than just increasing speed and strength before. No wonder the system is called the Empress Training System. With this SS level ability, Shen Yulan's path to becoming the Empress will probably be smoother. Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart. The strength of superpowers is still very important for warriors. Powerful supernatural powers can definitely raise the upper limit of a warrior's strength. Lin Feng thought the system prompts ended there, however, after the system finished introducing Shen Yulan's special abilities, it suddenly rang again. Ding, Shen Yulan's awakening ability detected, host receives double rewards, SS level telekinetic weapon begins to evolve. Evolving. Ding, congratulations host, your SS level telekinetic weapon has been doubled and evolved into SSS level telekinetic weapon. Mind Transformation, an advanced version of mind-activated weaponry. After activating mind transformation, the host can use their own mind power to transform into any form, not limited to weapons and equipment. When using telekinesis defense, you will have both physical and mental defense. When using telekinesis to attack, it will have both physical attack power and mental attack power. When the weapon transformed by telekinesis attacks the enemy, it can cause huge mental damage to the enemy. Objects created by telekinesis can exist independently of their host for a short period of time. The duration of their existence depends on the host's mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the longer their existence. Hearing this system prompt, Lin Feng was stunned. My own supernatural power is already at SS level, and it can still be improved. Although Lin Feng knew the capabilities of his system, he always thought that under Shen Yulan's influence, he could only improve his three-dimensional attributes and proficiency in martial arts. I didn't expect that superpowers could be improved. This is a bit outrageous. Moreover, Lin Feng had never heard of SSS level supernatural powers. But Lin Feng knew that this ability was quite powerful just by hearing the system's introduction. Originally, when his telekinetic weapon became a defensive equipment, it only had physical defensive capabilities, but now it can even defend against mental attacks. Moreover, when it transforms into a weapon to attack, it can also add mental attacks, which is even more powerful. During the battle, you can definitely catch the enemy by surprise and stun them directly. Certainly. The biggest change is the last one. Originally, telekinetic weapons could not allow the equipment created by telekinesis to leave the body, which meant that they could not carry out long-range attacks. Now, this problem is perfectly solved. I can even be an archer. Moreover, as long as your mental strength is strong enough, there is no need to worry about running out of arrows. Simply invincible. Lin Feng was extremely excited. But now is not the time to test his new abilities. Lin Feng is a little worried about Shen Yulan. Lin Feng hurriedly bought some vegetables at the supermarket at the entrance of the community, and then hurried back home. After returning home, Lin Feng put down the dishes and did not rush to cook, but went to the training room. He wanted to see how Shen Yulan was doing now. According to the description in the book I read in high school, some warriors do not know that they are awakening special powers when they awaken them, and there is a low possibility that they will hurt themselves with the newly awakened special powers. But Lin Feng's worries were a bit unnecessary. As soon as he walked into the training room, Lin Feng saw that Shen Yulan had already started using his special abilities. Compared to Lin Feng's unfamiliarity with telekinetic weaponry when he just awakened, Shen Yulan's ability to comprehension is obviously stronger. The main thing is that the Gale sword technique that she used most often before is actually a sword technique that uses the power of wind attributes, which is a little similar to the SS level supernatural power wind breath that she just awakened. Therefore, her mastery of supernatural powers is relatively simpler. At this time, in the training room, Shen Yulan stood quietly in the middle of the training room, holding the blood-drinking knife. She didn't move, but her clothes fluttered in the wind. Lin Feng could even clearly see with his naked eyes that a faint green airflow was spreading around Shen Yulan's body. The air currents flew rapidly around her body, but did not damage her skin at all. Moreover, a faint green light was also wrapped around her blood-drinking knife. Obviously, the power bestowed by Feng Shiwu Jian has been applied to Shen Yulan's weapon. Shen Yulan gently raised the blood-drinking knife, and the wind force on the knife increased rapidly, and the flow speed became several times faster. It seemed that as long as Shen Yulan swung the knife, the wind force would turn into wind blades and fly out from the blood-drinking knife. But Shen Yulan just made an opening move and did not actually swing the sword. She still has her sense. After all, this is at home. If you accidentally use too much force, the house might be demolished. Shen Yulan slowly put away the blood-drinking knife, and the green light on his body gradually disappeared. She had already noticed Lin Feng's arrival. Shen Yulan turned her head and looked at Lin Feng with an expression of extreme excitement on her face. "Brother Feng, I think I have awakened my special powers." Shen Yulan quickly walked in front of Lin Feng and said happily. She hadn't tested her genetic talent recently, so even she didn't expect that her genetic talent had reached 10%. "I was practicing martial arts just now when my supernatural powers suddenly awakened." The force of wind surging out of his body scared Shen Yulan. But Shen Yulan relied on the solid foundation and control over her body gained through years of hard work to easily master the use of wind power. Seeing Shen Yulan's happy expression, Lin Feng was also very happy. But Lin Feng still pretended to be surprised for a moment. At the same time, Lin Feng also saw Shen Yulan as a tribute panel. Name, Shen Yulan. Favorability, 92 points. Martial arts cultivation, Quasi warrior level 4. Genetic potential, 10%. Constitution, 82 including strength, agility, endurance, recovery speed, and other attributes. Spirit, 36 including perception, willpower, concentration, etc. Ability, Breath of Wind SS level. Martial arts, basic gene bodybuilding proficient, Gale blade technique minor success, advanced gene bodybuilding proficient. Lin Feng only took a quick look and said to Shen Yulan in surprise, "Really? That's great. What special ability did you awaken?" Lin Feng is good at pretending to be crazy and stupid. Although Lin Feng knew more clearly than Shen Yulan, he only knew it through the system after all, so it was not easy to say it directly. Shen Yulan shook her head slightly and said, "I'm not sure either, but I can sense that my ability should be very strong. It seems to be very easy to combine with the Gale blade technique, and it has a great effect on my combat effectiveness." After all, Shen Yulan only used it once, so it was already very powerful for her to understand so much. "Or, you can take a day off tomorrow and go to the Warrior Association with me. My unit has a special machine for testing superpowers. We only need to test it to know the name and ability of the superpower," Lin Feng said. Shen Yulan shook her head again and said, "No need. We have an ability tester in our martial arts school. Besides, I just received a message from our headmaster that our Quangfeng Martial Arts School will hold a competition tomorrow and asked me to try to participate." "What competition?" Lin Feng asked puzzledly. Shen Yulan's face showed a thoughtful look, and she said uncertainly, "I'm not too sure. It seems that all the coaches from the branch gyms will come to participate. The winner can get a reward. Some assistant coaches can also participate. It is said that the winner can directly advance to a full coach." Chapter 45 Mission 2, Lin Feng First. The Quangfeng Martial Arts School has developed rapidly in recent years and has opened several branches in Jianhai City. The Quangfeng Martial Arts School where Shen Yulan is located is their headquarters. The venue for the competition is at the headquarters. "It seems that my wife is going to be promoted to a formal coach." Lin Feng laughed and said half-jokingly. After awakening the SS-level supernatural power, Lin Feng felt that Shen Yulan's actual combat power might have exceeded that of ordinary warriors. If this doesn't qualify him as a full-fledged coach, then it's a bit fake. It's not that simple. The assistant coaches in our martial arts school are all very capable. Shen Yulan was a little modest. Lin Feng disagreed. Lin Feng knows Shen Yulan's strength better than Shen Yulan herself. After all, Lin Feng already knew that Shen Yulan's ability was SS level. But Lin Feng didn't say much about this. Instead, he said with some regret, "It's a pity that I can't go to watch your game. When you come back tomorrow night, you must tell me about the game in detail." Lin Feng also needs to go to work on Monday, and Captain Lee has already said that the first action support team has a mission on Monday, so it is not easy for Lin Feng to ask for leave. Lin Feng chatted with Shen Yulan for a while. Shen Yulan once again immersed herself in intensive practice. But in the subsequent practice, Shen Yulan focused on the use of supernatural powers. The competition will start tomorrow. If Shen Yulan can master the supernatural power, it will greatly improve his combat effectiveness. In comparison, Lin Feng is much more relaxed. Lin Feng returned to the kitchen and slowly started cooking. In fact, Lin Feng also wanted to work hard, but his strength was improving too fast, and Lin Feng himself felt a little scared. This speed has completely exceeded the scope of genius and evildoer. If you don't keep a low profile, you'll be targeted by bad guys. Therefore, Lin Feng is not in a hurry to improve his strength now. Certainly, Lin Feng's efforts have little impact on improving his strength. Even though Lin Feng is not in a hurry, his strength is steadily improving. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body takes effect, increasing her mental power by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, increasing her mental power by 2 points. Ding, Shen Yulan is practicing diligently. While cooking, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, "With a wife who's obsessed with martial arts, it's unrealistic to expect my strength to improve slowly." If other people heard Lin Feng say such sarcastic words, they would definitely want to slap Lin Feng to death. While others were cultivating diligently, relying on their own sweat and efforts to improve their cultivation, Lin Feng did nothing, relying on his wife's hard work to rapidly improve his cultivation. Noon. Lin Feng cooked a table full of dishes. Shen Yulan ate a lot. As Shen Yulan's cultivation level increased, his appetite also grew. Lin Feng's appetite has also increased a lot. Therefore, Lin Feng cooks a lot now, and he uses a whole bucket of rice alone. After dinner, Shen Yulan went back to the training room to work hard. Lin Feng didn't go this time. Instead, he went to the study, took out the book that Vice President Gao had given him, and began to study it. While reading, he tried out his special abilities. For Lin Feng, the improvement of three-dimensional attributes is not the point. The point is to master the proficient use of his spiritual ability. Under Lin Feng's operation, the mental power was kneaded into various shapes, and could even be turned into a bow and arrow and shot out. Lin Feng spent the whole afternoon and night studying, and Shen Yulan also worked hard. Since both of them had important things to do the next day, they did not stay up late and went to bed at 12 o'clock. Early morning. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan had some breakfast at the entrance of the community and then parted ways again. When Lin Feng arrived at the 38th floor of the Jianghai City Warrior Association, Lan Qin was already waiting at the elevator entrance. Seeing Lin Feng coming up, Lan Qin immediately said, "Brother Feng, you were so slow. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go quickly." Captain Lee asked us to go to his office for a meeting. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was 7:50 in the morning, and there were still 10 minutes before work. "Sister Lan, it's too early for you. It's not time to go to work yet," Lin Feng said helplessly. Lan Qin chuckled and said, "We have a mission today, so we should have come earlier. Usually, Brother Chang is responsible for notifying everyone, but this time I did it for him and forgot about you." Lan Qin had actually already informed others. But she thought Lin Feng had just arrived and didn't need to participate in the mission, so she didn't notify him. As a result, Captain Lee said in the morning that Lin Feng also wanted to go together. Fortunately, the time for this mission was not too tight, so Lan Qin did not urge Lin Feng anymore, but waited at the elevator for a while. Soon, the two arrived at Captain Lee's office. At this time in the office, in addition to the team leader Zhang Chang, several other members of the First Action Support Team have also arrived. Captain Lee was sitting at his desk looking at some documents. "Captain Lee, Lin Feng is here." When they arrived at Captain Lee's office, Lan Qin put away her cynical smile and became serious. "After all, Zhang Chang is not here, and she, as the deputy captain, is now the head of the team. Although she doesn't like a serious atmosphere, she needs to act like a big sister occasionally. While Captain Li was looking at the information, Lin Feng also greeted the other members of the team. In the first action support team, Lin Feng, Zhang Chang, and Lan Qin are the most familiar. The other few people didn't say much. However, the other three were also in good tempers and greeted Lin Feng one after another. At this time, Captain Li put down the information in his hand and said to Lin Feng, please sit down. I will briefly tell you about this mission. Before talking about the mission, Captain Li first explained something about Lin Feng. Lin Feng has only been here for a week, and he hasn't gotten used to the team yet. Normally, he shouldn't be participating in the mission, but this mission is taking place at the Quangfeng Martial Arts School, and Lin Feng's fiancé happens to be the assistant coach there, so it wouldn't hurt to let Lin Feng go along and take a look. The main reason is that the mission isn't too dangerous, and Lin Feng can just join in the training, and you can also get to know each other better. Is Quangfeng Martial Arts School in danger? Hearing Captain Li's words, Lin Feng's heart tightened slightly and he asked. Captain Li smiled and said, "Don't worry, your fiancé won't be in danger. This mission is mainly to help the Quangfeng Martial Arts School hold the competition safely and prevent the infiltration of spies from the Demon Eye clan. The Special Operations Team will also send a team to the scene." Lin Feng was confused again and asked, Captain Li, why do we need to go to the Quangfeng Martial Arts School to hold a competition? Without waiting for Captain Li to speak, Lan Qin took the lead in explaining to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, within the scope of Jianghai City, whenever any martial arts gym or organization holds a martial arts competition, our martial arts association will usually send people to assist in order to prevent spies from other races from sneaking in. In any competition, there may be some talented players. If some talented players perform too outstandingly, they may be targeted by other races. Our mission is to ensure that no foreigners can sneak into the competition venue. If there is, kill him on the spot. Hearing Lan Qin's shameless words, Captain Li immediately stopped her and scolded her, "Don't talk nonsense. Kill on the spot? That's the mission of the Special Operations Team. Your mission is to assist. Do you understand?" Hearing Captain Li's scolding, Lan Qin shrank her neck in fear. Then, he stuck out his tongue at Lin Feng and made a face. The originally serious meeting suddenly became relaxed and cheerful after Lan Qin disrupted it. Seeing Lan Qin's expression, Captain Li shook his head helplessly. Lan Qin has this kind of personality. However, although Lan Qin likes to play around at ordinary times, he is still very serious and responsible when it comes to serious matters. This is also one of the reasons why Captain Li asked her to be the deputy captain of the first action support team. As for the other reasons, in the first action support team, she is the strongest except for Zhang Chang. Your captain Zhang Chang is not here this time. Please follow Lan Qin's instructions. Also, since this is Lin Feng's first mission, you must ensure his safety. Captain Li looked at Lan Qin and the others, and suddenly said seriously, "The mission can fail, but you must bring Lin Feng back to me safely." Upon hearing this, except for Lan Qin, the other three team members were a little surprised. Unexpectedly, in Captain Li's eyes, Lin Feng is so important. Lan Qin immediately straightened her body and said solemnly, "As you command, Captain Li, I promise not to let the women from Quangfeng Martial Arts School seduce Brother Feng away." Chapter 46 The car flew up. Hearing Lan Qin's words, Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. I couldn't help but say to Lan Qin, "Sister Lan, he has already been seduced away." It's too late to say. Lin Feng's words caused the remaining team members to burst into laughter. Even Captain Li suddenly laughed. With Lan Qin, a lively guy, the atmosphere in the team is always very active. Plus, Lin Feng is willing to cooperate, making it even easier and more enjoyable. But the other three team members still had some doubts about Lin Feng. They couldn't imagine why Captain Li attached so much importance to Lin Feng. Captain Li actually said that the mission comes second and Lin Feng's safety comes first. Although Captain Li has always emphasized that everyone should pay attention to safety, he did not specifically emphasize protecting the safety of any particular team member when performing the mission. Even when the other team members first arrived, they didn't have this. This is a bit hard to understand. After Lin Feng came to the action support team, he has always been relatively low-key and there is no difference between him and others. Apart from his slightly stronger superpowers, the others don't seem to be that strong either. Could it be because of Lin Feng's background? The three team members were guessing in their minds. Only Lan Qin knows more about Lin Feng. However, Captain Li had specifically instructed that no information about Lin Feng should be disclosed, so Lan Qin did not tell other teammates about Lin Feng's abnormal talent. Captain Li said a few more words to Lan Qin, and then the meeting was over. Lan Qin looked at his teammates, a hint of excitement appeared on his face, and he waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's go, brothers." Although Lan Qin is the deputy captain, it is quite rare for her to lead a team on a mission, so she is excited. Lin Feng and the others did not disturb Lan Qin's interest. They all echoed and followed Lan Qin outside. Jianghai City Warrior Association underground parking lot. Lan Qin sat in the driver's seat of a red SUV. Then, he pointed to the passenger seat and said to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, sit next to me. The three of you can squeeze in at the back." One of the team members, who looked young and slightly fat, muttered quietly, "It seems that after Lin Feng came, I fell out of favor." The team member's name is Tan Haochuan. He is the youngest in the team except Lin Feng. Whenever Zhang Chang was not around, Lan Qin would arrange him to sit in the co-pilot seat. And now, the co-pilot seat has been taken away by Lin Feng. Lin Feng also smiled helplessly at Tan Haochuan and said, "Brother Tan, why don't you sit in the passenger seat?" Hearing Lin Feng's humility, Tan Haochuan was frightened and quickly waved his hands, saying, "No, I'm the most obedient, I'll do whatever Sister Lan arranges." He didn't dare to contradict Lan Qin, especially when Captain Zhang Chang is not around. Lin Feng had no choice but to give up and sat in the passenger seat of the red SUV. Tan Haochuan and two other team members sat in the last row. Because the SUV was so large, the three men didn't feel too crowded sitting in the back seat. "Sister Lan, is this your car?" Lin Feng asked puzzledly. In Lin Feng's impression, most official vehicles are black, but this car is red, which looks a bit too ostentatious. Lan Qin started the car and rushed out with a step on the accelerator. "It's not mine, it's the special mission vehicle of our first action support team," Lan Qin explained while stepping on the accelerator. Lin Feng was so scared that he quickly grabbed the handle above the doorframe, his body tense. Driving at this speed in the garage, Lin Feng was really afraid of crashing into the pillars of the underground garage. But Lin Feng noticed from the corner of his eye that the three team members sitting in the back row did not show any fear at all. Instead, they were very calm and not worried at all about Lan Qin's violent driving. "Have I gotten used to this?" Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart. At this time, a team member sitting in the back row with green hair suddenly laughed and said, It seems Lin Feng has never ridden in a car driven by Sister Lan." "Don't worry, Sister Lan's driving skills are superb." The green-haired man was named Song Yi, and he was the archer in the team. His compound bow was placed in the trunk of the off-road vehicle. Of course, Sister Lan's driving skills are enough for her to drive a racing car. Fatty Tan Haochuan echoed. "If Sister Lan is willing to go to a racing competition, she will definitely come first," Song Yi said again. The two of them started to praise each other non-stop. Lan Qin nodded while driving. It seems that he agrees with what the two of them said. Finally, Chen Shen, who was sitting between the green-haired Sang Yi and the fat man Tan Haochuan, couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Shen is the most introverted guy in the first action support team. He looks honest and simple and doesn't talk much. Listening to the two people flattering him, Chen Shen exploded. "I'm telling you too, can you please just shut up and stop flattering me? Sister Lan may be a good driver, but there's no way she'd ever participate in those childish racing competitions. If she were to participate, it would be a beauty pageant." The SUV suddenly became quiet. Immediately afterwards, all the team members, including Lin Feng, gave Chen Shen a thumbs up. What a guy, he doesn't allow others to flatter him, but he ends up flattering him the loudest. But I have to say that Lan Qin's driving skills are really amazing. After leaving the underground garage, the red SUV driven by Lan Qin sped along the road like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. As long as there is any gap, Lan Qin can pass through and will never hit other vehicles. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire him a little in his heart. It seems that the flattery words of the two people behind him seemed a bit subtle. Just then, a white convertible sports car in the front room suddenly braked for some unknown reason. But the red SUV was very close to the other vehicle and did not maintain a safe distance at all. Moreover, Lan Qin's driving speed was a bit fast. Since the other party braked so suddenly, I'm afraid that if Lan Qin brakes immediately, she will also collide with the other party. It was the first time that Lin Feng encountered such a situation, and he was so scared that he quickly tensed his body. Even the SSS level supernatural power of mind transforming everything has been displayed. An invisible layer of mental power appeared around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was not worried about getting hurt. Under the effect of his mind transforming all things, even if the red SUV was crashed and scrapped, Lin Feng probably wouldn't be hurt at all. But what Lin Feng was worried about was the convertible sports car in front. At such a fast speed, if they really hit each other, the two girls in the convertible sports car, whose combined clothing was not even enough for a coat, would be in trouble. However, at this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that the three people sitting in the back row still had no worries. It seems that they are no longer surprised by this. Lin Feng was very confused. But soon, Lin Feng understood. At the same time, I was stunned by the scene before me. Just when the red SUV was about to touch the white convertible sports car in front, the body of the red SUV seemed to be affected by a powerful force and suddenly jumped upwards. No! It doesn't feel like jumping, it feels more like flying. In just a blink of an eye, the red SUV flew directly above the white sports car. The two girls in the white sports car looked up at the huge monster above their heads, their faces full of horror. They were really scared. How come you drove under someone else's car? I should be under the car, not inside it? The passers-by nearby also looked at the speeding red SUV. They had never seen such a magical sight. Mom, look, the car is flying, a child shouted to his mother. Is technology so advanced? Cars can fly, said a bespectacled office worker. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, said a young internet-addicted teenager with messy hair, wearing a vest and slippers, who had just walked out of an internet cafe. Chapter 47, The Disguise of the Demon Eye Clan. Lin Feng finally realized what was going on. He looked at the empty sky ahead, then looked at Lan Qin, who was sitting in the driver's seat, with some shock. At the same time, Lin Feng finally understood why the four men in the team chose Lan Qin, a girl, as their driver. It turns out that her special ability is to be able to control a behemoth like a car weighing several tons. Although it is only an A-level psychic talent, this ability to control objects simply by using telekinesis is indeed very powerful in some areas. The SUV flew a short distance and then landed heavily on the ground. It just passed the white convertible sports car and a puppy in front of it. Boom! Lan Qin stepped on the accelerator, and the red SUV seemed to transform into a scarlet beast again, driving away into the distance, leaving behind only the sound of countless people gasping for breath at the scene. Sister Lan, you are so strong. You will be my only idol from now on. Lin Feng couldn't help but flatter her. However, this flattery is sincere. Ha, this boy is teachable. Lan Qin laughed without even turning his head. But at this time, Lin Feng carefully discovered that Lan Qin's forehead was covered with sweat. Obviously, with Lan Qin's current mental strength, it is not an easy task to control an off-road vehicle weighing several tons to fly. After this little episode, Lan Qin drove a little slower on the road. While driving, Lan Qin introduced some knowledge points about this mission to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this is your first time on a field mission. Although this mission is not dangerous, you cannot be careless. In recent years, alien races have infiltrated Blue Star very deeply, especially the Demon Eye Clan. The Demon Eye Clan is a parasitic life form. The Demon Eye Clan has a very small body, consisting of only one eye and one tentacle. They will insert the tentacles directly into the human spinal nerves and lurk in by controlling the thoughts of human individuals. But the Demon Eye Clan has a flaw. Even if they control humans, they cannot see the outside world through human eyes and can only see with their own eyes. Therefore, if you want to discover the Demon Eye Clan, you must pay attention to its eyes. According to our experience, after the Demon Eye Clan controls humans, they often place their eyes in several positions. One is in the hair or on the hat, which makes it easier for them to observe the surrounding situation. The second type is on clothes, such as disguised as buttons, decorations, etc. Of course, there are also some that will replace one of the human eyes with their own eyes, but this often leaves scars on the eye sockets, so you only need to pay attention to those who wear sunglasses or have injuries on their eyes. There are a large number of demon eye people, and the two most common types of demon eye people are: one is the Grey Demon Eye Clan, and the other is the Black Demon Eye Clan. The Grey Demon Eye Clan's control ability is slightly weaker, and they cannot exert the full strength of the controlled humans in their lifetime, and their bodies will become slightly stiffer. But the Black Demon Eye Clan can completely control a human being and fully unleash the full strength of that human being. Therefore, when you encounter the Black Demon Eye Clan, you must be careful. A large part of our field missions involves dealing with the Mystic Eyes who have infiltrated human society. Lan Qin talked a lot about the Demon Eye clan. Lin Feng had only learned about this in high school textbooks before, but now it seems that the Demon Eye clan is much more dangerous than what is said in the textbooks. Fortunately, the disguise of the Demon Eye clan is not completely untraceable. After Lan Qin finished speaking, the 3 team members sitting in the back seat also taught Lin Feng some of the techniques they had summarized. Along the way, Lin Feng absorbed knowledge crazily. Finally, more than half an hour later, the red SUV was parked steadily in the parking lot in front of the headquarters of the Jianghai City Quanfeng Martial Arts School. Lan Qin got out of the car first. Lin Feng and several other team members also got off the car. At this time, Lin Feng also discovered that more than a dozen people had just gotten off a bus and walked into the Quanfeng Martial Arts School. These people are the Special Operations team members in plain clothes. Since this kind of mission is carried out secretly, they did not wear the uniforms of the Warrior Association. They got there first. Let's go and get in as well. Lan Qin waved her hand again, shook her hair, and walked towards the Quanfeng Martial Arts Hall. Lin Feng and others quickly followed. The headquarters of Quanfeng Martial Arts School is located in the suburbs of Jianghai City, occupying a 5-story building. The 4 large gold-plated characters of Quanfeng Martial Arts School are placed on the roof. The interior decoration of the martial arts hall is in Chinese style. The main colors are traditional colors such as dark brown and vermilion, and are decorated with gold-plated lines. It looks full of the luxurious sense of Chinese aesthetics. As soon as Lin Feng and others entered the door, someone from the Quanfeng Martial Arts School came to greet them. Hello, are you Vice Captain Lan of the Jianghai City Warrior Association? I'm Zhang Qingshan, Vice Principal of the Quanfeng Martial Arts School. Zhang Qingshan stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Given the relationship between the owner of Quanfeng Martial Arts School and Captain Li must have informed Quanfeng Martial Arts School a long time ago. Lan Qin nodded slightly and stretched out a hand to shake hands with the other party. When in front of outsiders, Lan Qin behaved quite dignifiedly. Then, Deputy Director Zhang Qingshan led Lan Qin towards the competition venue, saying as they walked, Captain Lan, our competition is about to begin. Our director has instructed us to take you to the competition venue and then you can do whatever you want. We won't interfere with anything. Okay. Lan Qin responded. Soon, the group arrived at a large competition venue on the first floor of the Quanfeng Martial Arts School building. The competition venue is very large, with an arena in the middle that is about the size of a basketball court. Surrounding the arena is an open space and thousands of seats for spectators. At this time, the game hasn't started yet, but there are already many people sitting in the audience. A large number of them were wearing clothes from the Quanfeng Martial Arts School. It seems that they are either coaches and staff, or students of Quanfeng Martial Arts School. This competition is not only for selecting outstanding coaches, but also a publicity event that allows students to see the strength of the coaches of Quanfeng Martial Arts School. In the front row of seats in the audience, Shen Yulan was sitting there quietly. She is also one of the contestants in this competition. At this moment, she was closing her eyes and resting, preparing to adjust herself to the best condition. Shen Yulan didn't know that Lin Feng would come to the Quanfeng Martial Arts School to carry out a mission, so she didn't observe the surrounding situation at all. But at this time, a man who was also wearing the clothes of Quanfeng Martial Arts School and had light smoky makeup on his face suddenly came to Shen Yulan's side and sat down. This person seems to be Shen Yulan's colleague. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Shen Yulan frowned. Yulan, I didn't expect you to play in the game too. If we were to face each other, I would be gentle. By the way, are you free after get off work tonight? I happen to have 2 tickets for the Jianghai City Youth Warrior Fighting Arena Tournament. Would you like to go and see it together? Chapter 48, Brother, can you teach me how to put on makeup? The smoky guy had a self-proclaimed charming smile on his face. He sat down in the seat next to Shen Yulan and invited her with a smile. Shen Yulan's frown deepened. She really hated it in her heart. This man committed 2 of Shen Yulan's most disliked taboos. First, Shen Yulan doesn't like any other men except Lin Feng. I especially don't like men who look a bit effeminate. Second, Shen Yulan hates it most when others ask her to show mercy to her subordinates. After experiencing a drastic change in strength, Shen Yulan has strong confidence in his own strength. Asking him to show mercy to his subordinates is a pure insult. Shen Yulan turned her head with a bad look on her face, looked at the smoky man, and said with some disgust, I advise you not to hold back in the competition later, otherwise, you will lose very badly. In addition, When she said the other two words, a happy expression suddenly appeared on Shen Yulan's face, but this expression only appeared for a moment and then disappeared immediately. Besides, I already have a man, you'd better stay away from me. However, Shen Yulan's harsh words did not make the smoky man retreat. He didn't seem to care at all. I don't know if he was pretending in front of Shen Yulan or if he really didn't care. Coach Shen, you are too unkind, but I like it. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you lose badly in the ring later, said the smoky man with a smile. Shen Yulan looked at the smoky man as if he were looking at a nasty fly. But this fly was persistent and could not be driven away. Around the playing field. Under Lan Qin's command, the 5 people divided into 2 teams and began to patrol the surroundings. Lan Qin and Lin Feng are in one team, and the other 3 are in another team. Lan Qin's reason for this grouping was that she was strong and could better protect Lin Feng's safety. Tan Haochuan and the other 2 had no objections, nor did they dare to have any objections. Their main job is to observe those who participate in and watch the competition to see if there are any spies from the Demon Eye clan who have sneaked in. But as soon as the 2 teams separated, Lan Qin exposed his playful nature. Brother Feng, please point out to me which one is your wife. Lan Qin said excitedly. This mission was relatively easy, so she put gossip first. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then looked around. There were people wearing Quangfeng martial arts school uniforms all around, and there were a lot of people in the competition venue, so it was not easy to find. After searching for a minute, Lin Feng finally saw Shen Yulan's back. At the same time, Lin Feng also saw the smoky man sitting next to Shen Yulan. But Lin Feng didn't care. Most of the coaches at Quangfeng martial arts school are male, so it is not uncommon for them to happen to sit next to Shen Yulan. Sister Lan, I found her. Lin Feng said. Lan Qin is Lin Feng's colleague, so it's normal for her to get to know Shen Yulan. Lin Feng even wanted to introduce Shen Yulan to Lan Qin. Both of them were female practitioners and they practiced very hard, so they should have a lot of common topics. Following the direction of Lin Feng's finger, Lan Qin also hurriedly looked forward. But she quickly frowned slightly. Brother Feng, the man next to your wife seems to have bad intentions. Lan Qin suddenly said. Lin Feng was slightly stunned and looked at the smoky man sitting next to Shen Yulan. No good intentions? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng just saw the 2 people talking, but he didn't realize that they had any bad intentions. Lan Qin nodded slightly and said, based on my intuition as a woman, I think he must have some feelings for your wife. Lin Feng was a little confused. Lan Qin only needed to glance at the man's back to determine that he had ill intentions towards Shen Yulan. This is a bit bullshit. But Lin Feng chose to believe Lan Qin. Although Lan Qin usually seems a little out of touch, he never fails to deliver on key issues. Moreover, there was no need for Lan Qin to joke with Lin Feng about this matter. Damn it, someone dares to have ideas about his own wife? Isn't this courting death? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and began to think about how to deal with that guy. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan's outstanding performance has attracted the attention of the alien race. Host, please find and eliminate the alien spies and protect Shen Yulan's safety. No accidents are allowed in the Empress's growth process. Definition of resolve, kill, destroy, hand over to the relevant department. Mission completed, rewarded with the advanced technique flowing shadow chasing windsword technique. Please act quickly. Hearing the system task that suddenly appeared in his mind, Lin Feng's face gradually became a little gloomy. He looked coldly at the smoking man next to Shen Yulan, and was already almost certain in his heart. There is a high possibility that this smoky man is a foreign spy. Otherwise, the system would not have suddenly issued a task for aliens to pay attention to Shen Yulan when that smoky man came into contact with Shen Yulan. But after all, Lin Feng had never come into contact with alien spies. If you want to deal with that alien spy, it is best to rely on the power of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. Only with the help of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association can we better protect Shen Yulan's safety. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly turned around and said to Lan Qin, Sister Lan, I've observed that smoky guy and there seems to be something wrong with him. I suspect he's a spy from another race. Lan Qin was also slightly stunned when she heard Lin Feng's words. Alien spy? Lan Qin asked in a low voice. She just felt that the smoky guy seemed to have feelings for Lin Feng's girlfriend. One reason was that his body was too close to Shen Yulan. If they were normal colleagues, he would not deliberately get so close. Secondly, Lan Qin saw that the smoky man's expression seemed a little unnatural when he looked at Shen Yulan. But based on these 2 points, there is no way to confirm that the guy is an alien spy. You are not kidding me, are you? Lan Qin asked again in a low voice. Lin Feng shook his head and said solemnly, I'm not kidding, my sixth sense is also very accurate. Lan Qin also frowned. It is a bit unreasonable to judge a person as an alien spy based solely on sixth sense. But seeing Lin Feng's serious look, Lan Qin actually believed it a little. Lin Feng shouldn't use things like alien spies to deceive himself. Okay, I'll try to get closer and take a look, but don't alert the enemy first. If he really is a foreign spy, he is very likely to have other accomplices. Lan Qin said in a low voice. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Then, the 2 of them moved through the crowd, moving forward cautiously. At the same time, Lin Feng has also begun to mobilize all his mental power and is ready to take action at any time. Soon, Lan Qin came to the front row. At this moment, Lan Qin's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement, as if she had instantly turned into a little fangirl. Wow, brother, your smoky makeup looks so beautiful. Can you teach me how to put on makeup? Lan Qin said with an exaggerated expression. Chapter 49 Protect Shen Yulan. This sentence made the smoky man dumbfounded. Is this girl a little stupid? Going to the martial arts school to find someone to learn makeup from? Why doesn't she learn to use an excavator? The smoky man immediately stood up and wanted to teach this ignorant girl a lesson. But before the smoky man could say anything, Lan Qin seemed to suddenly realize her own stupidity and said, No, this is a martial arts gym. I'm here to learn martial arts, not makeup. I'm sorry. Lan Qin said sorry twice, then turned and left in a hurry. Looking at her back, she looks like a child who has done something wrong. The smoky man was so angry that he couldn't vent it. The smoky man sat back down. However, only then did he realize that Shen Yulan had already left when he stood up just now. The smoky man was not angry at all, instead a strange smile appeared on his face. He crossed his arms over his chest, quietly watching Shen Yulan's departing back, a gleam in one eye. It seems that his goal of getting close to Shen Yulan has been achieved. The other side. Lan Qin also returned to Lin Feng's side. At this time, Lan Qin's expression was different from before, and he looked a little solemn. Sister Lan, how is it? Lin Feng asked hurriedly in a low voice. Lan Qin nodded slightly, pulled Lin Feng a few steps towards the wall, and whispered, I feel like there's something wrong with one of his eyes. That smoky makeup seems to be covering up the small wound on his eye. Hearing Lan Qin's words, Lin Feng suddenly became a little anxious. If this guy is really from the Demon Eye clan, then Shen Yulan must be in danger. Sister Lan, what should we do? Should we take action immediately to deal with him? Lin Feng asked hurriedly. Lan Qin pondered for a moment and said, Wait a moment. Your girlfriend should have left that guy. She shouldn't be in any danger for now. I'll talk to the captain of the special operations team and try to seal off the entire Quangfeng martial arts school. We'll definitely not let him escape. After thinking for a while, Lan Qin said again, Don't come with us for a while. Your mission is to protect your girlfriend. I suspect that guy's target is your girlfriend. Hearing Lan Qin's words, Lin Feng nodded hurriedly. Good. Lan Qin added, If you're in danger, call me immediately. My special ability has a long attack range and also has good defensive capabilities. As long as we're in this competition venue, I can immediately support you. You must be careful and don't confront that guy head-on. Don't worry, Sister Lan, I will be careful. Lin Feng said in a low voice. After the 2 of them finished talking, Lan Qin immediately went to find the captain of the special operations team. Although Lan Qin is also quite strong, the members of the special operations team are all warriors and are stronger. With their cooperation, we can resolve the current crisis more safely and securely. Not long after, Lin Feng discovered that some people around the competition venue began to take action. They seemed to be surrounding the entire Quangfeng martial arts school competition venue. But Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention to these things, but hurriedly looked for Shen Yulan. At this time, Shen Yulan was walking through a small door towards the preparation room behind the competition venue. It should be that Shen Yulan will play in the game early and needs to prepare in advance. At this moment, Zhang Xingshan, the deputy headmaster who had been in charge of welcoming Lin Feng and the others, also stepped onto the stage. He held a microphone and said loudly, Today is the biannual elite coach selection competition for Quangfeng Martial Arts School. Welcome all coaches, students, and sponsors. The competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first half is the assistant coach competition. The top 3 assistant coaches will directly obtain the position of official coach and will also receive generous rewards. The second half is. While everyone's attention was drawn to the deputy director's speech, Lin Feng quietly walked towards the preparation room. At this time, Lin Feng didn't want Shen Yulan to leave his sight. In a place like the Guangfeng Martial Arts School, generally no one dares to cause trouble, so Lin Feng easily got in. This preparation room is actually a bit like a dressing room. There are actually female coaches who put on makeup before going on stage. Of course, it is also where the coaches store their weapons and equipment. At this time, there were only a few people in the preparation room, and everyone was leisurely packing their belongings. As soon as Lin Feng walked in, he saw Shen Yulan. Shen Yulan was opening a cabinet on the wall and took out her top-grade 3-star blood drinking sword. In this competition, Shen Yulan decided to give her all and fight for the top 3. But Shen Yulan was still a little hesitant about whether to use the blood-drinking sword given to her by Lin Feng. She held the bloodthirsty knife in one hand and a wooden sword in the other, and was caught in a dilemma. The wooden sword has little power, but Shen Yulan can fight without restraint without worrying about hurting his opponent. The blood-drinking sword can better exert his strength, but Shen Yulan must be ready to restrain his strength at any time. After all, the lethality of the top-grade 3-star weapons is too great. Seeing that Shen Yulan was safe, Lin Feng showed a faint smile on his face. Unconsciously, Lin Feng has regarded Shen Yulan's safety as more important than anything else. However, just then, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that a strange man was approaching quietly behind Shen Yulan. His body seemed tense, with one hand behind his back, holding something unknown. Of course, the strangest thing is that in this preparation room with not very bright light, he was actually wearing sunglasses. When that guy appeared, Lin Feng became alert instantly. Lan Qin once introduced to Lin Feng some of the most commonly used hiding methods of the Demon Eye clan, one of which was wearing sunglasses. Oh no, Yulan is in danger. Lin Feng's huge mental power instantly formed a set of armor around his body, and at the same time an invisible long sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng's body suddenly burst out with powerful strength. At the same time, Lin Feng also suddenly shouted loudly, "Yulan, be careful behind you." After all, Lin Feng was a little far away from Shen Yulan, and it would take some time to rush over. So, Lin Feng immediately used his voice to remind Shen Yulan to be careful. At the same time, this voice was also reminding Lan Qin to help. And at this time, the moment Shen Yulan heard Lin Feng's voice, she immediately turned her head to look in Lin Feng's direction. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the man in sunglasses suddenly approaching from behind. Thinking of Lin Feng's reminder, Shen Yulan's hair immediately stood up. She immediately threw away the wooden sword in her hand and grabbed the handle of the bloodthirsty knife with one hand. The Gale Sword technique at the minor success level is activated instantly. SS level supernatural power, endless wind, release immediately. In an instant, Shen Yulan's body was completely wrapped in a layer of green light. Countless wind blades began to condense on the blade of the blood-drinking sword, almost making the blood-drinking sword more than twice as long. Draw the sword, squat, turn around, all in one go. At this time, Shen Yulan finally saw that a green dagger suddenly appeared in the hand of the man in sunglasses. The dagger is already at his back. It seemed that in the next second, the dagger would pierce into his body. P.S. The data is a bit poor, so I beg all the audience to give it a 5-star rating. I guarantee that the plot will become more and more exciting later. The humble author kneels down to express gratitude. Chapter 50 The Terrifying Lan Qin. Lin Feng was so scared that cold sweat broke out instantly. That green dagger was obviously poisonous. If it pierces Shen Yulan's body, the consequences will be unimaginable. And Lin Feng clearly saw that the guy who attacked Shen Yulan was very fast and should be at least a warrior. Using this kind of strength to sneak attack a would-be warrior is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Of course, the Quasi warriors mentioned here are ordinary Quasi warriors. Shen Yulan cannot be considered an ordinary Quasi warrior. Because Shen Yulan's abilities are too abnormal, her equipment is too abnormal, and her proficiency in martial arts is also a little abnormal. At this time, just when the dagger was about to hit Shen Yulan's back, the green light on Shen Yulan's back suddenly lit up. Countless wind forces quickly gathered towards the back. It was as if a layer of hard armor had formed on Shen Yulan's back. This is the horror of the SS level supernatural power, Fengshi Wujian. It not only provides Shen Yulan with a lot of speed and attack, but also has certain defensive capabilities. Under Fengshi Wujian's defense, the speed of the dagger was obviously reduced a lot. At the same time, there was also a hint of shock on the attacker's face. It seems that the intelligence does not say so. How come this woman has such a strange defensive method? However, in the half-second when the opponent's attack slowed down slightly, Shen Yulan's blood-drinking knife had already reached the side of the attacker. Shen Yulan's speed is even faster than that of the attacker. Under the blessing of the SS-level supernatural power Fengshi Wujian, the blood-drinking knife seemed to turn into a green gust of wind, directly slashing the body of the attacker. The first part that came into contact with the blood-drinking knife was his right chest. When the blood-drinking knife touched his chest, 2 rays of light suddenly flashed on the blade. One blue, one red. Amidst the brilliant green and red light, the blood-drinking knife cut through the man's chest like tofu. A stream of scarlet blood suddenly spurted out. But that's not all. Lin Feng's attack has also arrived. Since the supernatural power has evolved into the SSS level of mind transforming everything, the long sword composed of mind power in Lin Feng's hand can completely exist independently of Lin Feng's body. At this time, Lin Feng was a little distance away from the boy in sunglasses. Lin Feng could only throw away the telekinetic sword in his hand. In an instant, the telekinetic sword slashed the arm of the man in sunglasses. The invisible weapon seemed unusually sharp. The man in sunglasses' arm broke with a sound. The green dagger also fell to the ground. Bang! The man's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Blood kept oozing out from the chest and arm cuts. Lin Feng hurried to Shen Yulan's back and took a look. Fortunately, there was no wound at all. At this time, Shen Yulan also asked in surprise, "Brother Feng, why are you here?" It seemed like she had just killed someone, but Shen Yulan didn't feel any big mental fluctuation. In fact, it was not as big as the mental fluctuation when she discovered Lin Feng's arrival. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Empress's mentality is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Lin Feng looked at the corpse on the ground, making sure he was still, and then said, "I'm here today with our first action support team to carry out a mission. Our mission is to deal with these alien spies who have infiltrated human society." Alien spies? They actually sneaked into the Quanfeng martial arts school? Shen Yulan said in shock. Just then, the door of the preparation room was suddenly pushed open, and Lan Qin walked in with a calm expression. Then, he showed a Jianghai City Warrior Association ID to the other people from the Quanfeng Martial Arts School and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. Don't go out for the time being. There are still alien spies outside. My colleagues are dealing with them. Please be patient." After saying that, Lan Qin walked towards Lin Feng and Shen Yulan. Lin Feng hurriedly introduced himself to Shen Yulan. "Yulan, this is Sister Lan, our team's vice captain. She's in charge of the team today." Shen Yulan also hurriedly greeted Lan Qin with a smile. "Hello, Sister Lan." Lin Feng said again, "Sister Lan, this is my fiancée Shen Yulan." Lan Qin chuckled and took a closer look. She's indeed a beauty. No wonder Brother Feng is so bewitched by her. Ha ha. Lan Qin is still the same Lan Qin, never restrained in her words. With just one sentence, Shen Yulan didn't know how to respond. Shen Yulan is a little introverted. It's okay for her to say whatever she wants to people she doesn't like, but Lan Qin is Lin Feng's captain, so she can't say anything careless. At this time, Lin Feng came out to smooth things over. "Sister Lan, is this person an alien spy?" Lin Feng asked. After Lin Feng finished asking, the three of them looked at the man in sunglasses lying on the ground at the same time. At the same time, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that blood was flowing from the neck of the man in sunglasses. But, he attacked the opponent's arm, and Shen Yulan attacked the opponent's chest, so why was his neck bleeding? Lin Feng was a little confused. He took 2 steps to the side and looked carefully at the neck of the man in sunglasses. Finally, Lin Feng discovered some clues. There was a bloody hole on the man's neck. It was that bloody hole that was oozing blood. Lin Feng looked at the wound on his chest again. After all, Shen Yulan suddenly attacked at an emergency moment and did not grasp the distance very accurately. Although the blood-drinking knife slashed the opponent's chest, the wound was not very deep. Therefore, Shen Yulan's knife was not the direct cause of the other party's death. And that bloody hole on the neck is it? Lin Feng looked at Lan Qin with a little shock, with a hint of doubt and inquiry in his eyes. Lan Qin smiled and nodded, saying, "You are in the light, and I am in the dark. I will ensure that your fiancé is absolutely safe." "Thank you, Sister Lan." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. Only now did Lin Feng realize that Lan Qin had been protecting Shen Yulan's safety in secret. And her actual combat capability is also quite terrifying. Lin Feng didn't even see Lan Qin make a move before the man in sunglasses suffered a fatal wound on his neck. A-level psychic abilities are so terrifying. This is simply the top-level assassination ability. At the same time, Lin Feng was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, it is Sister Lan who possesses this ability. If the enemy possesses such an ability, even I would not be able to detect the other party's assassination. Seeing the wound on the neck of the man in sunglasses, Shen Yulan was also frightened. Originally, she thought that she and Lin Feng had attacked at the same time and were able to eliminate the enemy. Unexpectedly, it turned out that it was Lan Qin who killed the other party. If Lan Qin hadn't taken action, the enemy might have risked his life to stab the green dagger into his own back. The consequences are unimaginable. "Thank you, Sister Lan." Shen Yulan also hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Lan Qin waved her hand casually and said, "You're welcome. Brother Feng's fiancée is my sister. From now on, in Zhanghai City, I, Sister Lan, will protect you." Lin Feng and Lan Qin checked the body of the man in sunglasses again. After taking off each other's sunglasses, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan also saw the demon eye clan that parasitized on the human body for the first time. There was an obvious scar on the right eye socket of the man in sunglasses. And that eye looked not much different from a human eye, except that it was slightly larger than an ordinary person's eyes. It looks a bit like different-sized eyes. Such an obvious feature is indeed easy to spot. Only by wearing sunglasses can he hide his identity as an alien spy. Chapter 51 Shen Yulan will definitely be the first. "Is this person from your martial arts school?" Lan Qin asked with a frown. Shen Yulan shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Many coaches from our martial arts school's branches are here today. I don't know any of them, so I don't know if he is from our school." Lan Qin asked several other coaches in the preparation room. They all shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. This alien spy was most likely someone who sneaked in specifically to carry out the assassination. However, at this time Lin Feng discovered that his mission had not been completed yet. This means that Shen Yulan's danger has not been completely eliminated. Therefore, the smoky guy outside is most likely the accomplice of the man in sunglasses. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, "Yulan, the male coach who was talking to you outside just now, the one with smoky makeup on his face, do you know him?" Shen Yulan nodded and said, "I know him. He just joined our Guangfeng martial arts school not long ago. He should be a martial artist. Now he is an assistant coach like me. Could he have a problem too?" Shen Yulan was also a little surprised. Although the smoky man was annoying, Shen Yulan never thought that he might be an alien spy. Lin Feng nodded slightly, "Well, it's very likely." Lan Qin interrupted and said, "Don't worry, the special operations team should be closing in soon. That guy won't be able to get away." Sure enough, just after Lan Qin finished speaking, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside. But the sound didn't last long. It soon became quiet outside again. Lan Qin smiled and said, "Let's go and see if that guy is an alien spy." After saying that, Lan Qin walked out. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan also hurriedly followed. But just as Lin Feng walked out, the system prompt in his mind suddenly rang again. "Ding, the mission to protect Shen Yulan is complete, all crises are resolved, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the advanced skill flowing shadow chasing windsword technique. Ding, since this reward is a physical object, the host's personal storage space is now open. The space has unlimited capacity, but it cannot store living things. The advanced skill flowing shadow chasing windsword technique has been stored in the storage space. Please check it yourself." Lin Feng felt relieved when he heard the system prompt. The system task has been completed, which means that all the alien spies who pose a threat to Shen Yulan have been eliminated. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that this mission also came with a personal storage space. And it has unlimited capacity. That's kind of cool. From now on, you can put your important things in the personal storage space without worrying about not being able to put them away. Afterwards, Lin Feng tried it again. With just a thought, he could see a white world that seemed to have no end. At this moment, a lonely book was quietly placed on the ground of this world. Lin Feng felt that he only needed to think about it and the book would immediately appear in his hands. However, now is not a good time to take out that martial arts book. It's not too late to take it out while you're waiting for someone. At this time, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan also appeared outside the preparation room with Lan Qin. Outside, countless coaches and students from the Guangfeng Martial Arts School, as well as spectators who came to watch the competition, were leaving the venue. At the edge of the ring, a man with smoky makeup was lying on the ground. He didn't seem to have any injuries on his body, but his face was extremely pale. Although his makeup was heavy, it still couldn't hide the paleness that seemed as if he had no blood at all. Lin Feng and others quickly arrived next to the body of the smoky man. At this time, a middle-aged man saw Lan Qin and others coming over, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Lan Qin, thank you so much for this. If you hadn't discovered this alien spy in advance, there would have been even greater panic and casualties. Lan Qin said calmly, it was Lin Feng from our team who discovered that this person was an alien spy, not me. Lan Qin didn't seem to give that person any face at all. Ha, it doesn't matter who discovered it. It's all thanks to your first action support team. I will definitely report it to the higher-ups when I get back. The middle-aged man was still very polite. Okay, then what about the body of this alien spy? Lan Qin asked. The middle-aged man immediately said, let's take the body back. There shouldn't be much room in your car. Okay, then you guys get busy. Lan Qin turned and left. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan immediately followed. Next to them, several other members of the first action support team also followed. At this time, Lin Feng asked his teammate green-haired Song with some confusion, Brother Song, who is this person? Song glanced at Lan Qin's back as she walked ahead, then leaned over to Lin Feng's ear and whispered, this guy's called Zhao Chong. He's the captain of the first squadron of the Special Operations Team, a telekineticist, and one of our sister land suitors. At this moment, Lan Qin suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Feng and green-haired Song, and said with a bad face, Xiaolu, what are you talking about? Song Yi was so frightened that he quickly shut his mouth and said with an awkward smile, Sister Lan, I didn't say anything. Lin Feng also chuckled twice and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Feng already knew the answer from Song Yi's mouth. It was obvious that Lan Qin didn't like this suitor very much, so her attitude was so perfunctory. However, with this pursuer of Lan Qin, the first action support team's life became much easier. Originally, dealing with alien corpses should be the job of the action support team. However, because Zhao Chong was Lan Qin's suitor, he took the initiative to take on the task of dealing with the corpse himself, which naturally saved Lin Feng and others the trouble. Sister Lan, since the alien spy has been found, should we go back? Tan Haochuan suddenly asked. Lan Qin had already led everyone to the back row of the audience. Hearing Tan Haochuan's words, Lan Qin suddenly turned around and a sly smile appeared on her face. What are we going back for? We finally got out, so of course we're going to watch the game before we leave. After saying that, Lan Qin blinked at Lin Feng and asked, right, Brother Feng? Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Lan Qin to ask him. So, Lin Feng looked at Shen Yulan who was standing next to him. Shen Yulan was looking at him with an expectant look. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and said, I agree. Lan Qin made the decision without asking for anyone else's opinion. Okay, then the minority obeys the majority. Let's watch the game first before leaving. After saying that, Lan Qin sat down directly in the back row of the audience. But, after this happened, will the game continue? Asked the most honest Chen Chen. At this moment, Shen Yulan's cell phone suddenly rang. After opening it and taking a look, Shen Yulan said, the competition continues. I have received the notification. Hearing this, Chen Chen sat down immediately. The other two also found a seat. Brother Feng, I'll go get ready. Shen Yulan said with a smile to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, go. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng also sat down in the seat next to Lan Qin. As soon as Lin Feng sat down, Lan Qin started shouting, come on, the market is open. Let's bet on what place Lin Feng's fiancé will get in the assistant coaching group. That must be the top 3. I heard that the top 3 can be directly promoted to formal coaches, said the fat man Tan Haochuan excitedly. Green Hair also said, yeah, I think I can be in the top 3. Lan Qin looked at Chen Chen again. Chen Chen said helplessly, I don't know the strength of Lin Feng's fiancé. Lan Qin frowned slightly. Chen Chen quickly changed his words and said, I bet $10 on the top 5. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lan Qin smiled with satisfaction, then took out 100 from his pocket and said, I bet 100, Lin Feng's fiancé will definitely come first. Xiao documents to prevent piracy, look for the book robot and choose Xiaohu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. First, is Lin Feng's fiancé so powerful? The competition for the position of assistant coach at Quangfeng Martial Arts School is very fierce. It won't be easy to get first place. No, Sister Lan, do you know the strength of Lin Feng's fiancé? Or have you seen her take action? Chapter 52 Shen Yulan takes action. Lan Qin laughed and said, "No way, this is the first time we meet today. How about this, each of us bets 100. You bet on the top 3, and I bet on the first place." After saying that, Lan Qin directly stuffed the 100 yuan in her hand into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng will act as the middleman. You should give him the money too. Lan Qin said again. Tan Haochuan and his companions felt as if they had been deceived. But the words were out, and there was no way to refuse. Chen Shan also laughed and changed the 10 yuan into 100 yuan. Lin Feng grabbed the 400 yuan in his hand, smiled helplessly, and then stuffed it into his pocket. These 400 will probably go into Lan Qin's pocket soon. Lin Feng is still very confident in Shen Yulan's strength. If SS-level talent combined with the minor success level of the Quangfeng swordsmanship can't get first place, then the assistant coach team of this Quangfeng martial arts school is too abnormal. Don't all look so sad. If I win later, I will treat you to lunch. Lan Qin said generously. The others smiled and complimented him. For people of their status, 100 yuan is actually no different from 1 yuan. But everyone just has fun. At this time, under the command of Captain Zhao Chong, the special operations team wrapped both bodies in cloth and carried them out. Immediately afterwards, countless coaches and students of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School, as well as spectators who came to watch the game, returned to the competition field. Deputy Director Zhang Qingshan also returned to the ring, holding the microphone, and said with a smile, "There was a little incident just now, but these are all within the expectations of our martial arts school leaders. We have already communicated with the Jianghai City Warrior Association. Please don't worry. Through this sudden incident, I believe everyone has a better understanding of the strength and profound background of our Quangfeng Martial Arts School. Therefore, after the competition, students who want to register can go directly to the registration hall on the second floor to register, or they can log into the official website of our Quangfeng Martial Arts School and fill in the information directly. Well, I declare that the competition officially begins." The first match was the assistant coaches competition. The opponents were determined by drawing lots, and the winner of each match directly entered the next round. Sitting in the audience, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although Lin Feng was relatively familiar with Shen Yulan's strength, he had never seen her in actual combat except for the knife strike in the preparation room just now. If you want to become an empress, practical combat ability is also of paramount importance. Soon, the competition began. Shen Yulan appeared in the second round. Her opponent is also an assistant coach. However, this assistant coach is a warrior. His physical fitness is better than Shen Yulan's. In the back row of the audience, Lan Qin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although she had seen Shen Yulan take action, compared to Lin Feng, she didn't know much about Shen Yulan's specific strength. But what surprised Lan Qin and several other team members was that as soon as the game started, Shen Yulan, holding the blood-drinking knife, turned his body into a green gust of wind and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of his opponent. And the blood-drinking knife was also pressed against the opponent's chest. This speed is simply outrageous. Her opponent hadn't even reacted yet. In the end, Shen Yulan chose to use the blood-drinking knife. With the help of the blood-drinking sword, Shen Yulan's speed became a little faster. This scene shocked the audience. After a few seconds of silence, the entire stadium was filled with enthusiastic cheers and applause from the audience. A warrior was killed instantly by a Quasi warrior. It's really shocking. Lin Feng was also relieved. But when seeing the excitement of so many spectators, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried again. Shen Yulan's strength is known by so many people, and I'm afraid she might be targeted by alien spies in the future. This is not good news. It seems that I still have to help her improve her strength faster, so that if she faces alien spies again in the future, she will be able to deal with it more calmly. Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart. The assistant coach's game lasted 2 hours and ended. Shen Yulan easily won the first place. Lan Qin immediately reached into Lin Feng's pocket, and 400 yuan quickly entered her pocket. Then, Lan Qin waved her hand and said, "Let's go, let's have ramen for lunch today." Miss Lan will pay for everything. Sister Lan, I don't want to eat ramen. Tan Haochuan said weakly. Lan Qin frowned slightly, then let's have tomato and egg rice. Okay. After the competition, Deputy Director Zhang Qingshan also awarded prizes to the top 3 winners. Shen Yulan's reward was 100,000 yuan in cash, and she was directly promoted to a formal coach. Shen Yulan was quite satisfied with the bonus. She really prefers cash to those fancy prizes. As soon as the rewards were distributed, Shen Yulan excitedly ran to Lin Feng and said with a smile, "It's my treat tonight, let's have something delicious." Lin Feng also nodded happily. In order to practice martial arts, Shen Yulan spent most of his salary on buying medicine and supplements. This 100,000 yuan is the largest income she has ever earned in her life. Of course, if you don't count that house. Most of the daily expenses of the two of them were paid for by Lin Feng. Now that Shen Yulan has money, she immediately wants to share this joy with Lin Feng. Shen Yulan invited Lan Qin again, wanting to thank Lan Qin for her timely help, but Lan Qin refused. She likes to be in the crowd, but doesn't like to be a third wheel. After watching Shen Yulan's match, Lan Qin lost interest in the following matches. So, with a wave of his hand, the members of the First Action Support Team left the Guangfeng Martial Arts School headquarters. But since Shen Yulan hadn't finished get-off work yet, she couldn't go with Lin Feng. At this time, it was already noon. Lan Qin drove the car and brought Lin Feng and others to the door of a high-end restaurant. She sighed pretentiously and said, "Hey, we passed by a few ramen restaurants, and the parking spaces at the door were all full. So, let's come here and ask if there is any ramen." In the red off-road vehicle, several team members including Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. It would be strange if there was ramen here. They all knew that Lan Qin was not a stingy person. She just likes to joke around. In the restaurant's private room, Lan Qin took the menu and ordered a table full of dishes, both stingily and generously. Everyone in the First Action Support Team ate to their heart's content. After dinner, I finally had no excuse not to go back. As soon as he returned to the Warrior Association, Captain Li called everyone to his office. Then, he gave some verbal praise. Then he kept Lin Feng. Only Lin Feng and Captain Li were left in Captain Li's office. At this time, Captain Li took out a box from the safe in his office and handed it to Lin Feng. He smiled and said, "It took a lot of effort to find this top-grade 3-star armor for you." Chapter 53 I like your hard work and cultivation the most. Hearing Captain Li's words, Lin Feng was slightly startled and said hurriedly, "Captain Li, this is too valuable, I can't accept it." Lin Feng was really a little flattered. It was just a casual remark at the time, but I didn't expect Captain Li to find the top-grade 3-star armor so quickly. Moreover, during this period of time at work, Lin Feng also learned some knowledge from his colleagues that he did not know before. For example, although both are top-quality 3-star equipment, armor is more valuable than weapons. The price of armor is at least nearly twice that of weapons of the same quality. Captain Li didn't care about that and just picked up the box and put it in Lin Feng's hand. The box didn't look very big, but after Lin Feng put it in his hand, he felt a heaviness in his hand. Lin Feng suddenly became a little curious. "What's in this box? What kind of armor is so heavy?" At this time, Captain Li also said, "Just take it if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Besides, I have selfish motives in giving you these good things." After hearing what Captain Li said, Lin Feng was also a little confused. He didn't know what the selfish motives Captain Li was talking about were. Captain Li chuckled and explained, "Your strength will sooner or later be known to more people. This kind of thing cannot be hidden unless you never take action. So, when your strength is exposed, many other organizations, even martial arts associations in other cities, will invite you. I hope that you will try your best to stay in our Jianghai City Warrior Association when the time comes. I can't guarantee anything else, but I will definitely let you get the best quality practice resources." Hearing Captain Li's words, Lin Feng immediately laughed. "Leave? That's impossible." Putting aside the relationship with Vice President Gao, Lin Feng feels very comfortable here and gets along well with his teammates. Captain Li also takes good care of him, so there is no need to leave at all. "Don't worry, Captain Li, I won't leave," Lin Feng said with a smile. Captain Li nodded with satisfaction and announced another piece of breaking news. Every year, our martial arts associations hold a youth talent competition internally. It's a bit like the Jianghai City Youth Martial Arts Arena competition, except that the participants are selected from martial arts associations across the country, and they are all young people under the age of 25. There is still 1 month left before this year's competition. I hope you can practice hard during this month. If your strength allows, you can represent our Jianhai City Warrior Association in the competition. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He hurriedly asked, but our warrior association has so many powerful warriors. Am I, a rookie who hasn't even reached the level of a warrior, qualified to participate in the competition? Captain Li smiled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, saying, don't underestimate yourself. I know how fast you've cultivated. Besides, you're not some rookie who hasn't even reached the level of a warrior. You're a dual cultivator of telekinesis and martial arts, and you possess super SS level psychic abilities. I'm very optimistic about you. Captain Li doesn't know that Lin Feng's ability is no longer SS level. But Lin Feng didn't expose it. Oh well. Lin Feng no longer refused. There is still a month left until the competition. Lin Feng is quite confident about the speed at which his strength will improve. The main thing is that Shen Yulan works too hard. Not to mention a month, even in a week, your strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Captain Li chatted with Lin Feng for a while. Lin Feng still did not refuse the box. After leaving Captain Li's office, Lin Feng found a deserted place and immediately put the box into his personal storage space. Lin Feng planned to go home and see what it was. In the afternoon, Lin Feng practiced his supernatural powers in the training room of the Warrior Association for the whole afternoon. Lin Feng felt that his ability to understand the ability to transform all things with his mind had improved a lot again. Evening. As soon as it was time to get off work, Lin Feng rushed out of the office impatiently. I took a taxi and returned home. Shen Yulan hasn't come back yet. Lin Feng simply didn't go home, but waited directly at the entrance of the community. After waiting for about half an hour, Shen Yulan appeared in Lin Feng's sight riding a shared bicycle. Seeing Lin Feng, Shen Yulan's face also showed a slightly excited look. She gained a lot today. After putting down the shared bicycle, Shen Yulan happily threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Brother Feng, let's go out and celebrate. Shen Yulan said. If it were any other time, Shen Yulan would definitely not want to go out to eat. The main reason is that it is a waste of time. She would rather use the only time after get off work to practice. But today, not only did he receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan, he also became an official coach, which was a double blessing. Working at Quangfeng Martial Arts School, there is a big difference in salary between regular coaches and assistant coaches. The basic salary of a formal coach is 30,000 yuan per month. If you work harder, even 50,000 or 100,000 yuan can be easily earned. Shen Yulan can already foresee that she will be able to make a lot of money in the future. Not only will she be able to earn more funds for her cultivation, but her and Lin Feng's lives will also get better and better. Lin Feng smiled and said, okay, and I have good news to tell you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Yulan's eyes lit up and asked, what good news? Lin Feng looked around and didn't immediately take out the advanced technique and top-grade 3-star defensive equipment. Instead, he said mysteriously, there are too many people here. I'll show it to you when we get home. Lin Feng's words immediately aroused Shen Yulan's curiosity. My curiosity can't be stopped. The 2 times Lin Feng said he had good news before were when he found a job in the Warrior Association and when he learned advanced martial arts. Thinking about Lin Feng's current mysterious look, Shen Yulan felt that the good news this time must be even more shocking. Brother Feng, why don't we go home first? You tell me the good news first, and then we go out for dinner. Shen Yulan said with a smile. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, how about we order takeout? I think after I tell you this good news, you won't waste time going out to eat anymore. Lin Feng knew Shen Yulan quite well. How could a martial arts fanatic waste time on eating? Especially, this time I brought her a book of advanced martial arts. Moreover, the advanced skills this time are different from the advanced genetic bodybuilding method learned before in the Jianhai City Warrior Association. The advanced genetic bodybuilding method can only increase physical fitness, and is not a method that can improve actual combat capabilities. However, this Luiying Zhuweifeng sword technique is a real offensive sword technique. If he could learn it and improve his proficiency, it would definitely greatly enhance Shen Yulan's actual combat effectiveness. Shen Yulan's eyes became brighter. She had already vaguely guessed the general direction. Actually, eating out doesn't waste too much time. Shen Yulan said in a low voice. This voice clearly lacked confidence. Lin Feng laughed heartily, put his arm around Shen Yulan's waist, and said, as long as we're together, it doesn't matter where we eat. Shen Yulan blushed and whispered, "Brother Feng, I just practice cultivation every day when I get home. Do you think I'm too boring? Do you dislike me anymore?" Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately said seriously, "Have you forgotten what I said when we were on a blind date? What I like most is that you work hard to practice and strive for higher realms. If one day you stop practicing hard, I will stop liking you." Chapter 54 Star Copper Black Iron Soft Armor. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Shen Yulan immediately showed a touched look on her face. Such a man is simply impossible to find even with a lantern. I didn't have time to accompany him because I was practicing martial arts, but he didn't blame me at all. Instead, he took the initiative to comfort me. He even unconditionally supported me in practicing martial arts. Shen Yulan felt that choosing to go on a blind date with Lin Feng was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her in her life. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he also laughed. There seemed to be a hint of embarrassment in the smile. But Shen Yulan, who was immersed in the emotion, didn't notice it at all. Lin Feng naturally likes Shen Yulan, who works harder. After all, the harder Shen Yulan works, the faster Lin Feng's strength will improve. The two of them had the same idea, so they both immediately rejected the plan of going out for dinner to celebrate. While walking towards home, Shen Yulan took out her cell phone and started ordering takeout. Of course, today's takeaway is also particularly rich. Although we won't be going out to eat, it's still necessary to celebrate. As soon as she entered the house, Shen Yulan had already ordered the takeout. So, Shen Yulan immediately asked excitedly, "Brother Feng, what is the good news?" Lin Feng closed the door of his house casually and took out a book from behind him with a smile. Shen Yulan was slightly stunned. "Brother Feng, where did you hide this book just now?" Lin Feng did not explain, but held the book in front of Shen Yulan and shook it slightly. Shen Yulan's attention was immediately drawn to the name on the book. Luing Zhu Weifeng Sword Technique? Shen Yulan's eyes lit up and he said in surprise. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Yes, it's an advanced technique, and it's the sword technique that suits you best." Shen Yulan has been learning swordsmanship since he started practicing martial arts, so he is best at using a sword. This advanced skill is also a sword technique. Moreover, like the Gale sword technique, it is also a wind-attributed sword technique. It is fully capable of adapting to Shen Yulan's SS-level supernatural power, Fengshi Wujian. It's as if it was specially made for Shen Yulan. What? Advanced skills? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Yulan was really shocked this time. Advanced skills are not something that ordinary people can obtain. Even though Shen Yulan worked at the Quangfeng Martial Arts School, he could not access advanced martial arts and could only learn intermediate martial arts. Moreover, units or organizations that possess advanced skills generally do not allow their skills to be passed on to outsiders. The scarcity of advanced exercises is self-evident. Especially since this set of skills is particularly suitable for her, Shen Yulan could hardly believe it. "Brother Feng, you can actually get this kind of martial arts, it's amazing." Shen Yulan hugged Lin Feng directly and kissed Lin Feng on the face excitedly. This good news really surprised her too much. Lin Feng placed the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword technique in Shen Yulan's hand and said, "Take it and learn it. I'll call you when the takeout arrives." Shen Yulan solemnly took the book of Lu Feng Zhueying sword technique, but she was still a little bit unbelievable in her heart. "Brother Feng, are there any taboos in learning this advanced martial arts technique? Can it be known to other people?" Shen Yulan asked in a low voice. Some advanced skills that are not obtained through formal channels generally cannot be used directly in public. If the owner of the technique finds out, he or she may face charges of illegal activities or even retaliation. This is also the issue that Shen Yulan is more worried about. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, the source is absolutely legal, just practice it with confidence." Shen Yulan still trusted Lin Feng's words quite a lot. "Well, then I'll go and learn it first," Shen Yulan said in surprise. She can't wait any longer. If she could learn this advanced technique, her actual combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly improved. You can even use this Lu Feng Zhueying sword technique as your trump card. "Go!" Lin Feng said. Shen Yulan kissed Lin Feng on the mouth again, then immediately ran to the training room with the Lu Feng Zhueying sword technique. Lin Feng originally wanted to learn this technique by himself first. If he learned it first, his proficiency in this technique would reach the entry level. When Shen Yulan reached the entry level, his proficiency in this technique would be rewarded by the system and increased by 2 levels in a row, reaching the mastery level. But after thinking about it, he decided to let Shen Yulan study first. In this way, by the time she learns it, her proficiency in the technique will also be achieved. Lin Feng felt that this one-level difference was actually no big deal. The main thing is that Shen Yulan will definitely practice this technique very hard. When she improves her proficiency by 1 level, I can improve it by 2 levels. Sooner or later, I will be able to improve my proficiency in the technique to the perfect level. So there is no need to make things difficult for yourself. After all, this kind of advanced technique is much more difficult to learn than the intermediate one. Shen Yulan went to the training room, and Lin Feng did not stay in the living room, but returned to the bedroom. Arriving at the bedroom, Lin Feng closed the door, and then his consciousness came to his personal storage space. At this time, there was another thing in Lin Feng's personal storage space. That was the top grade 3-star armor that Captain Li gave him at noon. Lin Feng planned to take it out to see what it was, and then decide whether to give it to Shen Yulan. Lin Feng's consciousness moved slightly, and a rectangular box appeared on the bed. After opening the box, a black vest with a little silver light appeared in Lin Feng's sight. Vest? Lin Feng picked up the vest with some confusion. It feels cold and heavy to the touch, and the material is a bit like metal. This should be considered a soft armor, right? Lin Feng whispered to himself. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that there was a piece of paper at the bottom of the box. Lin Feng put down his vest and picked up the paper. The paper provides detailed information about this piece of armor. Star copper and black iron soft armor, a top grade 3-star equipment, is made of star copper metal obtained from the alien world. Through the spark fusion method, it is fully integrated with black iron. It has the characteristics of star copper's high toughness and black iron's high hardness, and has a strong defense against damage from sharp weapons. After 2 temperings, it was strengthened in terms of hardness and self-repairability, and then enchanted once more, giving it a certain ability to rebound damage. After being attacked, it will rebound 10% of the damage. Looking at the information written on the paper, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This piece of equipment actually uses materials from an alien world. It was the first time that Lin Feng knew that humans could actually obtain things from the alien world. According to the knowledge in high school textbooks, alien races appeared on Blue Star 100 years ago and have been trying to invade Blue Star on a large scale and seize human resources. However, in the battle with alien races, humans gradually established a huge and solid defense line. This line of defense is called the alien battlefield. But Lin Feng had never known that humans could actually obtain things from the alien world. Could it be that humans have begun to counterattack or infiltrate the alien world? Chapter 55 Cultivation, Warrior. Looking at the star copper and black iron soft armor in his hand, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Lin Feng still wanted to give this piece of armor to Shen Yulan. Whether from the emotional aspect or from the perspective of protecting one's own external plugin, giving it to Shen Yulan is the best choice. The only drawback is that Shen Yulan's supernatural powers and martial arts are both based on speed. If she wears this soft armor, it will definitely affect her speed slightly. Of course, as Shen Yulan's physique continues to improve, this impact will become smaller and smaller. There must always be a balance between defensive capabilities and speed. Lin Feng put the star copper black iron soft armor back into the box, and then put it into his personal storage space. There is no need to rush to show Shen Yulan this soft armor. She is now focused on learning the Lu Feng Jueying sword technique, and Lin Feng does not want to disturb her with other things. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. The takeaway has arrived. Lin Feng hurried to the door and took the food from the delivery man. Afterwards, Lin Feng put the takeaway on the table and went to the training room. At this time, Shen Yulan was reading a book while practicing some martial arts moves. Obviously, in such a short time, even if Shen Yulan has a strong comprehension ability, he will not be able to learn an advanced technique. However, seeing Shen Yulan's serious look, Lin Feng had no doubt that she would learn this technique in the shortest time possible. Might even have to stay up late tonight. Yulan, the takeaway is here, let's eat first. Lin Feng called out. Shen Yulan looked at Lin Feng, then looked at the Lu Feng Jueying swordsmanship book in her hand, and reluctantly put down the book and wooden sword. Okay, let's eat first. Shen Yulan said with a smile. This meal was eaten a little too fast. Both of them have increased their appetites a lot recently. Shen Yulan ordered a table full of dishes, and they all went into their stomachs in a short while, with almost nothing left. Lin Feng also knew that Shen Yulan was thinking about the advanced martial arts book, so he didn't care at all that Shen Yulan was wolfing down the food. As soon as she finished eating, Shen Yulan said impatiently, "Brother Feng, I want to take advantage of the fact that my thoughts are clearer now and study hard. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay, go ahead, but don't tire yourself out. Take a break after studying for a while. Shen Yulan smiled and nodded. Next, get up and go to the training room. However, seeing the mess on the table, she felt embarrassed to leave. Hee, I'd better help you clean up the table first. There's no need to rush. After saying that, Shen Yulan started to take action. Lin Feng originally wanted to refuse. Lin Feng doesn't care about such trivial matters. But seeing that Shen Yulan had already started to work, Lin Feng no longer refused, but started to clean up together. In a short while, the two of them finished cleaning up. Shen Yulan also returned to the training room and started practicing the Lufeng Jueying sword technique that he had been longing for. Lin Feng was busy with housework for a while. In my mind, the system prompt sound also began to sound. Ding, Shen Yulan has practiced diligently, and her physical fitness has increased by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, and her physical fitness has increased by 2 points. Ding, the advanced genetic medicine in Shen Yulan's body takes effect, increasing her genetic talent by 0.1%. The host receives double the reward, increasing her genetic talent by 0.2%. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body is taking effect. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng also understood that Shen Yulan's understanding of the Lufeng Jueying swordsmanship was becoming deeper and deeper. Although I haven't reached the entry level yet, I can already slightly increase my physical attributes. After Lin Feng finished his housework, he also came to the training room. Shen Yulan practiced the Lufeng Jueying sword technique, while Lin Feng practiced his special abilities in the corner of the training room. Time passes slowly. Shen Yulan didn't stop that night. In the middle of the night, Lin Feng was actually preparing to go to bed, but seeing how hard Shen Yulan was working, he didn't feel comfortable going and stayed in the training room with her all night. At around 5 in the morning, the system prompt finally sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan has practiced diligently and learned the advanced skill, flowing wind chasing shadow sword technique. His proficiency has reached the entry level. The host receives double the reward and automatically learns the flowing wind chasing shadow heart technique, with his proficiency level raised to the expert level. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lin Feng felt that a lot of knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. All the movements and techniques of the Lufeng Jueying sword technique appeared in his mind. And at this time, Lin Feng looked at Shen Yulan practicing the Lufeng Jueying sword technique again, and he could already see some non-standard parts in her movements. The power of the plug-in is really abnormal. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Lin Feng looked at the time and said to Shen Yulan, Yulan, it's already 5 o'clock. Why don't you take a break? You have to go to work today. Taking a nap will prevent you from falling asleep at work. Shen Yulan also felt that she had almost mastered some basic moves of the Lufeng Jueying sword technique. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Yulan nodded and put down the book and wooden sword in her hand. Well, then sleep for an hour. Early morning. As usual, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan ate some dumplings at the entrance of the community, and then went to work. Shen Yulan rode a shared bicycle and Lin Feng took the bus. As soon as he arrived at the 38th floor of the Jianghai City Warrior Association, Captain Li found Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, Vice President Gao asked you to come over. Go now. Lin Feng nodded and replied, okay, Captain Li. Lin Feng didn't know what Vice President Gao asked him to do, but he thought it was something. Lin Feng immediately took the elevator and arrived at the 49th floor of the Jianghai City Warrior Association. Lin Feng stopped in front of the Vice President's office and knocked gently. Immediately afterwards, the familiar voice of Vice President Gao was heard in the office. Come in. Lin Feng pushed the door and walked in. When Vice President Gao saw that it was Lin Feng coming, a smile appeared on his face. Come, sit down. Vice President Gao said, pointing to the sofa in the office. Vice President Gao also stood up and poured Lin Feng a glass of water. How's work going lately? Vice President Gao sat on the sofa opposite Lin Feng and asked with a smile. Lin Feng said truthfully, it's good. Captain Li takes good care of me, and my teammates are also very good. Vice President Gao chatted with Lin Feng about some family matters. Then, we finally got to the point. Captain Li has already told me that he wants you to participate in the National Martial Arts Association's annual Young Warrior competition. What do you think? Do you have any ideas? Or, do you want to participate? Vice President Gao asked with concern. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I have no objection. I'll follow your and Captain Li's arrangements. Lin Feng really had no objection. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that Vice President Gao and Captain Li would not harm him. If they wanted him to participate in this competition, there must be a necessary reason. However, I don't know much about this competition, Lin Feng said again. Vice President Gao chuckled and explained, this competition has actually been held for many years. It's held once a year and is divided into two stages. One is the team competition, which is a contest between special operations teams from martial arts associations across the country. There are no age restrictions or cultivation restrictions. Through this competition, we can test the overall strength of martial arts associations across the country. The second is the youth group competition you are going to participate in. The age requirement is no more than 25 years old. The contestants are the new generation of forces in each martial arts association. The purpose is to test the young martial arts reserves of each martial arts association. Since it is a competition, there will be rewards, and the rewards for this competition are very generous. In the youth group competition, if you can get into the top 3, the prize money alone will be at least 10 million, and there will be no less rewards for other equipment and skills. After hearing Vice President Gao's introduction, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This reward is really not low. The rewards are so good, the contestants should be very strong, right? Lin Feng asked. Vice President Gao nodded and said, of course. After all, these are young talents carefully selected by the martial arts associations of each region. Basically, every year's contestants are at least at the martial arts realm, and there are very few quasi-martial arts practitioners. I heard from Captain Li that your cultivation is improving very quickly. But you are indeed too young. I originally planned to let you participate in this competition in 2 years. The competition will start in a month, so it would be more appropriate for you to at least reach the warrior level before participating. As soon as Vice President Gao finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan's advanced physical fitness potion takes effect, physical fitness +1, the host receives double the reward, physical fitness +2. Ding, congratulations to the host, your physical attributes have been increased to 100 points, and your cultivation has been elevated to the warrior realm. Chapter 56 Jaw-dropping. Lin Feng didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I happened to be talking about warriors with Vice President Gao, and suddenly I became a warrior. Lin Feng hurriedly opened his personal panel and took a look. Name, Lin Feng. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 1, Warrior Level 1. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 2, Quasi Telekinetic Master Level 5. Genetic Talent, 15.3%. Constitution, 100. Chi and Blood, 1. Spirit, 95. Ability, Mind Transformation SSS Level. Martial Arts, Basic Gene Bodybuilding Proficient, Gale Blade Technique Mastery, Advanced Gene Bodybuilding Mastery, Flowing Wind Chasing Shadow Blade Technique Proficient. Based on the opinions of readers, Lin Feng's superpowers have been modified. Shen Yulan awakens her superpowers, which leads to the improvement of Lin Feng's superpowers, which are advanced to the SSS level superpower of mind transforming all things. You don't need to read ahead, it will not affect the reading experience. Introduction to Mind Transformation, an advanced version of Mind Armament. After activating Mind Transformation, the host can use his or her telekinesis to transform into any form, not limited to weapons and equipment. When using telekinesis defense, you will have both physical and mental defense. When using telekinesis to attack, it will have both physical attack power and mental attack power. When the weapon transformed by telekinesis attacks the enemy, it can cause huge mental damage to the enemy. The object created by telekinesis can exist independently of the host for a short period of time. The duration of existence depends on the host's mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the longer the existence. There were huge changes in my personal panel. First of all, his martial arts skills finally broke through the quasi-warrior level and reached the level of warrior level 1. At the same time, a new row of attributes appeared on his attribute interface, Chi and Blood. When Lin Feng was studying in high school, he heard his teacher talk about some knowledge about Chi and Blood. Chi and Blood are unique to warriors. Everyone who becomes a warrior will possess Chi and Blood. Simply put, Chi and Blood are a force that flows through the body's meridians. Only warriors can control this force. The powerful Chi and Blood can be released through some special techniques and moves to directly attack the enemy, and can also be used for defense. It is even said that when one's strength reaches a certain level, one can use Chi and Blood to make oneself fly. In short, Qi and blood are very important for warriors. However, there are some differences between Qi and blood and other attributes. That is, Qi and blood cannot be improved by taking medicine. So far, humans have not developed any medicine that can improve Qi and blood. Even the extraordinary potion that has just been developed cannot increase Qi and blood. There is only one way to improve Qi and blood. That is martial arts practice. Except for some low-level skills, almost all skills can improve the warrior's Qi and blood value. Of course, just like the physical attributes, the higher the level of the technique, the faster the Qi and blood value will increase. It seems that Yulan has to work harder, otherwise she won't be able to improve her Qi and blood values until she reaches the level of a warrior, and my Qi and blood won't be able to rise either. Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart. Relying on one's own hard work to improve oneself is too slow. We still have to rely on Shen Yulan. However, Shen Yulan is still a quasi-warrior now, and does not have the attribute of Qi and blood value yet, so there is naturally no question of improvement. Only when Shen Yulan reaches the level of a warrior can he improve his Qi and blood, and his own Qi and blood values can be doubled. At this time, in the vice president's office, Gao Huayan saw that Lin Feng seemed to be suddenly worried. He didn't say anything and asked with a little confusion, "Lin Feng, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing Vice President Gao's concern, Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head and said, "Uncle Gao, I'm not feeling unwell, I'm just thinking about what you just said." Vice President Gao nodded and said earnestly, "By the way, Lin Feng, what is your current level of cultivation? I asked Li Youguang yesterday, but he refused to tell me and insisted that I ask you myself. Be honest with me, can you break through to the level of a warrior in 1 month? If I can break through to the level of a warrior, maybe I can really try to participate in this competition. Regardless of whether you can win an award, at least you can gain some experience in major competitions. This will be helpful for your future practice." Lin Feng didn't expect that Captain Li didn't tell Vice President Gao about his cultivation level. The last time he and Shen Yulan participated in the registration for quasi-warriors, Captain Li knew that his physical fitness was already over 90. It seemed that he wanted him to give Vice President Gao a surprise. "But my current physical condition is not over 90. This surprise was much bigger than Captain Li had imagined. Lin Feng smiled and scratched his head, then whispered, "Uncle Gao, I'm a warrior now." The vice president's office suddenly became extremely quiet, as if you could hear a pin drop. Vice President Gao opened his eyes wide and his mouth opened. It seems that a whole egg can be stuffed into the mouth. He was really shocked by Lin Feng's cultivation speed. "Warrior? You are already a warrior?" Vice President Gao asked in disbelief. He clearly remembered that when Lin Feng first came to work at the Warrior Association, he had just reached the strength of a quasi-warrior. His physical fitness was only 57 points. How long has it been? Less than 2 weeks. How did you become a warrior? What kind of cultivation speed is this? Lin Feng nodded slightly and said, "Well, I just became a warrior." Vice President Gao slammed the table in front of him and said, "Fuck. No wonder Li Youguang didn't tell me about your cultivation level. It turns out he wanted to shock me." After hearing what Vice President Gao said, Lin Feng said weakly, "I think Captain Li probably doesn't know that I become a warrior yet." Vice President Gao's eyes lit up. "What? He doesn't know either?" Ha, that moment also made him drop his jaw. Vice President Gao said excitedly. Although Vice President Gao and Captain Li are in a superior-subordinate relationship, they actually have a very good personal relationship. It's very happy to see each other being stunned. At this time, Vice President Gao pondered for a moment and said again, "Since your cultivation has reached the level of a warrior, it should be no problem for you to participate in the competition. By the way, what's your mental strength value?" Becoming a warrior has reached the minimum standard to participate in the competition. But Lin Feng is still a quasi-telekinetic master after all. If the telekinetic master can make some more breakthroughs, then maybe he really will have a chance to get a ranking. Since he has participated, Vice President Gao feels that it would definitely be better to get a ranking. On the one hand, he can gain great experience, and on the other hand, there are indeed good rewards. Spiritual power, 95. Lin Feng said. Vice President Gao's face showed shock again. 95? That's how high it is? Improving physical fitness is relatively simpler. After all, there are physical potions. But there is no spiritual potion. Now, in the entire Blue Star, the only potion that can increase the value of mental power is the Extraordinary Potion. However, the extraordinary potion improves physical fitness, genetic talent, and mental strength at the same time, so the speed of improving a single value is not that fast. Vice President Gao never expected that Lin Feng's mental strength would increase so quickly. This is a little different. Vice President Gao suddenly felt that Lin Feng seemed to have the qualifications to compete for the top 3 spots in the competition. Of course, the prerequisite is that Lin Feng can increase his mental power value to 100 within a month. By then, his dual identities as a warrior and a telekinetic master will definitely allow him to shine in the competition. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Well, it was just recently promoted." Chapter 57 Taking Advanced Potion. Vice President Gao chatted with Lin Feng for a while and decided to fully support Lin Feng in participating in the competition. According to the speed at which Lin Feng's mental power was increasing, Vice President Gao felt that in the remaining month, Lin Feng would definitely be able to become a true telekinetic master. His identity as a telekinetic master alone is enough for him to participate in the competition. What's more, Lin Feng is also a warrior. Vice President Gao stood up and took out 2 bottles of medicine from the cabinet behind the desk and placed them on the coffee table in front of Lin Feng. Then he said with a smile, "I said before that I will cover all the medicines you need for your future cultivation. In fact, I mean that I will give you a bottle of intermediate physical medicine and a bottle of intermediate gene medicine every month. But, Captain Li said that you are making rapid progress and wants you to participate in the Warrior Association's competition, so I am considering whether to switch to a higher level potion for you. Now it seems that there is no need to consider it. Take these 2 bottles of potions and try to improve them a bit before the game starts." Seeing the 2 bottles of silver potion in front of him, Lin Feng was really surprised. When Vice President Gao said that he would cover all of his cultivation potions, Lin Feng thought they were just basic potions. After all, the price of a bottle of primary potion is 10,000, and 2 bottles is 20,000, which is already very expensive. Some warriors may only earn 20,000 yuan a month. But Lin Feng didn't expect that Vice President Gao actually took out 2 bottles of advanced potions. Lin Feng had bought this thing before, 1 bottle for 1 million. Even for Vice President Gao, it is probably a considerable expense. "Uncle Gao, this is so precious," Lin Feng said. Lin Feng did not refuse the previous extraordinary potion because the extraordinary potion was distributed by the Warrior Association headquarters, and Gao Huayan only had the right to control 1 bottle. He didn't buy the extraordinary potion with his own money. But it was obvious that Gao Huayan bought these 2 bottles with his own money. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Vice President Gao laughed and said, "It's just 2 bottles of high-level medicine, not that precious, just take it. Moreover, your strength has improved. If you can represent our Jianghai City Warrior Association in the competition and get good results, I will also be proud." Lin Feng finally did not refuse. The main thing is that it's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Afterwards, Gao Huayan told Lin Feng some things about warriors. After all, Lin Feng had just been promoted to a warrior and didn't understand many things. For example, how to use the qi and blood of a warrior, how to improve the qi and blood faster, etc. Lin Feng also learned a lot of knowledge. Before leaving, Vice President Gao found another book for Lin Feng. It is also about how to control qi and blood. Holding 2 bottles of high-level potions and a book, Lin Feng returned to the 38th floor. Just after returning, Captain Li called Lin Feng into the office again. "How was your conversation with Vice President Gao? Was he shocked by your 5th-level quasi-warrior cultivation?" Captain Li said with a smile. He seemed to have already imagined the scene in his mind. Vice President Gao must have been shocked to hear Lin Feng say that his physical fitness had reached over 90 points and his cultivation had reached the 5th level of quasi-warrior. Lin Feng was a little confused because he didn't expect that this would be the first sentence Captain Li said when he saw him. These 2 are simply 2 old naughty boys. Lin Feng could only smile and say, "Well, very shocked." Captain Li laughed heartily, very happy. "Ha ha, I knew it." At this time, Lin Feng suddenly said, "However, Captain Li, my cultivation level is not the 5th level of quasi-warrior." Captain Li's smile suddenly stopped and he looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Then he seemed to realize something. His expression started to look a little off. "What? Could it be?" Captain Li's expression was exactly the same as Vice President Gao's when he learned the news. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Well, I'm already a warrior." Captain Li was stunned. My jaw dropped. Okay. Captain Li quickly accepted the news. After all, he had long known that Lin Feng's cultivation speed was very fast, so his psychological acceptance ability was stronger. Then, Captain Li suddenly said with a hint of excitement, "In that case, Vice President Gao must support you in participating in this competition?" Lin Feng nodded. Captain Li laughed and said, "Okay, since Vice President Gao supports it, then there's no problem." Lin Feng asked, "Captain Li, the players participating in this competition should all be very strong, right?" Captain Li smiled slightly and said, "Well, actually, the individual competitors in this competition are basically selected from the action support teams of the martial arts associations in various places. Before you came, I was planning to let Zheng Chang take part, but his injury was too serious this time. Although he can recover in a month, he is still far from being able to participate in the competition. So, you're the only one who can participate. I believe you can definitely help our Jianghai City Warrior Association get a ranking." Hearing Captain Li's words, Lin Feng immediately asked in confusion, "Captain Li, why don't you let Sister Lan participate? I feel like she's very strong." Lin Feng has seen Lan Qin take action. Whether it was directly making the car fly, or instantly killing the alien spy who attacked Shen Yulan, it can be proof that she is very powerful. Although she is only a quasi-telekinetic master for now, she should have no problem fighting against opponents of higher levels. Captain Li shook his head slightly and said, "Lan Qin is indeed very strong, but her ability is actually limited. If used for sneak attacks, it will be very effective, but in a head-on battle, it will be difficult to gain any advantage over those powerful warriors." It was obvious that Lan Qin had already reported yesterday's situation to Captain Li. Captain Li also knew why Lin Feng said Lan Qin was very powerful. Lin Feng immediately understood what Captain Li meant. Lan Qin's special ability is indeed mysterious. However, the vast majority of warriors are very strong physically, and they also have many special abilities that can enhance their physical strength. In a head-on battle, Lan Qin's disadvantage of insufficient attack power would be highlighted. The sneak attack is okay, but the frontal attack is obviously weaker. Captain Li was afraid that Lin Feng would say something to refuse, so he made the arrangements directly. "From now on, for 1 month, you will not go out on missions. You must devote yourself to cultivation. If you need anything, please tell me at any time. Try to increase your mental strength to 100 points as soon as possible. Also, don't rush to learn other martial arts techniques. I'll discuss this with Vice President Gao and help you find the most suitable technique." Having said that, Lin Feng could only nod and decide to represent the Jianghai City Warrior Association in the competition. After saying goodbye to Captain Li, Lin Feng first came to the lounge. There is a separate room for the lounge. Lin Feng closed the door and took out 2 bottles of advanced medicine given by Vice President Gao. A bottle of advanced gene potion and a bottle of advanced physical potion. The production technology of these 2 medicines is very mature. They are not only effective but also have no side effects. Since Shen Yulan had already taken these 2 medicines before, there would need to be a month's interval before taking them again, so Lin Feng planned to take these 2 bottles of medicine himself. Lin Feng did not hesitate and quickly drank both bottles of high-level potion. Afterwards, Lin Feng took the book given by Vice President Gao and went to the library to read. "In a month, let's see how much my strength can be improved," Lin Feng thought excitedly. Shen Yulan was practicing, and I was also practicing, which was equivalent to my own practice speed being 3 times faster. Shen Yulan took the advanced potion, and he also took the advanced potion, which was equivalent to taking 3 times the advanced potion. Lin Feng also began to look forward to the speed at which his cultivation would improve. Chapter 58 Leader helps run errands. The book clearly explains the practice of qi and blood. There are traces to follow. But Lin Feng did not put the cultivation of qi and blood in physique first. Although these 2 attributes are very important, as long as Shen Yulan works hard, his improvement speed will not be too slow. What Lin Feng wants most now is to improve his strength as a telepath, including proficiency in mental strength and supernatural powers. If the mental power can reach 100 points, one's telekinesis will be greatly improved, and the strength of supernatural powers will become stronger and stronger. After the ability evolved from SS level to SSS level, although it became stronger, Lin Feng felt that he had not fully exerted the power of this ability. Therefore, Lin Feng plans to spend this month trying to improve his proficiency in supernatural powers. Afternoon. Captain Li went to see Lin Feng again. Then he took Lin Feng to the testing room on the 38th floor to check his physical data. After receiving the data, Captain Li said, "Alright, focus on your training. I'll help you submit the data. Later, you can receive the subsidy according to the warrior standard." "Thank you, Captain Li." Lin Feng expressed his sincere gratitude. Captain Li laughed heartily, waved his hand casually, and said, "Don't be so polite. You are now the treasurer of our Jianghai City Warrior Association's action support team. All your time must be spent on training. From now on, I will take care of these small things." Captain Li doesn't have any leadership airs at all. Lin Feng could only nod helplessly. "I have a leader to help me run errands, so where can I go to seek justice for this matter?" When he got home from get-off work in the evening, Lin Feng immediately told Shen Yulan the good news that he had become a warrior and had been re-registered with the Warrior Association. "You have reached the level of a warrior?" Shen Yulan was extremely shocked. She felt that Lin Feng was simply amazing. "The last time I went to the Jianghai City Warrior Association to register, my physical fitness was only 92 points. It's only been 2 days, and you've become a warrior?" Shen Yulan had just tested her physical fitness in the martial arts gym this morning. Her current physical fitness was only 85 points, which was 4 points higher than the test 2 days ago. Shen Yulan felt that the speed at which her physical fitness improved was already fast enough. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's speed was twice as fast as his own. Shen Yulan couldn't help but look Lin Feng up and down, and asked in confusion, "Brother Feng, are you secretly practicing every day? How come your cultivation level is improving so quickly?" Although Lin Feng also practiced at home, his level of effort was no match for Shen Yulan. She just couldn't figure out why Lin Feng's cultivation speed was so fast. Lin Feng chuckled and explained, "When I was at work, my boss didn't let me do any work, so I just kept practicing. And today I even took 2 bottles of high-level medicine at work." Shen Yulan knew that Lin Feng had plenty of time at work and practiced frequently. "But it still sounds a bit strange that the leader doesn't allow us to do anything." "And 2 bottles of high-level potions?" Shen Yulan asked in surprise. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, a bottle of advanced gene potion and a bottle of advanced physical potion, given by Vice President Gao." Shen Yulan was stunned for 10 seconds without saying anything. 10 seconds later, he finally came to his senses and said, "The benefits at your company are really good. 2 bottles of high-level potions, worth 2 million. Lin Feng had only been working for 2 weeks, and he had already distributed medicines worth 2 million. It was simply shocking. "It's a little better," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Your father's connections are too powerful." Shen Yulan sighed. Lin Feng thought about it, nodded and said, "Yes, he is quite tough. I didn't expect that my dad, who looks so low-key, was actually quite fierce when he was young. However, it's not just because of my dad's relationship, but also because the National Warrior Association will be holding a competition in a month, and I will represent the Jianghai City Warrior Association in the individual competition. The leaders probably hope that I can improve my strength in this month." Hearing that Lin Feng was also going to participate in the competition, Shen Yulan smiled and said, "We are really destined to be together. I just finished participating in the competition, and you are going to participate in another competition. I will do the housework from now on. You should try to spend more time on cultivation." Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately refused. Shen Yulan can't be asked to do trivial things like housework. Lin Feng was counting on her practice to help him double his cultivation. Lin Feng quickly refused, "No need for that. I love doing housework the most. I'm already very tired from practicing at work during the day, so when I get home I still want to do some housework to rest. You better not compete with me for this." But Shen Yulan still wanted to fight for it. But Lin Feng didn't give her any chance. "No buts, you can't deprive me of my hobby," Lin Feng said righteously. Shen Yulan could only nod helplessly, "Okay." Afterwards, Lin Feng took out the star copper and black iron soft armor given by Captain Li and gave it to Shen Yulan. Shen Yulan quickly refused. The reason was the same as Lin Feng thought. Shen Yulan is a Quasi warrior who excels in speed. If he wears this heavy soft armor, it will probably affect his speed a lot. Instead of increasing your defense, you can use speed to dodge enemy attacks. Therefore, compared to Lin Feng, Shen Yulan did not have much demand for this soft armor. On the contrary, Lin Feng, because he is also a telekinetic master in speed, is not his strong point. If he wears this soft armor, it will definitely greatly improve Lin Feng's defense. After dinner in the evening, Shen Yulan couldn't help but feel the urge to practice martial arts. Lin Feng's cultivation level was raised to that of a warrior, which had a great impact on Shen Yulan. She suddenly felt that she was not working hard enough. "Since you don't have talent, then work harder than others." Lin Feng fully supports Shen Yulan's desire to work hard on her cultivation. Looking at Shen Yulan's back as she ran towards the training room, Lin Feng also took a look at the attribute panel above Shen Yulan's head. At this time, Shen Yulan was not far from becoming a warrior. Name, Shen Yulan. Favorability, 92 points. Martial arts cultivation, Quasi warrior level 4. Genetic potential, 10.5%. Constitution, 85 including strength, agility, endurance, recovery speed and other attributes. Spirit, 38 including perception, willpower, concentration, etc. Ability, Breath of Wind SS level. Martial arts, basic gene bodybuilding proficient, Gale Blade technique minor, advanced gene bodybuilding proficient, flowing wind chasing shadow blade technique beginner. Shen Yulan's physical fitness is 85 points. Lin Feng roughly estimated that according to Shen Yulan's current training speed and the potions he took, he should be able to be promoted to a warrior in about a week. By then, Shen Yulan will also possess the attributes of Qi and blood. Then, your Qi and blood can be rapidly improved like other attributes. But Lin Feng felt that Shen Yulan's genetic talent was still a little insufficient. Although a genetic talent of more than 10 points is already the best among his peers, it is still far behind Lin Feng himself. Moreover, the higher the genetic talent, the faster the cultivation level will improve. I don't know when I can improve my favorability again. Lin Feng muttered secretly. Chapter 59 Mission Reward 10 million. Improving favorability is the fastest way to increase genetic talent. But the improvement of favorability is something that can only be achieved by chance. Lin Feng had no choice but to wait. Not long after, Lin Feng, who was cleaning the dishes in the kitchen, received a system prompt. Ding, Shen Yulan practices diligently, Constitution +1, the host receives double the reward, Constitution +2. Ding, Shen Yulan diligently practices the flowing wind chasing shadow sword technique, raising her proficiency to the skilled level. The host receives double the reward, and the flowing wind chasing shadow sword technique proficiency chart is raised to the minor success level. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng immediately felt that a lot of knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. It's all about the Lu Feng Jueying sword technique. It felt as if he had fought on the battlefield for decades using the Lu Feng Jueying sword technique, and all the movements and techniques of this technique were familiar to him. There are 6 levels of proficiency in a set of skills. From low to high, they are entry, proficiency, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. If Shen Yulan wants to practice a martial art to the highest level of proficiency, she needs to go through these 6 levels. But Lin Feng only needs Shen Yulan to practice the skills to mastery. She only needs to level up 3 times. Lin Feng's skills can be elevated to a perfect state. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. It has to be said that Shen Yulan's ability to comprehend martial arts is indeed very strong. Lin Feng is almost certain that before next month, his Lu Feng Jueying swordsmanship will definitely reach the perfect level. With an advanced martial art that has reached the perfect state, Lin Feng is more confident about participating in the competition in a month. After cleaning up the kitchen, Lin Feng prepared to go to the training room to practice for a while. But as soon as he reached the door of the training room, Lin Feng heard Shen Yulan's voice. She is on the phone. Mom, I understand. I'm really dating Aunt Chen's nephew. Don't worry about me, I'm really safe and I haven't been scammed. I understand. I'll discuss it with him. Is my dad in good health? And at this time, Lin Feng, who had just walked to the door of the training room, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, it is detected that Shen Yulan's parents are urging her to get married, and the relationship between the host and Shen Yulan continues to heat up. It is time to take the next step. Please ask the host to accompany Shen Yulan home to meet her parents and gain their approval. If the mission is successful, you will get the reward, 10 million in cultivation funds. Note, we all have a system, how can we be short of money? After hearing this system task and thinking about the vague voice of Shen Yulan on the phone just now, Lin Feng immediately understood. Shen Yulan should have been talking to her mother on the phone just now. 10 million? Lin Feng muttered softly with a slightly excited look on his face. Although the 5 million reward from the system last time has not been spent, there is not much left, and Lin Feng did not dare to continue spending money lavishly. And this 10 million is indeed very timely. 10 million, I must get it. Lin Feng said in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng pushed the door and walked into the training room. At this time, Shen Yulan had just put down her phone. When she saw Lin Feng coming in, a look of hesitation and worry suddenly appeared on her face. She didn't seem to want to discuss going home to see her parents with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little confused. I don't understand what Shen Yulan is worried about. Yulan, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Lin Feng walked over and asked with concern. Shen Yulan put down the wooden sword in her hand, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, Brother Feng, it was my mother who called me just now. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Oh? Is there something wrong? Shen Yulan bit her lip lightly and nodded slightly. Well, my mother wants me to take you back. She said she wants to see you. Shen Yulan said in a low voice. Lin Feng gently rubbed Shen Yulan's hair and said with a smile, I was just about to discuss with you about going to your house. Now that your mother has said so, let's find a time to go back. Even if there was no system task, Lin Feng felt that it was time to accompany Shen Yulan back. After all, the two have been living together for so long, and getting married is only a matter of time. Besides, they had already met their own parents last weekend, so it was time to meet Shen Yulan's parents. After meeting the parents, it's time to discuss marriage. But Shen Yulan was obviously hesitant. Lin Feng grabbed Shen Yulan's hand and said sincerely, no matter what difficulties you have, you can tell me and we can solve them together. Shen Yulan finally plucked up the courage to express her concerns. Brother Feng, my parents are actually a bit traditional. Well, actually I'm a bit snobbish. Ever since he knew that I wanted to continue practicing, he didn't treat me very well. He didn't pay much attention to me when I was at home, and kept asking me to go on blind dates. His purpose was to make me get married as soon as possible so that I would be distracted by marriage and give up practicing martial arts. When they first found out that I was going on a blind date with you, they agreed, and they still agree now. But if you go to my house, given their personalities, they will definitely do something you don't like or say something you don't like to hear. Besides, if they knew that we were going to continue practicing martial arts after being together, they would definitely not be happy. I'm afraid you'll be wronged in my house. Shen Yulan said a lot. It was as if all the words that he had buried in his heart were spoken out at once. Lin Feng probably knew something about her family situation. After all, a girl moved out before getting married, but Lin Feng had never heard his parents call to express their concern. Today was the first time that Lin Feng heard Shen Yulan's family calling her since they started living together. Obviously, because Shen Yulan insisted on practicing martial arts, things were not going well with her family. But after hearing Shen Yulan's concerns, Lin Feng did not show any embarrassment or dissatisfaction. Instead, he gently embraced Shen Yulan in his arms and said softly, Don't worry, I can handle the relationship with your parents, and Lin Feng smiled and said, Besides, if your parents are snobs, it would be too easy to deal with them. Being snobby means that they like money and rich people. This is much easier to solve than liking other things. Lin Feng always believed that problems that can be solved with money are the simplest. After completing the task this time, you will get 10 million, so if you spend all the nearly 1 million left, you still can't deal with Shen Yulan's parents? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Yulan raised her head slightly and asked softly, Brother Feng, do you really have a way to deal with my parents? Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, Don't worry, I'm sure. Just call your parents and make an appointment. Looking at Lin Feng's confident eyes, Shen Yulan also made a decision in her heart, anyway, Brother Feng and I are definitely going to get married, no one can stop us. If my parents say something unpleasant or are too snobbish that day, I will take Brother Feng away immediately and will never let Brother Feng suffer any injustice in my own home. Well, okay. Shen Yulan said. Chapter 60 I want to slap you in the face. Shen Yulan picked up the phone again and called her mother. Soon, the two of them agreed on the time to return. It's scheduled for this Saturday. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng suddenly said to Shen Yulan, I will go out and prepare some gifts later. You should practice well at home. Hearing that Lin Feng was going out to prepare gifts, Shen Yulan immediately said, I'll go with you. Lin Feng shook his head. No, just wait at home. Don't delay your martial arts training. Although Shen Yulan really wanted to practice martial arts more, the gap between her and Lin Feng was getting bigger and bigger. She wanted to use her efforts to make up for the gap between them. Of course, what Shen Yulan didn't know was that the harder she tried, the bigger the gap would probably become. But since she was buying gifts for Shen Yulan's family, she couldn't bear to let Lin Feng go alone. At least I know what my parents like. If I go with them, I can also give you some suggestions. Shen Yulan said again. However, Lin Feng refused again. Through Shen Yulan's previous description, Lin Feng already had a rough idea of the personalities of Shen Yulan's parents. Lin Feng was very confident in dealing with those who despised the poor and loved the rich, and he didn't need Shen Yulan's advice at all. On the contrary, taking Shen Yulan out to buy things together might affect my performance. No, I can handle this little thing myself. You should practice well at home. You don't want the gap in strength between you and me to get bigger and bigger, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. These words hit Shen Yulan directly in the heart. Her expression gradually became hesitant. After spending some time with Lin Feng, she has completely regarded Lin Feng as her closest person, but if the gap in strength is too big, Shen Yulan feels that she might become unworthy of Lin Feng. So, you must work hard. Okay, then you can call me anytime. You don't have to buy too many things. Anyway, my parents are just witnesses to our marriage and definitely not the decision makers. Shen Yulan said solemnly. Shen Yulan spoke out her innermost thoughts. Even if her parents don't agree, she will continue to be with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng doesn't want this to happen. If Shen Yulan completely broke up with her family because of him, that was something Lin Feng didn't want to see. Moreover, the system tasks must be completed. After giving Shen Yulan a gentle kiss on the forehead, Lin Feng said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will take care of your parents." Just then, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding, Shen Yulan's favorability increased by 1 point, bringing the total favorability to 93 points. Shen Yulan's genetic talent increased by 1%. The host receives a double reward, with a 2% increase in genetic talent. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Shen Yulan's favorability would increase even though he didn't do anything. At this time, Shen Yulan's genetic talent has reached 11.5. And his genetic talent has reached a terrifying 17.3. This kind of genetic talent is already quite strong. Lin Feng had watched a TV program about warriors before. It said that according to statistics from the Warrior Association, among all the warriors in the entire Dragon Country, those with genetic talents above 15% did not exceed 1%. This is including those top powerhouses. In other words, from the perspective of genetic talent alone, Lin Feng has already crushed 99% of the warriors in the country. Therefore, we can also draw a conclusion that the genetic talent improves more slowly in the later stages. But Lin Feng's genetic talent will not slow down. After all, Shen Yulan's favorability is only 93 points now, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. After talking to Shen Yulan, Lin Feng immediately went out. After going out, Lin Feng took a taxi and drove towards the nearest shopping mall near the community. After Shen Yulan finished talking about her parents, Lin Feng had already thought of what gift to buy. That's gold, of course. Lin Feng even felt that he didn't need to bring all those messy things. What fruits, what cigarettes, what alcohol, just put a big gold bracelet on your mother-in-law's hand, won't she cry and beg you to be her son-in-law? If it wasn't a little late now, Lin Feng would have gone to buy a car. Mercedes-Benz is best. When the time comes, he'll slam the Mercedes-Benz keys on the table, throw the property certificate aside, put on the gold bracelet, and then talk to Shen Yulan's parents about his stable job. Haha, how can they not give in? Lin Feng found it very easy to deal with snobs. At least it's better than those who appear friendly on the surface but secretly say bad things behind your back. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the mall. This shopping mall is very large and there are several gold shops on the first floor. In the past, Lin Feng would definitely not bother to go to such a place. After all, this is the world of warriors, and among warriors, the real hard currency is equipment, potions, and martial arts. Gold is something that only has some value in the eyes of ordinary people. Lin Feng randomly found a gold shop and walked in. A woman with heavy makeup on her face, her foundation as thick as the soles of her shoes, immediately came over with a smile. But when she approached and looked Lin Feng up and down, the smile on her face immediately disappeared, and she said casually, "Look around when you want to buy gold. If you need it, come to me again." Lin Feng didn't change his clothes when he went out. He just wore his training clothes at home. Moreover, the training clothes are not a famous brand. In addition, Lin Feng didn't seem to have much spending power at his age, so the female salesperson immediately lost interest in him. However, because she had received professional training, she did not give Lin Feng a cold shoulder, but was just a little reluctant to receive Lin Feng. She casually told Lin Feng that she had something to talk to her about, then turned back to the counter and started chatting with her sisters. Lin Feng didn't mind at all. There is absolutely no need to be angry with such people. It was better if no one was there to receive him. Lin Feng was too lazy to listen to their introductions. There was nothing much to introduce about Jinzi anyway. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and walked around the counter for a while. Lin Feng rejected all those gold jewelry with exaggerated shapes. Finally, Lin Feng stood in front of the gold bracelet counter. To put it bluntly, the weight of gold should be considered, the shape is not important. However, the saleswoman who spoke to him at the beginning obviously had no intention of coming over, and she didn't even look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually didn't want to do anything to slap the female salesperson in the face. But there is nothing I can do as a customer. I can't just beg for sales in a servile manner. Lin Feng looked around and randomly found a saleswoman who looked less powdered and a little more pleasing to the eye. He said, "Hello, I want to buy a gold bracelet. Can you help me get it?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, the saleswoman's eyes lit up and she quickly responded, "Okay, sir, which one do you want? I'll get it for you right away." The female salesperson is very professional and at least her words are not unpleasant to the ear. Lin Feng pointed at the plain gold bracelets on the counter and said, "Give me one worth around 100,000. It doesn't need any fancy design, just the simplest one will do." Chapter 61 Buying a bracelet for financial management? The saleswoman looked even more excited, and hurriedly took the bracelet and introduced it to Lin Feng. "Sir, you really have good taste. You bought a gold bracelet with a plain ring like this. It looks more elegant and classy. But a bracelet that costs 100,000 is too heavy, weighing more than 300 grams, and is actually not suitable for girls to wear. Moreover, the heaviest bracelet in our store is 100 grams. Other stores probably don't have 300-gram bracelets. How about you take a look at this 100-gram bracelet first?" The saleswoman's words made Lin Feng slightly stunned. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the price of gold here did not seem high. So he asked, "What is the price of gold today?" The female salesperson was also stunned. This person came to buy a gold bracelet, but he didn't even know the price of gold. But she still hurriedly said, "Sir, the price of gold today is 330 yuan per gram." Lin Feng suddenly realized. This price doesn't seem expensive. At 330 grams, 100,000 yuan is indeed a bit too much to buy a bracelet. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said, "Then I'll give you two 100-gram ones." The saleswoman was stuck for a moment. She had never seen such a happy customer. Since the 300-gram one was unavailable, I immediately switched to two 100-gram ones without hesitation. She understood that she had met a big client. "Okay, sir, what size would you like to buy?" asked the saleswoman. This is a bit troublesome, and Lin Feng had not considered it before coming. However, it is not difficult to solve. Lin Feng looked at the saleswoman's wrist, which seemed to be about the same thickness as Shen Yulan's, so he said, "Just buy it according to your size." Lin Feng bought two bracelets, one for Shen Yulan and one for her mother. Just buy something suitable for Shen Yulan. As for Shen Yulan's mother's bracelet, it doesn't matter whether it fits or not, it will not affect the effect at all. Moreover, it is very easy to change the ring opening of this thing. Soon, the saleswoman placed the two bracelets in front of Lin Feng, then said with a smile, "Sir, would you like to choose other jewelry? This necklace is also very beautiful and matches the bracelets very well." Lin Feng waved his hand to stop the female salesperson from continuing. "No need, just pack up these two bracelets," Lin Feng said without hesitation. After saying that, Lin Feng took out his bank card and placed it on the counter. Seeing the bank card, the saleswoman felt more assured. She quickly took the bank card in her hand and said, "Okay, sir, please come with me to swipe the card." Lin Feng nodded slightly. The female salesperson brought Lin Feng to the bar. And at this time, the female salesperson who spoke to Lin Feng for the first time looked at him in confusion, as if she had seen a ghost. She looked at Lin Feng, then at the bank card in her colleague's hand, and an expression of extreme annoyance immediately appeared on her face. She really couldn't understand why this young boy, who didn't dress very well, would just buy two big bracelets. The commission for these two bracelets must be at least several hundred yuan. She looked at the colleague enviously again, and moved aside dejectedly. The situation in the TV series where salespeople compete for customers did not appear. In the real world, unless you are extremely stupid, no one would do something like this and then get slapped in the face. Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the female salesperson. To Lin Feng, she was not even a passerby. "Sir, the total price of your two bracelets is 68,300 yuan. I have used my authority to waive 300 yuan for you. You only need to pay a total of 68,000 yuan, said the female salesperson. Lin Feng nodded slightly. I originally wanted to spend 100,000 yuan, but now I only spent more than 60,000 yuan, which is a lot of savings. Then, the saleswoman brought the POS machine with the bank card in it to Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, please enter your password. Lin Feng entered the password. The POS machine was pressed down by Lin Feng's powerful finger force, and a receipt was spit out. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng? Why are you here too? Lin Feng turned around and saw his high school classmate Zhang Bao. At this time, Zhang Baozhang walked into the gold shop with his girlfriend, Shen Yu, who had a little baby fat. The first few times he saw Lin Feng, Zhang Bao was very excited and wanted to show off to Lin Feng his new girlfriend who was excellent in all aspects. But this time, for some unknown reason, after seeing Lin Feng, he obviously lost the interest in showing off. It even looks a little helpless. It seems that running into old classmates is not a good thing. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy gold too? Lin Feng asked with a smile. This question is a waste of time. If you go to a gold shop and don't buy gold, you can't go there to buy clothes. But Lin Feng had nothing else to say. Zhang Bao nodded and said, well, I'm getting married soon, so I came here to buy the 3 golds. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Bao to be so fast. They have only been dating for a short time and they are getting married. It seems faster than me. You're getting married soon, congratulations. Be sure to notify us in advance when the time comes. Lin Feng said with a smile again. We are all old classmates, so gifts must be given at the wedding. Zhang Bao forced a smile on his face and was about to say something when his arm was suddenly pulled. His girlfriend Shen Yu pulled Zhang Bao's arm and nodded at the 2 big gold bracelets on the counter in front of Lin Feng. Baby, let's buy this kind of gold bracelet. This gold bracelet is so elegant. It will look great on me. Shen Yu said with a little excitement. Zhang Bao also saw the 2 gold bracelets. A look of resistance immediately appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't know much about gold, he could tell at a glance that the 2 gold bracelets were very heavy and must be worth a fortune. Bao, let's take a look first. Don't be anxious. Maybe there will be something better looking. Zhang Bao hurriedly persuaded. The 2 of them kept calling Lin Feng treasure, which made Lin Feng get goosebumps. It's okay to take a look, but I still want a bracelet like this. Shen Yu shook Zhang Bao's arm again, shaking Zhang Bao's chubby body around, making him look like he was acting coquettishly. Zhang Bao looked embarrassed. Hesitantly, he said, Bao, we can buy the bracelet later. Let's buy the 3 golds today. Isn't there a gold bracelet among the 3 golds? Shen Yu asked in confusion. Zhang Bao hurriedly explained, no, the rule where we are is that the 3 golds include a gold necklace, a gold ring, and gold earrings, but no gold bracelets. While Zhang Bao and his girlfriend Shen Yu were debating, the saleswoman had already put Lin Feng's 2 gold bracelets into the packaging bag. Sir, your 2 bracelets have been packed. The saleswoman respectfully handed 2 handbags to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just heard enough of Zhang Bao and the other man's bickering, so he said to Zhang Bao, I'll go back first. At this time, Shen Yu happened to see Lin Feng taking the 2 bracelets. Her eyes were full of shock. She thought that the 2 bracelets belonged to other customers, but she didn't expect that they belonged to her husband's classmates. But why did he come alone to buy the bracelet? Want to give your girlfriend a surprise? Oh my god, why doesn't my husband give me a surprise and even doesn't he want to buy me a bracelet? Shen Yu's face immediately darkened, as if a storm was about to come. Zhang Bao was also a little confused. It's okay to encounter this problem when buying a house, but how can it happen even when buying the 3 golds? Zhang Bao couldn't help but ask, Lin Feng, why did you buy so many bracelets? For financial management? Chapter 62 The accuracy is a bit lacking. Lin Feng glanced at his old classmate Zhang Bao's face, which showed a look of despair mixed with a hint of expectation, and finally couldn't help but lie. Well, I'm short of money recently, and I want to manage my finances to earn some living expenses. Lin Feng said helplessly. After all, they are old classmates, and Lin Feng doesn't want to see Zhang Bao in trouble. After all, given Zhang Bao's family background, buying such a gold bracelet was beyond his spending level. A white lie shouldn't be considered a lie. However, Lin Feng still underestimated the IQ of Zhang Bao's girlfriend. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Yu immediately frowned. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he grabbed Zhang Bao's arm and shook it vigorously, saying, "Bao, ask your classmates if they have any inside information. Is the price of gold going to go up? Let's buy a few and keep them. Buy a few more. I'll wear them first and sell them when the price goes up." Lin Feng clearly saw that Zhang Bao's face was purple. Zhang Bao stammered, "Bao, aren't we here to buy the 3 golds? How come we're also dealing with money?" Lin Feng felt that something was not right. "It seems I can't help you with this." Lin Feng hurriedly smiled at Zhang Bao and said, "Zhang Bao, I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first." Zhang Bao also nodded immediately. Naturally, he wished Lin Feng would leave sooner, so as to avoid comparing ourselves with each other here. Seeing Lin Feng was about to leave, Shen Yulan seemed to be ready to muster up the courage to ask Lin Feng about financial matters, but Lin Feng did not even turn his head. His powerful martial arts skills burst out instantly, and he rushed directly to the door of the gold shop in 3 or 2 steps. He disappeared without a trace in a flash. As for how Zhang Bao persuaded his girlfriend, Lin Feng didn't care. After going out, I took a taxi and returned home. It's getting a little late today, so Lin Feng plans to go and look at other gifts tomorrow. And of course, buying a car. But buying a car at night is probably not possible because the 4S store is probably closed. I have to find another time. Logically, buying a car should be discussed with Shen Yulan, but Lin Feng's situation is a bit special, so he plans to buy it himself. If you discuss it with Shen Yulan, she will definitely not agree to spend too much money on a car. Although Shen Yulan would not forcibly oppose Lin Feng's decision, she would definitely still have some grudges in her heart. Instead of doing this, it's better to buy it yourself first. At home, Shen Yulan is still practicing. Lin Feng also quietly came to the training room and started practicing together. In today's practice, Lin Feng still focused on improving his proficiency in using his mental strength and supernatural powers, especially practicing long-range attack methods. Ever since the superpower evolved from SS-level telekinetic weaponry to SSS-level telekinesis, Lin Feng's superpower has possessed long-range attack capabilities. Lin Feng feels that this ability will definitely be of great use in battle. Then, in the training room, Lin Feng suddenly made the action of drawing the bow and drawing the arrow. Then, he suddenly let go. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air was heard in the training room. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the target hanging on the wall. Base. A hole as thick as a piece of wood appeared to the right of the bull's eye. Hearing this voice, Shen Yulan also stopped practicing and looked in the direction of Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, what is this ability of yours?" Shen Yulan asked in surprise. Shen Yulan was not aware of Lin Feng's advanced supernatural powers, so she did not know that Lin Feng already had the ability to attack from a distance. At this time, Lin Feng could still feel the arrow transformed from his mental power that he shot out. An invisible arrow is stuck in the target. But after leaving Lin Feng's body, it began to slowly dissipate. Only 3 or 4 seconds later, the arrow formed by Lin Feng's mental power completely disappeared. But the small hole on the target still exists. Shen Yulan put down the wooden sword in her hand and walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng explained with a smile, "This is my special ability. I don't know why, but after the telekinesis leaves the body, it can still exist for a short period of time, so I studied some long-range attack methods." Lin Feng knew that the more he explained his special abilities, the less clear it would become, so he might as well just pretend to be stupid. Shen Yulan is not a telekinetic master, and she only has a vague understanding of Lin Feng's special abilities. She nodded weakly, then looked at the target in the distance and said in surprise, "The attack power of your supernatural power seems to be quite strong." Lin Feng also felt deeply touched. Very strong indeed. The bow and arrow created by telekinesis feels no weaker than some top-grade bow and arrow weapons. The most important thing is that you don't need to carry a bow and arrow with you, which makes it much lighter. The action of nodding the arrow is also much faster than that of a real archer. After all, you don't need to pull the arrow out of the quiver, but just put your hand on the bowstring and use your telekinesis to create the arrow out of thin air. It can save at least twice the time. It's just that the accuracy is a little lacking. Lin Feng said with a smile. Although Lin Feng has a very good physique and strong control over his body, he has never used a weapon like a bow and arrow. Among warriors, not many use bows and arrows. Most of them are melee weapons such as knives or swords. Shen Yulan thought for a moment and said, "Brother Feng, if you want to practice your long-range attack ability, you can find a bow and arrow technique to learn. It should be able to improve your power and accuracy. Hearing Shen Yulan's words, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, if you learn a bow and arrow technique, you can not only improve your long-range attack ability, but also increase your physical fitness and make your supernatural powers more proficient. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Well, I'll go back to work tomorrow to see if there's any such technique. Lin Feng said. There are many martial arts techniques in the library of the Warrior Association. Although most of them are not of high level, it is better to have them than not. After Shen Yulan and Lin Feng chatted for a few minutes, they started practicing again. She picked up the wooden sword and practiced the Lufeng Jueying sword technique she had just learned in the training room. Shen Yulan's Lufeng Jueying swordsmanship is only at the proficient level, but it is an advanced skill after all, and the speed of improving physical fitness is still quite fast. Not long after, the system prompt sound began to ring in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan has practiced diligently, and her physical fitness has increased by 1 point. The host receives a double reward, and her physical fitness has increased by 2 points. Ding, the advanced genetic medicine in Shen Yulan's body takes effect, increasing her genetic talent by 0.1%. The host receives double the reward, increasing her genetic talent by 0.2%. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body is taking effect. Of course, Lin Feng's practice is also effective. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. However, the system will not report the improvement of Lin Feng's 3-dimensional attributes caused by his own practice. Lin Feng has a strong genetic talent, so his cultivation speed is not slow. After practicing for a night, Lin Feng's mental strength actually increased by 2 points. In addition, Lin Feng took advanced physical fitness potions and advanced genetic potions, which greatly improved his physical fitness and genetic talents. This time, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan practiced until late at night. In the end, Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Feng looked at Shen Yulan, who was still practicing diligently without slacking off at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, she's really working hard. She's been practicing for several hours straight without taking a break. Chapter 63 Brother Feng, you are so awesome. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to stop Shen Yulan's practice. After all, she has to go to work tomorrow. If Lin Feng doesn't care, Shen Yulan will definitely have to practice until dawn. After Lin Feng's persuasion, Shen Yulan reluctantly put down the wooden sword in her hand, and then walked towards the bedroom with Lin Feng. On the way back, Shen Yulan finally came back to his senses from his practice. Shen Yulan said apologetically, Brother Feng, after I get home every night, I spend most of my time practicing martial arts. I hardly have time to accompany you. Do you think I am not qualified to be your wife? Hearing Shen Yulan's words, Lin Feng immediately laughed. If it were someone else, he would have broken up with Shen Yulan long ago. The two of them just started dating, but they don't feel like they are in love at all. When I get home from get off work in the evening, I barely have time to be intimate. A bit incompetent indeed. But Lin Feng doesn't care about these. If he wasn't afraid that Shen Yulan would be tired, Lin Feng would have wanted her to stay up late every day to practice. No, don't think too much. I'm not the kind of man who sticks with his wife every day. I'm really happy for you to see you working hard to practice and achieve your life goals. Lin Feng said with a smile. Shen Yulan blushed slightly and whispered, but we don't have time for intimacy. Lin Feng was happy. Although Shen Yulan is a martial arts fanatic, he is indeed very considerate of others. Lin Feng looked at the time. It's 3:30 in the morning. It's not too late to go to bed at 4 o'clock. Well, maybe 4:30. It's true that we haven't been intimate enough, and my sword is thirsty for it. Lin Feng laughed and picked up Shen Yulan directly. 5 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan finally lay on the bed panting. Shen Yulan finally understood how terrifying Lin Feng's physical strength became after he was promoted to a warrior. Even though Shen Yulan's strength was close to that of a 5th-level Quasi warrior, he almost couldn't hold on. Brother Feng, you are so awesome. It seems I still have to work hard on my training and become a warrior as soon as possible, otherwise I will be broken apart by you. Shen Yulan said shyly. Lin Feng laughed and said, yes, you still have to keep working hard. Shen Yulan hummed softly, and then said, no wonder warriors generally don't marry ordinary people. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would not be able to get out of bed for a month after having sex. Are you okay now? Lin Feng asked. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shen Yulan chuckled. At this moment, Shen Yulan seemed to suddenly think of something and asked with some shame, Brother Feng, what gift did you buy when you went out just now? I was so focused on practicing martial arts just now that I forgot to ask. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't worry about that. Don't worry, I promise that the gift I buy will satisfy your parents. You really won't tell me? Shen Yulan asked curiously. Lin Feng shook his head. Let me keep you in suspense. You'll know on Saturday. Okay. Shen Yulan could only respond. To prevent piracy of Shouhu documents, choose Shouhu from the book search robot. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. The next day, Lin Feng had just arrived at the 38th floor of the Warrior Association and immediately went to the library. After searching around in the library, Lin Feng finally found a book on archery. The name is Swift Wind Chasing Moon Arrow. However, the level of the technique is not high, it is just an intermediate technique. But for Lin Feng, it was enough. Sitting in the library, Lin Feng immediately began to study this martial arts technique. Lin Feng spent the entire morning learning the wind-chasing moon arrow. However, since this was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with archery skills, he had not yet mastered the basics. It's almost noon. Lin Feng plans to use his lunchtime to buy a car. But just as he was about to go out to the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, Lin Feng suddenly realized a problem. It seems that I, in this world, don't even have a driver's license. This is a bit troublesome. If you start from scratch to get a driver's license, it will probably take a long time to get it. I will definitely miss the weekend to accompany Shen Yulan home to meet her parents. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to go to Captain Li to see if Captain Li had any solutions. When Lin Feng arrived at Captain Li's office, Captain Li was about to go to eat. Seeing Lin Feng coming over, he smiled and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Feng chuckled and told them that he was going to meet his parents-in-law at the weekend and that he wanted to buy a car but didn't have a driver's license. When Captain Li heard this, he was immediately happy. "Boy, you have a trick to deal with your father-in-law and mother-in-law." Captain Li gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng scratched his head and said with a smile, "Captain Li, please stop joking with me. Is there any way to solve the problem of the driver's license?" Captain Li asked, "Can you drive?" Lin Feng nodded, "Yes. I have never driven a car in this life, but I was an experienced driver in my previous life. Moreover, the cars in this world are exactly the same as those in his previous life, even the brands are the same. So, Lin Feng naturally knows how to drive." Captain Li didn't doubt Lin Feng's words at all. He smiled and said, "It's easy. As long as you can drive, it will be easy. I will arrange for someone to help you apply for a public driver's license this afternoon. It will be done in an hour." 1 hour? So fast? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Captain Li nodded and said, "Yes, that's how Lan Qin applied for her driver's license. Otherwise, do you think Lan Qin, with her impulsive personality, could pass the driver's license test?" Lin Feng thought about the time when he sat in Lan Qin's passenger seat and nodded in agreement. On the bridge in the second test, she would just let the car fly over. Captain Li laughed heartily, "It seems she has already taken you on a flight." Well, it flew a little bit. At this time, Captain Li suddenly asked again, "By the way, do you want to buy a Mercedes-Benz?" Lin Feng replied, "Well, I don't have any requirements for the car. The main thing is that Mercedes-Benz has a great reputation and is more useful for showing off." Captain Li took out his phone, flipped through his address book, and said, "I happen to know the owner of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the Zhanghai Development Zone. I'll give him a call later. I'm sure he can give you a discount when you go there." Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. "Good discount. Although you can get 10 million after completing the next task, when it comes to buying a car, you naturally want to save as much as possible." "Thank you, Captain Li." Lin Feng thanked with a smile. Captain Li directly dialed the other party's number. While waiting, Captain Li said to Lin Feng, "You can go now. You can ask Lan Qin to go with you. She has a driver's license and can drive back for you." Lin Feng originally wanted to go by himself. But after hearing what Captain Li said, Lin Feng felt that it made sense. "Okay, then I'll go find Sister Lan for help now." At this time, Lan Qin should be eating in the cafeteria, so Lin Feng decided to go directly to the cafeteria to find her. "Go," said Captain Li. Lin Feng turned and walked towards the cafeteria. At this time, Captain Li's phone was also connected. Lin Feng also heard Captain Li's voice. Hey, Shaoli, I have a junior who wants to buy a car. Go at noon today, they should be here soon. Free? No thanks, just a little discount will do. 80% off? That's not good. Okay, whatever you want, just don't lose too much. Chapter 64 Lin Feng buys a car. After hearing what Captain Li said on the phone just now, Lin Feng was a little confused. 20% off? What is the difference between this and giving it away for free? But Lin Feng didn't go back to ask, because Captain Li's relationship would be of great use anyway. Lin Feng is not the kind of guy who likes to be pretentious. If I were pretentious, I wouldn't have accepted so much help from Vice President Gao. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the restaurant. Lan Qin was indeed eating in the cafeteria. She is not tall and is not a warrior, but she has an unusually large appetite. 2 plates filled with vegetables and rice. Lin Feng estimated that her appetite was even bigger than his, a warrior. However, Lan Qin eats very quickly, just like her personality. When Lin Feng walked from the cafeteria door to Lan Qin, she had already emptied all the food on a plate. Brother Feng, why are you so late? The braised pork has been sold out. When Lan Qin saw Lin Feng coming, she grabbed the last few pieces of braised pork on the plate and threw them into her mouth, speaking while chewing. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Sister Lan, I came to ask you for a favor. When Lan Qin heard that Lin Feng wanted to help, she immediately put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and asked, what help? I, your sister Lan, am a powerful figure in the Jianghai City Warrior Association. I can punch the vice president and kick the captain. As long as it doesn't teach the president a lesson, I can do anything for you. Lin Feng hurriedly looked around. There didn't seem to be many other colleagues around Sister Lan. Luckily, no one else heard it. I'm afraid that in the entire Jianghai City Warrior Association, only Lan Qin can say this. Lin Feng quickly told his story. I'm not that busy. I just want you to go buy me a car. I don't have a driver's license yet, so I can't drive it back even if I buy it. When Lan Qin heard that they were going to buy a car, she immediately became excited again. He stood up and said, Is there such a good thing? Let's go. Lan Qin was about to set off. But, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and looked at the food on the table. Then he said to Lin Feng, Brother Feng, wait a moment, we can't waste food, give me a minute, I will finish them first. Lin Feng nodded in confusion. Then I saw Lan Qin sitting back in her seat and picking up the spoon. Half a minute later. Both plates were completely clean, not even a grain of rice was left. Let's go. Lan Qin stood up again and said to Lin Feng. The two took a taxi and soon arrived at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Before I even entered the door, a middle-aged man in a suit with a big belly came out to greet me with a smile. Although Lin Feng and Lan Qin were both young, his expression was unusually respectful. He smiled and said, You must be Brother Li's juniors. My name is Li Zicheng, and I'm the owner of this 4S store. Tell me what car you want to buy. I guarantee you'll get a good discount. Thank you, Mr. Li. Lin Feng said with a smile. Li Zicheng waved his hands hastily and said, Don't call me Mr. Li, call me Xiao. He was suddenly stunned and didn't know how he should be addressed by the two. Let us call him Brother Li. Captain Li's surname is also Li, and he said he is the younger of the two. If we call him Uncle Li, then we will push Captain Li down in seniority, which is not good. Calling him Xiao Li is a bit embarrassing. Hello, Uncle Li. Lan Qin broke the deadlock with a smile. Li Zicheng was slightly stunned. In terms of age, I can indeed be their uncle. But it's not suitable. No, just call me Brother Li. He said hurriedly. Lin Feng nodded, Brother Li. Lan Qin asked, What's the relationship between Uncle Li and our Captain Li? Are they relatives? Li Zicheng hurriedly explained, We are not relatives, but we are from the same village and are fellow villagers. Lan Qin suddenly realized, Oh, that's my childhood friend. Hearing this, Li Zicheng's face lit up with joy. He quickly handed 2 business cards to Lin Feng and Lan Qin, saying, That's about right. This is my business card. You can always come to me if you want to buy a car in the future. Given my relationship with Captain Li, you can just treat this place as your own home. Although Lan Qin looks careless on the surface, she has become closer to the 4S shop owner with just one sentence. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire him. At this time, Li Ziqing also welcomed Lin Feng and Lan Qin into the store. A female salesperson also brought 2 cups of coffee in due time. There just happened to be a set of empty meeting tables and chairs in the best location in the store. After that, the car buying process went smoothly. After chatting for a few minutes, Lin Feng stated his request. Before coming, Lin Feng also roughly looked up the prices online, and the remaining money he had was enough to buy a low-end S400. However, when Lin Feng said he wanted to buy S400, Brother Li suddenly laughed. The smile is very sincere. Brother Lin Feng, what a coincidence. We just happen to have an S400 on sale in our store. Even though it's the top model, the price is quite favorable. After Li Ziqing finished speaking, he winked at the female salesperson standing not far away. The saleswoman immediately trotted to the back and brought back a key. Li Ziqing stuffed the key into Lin Feng's hand. Come on, I'll take you to see the real car. After saying that, he stood up and took Lin Feng and Lan Qin to the parking lot behind the 4S store. There are many cars in the parking lot. There are 5 S400s alone. But these 5 cars looked exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell which one was the special price car he was talking about. Brother Lin Feng, just press the car key and the car will be unlocked. That's the car on sale. Li Ziqing explained. Lin Feng took out the car key and pressed it lightly. The lights of the car in the middle of the 5 cars suddenly lit up. Li Ziqing smiled slightly. Yes, this is it. There was nothing special about the car viewing process. Lan Qin sat in first, looked left and right, touched here and there, and nodded at Lin Feng after coming out. Very good. Lin Feng asked, Brother Li, how much is this car? Let's order this one. Li Ziqing said hurriedly, well, this car is a special offer car. Add in the official subsidies and the store subsidies, and the price of the car should be around 200,080. Given our relationship, I have to give you a discount. Let's call it 200,000. 200,000, Mercedes-Benz S400, high configuration. This price is much lower than Lin Feng expected. Unexpectedly, what the twofold discount said turned out to be true. Brother Li, this is not a good idea. There are too many discounts. I'm not short of money. I'll just pay the normal price. Lin Feng said weakly. It's not that Lin Feng doesn't like discounts. The main reason is that there are too many discounts. Lin Feng was afraid that Captain Li would owe him too many favors. But Li Ziqing immediately rejected Lin Feng's idea. He said righteously, Brother Lin Feng, it's not that I intentionally gave you a big discount. I just waived the 8,000 yuan change. The price is so cheap because it's a special offer car, plus various subsidies. Don't worry, the car will be fine. If there are any minor problems within 5 years, come back anytime and we'll replace it. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Lan Qin stood on tiptoe and patted Li Ziqing on the shoulder with a smile. He pretended to be mature and said, Uncle Li, you are very good. No wonder you became our Captain Li's childhood friend. Come to our action support team when you have nothing to do. I will treat you to braised pork. After saying that, Lan Qin pulled Lin Feng and said, let's go sign the contract. Chapter 65. It turns out they are all our own people. Okay. Li Ziqing responded quickly. Afterwards, Lin Feng was directly pulled back to the 4S store by the 2 men. The contract was immediately placed on the table in front of Lin Feng. Lan Qin stuffed the pen into Lin Feng's hand. Sign and fingerprint. Where's your bank card? Lan Qin stretched out her hand and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the bank card from his pocket, Lan Qin snatched it away, and then handed it to Li Ziqing. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng entered the password and the transaction was successful. A total of 200,000. Throughout the whole process, Lin Feng only reported the car model he wanted to buy. Apart from this, everything else seems to be pushed by an invisible big hand. Don't I have to pay taxes? And insurance and licensing fees and stuff? After paying the money, Lin Feng finally had the opportunity to express his opinion. Li Ziqing laughed heartily and said happily, Brother Lin Feng, we are here to help pay the taxes for the discounted car, and the insurance company will give us 5 years. As for the license plate fees and so on, it's just an errand. Why should we charge you for this kind of relationship? Final. Amid the farewell cheers of all the employees in the 4S store, Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz S he had just bought for 200,000 yuan. Sitting in the driver's seat was Lan Qin. Then, 1 minute later, When the brand new black Mercedes-Benz S drove out of the 4S store parking lot, Lin Feng regretted it. Lan Qin's driving skills are so superb that it's terrifying. Lin Feng felt that he could not get through every narrow gap, but Lan Qin drove through them calmly and never slowed down. On ordinary roads, Lan Qin drives like he is on a freeway. On the expressway, Lan Qin drove like he was on the highway. On land, Lan Qin drove like an airplane. In the sky, Lan Qinkai seemed to be flying close to the ground. Lin Feng tried to persuade her a few times, but Lan Qin just promised that there would definitely not be a car crash, and then she ignored Lin Feng and concentrated on driving. Lin Feng could only hold the handle above the car door with one hand and watch Lan Qin's performance. The journey was supposed to take half an hour, but I got back to the office in just 15 minutes. Soon, Lan Qin parked the car in the parking space, right next to the red SUV that Lan Qin drove last time. After Lin Feng got out of the car, he took a look at the front of his car. No scratches. By the way, I took a look at the front of the red SUV. It seemed very clean, without any signs of scratches. Sister Lan, how come you drive so fast without any scratches? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Lan Qin smiled mysteriously and said, "It's very simple. When you're about to bump into other cars, just use your telekinesis to push them away." Lin Feng suddenly realized. This move is absolutely amazing. This is equivalent to installing a circle of tentacles on the car, pushing away anyone who gets close, ensuring that even the most intense driving will leave you unscathed. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something. It seems that I can learn Lan Qin's driving style. Moreover, his own special ability is more useful than Lan Qin's. Lan Qin uses telekinesis to control real objects, but he can directly turn telekinesis into real objects. It seems that I am more like that octopus. Not long after work in the afternoon, Captain Li found Lin Feng and handed him a driver's license. The driver's license is red and seems to be different from an ordinary driver's license. It was printed with the words "for official business of the Warrior Association" only. Is there any difference between this and an ordinary driver's license? Lin Feng asked puzzledly. Captain Li smiled and said, "It's basically the same. If the traffic police find you violating the law, they won't deduct points first. Instead, they will communicate with our Warrior Association first." Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Can this be called basically the same? This can't even be called a driver's license, it should be called a privilege certificate. What happens after the communication? Lin Feng asked weakly again. Captain Li thought for a moment. It seemed as if he was recalling how Lan Qin handled the situation after being caught violating traffic rules. The contact person at the Warrior Association should compile a report and submit it to the vice president in charge. The vice president will then contact the heads of their respective departments and give verbal warnings to the violators. Serious cases will also be punished by the Warrior Association. Now Lin Feng completely understood. Who is our vice president in charge? Lin Feng asked. Captain Li said, Vice President Gao. Lin Feng smiled. It turned out that the entire line was made up of his own people. The vice president in charge is Uncle Gao, and the department head is Captain Li. No wonder Lan Qin drives so arrogantly. By the way, have you bought the car? How much did it cost? Captain Li asked with concern. Lin Feng spoke frankly, I bought it, but the price is a bit too discounted. The car was originally around 800,000 yuan, but it was discounted to 200,000 yuan. Captain Li nodded, not surprised at all. Okay, that's great. I was a little worried that he wouldn't want a penny. 200,000 will do. Lin Feng said a little embarrassedly, Captain Li, will you owe me too many favors? Captain Li waved his hands and said calmly, Don't worry, it's okay. That guy is half my childhood friend. It's okay to kill him twice. Half a childhood friend? Yes, kindergarten classmates. Afternoon. Lin Feng practiced the wind-chasing moon arrow in the training room for another afternoon. As evening approached, I finally mastered this intermediate-level martial art. But Lin Feng did not use it directly in the training room of the unit, but planned to try its power after returning home. After all, there are many gossipy people in the unit, and Lin Feng doesn't want to expose the changes in his supernatural powers. Evening. Lin Feng first called Shen Yulan. Then he drove directly to Quangfeng Martial Arts School. After all, he was an experienced driver in his previous life, so Lin Feng only drove for a short while before he completely remastered the driving skills. And While on the road, Lin Feng also tried out the coordination between his special abilities and the car. It really is very useful. Since Lin Feng's mental strength, telekinesis, and supernatural powers are much stronger than Lan Qin's, he can control the car with ease. However, Lin Feng was not too high profile. He simply used telekinesis to transform the tentacles and made the car jump slightly while moving. In this world, many electric cars can actually do this, so it's not too exaggerated. As it was rush hour, Lin Feng drove for more than half an hour before finally arriving at the Quangfeng Martial Arts School. Shen Yulan had not come out yet, so Lin Feng parked the car in the parking lot in front of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School. At this time, Shen Yulan had just gotten off work. Her cell phone suddenly rang. It was sent by Lin Feng. "Honey, I'm already at the door, and I have a little surprise for you." Seeing Lin Feng's message, Shen Yulan's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly, and a look of happiness appeared on her face. At this time, the female colleague beside her seemed to notice the change in Shen Yulan's expression and teased with a smile, "Yulan, what are you so happy about? Could it be a message from your boyfriend?" Shen Yulan's face turned red. The colleague seemed to know that Shen Yulan was thin-skinned, so he didn't continue joking. Instead, he smiled and changed the subject. "Yulan, you are going to ride a shared bike home again. You just received a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Why don't you buy yourself a bike? In case it rains, you will have a means of transportation to shelter from the wind and rain." The female colleague chatted with Shen Yulan while packing her things. Shen Yulan smiled and responded, "Riding a shared bike is great. It's clean and environmentally friendly, and you can enjoy the scenery along the way. You are just too stingy to yourself." "I don't have much talent, I need to save some money to buy medicine. By the way, I happen to be going to the development zone today. I'll drive you back." Shen Yulan walked out of the gate of Quangfeng Martial Arts School while chatting with her colleagues. Chapter 66 Except for those that cannot be managed. Shen Yulan actually wasn't in the mood to chat with her colleagues. The main thing is that Lin Feng is waiting outside. Although she hasn't met Lin Feng yet, Shen Yulan's mind is already completely focused on Lin Feng. She didn't know why Lin Feng suddenly came to see her today. When he called before, Lin Feng just said that he would come to Quangfeng Martial Arts School to pick him up today, but he didn't say why he suddenly came today. Moreover, Shen Yulan didn't know what the little surprise Lin Feng was talking about. Since they started dating, Shen Yulan has received several small surprises. Houses, advanced potions, advanced skills, etc., each one of them was something Shen Yulan had never dared to think about before. So, what's the surprise today? Shen Yulan's thoughts were flying everywhere, but she could not guess Lin Feng's little thoughts. At this time, the female colleague who had just walked out of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School asked again, "Yulan, what are you thinking about? Do you want me to take you home?" The female colleague shook the car keys in her hand and asked with a smile. The two of them had a very good relationship, and the female colleague had no intention of showing off at all. "Oh, no need. My boyfriend said he would pick me up today," Shen Yulan said with a happy smile on her face. The female colleague's eyes lit up, and the fire of gossip suddenly began to burn fiercely. "Boyfriend? Last time your boyfriend came over, I happened to miss him. This time, I must give him a proper look." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly reached Shen Yulan's ears. "Yulan, I'm here." Shen Yulan quickly raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. At this time, Lin Feng was standing next to a black Mercedes-Benz, waving at himself vigorously. Shen Yulan did not notice the black Mercedes-Benz, as if Lin Feng was the only one in her sight. "I'm leaving first, see you tomorrow," Shen Yulan said to the female colleague next to her, and hurriedly ran towards Lin Feng. The female colleague also smiled slightly and said, "See you tomorrow." She said she wanted to visit Shen Yulan's boyfriend, but in fact she just looked at him from afar. The two of them are in love, and she doesn't want to be a third wheel. But Shen Yulan's female colleague carefully discovered that the car next to the boy seemed to be a new car. Mercedes-Benz? Just bought it? Shen Yulan's boyfriend is very capable. This looks like a Mercedes-Benz S, $1 million luxury car. Yulan is so frugal even with a boyfriend like this. It seems like I'll have to rush and make a killing for her later, the female colleague thought secretly in her heart. And at this time, Shen Yulan has come to Lin Feng's side. Since they were at the entrance of Quangfeng Martial Arts School and there were many colleagues behind her, Shen Yulan did not show any overly intense intimate actions. Instead, Lin Feng hugged Shen Yulan's waist and kissed her hard. "Brother Feng, how come you have time to pick me up today?" Shen Yulan asked with a smile. In front of Lin Feng, she seemed to instantly transform from a strict coach into a gentle and well-behaved wife. Lin Feng chuckled, then reached out and patted the black Mercedes beside him. "A surprise for you." Shen Yulan looked down in the direction of Lin Feng's hand. "Ha? You didn't buy a car, did you?" Shen Yulan said in surprise. Lin Feng placed one hand on the door handle of the Mercedes-Benz and pulled it gently. The car door opened. A breath of luxury comes to your face. Shen Yulan's eyes widened. This must be over $1 million, right?" Shen Yulan asked in surprise. Although Shen Yulan doesn't have a driver's license and doesn't pay much attention to cars, Mercedes-Benz is still very famous. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is already the ceiling of cars. Sports cars, Aston Martins, Bugatti Veyrons, these kinds of cars are only common in novels and are too far away from the lives of ordinary people. Lin Feng didn't explain for the time being, but came to the passenger door and said directly, "Come on, get in the car, I'll tell you while I drive." At this point, Shen Yulan did not ask any more questions, but followed Lin Feng to the passenger seat. Lin Feng gentlemanly helped Shen Yulan open the car door. Then, he returned to the driving seat and sat in. The car started and Lin Feng slowly stepped on the accelerator. In the car. Shen Yulan really has too many questions. For example, this car must be very expensive, and Lin Feng's money is not enough to buy it. For example, when did Lin Feng get his driver's license? He seemed to have said before that he didn't have a driver's license. How come I can suddenly drive on the road? While driving, Lin Feng looked at Shen Yulan, who was looking at him with confusion, and explained with a smile. "Don't worry, I have a driver's license. Let me show you." After saying that, Lin Feng took out his driver's license. Shen Yulan took the driver's license and opened it. "For official use only by the Warrior Association?" Shen Yulan read out, somewhat bewildered. "Your Warrior Association can also issue driver's licenses? Is it that impressive?" Lin Feng laughed and said, "The Warrior Association is indeed quite powerful. They can take care of everything except the things they don't want to take care of." What Lin Feng said was correct. The Warrior Association is an official organization and has great power. Basically, anything related to warriors is within its jurisdiction. But it is really impossible to define the scope of this condition related to warriors. A driver's license is related to warriors. After all, warriors also need to drive. When ordinary people drive, the traffic police are in charge. When warriors drive, the Warrior Association is in charge. Shen Yulan put down the driver's license in her hand and asked, "What about this car? How much did you buy it for?" As soon as she finished asking, Shen Yulan felt a little regretful and quickly said, "I don't mean to blame you. I support whatever you want to buy. I'm just a little curious." Shen Yulan is not the kind of woman who likes to control everything. She would also like her man to control her less so that she can have more time to practice martial arts. So, fearing that Lin Feng would misunderstand, he hurriedly explained. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't care. He knew Shen Yulan's character very well. She wanted to spend all her time practicing and had no time to care about men. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Guess how much it is?" A thoughtful look appeared on Shen Yulan's face as she said, $1 million? It seems that one of the deputy masters of Quangfeng Martial Arts School owns this car. Shen Yulan didn't know the exact price of the car, but based on the net worth of the deputy museum owner, she could probably guess that the car should be no less than $1 million. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. $2 million? That's reasonable. The interior of this car is very luxurious. Shen Yulan said, touching the interior of the car. 200,000. Lin Feng said. Shen Yulan said in shock, 200,000? So cheap? Lin Feng nodded and said, the car itself costs about 1 million, but because of our Captain Li's face, the owner of the forest store gave us a discount. Shen Yulan was a little confused and said, is this a discounted price? This is half sale, half gift. Lin Feng patted the steering wheel and said, do you think that if we drive this car to your house this weekend, it should satisfy your parents? Hearing this, Shen Yulan immediately understood. It turned out that Lin Feng bought the car so that he could accompany her home to meet her parents. Shen Yulan couldn't help but feel very moved. However, Shen Yulan didn't act too hypocritical, but said with a happy smile, well, I'm sure I'm very satisfied. Chapter 67 Pure Cultivation of the Holy Body. Back home. Lin Feng parked the new car in his own parking space. The house that Lin Feng bought has 2 exclusive parking spaces, and they are ground parking spaces, which is very convenient. After getting off the car, Shen Yulan couldn't help but walk around the new car twice. I took a good look at my new car. You can drive to work in the future. It's much more convenient than taking the bus every day. Shen Yulan said happily. But Lin Feng smiled and said, I don't really like driving. Take some time to get a driver's license, and then you can drive to work in the future. Lin Feng spoke from his heart. Lin Feng indeed prefers taking the bus. After traveling to this world, Lin Feng felt that it was a little unreal. But when sitting on the bus, watching passers-by getting on and off, some carrying fresh vegetables they had just bought at the vegetable market that morning, and some wearing Tai Chi uniforms to practice Tai Chi in the square, Lin Feng would feel that it was particularly real. Therefore, unless he is in a hurry, Lin Feng basically chooses to take the bus. Taxis are rarely available. Hearing Lin Feng asking her to drive to work in the future, Shen Yulan hurriedly said, My workplace is close, so I can just ride a shared bike. Your workplace is far away, so you should drive. Lin Feng said helplessly, I do prefer taking the bus. Okay, let's not discuss this issue for now, but it should be okay for you to get a driver's license. Even if you don't drive, you can always learn how to drive in the future if you need to. Shen Yulan nodded. You do need to learn to get a driver's license. Well, then when I have time, I will go to the driving school to sign up. Shen Yulan said. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, No, you won't have time. Just go and sign up after you go back to your parents' house this week. Night. As soon as she got home, Shen Yulan found that she had no time again. He said something to Lin Feng and then went into the training room. Lin Feng went into the kitchen. Lin Feng has completely adapted to his current life. I also got used to Shen Yulan starting to practice hard as soon as she entered the house. While cooking, Lin Feng heard system prompts in his mind from time to time. As Shen Yulan's genetic talent becomes higher and higher, the speed at which her 3-dimensional attributes improve also becomes faster. Ding, Shen Yulan practices diligently, Constitution +1, the host receives double the reward, Constitution +2. Ding, the advanced genetic medicine in Shen Yulan's body takes effect, increasing her genetic talent by 0.1%. The host receives double the reward, increasing her genetic talent by 0.2%. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body takes effect, Constitution +1. After dinner, Lin Feng cleaned up the kitchen and came to the training room. Shen Yulan practiced the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword technique, while Lin Feng continued to practice the intermediate skill, the swift wind-chasing moon arrow, which he had just started to learn during the day. The lives of the two are a little boring, but both Shen Yulan and Lin Feng like their current state very much. Shen Yulan can concentrate on practicing martial arts without being disturbed by anyone. Lin Feng cooked and washed dishes with ease, and his 3-dimensional attributes increased rapidly. Time flies. Before I knew it, it was Saturday morning. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. I found that there was no one around me. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind suddenly. Ding, Shen Yulan practices diligently, Constitution +1, the host receives double the reward, Constitution +2. Lin Feng was a little confused. He looked out the window and it seemed like it was just dawn. Lin Feng hurriedly picked up his phone and checked the time. It was 6:30 in the morning. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Shen Yulan was really trying too hard. On weekend mornings, I go to practice martial arts at 6:30. The problem is, I don't know how long she has been practicing. Moreover, the two of them practiced martial arts until midnight last night and practiced in bed for more than an hour. Lin Feng didn't expect Shen Yulan to get up so early. It's simply a way to cultivate the holy body. It was indeed a little early, and as autumn was approaching, the mornings were getting a little later. Lin Feng closed his eyes and prepared to sleep for a while. But I couldn't sleep. I simply got up, washed my face, and then went to the training room. At this time, Shen Yulan is concentrating on practicing. When he saw Lin Feng come in, he smiled at Lin Feng and then continued practicing. Lin Feng looked at the personal panel above Shen Yulan's head. After these few days of training, Shen Yulan's physique is about to reach 100 points. Name, Shen Yulan. Favorability, 93 points. Martial arts cultivation, Quasi warrior level 5. Genetic potential, 11.8%. Constitution, 96 including strength, agility, endurance, recovery speed, and other attributes. Spirit, 42 including perception, willpower, concentration, etc. Ability, breath of wind SS level. Martial arts, basic gene bodybuilding proficient, gale blade technique minor success, advanced gene bodybuilding proficient, flowing wind chasing shadow blade technique proficient. Shen Yulan's cultivation speed is still very fast. It seems that it should be easy to reach the warrior level next week. When the time comes, I will accompany her to the Warrior Association to register. The two of them receive 20,000 yuan in warrior subsidies every month. After looking at Shen Yulan's, Lin Feng looked at his own. Name, Lin Feng. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 1, Warrior Level 1. Martial Arts Cultivation Level 2, Quasi Telekinetic Master Level 5. Genetic Talent, 17.9%. Constitution, 125. Chi and Blood, 1. Spirit, 99. Ability, Mind Transformation SSS level. Martial arts, basic gene bodybuilding proficient, gale blade technique mastery, advanced gene bodybuilding minor success, wind chasing shadow blade technique minor success, gale chasing moon arrow beginner. In comparison, Lin Feng's personal attributes are even more perverted. Not long after being promoted to a warrior, his physical fitness has reached 125 points. But after reaching the level of a warrior, one no longer increases one small realm every 10 points. Instead, every 100 points of physical fitness increases one small realm. The realm of warriors is divided into 10 small realms, from the lowest warrior level 1 to the strongest warrior level 9. The 9th level of warrior means that the physical fitness must reach more than 900 points. Compared with the first level warriors, although they are both in the realm of warriors, the difference in strength is very large. Therefore, some high-level warriors can deal with dozens or even hundreds of low-level warriors at the same time. When a warrior's physique reaches 1000 points, he will enter the next realm. This realm is called the Grandmaster realm. The strength of the Grandmaster realm has already created a complete gap between him and the warriors. Similarly, it is very difficult to advance to the Grandmaster level. Among tens of thousands of warriors, there is probably not even one strong man at the Grandmaster level. Correspondingly, the level division of telekinesis masters is the same. After the mental power reaches 1000 points, it is the realm of telekinesis master, which is the same as the realm of Grandmaster of martial artists. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about these things, Shen Yulan's cell phone suddenly rang. Hearing the ringing of the cell phone, Shen Yulan stopped practicing and picked up the phone. Crooked. Mom, we'll go back at noon. Huh? My brother and sister-in-law are home too? When did they go back? Okay, I understand. Yeah, okay. Shen Yulan put down her phone, and her expression suddenly turned a little ugly. Lin Feng hurried over and asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Yulan said quietly, "Sorry for the trouble. My brother and sister-in-law are also at home. I guess I'll have lunch with them at noon." Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Isn't it nice for your brother and sister-in-law to be at home? It's a good opportunity to see them together." Shen Yulan slowly shook her head, and the worry on her face became more and more obvious. My brother takes after my mother, he's incredibly vain and even more so than my mother. As for my sister-in-law, she is even more powerful. She has always disliked me because I spent a lot of money on martial arts training. By the way, she seems to be working as a salesperson in a 4S store. P.S. I would like to ask the big brothers and small sisters to give a 5-star praise. The newbie author will be grateful to you all. Although the writing is average, it is also written with heart. I hope you will give it 5 stars for the hard work of typing. Chapter 68 Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng didn't expect that Shen Yulan's living environment when she was a child was like this. All the family members at home have this kind of personality. However, Shen Yulan grew up in such an environment but was not affected at all. It has the meaning of being untainted by the mud. Through the contact with Shen Yulan during this period, Lin Feng thought that he had a good understanding of Shen Yulan. Lin Feng was sure that Shen Yulan's current appearance was definitely not an act. After all, the two of them live together, and Shen Yulan has no way to hide her true nature. At this time, seeing that Shen Yulan seemed a little ashamed of her family, Lin Feng couldn't help but step forward and hug Shen Yulan tightly. And he comforted me softly, "Don't worry too much, I can handle it, it's okay." Shen Yulan's voice was already a little tearful as she said, "Brother Feng, you won't look down on me because of my family background, right?" Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head and said, "How is that possible? I like you, not your parents, brother, or sister-in-law. They won't have any big impact on our lives, don't worry." Lin Feng's comfort calmed Shen Yulan's mood a little. But she was still a little worried. "Brother Feng, if my brother and sister-in-law make things difficult for you, we should leave immediately without giving them face," Shen Yulan said. She was very worried that her unlearned brother and her sister-in-law who disliked her martial arts training would interfere. "Don't worry." Lin Feng patted Shen Yulan's back gently. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, you said your sister-in-law works in a car 4S store. Which 4S store is she working in?" Lin Feng had just been to a Mercedes-Benz 4S store today and met many sales staff. Lin Feng felt that the sales staff were very polite. "The quality is okay. Of course, it may also be because I am a customer." Shen Yulan thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, I can't remember clearly." Lin Feng nodded slightly and didn't care. "If it happened to be the Mercedes-Benz 4S store that I went to, then I might have seen it. After all, when I left the 4S store at noon, Bosley asked their employees to line up and respectfully see me off at the door of the store." But with so many faces, Lin Feng probably couldn't remember what those people looked like. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan chatted for a while in the training room, then washed up and went out. "We agreed to go back at noon today, so I have to go out in the morning to buy some other gifts. Lin Feng's gold bracelet has already been bought, but besides that, he also needs to buy something else." Soon, after having breakfast, the two came to the mall. Lin Feng pushed the cart and became the one who charged into battle, while Shen Yulan began to lag behind. However, Shen Yulan failed to hold Lin Feng back. "Brother Feng, there's no need to buy such good wine. It's too expensive." Lin Feng put 2 bottles of mutai into the cart. "Brother Feng, these teas are a bit ridiculously expensive. They may not taste good, they just look good in the packaging." Lin Feng picked out 2 of the most expensive and best packaged tea gift boxes and put them in the cart. "Brother Feng, just listen to me. You don't need to buy health supplements. They're all scams." Lin Feng filled the cart with health supplements. "Listen to me, let's go put these in the car first, and then come back to pick some more. Fortunately, I just bought a car, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome to buy so many gifts." On the way, Shen Yulan persuaded him again, "Brother Feng, you bought enough. No matter what my parents think of you, I will be with you. There is no need to spend so much money." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not a lot of money. After all, it's my first time there, so I have to be polite." Shen Yulan still couldn't persuade Lin Feng. After putting down the first cart of gifts, Lin Feng took Shen Yulan into the mall again. "This time I went to a place that sold clothes." Lin Feng didn't recognize those brands, he just found a store that looked the most luxurious and walked in. Then, it's time to shop. The clothes don't fit? Lin Feng doesn't care. If they don't fit, let them change themselves. In short, the quantity cannot be less. The cards cannot be less. Lin Feng doesn't want Shen Yulan to suffer with him. Of course, completing system tasks is also important. After more than 2 hours, Lin Feng finally gave up buying. The reason is that the car is already full. The trunk and back seat were both full. Looking at the whole car full of gifts, Shen Yulan said helplessly, "Brother Feng, I've asked around. In our place, when a man comes to visit for the first time, he only needs to bring 6 or 8 gifts at most. Yours is too much." Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently and said, "Don't worry about the rules. We are not that tacky." After saying that, the two got in the car and drove towards Shen Yulan's home. Shen Yulan's home is in the old city of Jianghai City, which is quite far from the development zone. As it was the weekend, there was a lot of traffic, so the two of them spent a whole hour on the road. Under Shen Yulan's command, Lin Feng parked the car in the open space in front of her unit door. In this kind of old community, cars can be parked anywhere, which is quite convenient. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng opened the trunk and started moving things down. However, there were too many gifts, and Lin Feng and Shen Yulan had no way of moving them all away at once. Lin Feng could do it with his supernatural powers, even moving the car in would be no problem, but Lin Feng didn't want to be so high profile. Giving gifts in a high profile manner is completely different from showing off one's supernatural powers in public. But this doesn't pose a problem for Lin Feng. Holding the gifts in both hands, Lin Feng said with a smile, "I'll ask your brother to come down and help carry them later." Shen Yulan nodded and picked up a pile of gifts. But there are still more than half in the car. Next time, if no one comes down to help, I guess the two of them won't be able to finish carrying it. Soon, Shen Yulan brought Lin Feng to her door. Shen Yulan's house is on the second floor. Although there is no elevator, it is not too difficult to get there. When they reached the door, Shen Yulan called out, "Mom, we're back." As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the woman was stunned. Lin Feng was also stunned. This woman looks familiar. Wrong. More than just familiar. When they bought a car at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership before, it was this female salesperson who poured coffee for Lin Feng and Lan Qin. While he was chatting with the 4S shop owner Li Jiqing, she was waiting not far away. She took the car keys and prepared the contract. There were so many female salespeople in the 4S store that Lin Feng had forgotten what the others looked like, but he remembered this one clearly. Before, Shen Yulan said that her sister-in-law worked in a 4S store, but Lin Feng didn't care at all. After all, there are several Mercedes-Benz 4S stores in Zhanghai City. Even if you have been to one, you may not be able to recognize it. But I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. At this time, seeing that it was her sister-in-law who opened the door, Shen Yulan hurriedly forced a smile on her face and said to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, this is my sister-in-law." Then he turned his head and looked at the other person and said, "Sister-in-law, this is my boyfriend Lin Feng." After hearing Shen Yulan's words, the woman in the room finally came back to her senses from her shock. He hurriedly said, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Chapter 69 My son-in-law is a wealthy man. Lin Feng was stunned. The woman seemed to suddenly realize that she had said the wrong thing. The title General Manager Lin was given to them by their boss when they were working in a 4S store. If I yell like that again at home, it's a bit awkward. She quickly changed the subject. "Brother-in-law, yes, brother-in-law, come in quickly. Why did you bring so many things? Let me help you carry them." She hurriedly helped Lin Feng take the things in his hand, and then shouted to the house, "Shen Yuhang, come and help your brother-in-law carry the things." Shen Yuhang is the name of Shen Yulan's brother. Looking at her sister-in-law's enthusiastic look, Shen Yulan was suddenly a little confused. This seems to be different from what I expected. Originally, when Shen Yulan heard that her brother and sister-in-law had returned, she was a little worried that her sister-in-law would embarrass her at this critical moment. Say something unpleasant. At the very least, he wouldn't be too enthusiastic towards himself and Lin Feng. But unexpectedly, when we met, I felt like something was suddenly not right. Not only was he not cold-faced, he was even a little too enthusiastic. Shen Yulan's brother Shen Yuhang was also a little confused. He knew that his wife and sister had an average relationship, but he didn't expect that his wife would ask him to help his brother-in-law. The sun really rises from the west. Shen Yuhang didn't dare to disobey his wife's order and hurriedly ran out of the kitchen. Then he helped Lin Feng carry the things. Lin Feng was not polite and gave all the gifts in his hand to Shen Yulan's brother, and then took the things from Shen Yulan's hand. At this time, Lin Feng also met Shen Yulan's parents for the first time. The two of them looked kind and had smiles on their faces when facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought it was okay, and both of them seemed very enthusiastic. For the time being, he hasn't shown the characteristics that Shen Yulan mentioned. Lin Feng put the things in the house and suddenly said, "There's something else. I'll go down and get it." Shen Yulan's sister-in-law immediately winked at her husband, and Shen Yuhang hurriedly followed. Originally, Shen Yulan was about to go with them, but her sister-in-law stopped her and asked in a low voice, "Yulan, what does your boyfriend do for a living? How is the situation at home?" Shen Yulan was a little confused and didn't understand why her sister-in-law was so concerned about Lin Feng's affairs, but she still spoke generously. The other side. Lin Feng and Shen Yulan's brother went downstairs, came to the Mercedes-Benz, and opened the trunk and back door. When Shen Yuhang saw this brand new Mercedes-Benz, he couldn't help but be stunned. The look he gave Lin Feng suddenly became a little different. "Sister, brother-in-law, your car looks nice. Did you just buy it?" Unconsciously, Shen Yuhang suddenly started calling Lin Feng his brother-in-law. Lin Feng stuffed something into Shen Yuhang's hand and said, "Well, I just bought it a few days ago." Shen Yuhang's hands were filled with more and more things, but he didn't mind at all. Instead, he asked, "How much did you buy this car? I feel it must be expensive." Lin Feng smiled, took out the last gift, locked the car, and said, "It's not much, about 200,000 yuan." Hearing that there were only about 200,000 yuan, Shen Yuhang frowned slightly. This price is not right. So cheap? Did you buy a second-hand car? Shen Yuhang asked. He knows a little about cars, after all, his wife works in a 4S store. It's impossible to buy this kind of car for just over 200,000 yuan. Lin Feng carried a few gift boxes and walked towards the unit door, saying as he walked, "It's not second-hand, it's a special price." As soon as he returned home, Shen Yuhang hurriedly pulled his wife into another room. He asked with some doubt, "Wife, Yulan's boyfriend has a Mercedes-Benz, I know it's an S400, and he actually said it's 200,000, is that possible? Is this guy lying?" Shen Yuhang's wife also hurriedly closed the door again and whispered, "It's 200,000 yuan. He bought this car in our store. Yulan's boyfriend is very influential. When he went to buy a car, our general manager Li personally came to greet him. He even insisted on saying that a car that normally sells for over 1 million yuan is a special price car. Selling this car for 200,000 yuan is like giving it away for free. Don't talk nonsense later. Look at how our general manager Li faces general manager Lin, no, how he faces Lin Feng. The identity of your brother-in-law must be extraordinary. He probably only needs to say one word to get me a promotion and a raise. If you say something bad about me, I might lose my job. Go have a couple of drinks with your brother-in-law later, and don't do anything weird to me." After listening to his wife's words, Shen Yuhang finally understood. Buying a discounted car worth 200,000 is not because of lack of money, but because of high status. This discount is ridiculously large. Although I don't know why, no matter what, it seems like my sister has found a treasure. Okay, I'll have a drink with him later. Shen Yuhang nodded and said, "Let's go out quickly, don't let anyone find out that we are talking in private." Shen Yulan's sister-in-law hurriedly pushed her husband, and the two of them walked out of the small room with sincere smiles on their faces. Just went out. The two saw Lin Feng already sitting on the sofa. Next to Lin Feng sat his parents. Immediately following, Lin Feng took out a brand new Mercedes-Benz key from his pocket and threw it on the coffee table. The attention of both his parents was quickly attracted by the shining silver logo. Then, Lin Feng took out 2 bottles of mutai from the pile of gifts next to him and placed them on the coffee table. Shen Yulan's father's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Uncle, Yulan said you don't smoke, so I only bought you 2 bottles of wine." Shen Yulan's father also smiled and said, "Well, drinking a little wine is good for your health." Lin Feng turned his head to look at Shen Yulan's mother, and suddenly a small red box appeared in his hand as if by magic, and then he handed it over. "Auntie, this is my first time here and I didn't know what gift to bring you, so I bought you a gold bracelet." The little red box opens. A strong golden light suddenly burst out from inside. Shining with golden light, shining brightly. Shen Yulan's mother's eyes widened. "My son-in-law is so arrogant that it's scary. This big gold bracelet looks like it weighs at least 100 grams. Aside. Shen Yulan was also stunned. She finally understood that Lin Feng went out to buy a gift by himself that night, and it must be this gold bracelet. "Brother Feng, this gold bracelet is too valuable." Shen Yulan hurriedly wanted to refuse. Shen Yulan's mother also refused. "Yes, this thing is too valuable, and you are not married yet, I definitely can't accept it." Lin Feng didn't care about that. He directly stuffed the gold bracelet into Shen Yulan's mother's hand and said, "Auntie, please accept it with confidence. The price of gold is cheap now, and it's not worth much." After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Shen Yulan again, and suddenly an identical box appeared in his hand. Then, Lin Feng smiled at Shen Yulan and said, "Yulan, I bought one for you too." Chapter 70 10 million obtained. Looking at the golden bracelet in front of her, Shen Yulan felt happy in her heart. This man did not forget himself when buying gifts for his family. But, given Shen Yulan's personality, if it were any other time, she would definitely refuse. After all, this gold bracelet looks quite valuable. It would be better to change it to potions that can improve your cultivation, or buy some equipment, etc. But at this time, in front of all her family members, Shen Yulan thought about it and did not refuse. After all, if he refused it this time, it would seem that his relationship with Lin Feng was not good, and it would convey a bad impression to his family. So Shen Yulan took Lin Feng's bracelet. Lin Feng was also very happy. Because, just as Shen Yulan took the bracelet, the system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the approval of Shen Yulan's parents. You have completed the system task and are rewarded with 10 million. The reward has been automatically transferred to the host's bank card. The source of funds is safe, so please feel free to use it. After hearing this system prompt, Lin Feng was completely relieved. It's worth it that I've prepared so thoroughly. I originally wanted to talk to Shen Yulan's parents about my stable job, but now it seems that it is no longer useful. At this time, with Shen Yulan's mother's half-hearted consent, Lin Feng also helped her put the gold bracelet directly on her hand. Unexpectedly, it is quite suitable. And it seems that it would be a little difficult to take it off. Wearing the gold bracelet given by Lin Feng, Shen Yulan's mother spoke so politely. Of course, even if you get the other party's approval, other gifts still have to be taken out as a formality. Shen Yulan also helped Lin Feng and took out the tea, clothes, and other gifts they had bought. But among so many gifts, there were no gifts for Shen Yulan's brother and sister-in-law. This was Shen Yulan's idea. Her sister-in-law doesn't like her, and she doesn't like her brother and sister-in-law either. Moreover, Shen Yulan felt that there was no need to give gifts among peers. But it's amazing. Although my brother and sister-in-law did not receive any gifts, they were not angry at all. Instead, he was very polite to Lin Feng, which was uncharacteristically true. Even his sister, who had always been unpopular, seemed to have benefited from Lin Feng and became popular. Afterwards, Lin Feng also stayed at home for dinner. This meal was a joyful one. There is absolutely no sign of any family conflict at home. Shen Yuhang politely urged Lin Feng to drink again and again, and Lin Feng accepted all the offers. After all, he is a warrior, and Lin Feng's physique is there. Even 10 Shen Yuhangs cannot drink more than Lin Feng. Sure enough, after drinking for a while, Shen Yuhang was already lost and kept pulling Lin Feng, calling him brother-in-law. During the dinner, Shen Yulan's mother even urged them to get married. All this made Shen Yulan feel as if she was in a dream. But Shen Yulan also knew in her heart that the atmosphere in her family had become like this because of Lin Feng. He secretly bought a car, went out in the middle of the night to buy a gold bracelet, and spent so much money on gifts, all for himself. Shen Yulan was very touched. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Feng was full of love. Just then, suddenly, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan's favorability increased by 1 point, bringing the total favorability to 94 points. Shen Yulan receives a 1% increase in genetic talent. The host receives a double reward, with a 2% increase in genetic talent. Shen Yulan's favorability finally increased again. Although he had just given Shen Yulan a gold bracelet. But Lin Feng believed that the increase in favorability this time was not simply because he gave Shen Yulan a gold bracelet. It was caused by a series of his previous behaviors. Shen Yulan is not the kind of person who was blinded by money, and Lin Feng knows this very well. At the same time, after Shen Yulan's favorability reached 94 points, the genetic talents of both of them also increased at the same time. Shen Yulan's genetic talent reached 12.8%. And his own genetic talent has reached a terrifying 19.9%. It will reach 20% soon. When a warrior's genetic talent reaches 20%, it is also a huge watershed. Same as when it reaches 10%. Because when the genetic talent reaches 20%, the warrior will awaken his domain. Compared to superpowers, domains are a bit mysterious. The main reason is that there are too few warriors in the awakening realm. Moreover, up to now, there has been no machine on Blue Star that can detect the field. Three-dimensional values such as genetic talent, physique and mental strength can be clearly tested by the machine to get specific data. Even superpowers can be detected by the machine with their names, functions and levels, but the domain is the only thing that cannot be detected. Therefore, most warriors with genetic talents exceeding 20% will deliberately hide their own domains. Only at the critical moment will the domain be released to catch the enemy off guard. Lin Feng is still quite looking forward to what field he will awaken. This meal took more than an hour. Shen Yulan's brother was already drunk and lying unconscious on the sofa. Shen Yulan's mother and sister-in-law also began to clean up the messy dining table. Lin Feng originally wanted to help. After all, it's my first time here, so I can't just eat and do nothing. But just as Lin Feng was about to take action, he was sternly stopped by Shen Yulan's parents. Shen Yulan's father said, "Don't worry about it. Let them clean up and we can just chat." Shen Yulan's mother also said, "You are a guest, how can you work on your first visit?" Sit down and take a rest. Shen Yulan's sister-in-law smiled and said, I'll go peel a fruit plate for you later. Even Shen Yulan was turned away from the kitchen. After dinner. After Shen Yuhang went offline, Shen Yulan's father was finally able to interrupt and ask some questions that were in his mind. Xiaofeng, what kind of work are you doing now? You were talking too fast just now and I couldn't hear clearly. Shen Yulan's father asked. Lin Feng patiently explained, I work at the Jianghai City Warrior Association. Jianghai City Warrior Association? That's a great place. I heard it's very difficult to get in. Did you get in through an exam? No, my dad has some connections, so he introduced me in. You guys must be very busy there, right? No, I just practice at work every day. Afternoon. With the farewell of Shen Yulan's parents and brother and sister-in-law, Lin Feng and Shen Yulan left this harmonious and friendly home. Lin Feng didn't drink too much at noon. After that, he drank some tea and rested for a while, and there was no smell of alcohol on his body. After all, he is a warrior, and his body has a very strong ability to break down alcohol. Driving at this time should not be considered drunk driving. Then, Lin Feng decisively called a designated driver. Although there might be no alcohol left in his body, Lin Feng decided not to take the risk. The main reason is that his driver's license is too special, and if he is caught driving under the influence, he has to notify Vice President Cao and Captain Li. Lin Feng didn't want to trouble them both for such a trivial matter. It doesn't cost much to hire a designated driver. Chapter 71 Telekinesis Master. Soon, the designated driver drove Lin Feng and Shen Yulan back home. The two had already talked a lot about this trip in the car, so as soon as they entered the house, Shen Yulan said to Lin Feng, Brother Feng, I want to practice for a while. I've wasted a lot of time today. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, Go. Shen Yulan kissed Lin Feng hard on the mouth, then ran to the training room excitedly. Not long after, the sound of Shen Yulan practicing martial arts was heard in the training room. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to practice. Instead, he went back to the bedroom, took out his cell phone, and transferred some money to his mother. When Lin Feng received the 5 million as a reward from the system last time, he actually wanted to transfer some of it to his parents. But at that time, considering that I still had a lot of things to spend money on, and my parents were not in urgent need of money, I didn't transfer it. This time, I got another 10 million, so naturally I would give some to my parents. Although Lin Feng's parents don't spend much money, giving them some money, even if it's just saving it, will make them feel more secure. In the world of warriors, money is equally important. Lin Feng already knew his mother's bank card number, so the transfer was quite convenient and was done in less than 2 minutes. Just after I transferred the money, my mother called me. Crooked. Xiaofeng, why did you transfer so much money to me? Your father and I are not short of money, and we don't spend much. I will return it to you later. You and Yulan are getting married soon, and you have a lot of expenses. As soon as Lin Feng answered the phone, his mother started nagging. All of this was within Lin Feng's expectations. Whether in the previous life or this life, all parents treat their children the same. Even Shen Yulan's parents actually want their child to live a better life from the bottom of their hearts. The ultimate purpose of not wanting her to practice martial arts is actually the same. Listening to his mother's muttering, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. After my mother finished speaking, I said, Mom, don't refuse. I've been making a lot of money recently, and I'd become a warrior. I receive tens of thousands of yuan in subsidies every month. I have so much money that I can't spend it all. Lin Feng talked to his mother on the phone for a long time. Hearing Lin Feng's insistence, Shen Yulan finally gave up refusing. Of course, Lin Feng didn't transfer too much to her, just 1 million. Compared to Lin Feng's current assets, it is indeed not too much. Afterwards, Lin Feng talked to his mother about what happened today at Shen Yulan's house. Shen Yulan was very happy. Ever since she last met Shen Yulan, she has become more and more satisfied with her daughter-in-law. She is beautiful, sensible, and most importantly, her son likes her. Lin Feng's old classmate Zhang Bao also played a big role in Shen Yulan's change of heart. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng also came to the training room. In the training room, Shen Yulan was practicing the Lu Feng Jueying sword technique diligently. Brilliant blade beams danced around Shen Yulan's body. But under Shen Yulan's powerful control ability, the sword beams did not cause any damage to the surrounding walls. The training room in this world is different from the gyms in Lin Feng's previous life. After all, it is used for martial artists to practice, so the walls have been specially treated and have extremely strong defensive capabilities. But it was a new house after all, so Shen Yulan took good care of it. Normally, he would never allow the sword light released during martial arts practice to damage a brand new wall. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask Shen Yulan to go to the driving school together to take a look. Now that he has a car, Shen Yulan really needs a driver's license. But seeing Shen Yulan concentrating on practicing martial arts, Lin Feng rejected this idea in his heart. Then let's go tomorrow. Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart. Compared to practicing martial arts, learning to drive is really not a very important thing. Since he was not planning to go to driving school, Lin Feng simply changed into training clothes and started practicing. But Lin Feng had just changed his clothes and had not yet started practicing when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body takes effect. Mental power +1, the host receives double the reward, mental power +2. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching 101 points of mental strength. Your strength has been elevated to the level of a telekinetic master. Your telekinetic strength has been greatly improved. Please check it yourself. Hearing this system prompt, Lin Feng was immediately delighted. My mental strength has already reached 99 points, and now it has finally reached over 100 points. Telekinesis Master. I am finally a telekinetic master. After the system's voice fell, Lin Feng clearly felt that his mental power seemed to have undergone tremendous changes. Although it only increased by 2 points, the feeling of this mental power improvement is completely different from before. It was as if my thoughts suddenly became clear. It's like my mind was like a piece of foggy glass before, but now, the fog suddenly disappeared, as if everything became clear. In addition, Lin Feng tried it and felt that his mental power was much stronger than before. Especially the speed of condensing mental power. In the past, it took Lin Feng nearly a second to condense an arrow. One's own mental power will begin to condense from the center of the arrow, and then gradually condense into the arrow body, arrow tail, and arrow head. And now, just a thought is needed, and the whole arrow will be condensed immediately. This efficiency is several times faster than before. Lin Feng immediately used his mental power to condense a bow and arrow. Then, draw the bow and knock the arrow. Whoosh! 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 In less than a second, 3 consecutive arrows hit the target in front at the same time. Even Lin Feng was slightly shocked by this speed. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a cartoon he had watched in his previous life. In it, there was a villain named Lu Tong, who had superb archery skills, especially his ridiculously fast shooting speed. In many battles, the extremely fast shooting rate can suppress the enemy and make them unable to fight back. At that time, Lin Feng thought it was very cool. I didn't expect that I would possess this ability. Although he is much slower than Lu Tong, as his mental power becomes stronger and stronger, Lin Feng feels that he will be able to reach his level sooner or later. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng started trying again. Countless arrows flew rapidly in the training room and accurately hit the target. At this time, Shen Yulan also saw Lin Feng's actions and gradually stopped practicing. She was slightly shocked. Although she couldn't see those invisible arrows, she could clearly hear the sound of those arrows breaking through the air. And the originally solid target finally shattered after 2 rounds of shooting by Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. He looked at the target in front of him, and the deep hole in the wall after the target fell, then looked at Shen Yulan, who was shocked, and said a little embarrassedly, mistake, I accidentally used too much force. Chapter 72 Lu Feng Jueying Sword Skill Perfection. Overdoing it? Why do I feel like your mental power, Brother Feng, seems to have increased a lot? Shen Yulan said weakly. Although she is only a quasi martial artist, she works at the headquarters of the Quangfeng Martial Arts School and has some experience. Moreover, Shen Yulan was with Lin Feng every day, and she roughly knew the speed and power of Lin Feng's archery. It now seems that the power of the arrows condensed by Lin Feng's mental power has indeed increased a lot, and the condensation speed has also increased a lot. The strength of telekinesis is based on the value of mental power. But it is definitely impossible for mental power to rise rapidly in a short period of time. The only explanation is that Lin Feng's mental power value has reached 100 points. Only after a quasi-telekinetic master breaks through to a telekinetic master will his telekinetic power be greatly improved. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then nodded and said, "Well, I just got promoted to a telekinetic master." Shen Yulan was just guessing, but when she heard Lin Feng say this, her face immediately became extremely shocked. There was a sudden wave of emotion in my heart. Brother Feng has actually become a telekinetic master. And he had just been promoted to a warrior. Normally speaking, it is much more difficult for a telepath to improve his skills than for a warrior. Brother Feng actually achieved a double improvement while practicing dual cultivation. This speed is too fast. Shen Yulan suddenly felt useless. As soon as she returned home, she practiced all the time. She didn't do housework or cook. Even the time spent being intimate with Lin Feng was put last. Moreover, Brother Feng gave me the 2 bottles of high-level potions he bought, but my cultivation level is improving so slowly. Even Brother Feng surpassed him by so much. Shen Yulan felt like she was a waste. Lin Feng also discovered that Shen Yulan's mood seemed to be a little off, as if she had been hit a little too hard. Lin Feng hurried over and asked with concern, "Yulan, are you okay?" Shen Yulan lowered her head and said quietly, "Brother Feng, do you think I'm useless? I've spent so much time and used up so many resources, but my cultivation speed is so slow." After hearing Shen Yulan's words, Lin Feng immediately understood. This child is comparing himself with himself. This is not interesting. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Wife, you think too much, your cultivation speed is already quite fast." Shen Yulan raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Feng, as if listening to Lin Feng's next explanation. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Your current cultivation level should be not far from being a warrior. I estimate that you can be promoted to a warrior next week. Look at your peers, your colleagues, your classmates, what is their level of cultivation? I think there shouldn't be many Quasi warriors, right? Those with high talents are now at most the 2nd level of Quasi warrior, or the 3rd level at most. But you are about to be promoted to a warrior. Your cultivation speed is very fast, never deny yourself." After Lin Feng's consolation, Shen Yulan's expression indeed became much better. According to what Lin Feng said, she recalled the people of the same age she knew, and it seemed that her cultivation was really the best. Even those high school classmates who have been admitted to the martial arts university cannot reach the level of a warrior at this time. When I think about it this way, it seems that I am not that useless after all. Only. Shen Yulan looked at Lin Feng deeply and said helplessly, "Brother Feng, why do I feel that the harder I work, the bigger the gap between us becomes?" Lin Feng looked slightly surprised. "Broken. Don't let Shen Yulan find out." Lin Feng said hurriedly, "Wife, you can't compare with me, my situation is a bit special. I feel that the more relaxed I am in cultivation, the faster my cultivation speed will be. But you are different. The harder you work, the faster you will practice. Don't let your imagination run wild, I believe you." With Lin Feng's affirmation and trust, Shen Yulan finally stopped thinking about those messy things. She nodded heavily and said, "Well, I will keep working hard. Brother Feng, you better be careful. Don't let me surpass you." Lin Feng smiled and thought helplessly, "If you want to surpass me, you probably won't have a chance in this lifetime, unless we unbind each other, but that's impossible." "Well, okay, I'll wait," Lin Feng said with a smile. At this time, Lin Feng also quickly changed the subject. If he continued talking about this topic, Lin Feng was afraid that Shen Yulan would discover something else. Lin Feng said, "It's a bit late this afternoon, why don't we go to the driving school together tomorrow morning? I think it's better for you to learn how to get a driver's license." Shen Yulan nodded and said, "Okay, let's go early tomorrow morning." "Well, continue practicing. I'll practice my archery," Lin Feng said. Shen Yulan returned to her previous position, picked up the wooden sword and started practicing. Lin Feng also started to practice his wind-chasing moon arrow again. "But I just practiced for less than half an hour." The system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, Shen Yulan has practiced diligently, raising her proficiency in the advanced skill, flowing wind-chasing shadow blade technique, to the mastery level. The host receives double the reward, and the flowing wind-chasing shadow blade technique has been raised to the perfection level. Shen Yulan's comprehension is indeed very strong. This speed is even faster than that of Captain Zhang Chang. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. The higher Shen Yulan's understanding, the better. And at this time, as the system's voice fell, a large amount of knowledge instantly flooded into Lin Feng's mind. All the techniques of the Lu Feng Jueying swordsmanship appeared in Lin Feng's mind, as if Lin Feng had comprehended them himself. At the same time, Lin Feng also understood the power of this technique. The flowing wind-chasing shadow sword technique, when practicing, the blade is wrapped with wind elements, and mixed with blood and energy. The speed of the sword can reach 10 cuts in an instant. After reaching the state of great perfection, even if the opponent is a high-level warrior, it is difficult to capture its trajectory. There is a phrase that can describe the flowing wind chasing shadow sword technique at the state of great perfection. The flowing wind blade comes out, the wind hasn't moved yet and the shadow has already been cut off. What I mean is that the Lufeng Jueying sword technique is extremely fast and can even cut off the enemy's shadow. Lin Feng gently closed his eyes and practiced the entire set of Lufeng Jueying swordsmanship in his mind. Then, Lin Feng gently waved his hand, and the sword light suddenly appeared in his hand. The mental power instantly transformed into a long sword. Although the long sword transformed by mental power cannot be seen, there is a blue-red light surrounding the blade. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng gently swung the long sword in his hand. It's as if I didn't use any effort. But the blue-red light instantly turned into a rainbow-like sword light. It's so fast that even the eyes can't catch up. However, Lin Feng did not use his full strength. Instead, he quickly retracted his telekinetic sword. In the training room, if you work too hard, you might lose the clean and tidy walls. The other side. Shen Yulan just felt that her Lufeng Jueying swordsmanship seemed to have improved, when she suddenly saw Lin Feng in the corner of the training room suddenly swinging a sword. That knife seemed to have transcended time and space. It was so beautiful that Shen Yulan couldn't help but stare at it in amazement. She originally thought that her Lufeng Jueying swordsmanship had become very powerful after being improved. But after seeing Lin Feng's sword move, she suddenly felt that her Lufeng Jueying sword technique was too weak, and it was not at the same level as Brother Feng's technique at all. Chapter 73 Brother Feng, do you often have sudden realizations? At this time, Lin Feng also put away his knife and looked in the direction of Shen Yulan. Although Lin Feng didn't look at Shen Yulan just now, he knew that his knife must have attracted Shen Yulan's attention. Lin Feng smiled slightly and walked to Shen Yulan's side. Before Shen Yulan could ask anything, Lin Feng started explaining himself. I know you are confused, but I don't know why. It's just like my cultivation level, which has improved unknowingly. Lin Feng said with a helpless expression. The reason for my helplessness is that I don't know how to explain it. But Lin Feng felt that he could not tell anyone about the system no matter what. That is his biggest trump card. Moreover, even if I wanted to say it, it would be difficult to explain. There is no systematic explanation for this world, and Shen Yulan never reads novels. But Lin Feng discovered that as abnormal conditions occurred to him again and again, Shen Yulan's ability to accept had greatly improved. Even though she didn't know the reason, she was able to accept it quickly. Just like just now, he quickly accepted the fact that he had become a telekinetic master. And he devoted himself to his own practice without stopping. Lin Feng believes that this has something to do with Shen Yulan's martial arts obsessed personality. As a martial arts fanatic, Shen Yulan simply doesn't have the energy to think about anything other than his own practice. But Shen Yulan still asked her doubts. Brother Feng, what level have you reached in practicing the Lufeng Jueying sword technique? Shen Yulan asked. She only knew that Lin Feng's Lufeng Jueying swordsmanship was of a very high level, but she didn't know to what specific level. Lin Feng didn't intend to hide this matter. Perfect. Lin Feng said. Shen Yulan's eyes widened instantly, her face full of disbelief. Perfect? Brother Feng, you are so awesome. Shen Yulan didn't know what to say anymore. That is the perfect state. Not a small success, not a big success, but perfection. It is extremely difficult to reach perfection in any martial art. Even for some low-level techniques, some ordinary warriors may not be able to reach the perfect state after practicing for 5 or 6 years. However, Lin Feng had cultivated a high-level technique to perfection in such a short period of time. Shen Yulan felt it was incredible. At this time, Shen Yulan suddenly asked again, Brother Feng, do you sometimes have sudden enlightenment? That kind of confused mind suddenly has a lot of knowledge about cultivation techniques. Shen Yulan also had such an experience. Therefore, she felt that Lin Feng was able to practice the Lufeng Jueying sword technique to perfection so quickly, he must have had the same experience as herself, and his enlightenment might even be stronger and more fierce than hers. Lin Feng nodded hurriedly. Yeah, I've had a few sudden realizations. Shen Yulan suddenly realized and said, that's easy to understand. I also had a sudden epiphany before, so I was able to quickly improve my Quangfeng sword skill to the minor success level. However, after reaching the minor success level, I didn't have the opportunity to have a sudden epiphany again. Lin Feng also said, maybe it's not time yet. I think you will definitely have another epiphany. Don't worry. Lin Feng comforted Shen Yulan. However, this consolation is not just consolation, but a fact. Because Lin Feng felt that sooner or later he would encounter a task that would allow him to improve the level of his skills. Really? Just after Lin Feng finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang again. It seemed that the system heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Shen Yulan. Then, a special task was arranged. Ding, it's detected that Shen Yulan is about to go to the driving school to study for a driver's license. Now issuing a system task. Please accompany Shen Yulan throughout the entire process of studying and taking the test to enhance the relationship between the two. After successfully obtaining the driver's license, the host can choose a martial art that Shen Yulan has learned and help her improve her proficiency level. The host will receive double rewards. Note, if the host's rewarded technique has reached the maximum level, then when Shen Yulan's technique is upgraded, the host can choose other techniques that have not reached the maximum level to complete the reward of upgrading by 2 levels. Hearing this task, Lin Feng felt slightly happy. This system is simply a worm in my stomach. If Shen Yulan could have another epiphany, it would be easier to understand why his martial arts skills improved so quickly. But the only thing that made Lin Feng a little dissatisfied was that this mission seemed to take a bit long. It's not that the task is difficult to complete, but according to Lin Feng's memory from his previous life, it usually takes 1 or 2 months to get a driver's license. But Lin Feng didn't know how long it would take to learn how to drive in this world. At this time, it's getting late. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to Shen Yulan, "Why don't we take a break? We've been practicing all afternoon. I'll go out and buy some food and cook. Let's practice after dinner." After returning from his father-in-law's house at noon, Shen Yulan has been practicing almost non-stop. Although Lin Feng also hopes that she will work hard, she cannot avoid rest. But Lin Feng still underestimated Shen Yulan's efforts. Especially after seeing Lin Feng's cultivation level improving so quickly, she didn't want to rest at all. "Brother Feng, why don't you order some takeout? You cook every day and it's too tiring," Shen Yulan said softly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's okay, I like cooking, just take it as a break." Shen Yulan also showed a strange smile on her face and said weakly, "But I don't want to rest." Lin Feng smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, then let's take a rest while eating." Hearing Lin Feng's agreement, a smile immediately appeared on Shen Yulan's face. "Yeah, my husband is the best." Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then immediately smiled and said, "What did you call me?" Shen Yulan blushed and called out again, "Husband." "Ha ha ha." Lin Feng laughed out loud. Although the two have been living together for such a long time, Shen Yulan still blushes often. Some are very shy. "Today, I finally broke through myself." Lin Feng did not continue to tease, but said, "Well, not bad, practice, I will make you something delicious to nourish yourself in the evening. Have a meal. Practice. Sleep." Lin Feng and Shen Yulan got up at dawn in the morning. After having a meal at the entrance of the community, I drove to the driving school. The driving school in the development zone is not far from Lin Feng and Shen Yulan's new house, and it only takes about 20 minutes to drive there. At this time, it was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng didn't expect that there were already several people waiting in line at the door of the driving school office. It seems that there are quite a lot of people learning to drive. Since the driving school is located in the suburbs, there is a large open space in front of the door, so Lin Feng casually parked his car in the parking space in front of the driving school office. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Feng was stunned. It's really no coincidence. At this time, at the entrance of the driving school, Zhang Bao and his fiancée Chen Yu were also queuing. Moreover, Lin Feng was seen by Chen Yu as soon as he got off the car. Chen Yu immediately tugged at Zhang Bao's arm with the hand that wore the gold bracelet, and said with a resentful look on her face, "Your classmate is here. Why is he driving a Mercedes? Didn't you say his family was poor?" Chapter 74 Fast Track. Lin Feng stood in front of the car door, looking at Zhang Bao with a dull expression. Zhang Bao also stared at Lin Feng blankly. For a moment, the two seemed to be petrified. Lin Feng had never expected this situation. How can I meet him at the driving school? I didn't have that much connection with Zhang Bao when I was in school. Wrong. Why do I feel like I have a destiny with this Chen Yu? Ever since I saw her photo at my aunt's place, I seem to run into her quite often. At this time, the morning sun shone on the earth and also on the bracelet on Chen Yu's wrist. The golden light reflected by the bracelet made Lin Feng startled. Did this old classmate of mine finally buy her a gold bracelet? Lin Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that I accidentally caused trouble for my old classmates. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who made him so unlucky? Moreover, I encountered this not only in the gold shop, but also in the driving school. But now that I'm here, I can't just get back in the car and leave. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? At this time, Shen Yulan also got off the car from the other side. As soon as she got off the car, she saw Lin Feng as classmates and the chubby Shen Yu. Shen Yulan has not seen Shen Yu as many times as Lin Feng. She was not there when she bought the bracelet last time, so she doesn't know much about the love story between Shen Yu and Zhang Bao. She smiled and said, "Brother Feng, you and your high school classmates are really destined to be together." Lin Feng forced a smile on his face and said, "Well, it is indeed fate." After saying that, Lin Feng walked over generously, waved to Zhang Bao, and said, "Zhang Bao, what a coincidence." Zhang Bao's voice also revealed helplessness, and he said, "Well, what a coincidence." At this time, Zhang Bao's fiancée Chen Yu pulled Zhang Bao's arm again with such great force that Zhang Bao's whole body shook. Zhang Bao immediately understood what Chen Yu meant. Then, somewhat reluctantly, he asked, "Lin Feng, are you here to learn how to drive?" "No, I just saw that you seemed to be driving here." "When did you learn how to drive?" After hearing what Zhang Bao said, Shen Yu looked obviously unhappy. What she meant was to let Zhang Bao ask Lin Feng why he drove a Mercedes-Benz. She is very curious. In particular, Zhang Bao often talked about Lin Feng in front of him, saying that he had poor academic performance, an average family background, and that his girlfriend was a money-eating beast. But he actually drives a Mercedes. That Mercedes-Benz looks so luxurious. Shen Yu felt that it should at least be $1 million luxury car. But Shen Yu didn't do anything else to Zhang Bao. Although Zhang Bao didn't ask at first, Shen Yu felt that he would definitely ask later. Zhang Bao dare not disobey himself. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm here to accompany my girlfriend to learn how to drive. My driver's license was issued by my workplace." Zhang Bao nodded with some confusion. "I really don't understand. The company can even issue driver's licenses." But Zhang Bao did not continue to ask about this matter. Instead, he quietly glanced at his fiancée from the corner of his eye, and then asked weakly, "Lin Feng, your Mercedes-Benz?" Before Zhang Bao finished asking, Lin Feng hurriedly said, "It's from a friend. I borrowed his car and drove it for 2 days to have some fun." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Shen Yulan almost couldn't help laughing. But as soon as the corners of his mouth rose, he immediately forced himself to control it. She knew that Lin Feng was deliberately keeping a low profile. It seems that he doesn't want to make his classmate's fiancée jealous. But Lin Feng's reaction speed was still quite fast. It was the first time Shen Yulan saw Lin Feng like this. Zhang Bao's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Chen Yu hurriedly. The meaning in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Look, I said Lin Feng's family is ordinary, how could he possibly afford a Mercedes-Benz?" After glancing at Chen Yu, Zhang Bao looked at Lin Feng again, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. It would be nice to buy a bracelet. But if Chen Yu really wants a Mercedes-Benz, that would be difficult. I'm afraid I can't even afford it even if I sell my kidney. The subsequent conversation became noticeably more relaxed. "Are you here to learn how to drive as well? Or are you signing up for your fiancé?" Lin Feng asked. Zhang Bao smiled and said, "Sign up for my baby. I won't learn for now. Let's buy a car before we get married so my wife can drive it to and from get off work." "Well, cars are pretty cheap nowadays, it's nice to buy one for transportation." "Yeah, it's just that it takes a bit of time to learn how to drive, probably 1 or 2 months. There's nothing I can do. I can only learn slowly. However, I heard there seems to be an express pass, but the price is probably a bit expensive." "Fast track?" "Yeah, I heard about it too, so I wanted to come and ask earlier. If the price is right, I'll get one." "Well, let's ask together later." Soon, while Lin Feng and Zhang Bao were chatting, the door of the driving school office was finally opened. A driving school staff member also hurriedly said to the people outside the door, "Don't worry, line up and take your time." With the staff's enthusiastic inquiries and guidance, it was soon Lin Feng and Zhang Bao's turn. A group of 4 people came to the counter. Zhang Bao was the first to ask, "How much does it cost to learn a driver's license? How long does it take to get one?" A female staff member smiled and politely replied, "What type of driver's license are you planning to get?" "A C license, the kind you need to drive a car. The price is currently 2,500. As for the time, if you can pass every exam, it will take about 1 to 1.5 months. Zhang Bao nodded and looked back at Shen Yu. Shen Yu also nodded slightly and whispered, well, it's not expensive. Zhang Bao asked again, I heard there's a fast lane? Can it be faster? Hearing Zhang Bao's question, the female staff member immediately showed a slightly excited look on her face, and hurriedly replied respectfully, yes, we have set up a special express channel for Supreme VIP customers, with one-on-one explanation of test questions and one-on-one road test tutoring. There is no need to queue up to register for the test. Hearing this, Zhang Bao's eyes lit up again. I hurriedly asked, how long will it take to get a driver's license? The female staff member smiled slightly and said, for the fast track, the slowest is 3 days, and the fastest is 1 day. Zhang Bao was slightly surprised. 1 day at the earliest? 1 day alone wouldn't be enough time for the exam, right? It's enough. All arrangements will be made as quickly as possible. Also, don't worry about the exams. There will be some appropriate, The staff was not as direct as they said. But Zhang Bao and Lin Feng both understood. That is to say, if you sign up for the Supreme VIP Fast Track, the exam will be slightly more relaxed. For example, for the written test, a score of 90 is usually enough to pass, but in this case, a score of more than 80 is enough. That's probably what it means. It sounds pretty good. Shen Yu nudged Zhang Bao from behind. Zhang Bao immediately understood and asked the staff, how much does this express lane cost? Chapter 75 Supreme VIP Signing Room. This is the focus of the two people. But Lin Feng doesn't care about this. After all, he still has nearly 10 million yuan on him. Spending a little more money and giving Shen Yulan time to practice martial arts is more cost-effective no matter how you look at it. Lin Feng actually wants to sign up now. But when Lin Feng heard Zhang Bao still asking about the price, he was no longer in a hurry. The staff member said, registering for this fast track is free, but you need to be a Supreme VIP customer of our driving school. Purchasing Supreme VIP status costs 30,000 yuan. After purchasing it, you will be a Supreme VIP for life and enjoy the best treatment. If your driver's license is revoked in the future, you can also use the fast track to get it back for free. The staff introduced many benefits of Supreme VIP, but Zhang Bao could no longer listen. A look of embarrassment came over his face. 30,000 yuan is a bit outrageous. An ordinary driver's license costs just over 2,000 yuan, but this one is more than 10 times the price. Zhang Bao couldn't help but secretly glance at the gold bracelet on Shen Yu's wrist. Just for getting a driver's license, a gold bracelet was gone. Zhang Bao turned around and said to Shen Yu, baby, I think we should not buy this Supreme VIP. It feels like a scam. How can you get a driver's license in 1 to 3 days? If you get cheated, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Besides, we have plenty of time, so I will accompany you no matter how many times you come. Zhang Bao's words were sincere and heartfelt. Shen Yu nodded slightly and replied, okay, then it's a deal. Every time I come to learn how to drive, you have to accompany me. Zhang Bao nodded hurriedly and said happily, yes, I promise. After saying that, Zhang Bao turned to the staff and said, we're taking the 2,500 yuan course. Where can we pay the registration fee? When the staff member heard that Zhang Bao was just asking a question, the excitement on his face immediately disappeared. Obviously, there is a big difference in commission between the two registration methods. But Zhang Bao was also a customer after all, so she politely said, just fill out a form, scan this QR code and pay. Zhang Bao took the form from the other person and went to fill it out. However, when he turned around, he realized that Lin Feng came with him. He quickly turned around to look at the staff member again and said with a smile, give me another form. There are 2 of us learning here. Lin Feng thought that both Zhang Bao and Shen Yu wanted to sign up. So I didn't say anything. But after Zhang Bao took the application form, he handed it to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, here's the application form. Let's fill it out together. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. A slightly awkward smile suddenly appeared on his face. This is a bit difficult to handle. I didn't plan to sign up for the ordinary one. Lin Feng looked at the registration form Zhang Bao handed over and said a little embarrassedly, I want to consult you again, you go fill out the form first. Although Lin Feng wanted to keep a low profile. But the problem is, I can't accompany Zhang Bao to sign up for a 2,500 yuan course just to keep a low profile. Shen Yulan's time is too precious to be wasted on learning to drive. If you can finish learning it in 1 day, it definitely cannot take 1.5 days. Zhang Bao was slightly stunned, and he immediately understood what Lin Feng meant. He also smiled awkwardly and took the registration form back, then said, "Okay, then ask again." After saying that, Zhang Bao took the registration form and hurriedly walked away with his fiancée. Shen Yu was very puzzled. As Zhang Bao pulled him away, he asked, "Why isn't your classmate filling out the form? What is he waiting for?" After walking for a while, Shen Yu felt something was amiss and asked, "Why are we running so far? Isn't there a small table right there? Can't we just fill out the form there?" Zhang Bao stammered and couldn't speak. Soon, he discovered that there was a small room with an open door, which contained a sofa and a coffee table. Zhang Bao hurriedly said, "The sofa over here is more comfortable. Fill out the form here." Shen Yu was still a little confused, but after seeing the sofa in the small room, he stopped asking questions. "The sofa is indeed more comfortable than the small bench over there." Zhang Bao stuck his head into the small room and looked inside. There was only a set of sofas, a coffee table and a few pots of green plants, and no one else. Zhang Bao walked in boldly and said to Shen Yu, "Come on, this place is nice, the sofa is comfortable, and the environment is quiet." Shen Yu walked in and took a look, and was also very satisfied. Then he sat down on the sofa and stretched comfortably. Zhang Bao looked outside again. Lin Feng seemed to be talking to the female staff member and didn't seem to notice his location. Zhang Bao thought for a moment, then gently closed the door of the small room. Close the door, and even if Lin Feng does something strange again, neither he nor the baby will hear it. The other side. Lin Feng did not notice that Zhang Bao took his fiancée away, but instead consulted with the staff member. But Lin Feng's consultation was relatively simple. "How do I sign up for the fast track?" Lin Feng asked. Behind Lin Feng, Shen Yulan smiled slightly but said nothing. She had known for a long time that Lin Feng would definitely choose the faster one. Although it does cost more, it saves a ton of time. Shen Yulan would definitely have to discuss with Lin Feng before spending money elsewhere, but she fully agreed with something that would save a lot of time. Even if it was just 3 days, Shen Yulan felt it was a waste. "It would be nice if I could just get through one day." And at this time, when the female staff member heard Lin Feng's words, she became slightly excited again. "A big customer is coming," she hurriedly said. "Do you want to buy our Supreme VIP?" Lin Feng asked, "Well, after buying it, can I get a driver's license in one day?" The female staff member hurriedly said, "As long as you are not illiterate or have poor comprehension skills, you can usually get a driver's license on the same day." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Well, then sign up." The female staff member excitedly stood up from her seat, hurriedly trotted all the way to Lin Feng's side, and said respectfully, "VIP, please follow me, I will take you to the VIP room to sign the contract." Lin Feng glanced at Shen Yulan, and the two of them followed the female staff member and walked to the side. It was at this time that Lin Feng discovered that his old classmate Zhang Bao seemed to have disappeared. Lin Feng asked Shen Yulan, "Have you seen Zhang Bao and his fiancée? Why are they gone?" Shen Yulan shook her head. Just now, she was watching Lin Feng communicating with the staff and didn't notice Zhang Bao at all. However, Shen Yulan understood Lin Feng's thoughts and said, "They are two adults, they can't be lost. It won't be too late to find them after we sign the contract." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, "Yeah, that's fine." Soon, the staff brought Lin Feng and Shen Yulan to the door of a room. There is a blurry house number above the door of the room. If you look closely, you'll find a few words written on it. "Supreme VIP Customer Signing Room." Who closed the door? The female staff member walking in front muttered a little puzzled, then pushed open the door. Chapter 76 Fire Element Control? As soon as the female staff member opened the door, the people inside were stunned. Through the open door, Zhang Bao suddenly saw the figures of Lin Feng and Shen Yulan. Although the staff member was walking in front, Zhang Bao seemed not to see him, but instead stared at Lin Feng and Shen Yulan behind her. Zhang Bao felt like the sky was falling. At this time, the female staff member also said to Zhang Bao, "Hello, sir, this is the Supreme VIP signing room. Only customers who have purchased Supreme VIP can sign here. Otherwise, please go outside to fill out the form. There are tables outside." "Sorry. The staff's tone is actually okay. I don't mean to look down on you." Also very polite and courteous. But to Chen Yu, those words sounded like the most ruthless mockery. "I come to the driving school to learn how to drive, and I have to pay 2,500 yuan, but I don't even have the qualifications to fill out some paperwork in this quiet room?" Chen Yu's face turned pale, and a huge storm seemed to be brewing in his heart. At this time, Zhang Bao, who was next to Chen Yu, suddenly felt a little cold, and the hairs on his body suddenly stood up. Broken. Zhang Bao turned around hurriedly, wanting to comfort his fiancée. However, it was still a little late. Shen Yu suddenly stood up, pinched her waist, and shouted to the female staff member, "Today, I have to fill out the information in this VIP room. It's just 30,000 yuan, our family is not short of money." Hearing this, Zhang Bao suddenly slapped his forehead. Broken. It's so fucking bad. Unexpectedly, it finally came to this. Comparison is terrible. There is no way I can persuade Shen Yu to change his mind once he has made his decision. But that's 30,000 yuan. Zhang Bao was in tears. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. As the weaker party in the marriage, Zhang Bao could only continue to follow his fiancée's words. Well, let us buy VIP too. The staff member originally wanted to say something, but when she heard that this couple also wanted to buy the Supreme VIP package, she immediately became more excited. I just started working in the morning and encountered 2 suckers in a row. How could I not be happy? The price of a Supreme VIP is 30,000 yuan, and she can get a bonus of several hundred yuan. In other words, I just started working today and I already received a bonus of over 1,000 yuan. So cool. The female staff member hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll go prepare the contracts for you VIPs now, and then I'll bring the coach over to meet with you guys. Please wait." The female staff member left in a hurry. Lin Feng looked at the strange atmosphere in the room, and finally sat down on the sofa opposite Zhang Bao helplessly. This incident was completely beyond Lin Feng's expectations. But I really didn't see Zhang Bao and his fiancée running into this room just now. Otherwise, Lin Feng would definitely choose to sign the contract outside. It's just a contract, there's no need to find a quiet place. At this time, it was Zhang Bao who broke the silence first. What a coincidence! I didn't expect you also bought VIP. My baby and I were just discussing whether to buy it. After all, the fast track is too fast. Zhang Bao said with a smile. Lin Feng also nodded, "Yeah, I think so too." Zhang Bao's mentality is still okay. Otherwise, he would not be able to tolerate his fiancée. Soon, the staff member came back with 2 new contracts in his hands and handed them to Lin Feng and Zhang Bao respectively. At the same time, behind her, there were 2 coaches with identity badges hanging around their necks. Dear VIP guests, these 2 are your dedicated instructors. If you have any questions regarding your driver's license, you can contact them directly. The staff gave a brief introduction and then took out a QR code. After purchasing the driving school as Supreme VIP membership, everything becomes easy. All kinds of services are arranged. Zhang Bao and Shen Yu chose to start learning to drive next week. They are indeed not in that much of a hurry. To be honest, it was really unfair for them to spend 30,000 yuan. And Lin Feng directly chose to start that day. The driving school instructor immediately took action. First, the coach took Shen Yulan to learn the basic knowledge of the driving test. After an hour of study, she went directly to the test room without having to queue. Shen Yulan has a strong learning ability and actually scored 90 points in the exam without using any privileges. Immediately afterwards, the driving school instructor took Shen Yulan into the car and started practicing some basic operations. Shen Yulan signed up for an automatic transmission, which is relatively simple to operate. In addition, she has strong physical fitness, and her eyesight and reaction ability are much better than ordinary people, so she adapted to driving very quickly. After a short break at noon, we took the exam in the afternoon. Then, I took another driving etiquette test in the evening. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was already getting dark and all the procedures were finally completed. But I can't get my driver's license yet. Because the driver's license is not issued by the driving school, but needs to be obtained from the vehicle management office. But after a busy day, I passed all the exams. The staff at the driving school also assured me many times that I could get my driver's license tomorrow. And it can be mailed to your home. Lin Feng was already very satisfied with this speed. Although the system task has not been completed yet, it will be completed soon. Lin Feng decided to go to the vehicle management office during his lunch break tomorrow to get Shen Yulan's driver's license back. Although mailing to your home is convenient, it is still a bit slow. The main reason is that the Jianghai City Warrior Association is not too far from the vehicle management office, and it can be reached in a short drive at noon. If Lin Feng gets his driver's license sooner, he can also complete the system task sooner. The 2 had some food outside and then returned home. As soon as he entered the house, Shen Yulan hurried to the training room and began to practice. After wasting a whole day, Shen Yulan was already getting impatient. Lin Feng rested for a while. After spending the whole day with him, I'm actually quite tired. But Shen Yulan didn't feel tired at all, instead she was full of fighting spirit. Lin Feng could only sigh that Shen Yulan's martial arts obsession was really too strong. At this time, just when Lin Feng was resting at home and Shen Yulan was practicing hard in the training room. In the Jianghai City Warrior Association office building, the lights were still on in the vice president's office on the 49th floor. Gao Huaiyan and Li Youguang were sitting in Vice President Gao's office drinking tea. While drinking tea, the two discussed something. Lin Feng's training speed is really fast, and his understanding of martial arts techniques is even faster, but he is still young after all. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to get a ranking in this National Warrior Association's annual competition. Captain Li took a sip of tea and said with a little worry. Vice President Gao also nodded and said, well, it seems that there are quite a few talented young people in this competition. I heard that there's a powerful person in the capital who became a telekinetic master when he was less than 20 years old. Do you know this person? Captain Li asked. Well, his name is Xiao Yan, he's 19 years old, a first-level telekinetic master, and his supernatural power is the extremely rare S-level spiritual power of fire element control. His attack power is very strong. He should participate in this competition. Chapter 77 Test again. After all, Gao Huaiyan is the vice president of the Jianghai City Warrior Association, and he also has some understanding of the warrior associations in other cities. At least he knows more than Captain Li. Elemental abilities are so rare. Although they are only S-level, in terms of pure offensive capability, they are stronger than Lin Feng's SS-level abilities, and they are generally very difficult to defend against. Telepaths are rare, so Captain Li and Vice President Gao focus on training Lin Feng. But there are also powerful telepaths in other cities. The opponent's psychic ability is more focused on controlling the output of fire elements. In addition to the one in the capital, there is also a powerful guy in the Mountain City Warrior Association. You should know him. He is exactly 25 years old, which is the maximum age limit for participating in the competition. He was already a second-level warrior last year. I heard that his strength has improved this year. Vice President Gao said again. Although there are many strong people, Captain Li also has confidence in Lin Feng. After all, many miracles happen to Lin Feng. Captain Li said, Lin Feng's advantage is that he is a dual cultivator of martial arts and telekinesis. If he can make good use of this advantage, he may have a chance to get into the top 3. Well, there are still 3 weeks before the competition. I hope Lin Feng can break through to a telekinetic master within these 3 weeks. After all, the gap between a telekinetic master and a quasi-telekinetic master is too big. Vice President Gao said. We too can't sit idle either. Lin Feng still lacks a better high-level martial art. You should consider finding a martial arts technique that suits Lin Feng. Captain Li said. Although Captain Li is also a department head, there is still a huge gap in power between him and Vice President Gao. Some powerful advanced martial arts can only be obtained by Vice President Gao. Okay, I'll look for it, said Vice President Gao. Then, Vice President Gao said. By the way, let Lin Feng test his physical and mental fitness tomorrow to see how much he has improved recently and how far he is from becoming a telekinetic master. Captain Li responded, okay, when Lin Feng comes tomorrow, I'll have him do the test. In addition, Lin Feng should have relatively little practical experience. It would be best to arrange a few opponents for him during this period so that he can try to practice against them. Vice President Gao added. Captain Li nodded and agreed, saying, yes, actual combat experience is indeed important. Starting tomorrow, in addition to training, I will also arrange for him to practice in the ring. Lin Feng was not aware that Captain Li and Vice President Gao had made their own training plans late at night. Early morning. Lin Feng drove his black Mercedes-Benz to the underground parking lot of the Jianghai City Warrior Association. After parking next to the red SUV, Lin Feng took the elevator to the 38th floor. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I met Captain Li coming out of another elevator. Seeing Lin Feng, Captain Li smiled slightly and said, it just so happens that I have something to ask you today. Just follow me to the office. Lin Feng nodded and followed Captain Li. How's your practice been lately? Captain Li asked casually. In recent days, Lin Feng has been practicing on his own, and Captain Li has not asked much about him. Lin Feng smiled and said, well, it's okay. Captain Lee also smiled. Not bad? Looks like you've made some significant improvements. Well, a little. Yeah, not bad. Captain Lee didn't care too much. He felt that Lin Feng's cultivation must have improved a bit. After all, he was practicing hard every day and didn't have any field work tasks. But it's only been a few days, so the improvement in cultivation shouldn't be that big. Soon, the two arrived at Captain Lee's office. Captain Lee said to Lin Feng, "Please sit down for a while and wait for me for 3 minutes." Lin Feng sat down on the sofa in Captain Lee's office. Captain Lee returned to his desk, turned on his computer, and dealt with some emails that needed to be processed in the morning. Soon, Captain Lee finished the work and sat on the sofa opposite Lin Feng. Captain Lee slowly spoke, "I met with Vice President Gao again yesterday and we discussed your participation in the National Warrior Association Youth Warrior Tournament." Lin Feng didn't say anything, just pricked up his ears and listened. Captain Lee continued, "Regarding your martial arts training, Vice President Gao said he would help you find a suitable one, and it will probably be delivered to you later today. In addition, participating in the competition does not depend on who has the higher cultivation level to win, it also requires real fighting, and you certainly don't have much practical experience, so starting from today, I will find a few opponents for you, and spend half a day every day for actual fighting to cultivate combat experience and on-the-spot reaction. You should have no problem with this, right?" Lin Feng quickly responded, "No problem." Lin Feng also wanted to increase his practical experience. But it would be difficult without Captain Lee's help. If there is no expert to protect them, it is very easy for two people of equal strength to get injured in a competition. If you don't give your all, you won't achieve the goal of gaining practical experience. This is also the reason why Lin Feng has never fought against Shen Yulan. Given the current strength of the two, if a fight really breaks out, the training room at home won't be able to handle it. Captain Lee nodded slightly and said, "Well, then go test your three-dimensional data again and see how good it is. Then I can choose an opponent for you based on your strength." After hearing Captain Lee's arrangement, Lin Feng said, "It wasn't long after the last test, so there's no need to test again, right?" Lin Feng himself can see his three-dimensional attributes through the system. It is more accurate than those measured by machines. There's really no need to test again. But Captain Lee said, "It's better to take a test. The more accurate the data is, the more accurate it will be. Only then can Vice President Gao and I tailor a training plan for you." Seeing Captain Lee's insistence, Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. "Well, I'll go test it in a minute." At this moment, Captain Lee suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go. I have nothing to do. I'll go with you." "Good." Seeing that the test was unavoidable, Lin Feng was already thinking about how to explain it to Captain Lee after the test. It is impossible to tell anyone about the existence of the system. But he couldn't hide his strength. Sooner or later it will be exposed. One day earlier or later, there is actually no difference. The increase in physical and mental strength, although ridiculously fast, is at least easy to understand. But his genetic talent is also improving rapidly. Now, it is only a little bit away from reaching 20%. The last time I tested it, it was just over 10%. In these 2 weeks, the genetic talent has increased by nearly 10%, which is quite exaggerated. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to use the trick. Because there is really no way to explain it. Just say you don't know. Captain Lee and Vice President Gao are both our own people. They can't send themselves to the laboratory for slice-up research. Soon, the two arrived at the testing room on the 38th floor. Lin Feng is quite familiar with this place. When I first joined the Jianghai City Warrior Association, I tested my physical, mental and genetic talent data here. Captain Lee smiled and said, "Let's test your physical fitness first. You just got promoted to a warrior last week. Let's see how fast your physical fitness improves after being promoted to a warrior." Lin Feng nodded and stood in front of the physical fitness testing machine. Immediately afterwards, the physical fitness tester made a beeping sound. At the same time, Lin Feng's physical data also appeared on the small screen in front of the physical fitness tester. Chapter 78 Because I Work Harder? Captain Lee had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the numbers on the screen of the physical fitness tester. Captain Lee was in a good mood after Lin Feng said that he was already a warrior last time. I feel that I was not wrong about Lin Feng. This speed of practice is indeed fast enough. But after all, there are only a few days left. Captain Lee believes that Lin Feng's physical fitness should be within 101 in this test. Or, at most, a little over 101? Captain Li has raised his expectations for Lin Feng's cultivation speed to the highest level. However, when Captain Li saw the string of numbers on the screen, his eyes widened immediately, and he was extremely shocked. Because the number on the screen at this time was actually 136. 136 points of physical fitness. It has been less than a week since Lin Feng said that he had just advanced to the level of a warrior. Physical fitness increased by 36 points. Why does it feel like the speed is getting faster and faster? Captain Li looked at Lin Feng in shock, as if he wanted to see some clues on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng also showed a hint of doubt at the right time. Then, before Captain Li could ask anything, Lin Feng took the initiative to ask in surprise, "Hey, how come your physique is so high?" Playing dumb, so clever. Captain Li was about to ask a question but choked it back. "Don't you know why your physical fitness is improving so quickly?" asked Captain Li. Lin Feng shook his head, then nodded and said, I think I know." Captain Li's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, "Why? How on earth did you do it?" Lin Feng said, "Because Vice President Cao gave me 2 bottles of advanced potions a few days ago, one of which was an advanced physical potion. Maybe it was related to the medicine I drank." Captain Li was immediately discouraged after hearing this explanation. He knew that Vice President Cao gave Lin Feng 2 bottles of high-level medicine. But the problem is, advanced potions don't have such abnormal effects. If high-level potions could improve a warrior's physique so quickly, then all the warriors in the world would sell everything they had to get a bottle of high-level physique potion. This speed cannot be explained by taking advanced physical potions. No other reason? Captain Li asked again. Lin Feng shook his head, then nodded, "Maybe it's because I work harder?" Captain Li looked helpless. Lin Feng continued, "Captain Li, you may not know this, but my fiancée is a martial arts fanatic. She practices until late at night every day. Influenced by her, I've also been working harder. As the saying goes, God rewards hard work. As long as I'm not dead, I'll keep practicing. Maybe that's why my physique is improving so quickly." But Captain Li is different from Shen Yulan. Captain Li absolutely did not believe these nonsense. He has come into contact with too many warriors, and even trained dozens of them personally. He had never seen anyone practice so fast before. Even a genius in cultivation wouldn't be that fast. However, Captain Li racked his brains and could not think of any other reason. Forget it, it's always better to be faster. Your physical fitness is now 136, which is much higher than I expected. That's pretty good. When I was chatting with Vice President Gao yesterday, he was still boasting that you could make it to the top 3. Now it seems like you actually have a slight chance. Lin Feng was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "With such a high physique and being a telekinesis master, I only have a small chance of breaking into the top 3? Captain Li smiled slightly and said, "Don't think you're the only genius. Dragon Country has many geniuses. Although their cultivation speed may not be as fast as yours, their strength should not be underestimated." "All right," Captain Li said again, "then let's test the mental strength value again." Soon, Lin Feng stood in front of the mental power testing equipment. A few seconds later, a beeping sound came from the mental strength tester, which felt like the same music as the physical fitness tester. Immediately afterwards, a number appeared on the screen of the mental power tester. Although Captain Li had prepared himself mentally compared to the physical test just now, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the number. Mental strength value, 111. "Oh my god, you are such a pervert," Captain Li exclaimed. "It's fine that my physical condition improves so quickly, after all, I can take medicine. But the mental power value is increasing so fast, it's really outrageous. After all, if you want to improve your mental strength, you can only rely on hard work." Of course, there is also the extraordinary potion that Lin Feng had taken before. However, the function of the extraordinary potion is to improve 3 attributes at the same time, so the improvement of mental power alone is limited. In this state, Lin Feng's mental power can be improved so quickly, which is indeed a bit abnormal. Fortunately, with previous experience, Captain Li's ability to accept things has become much stronger. "Well, your mental strength has improved so quickly. This time, I think you have a little more chance to break into the top 3. Captain Li said with a little excitement. Originally, he thought that Lin Feng's chance of breaking into the top 3 was slim, but now it seems that there is indeed a chance. But we also need to see how the actual combat is at that time. Lin Feng chuckled and said nothing. Captain Li said helplessly, "It seems that I need to readjust your training. Also, I'm afraid the sparring partner I found for you will need to slow down a bit." Originally, he had already selected an opponent for Lin Feng. But now it seems that the opponents I chose are no longer qualified. Those opponents are simply seeking death by fighting with Lin Feng. Yeah. Lin Feng responded. Lin Feng felt that he should not get involved in the training plan or anything like that. I don't understand anything. This kind of thing should be left to professionals. Afterwards, Captain Li stopped dwelling on the matter and said to Lin Feng, "Originally, I was thinking of just testing your physical and mental strength, but now it seems I need to test your genetic talent again. I think the rapid improvement in your physical and mental strength must be related to your genetic talent." Lin Feng felt a little helpless, but still followed Captain Li to the front of the genetic tester. Genetic testing is relatively complex and requires blood testing. Lin Feng also had experience. When he came to the genetic tester, he was ready to put his finger in the small hole. However, just then, in Lin Feng's mind, the system's voice happened to sound. Lin Feng's fingers paused slightly. Ding, the advanced genetic medicine in Shen Yulan's body is taking effect, increasing her genetic talent by 0.1%. The host receives double the reward, increasing her genetic talent by 0.2%. Ding, the extraordinary potion in Shen Yulan's body takes effect, increasing her genetic talent by 0.1%. The host receives double the reward, increasing her genetic talent by 0.2%. Chapter 79, Domain Awakening. Ding, the host's genetic talent has been detected to be over 20%, and the domain is awakening. It takes 3 days for the domain to awaken. During this period, the system will reshape and adjust the host's domain based on the host's abilities, combat power assessment, actual combat understanding, etc. Please try to participate in actual combat during the 3 days to improve the accuracy of the system calculations. Hearing this prompt, Lin Feng was slightly confused. My genetic talent didn't increase at all throughout yesterday. But when I got to the genetic tester, suddenly so many numbers were added. What a coincidence! At this time, Captain Li also discovered that something seemed to be wrong with Lin Feng. The outstretched finger stayed in mid-air for several seconds without moving. Lin Feng, what's wrong with you? Captain Li asked. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Captain Li and said, "It's okay, I just feel like my body seems to have changed a little bit." Lin Feng was not prepared to lie. Indeed, when the system voice appeared, Lin Feng discovered that there seemed to be some changes in his body. The feeling is indescribable, it's like something in my brain suddenly tightened. Lin Feng felt that it should be related to his awakening realm. Although most warriors who possess domains will deliberately hide their domain abilities, it is still easy to tell whether they have a domain or not. Lin Feng definitely couldn't hide it. So, just test it openly. Lin Feng inserted his finger directly into the small hole. A drop of blood was drawn from Lin Feng's finger. This time the time is a little slower. After waiting for about another minute, the genetic tester screen showed that Lin Feng could retract his fingers. After Lin Feng withdrew his finger, the words "analyzing" appeared on the screen. While waiting for the analysis results, Captain Li suddenly introduced himself to Lin Feng. "You should have learned something about genetic talent when you were in school, right?" Captain Li asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I have learned some." Captain Li continued, "Well, what we talked about in school is probably too general. Let me explain it to you. Based on your improvement rate, I feel that in this lifetime, your genetic talent should have a chance to reach 10-20%. When the genetic talent reaches 10%, the warrior will awaken his own special abilities. But it is not easy to achieve 10% of genetic talent. Many warriors can only achieve 10% in their entire life. And there is a very small number of warriors in this world whose genetic talents grow faster than ordinary people, and they have the opportunity to increase their genetic talents to 20%. When a warrior or telekinetic master's genes reach 20%, they will awaken a second ability besides their supernatural powers. This ability is called domain. A warrior with a domain will have a huge advantage when fighting against a warrior without a domain. Generally speaking, domains will have a certain correlation with the warrior's supernatural powers, and most domains will greatly enhance the warrior's real combat power. Of course, I'm telling you this just to let you know in advance. It is still too difficult to increase genetic talent to 20%. Captain Li said a lot. I talked to Lin Feng about some knowledge about the field. But he didn't think that Lin Feng could awaken his domain now, he just wanted Lin Feng to be mentally prepared. At this time, the genetic tester finally made a beep sound. The results of the genetic test are out. Lin Feng and Captain Li looked at the small screen on the genetic tester at the same time. Fuck. Captain Li finally couldn't help but swear. He felt like he was numb. When I saw that number, all the hairs on my body stood up. What physique, what mental strength, the exaggeration of those two cannot be compared with the genetic talent data at all. Because the number displayed on the screen of the genetic tester is 20.3%. Captain Li turned his eyes in shock and looked at Lin Feng. He felt as if something was blocking his throat, and suddenly he was unable to speak. There was suddenly an eerie silence in the testing room. In the end, it was Lin Feng who broke the silence. Lin Feng was also slightly shocked and said, "Why is it so high? Is there something wrong with the machine?" Captain Li rolled his eyes, and his extremely shocked mood finally calmed down a little. He said speechlessly, "I've bought this machine 7 or 8 years ago, and it has never had any problems." After that, Captain Li hurriedly asked, "Lin Feng, have you awakened your domain?" This is what Captain Li is most concerned about. Lin Feng's genetic talent has reached more than 20%, which means that Lin Feng has awakened his domain. It is also possible that they are in the process of awakening. But after hearing Captain Li's question, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and said, "I think my domain hasn't awakened yet. I don't feel any domain on me." Captain Li also nodded slightly and said, "Well, it seems that you are in the process of awakening your domain. This process usually lasts for a period of time, but the exact time is uncertain. Some people awaken their domain a month after their genetic talent reaches 20%, while the fastest awakening time is only 3 days. But generally speaking, the faster the awakening domain is, the more compatible this domain is with the warrior himself." By the way, when did your genetic talent reach 20%? Lin Feng shook his head again. It was just achieved just now, but Lin Feng couldn't say it. A warrior has no other way to know his genetic talent except to check his talent through a genetic talent tester. Therefore, Lin Feng's ability to see all his attributes at any time is a bug-level existence. It is also part of the system's capabilities and naturally cannot be exposed. And Lin Feng had just reached 20% when it directly became 20.3%. This speed was a bit abnormal. When Captain Li heard Lin Feng say that he didn't know, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Then, he said, "Well, it seems we need to start arranging actual combat for you as soon as possible. Also, I suggest that you try your best to exert all your strength in battle, especially your superpowers. You must use them more often. That way, when you awaken the realm, you may be able to better match your superpowers." Captain Li's professional knowledge is quite solid, and what he says is the same as what the system says. "Okay, I'll listen to Captain Li," Lin Feng said obediently. With Captain Li helping him arrange it for free, Lin Feng was naturally happy to do it. Captain Li suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Then don't take the ability test later. Don't waste time. Go change your equipment now. I'll find a sparring partner for you right away. In addition, I need to ask Vice President Gao to borrow an expert to protect your safety." Captain Li acted decisively and immediately. Lin Feng also hurried back to the lounge of the first action support team and changed into a training suit. Everything went right. Just wait for Captain Li to bring his opponent over. Chapter 80 Lin Feng's opponent. The other side. 39th floor of Jianghai City Warrior Association. Captain Li was discussing something with a middle-aged man wearing a black suit and with neatly combed hair. After a few words, the middle-aged man nodded, turned and walked out of the office. Captain Li sat in the office, drinking tea and waiting quietly. Not long. A man's somewhat dissatisfied voice came from outside. "Captain Wang, I'm a second-level warrior. You want me to be a sparring partner for the Quasi warriors from the Action Support Brigade? Are you kidding me? How can I spar with him? What if I accidentally hurt him? This strength doesn't match his own. Shouldn't he find an opponent who matches his strength? I crushed him, and not only did it not help him practice actual combat skills, it might even have a negative impact on his young mind, causing him to lose the motivation to practice martial arts in the future." Soon, the voice of the middle-aged man in the suit also reached Li Yoguang's ears. "Don't give me any nonsense, just do what you are told to do and obey orders. Captain Wang. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up." Not long after, the man called Captain Wang walked in with a man who looked to be about 30 years old and was wearing the standard field combat uniform of the Jianghai City Warrior Association. Seeing Captain Li was also in the office, the man quickly forced a smile on his face and greeted him, "Captain Li." Captain Li smiled slightly and said, "Yang Tiancheng, I heard that you have advanced to the second-level warrior." "Not bad." The man named Yang Tiancheng hurriedly said, "It's all thanks to Captain Li's good coach." After saying this, he seemed to realize something was wrong and quickly looked at Captain Wang again, saying with a wry smile, "It's also Captain Wang's credit." Yang Tiancheng had also served in the Action Support Brigade before. Later, because his strength improved significantly and the position of team leader in the Action Support Brigade was full, he was transferred to the Special Operations team. I heard that his cultivation level has recently been raised to that of a second-level warrior. Captain Li felt that his strength should be similar to that of Lin Feng now, so he came to Captain Wang to borrow someone. Moreover, based on Captain Li's understanding of Yang Tiancheng, this guy is quite reliable. Even if he knew Lin Feng's strength, he would not spread it out. Captain Wang is the captain of the Special Operations team, and his position is on the same level as Li Youguang. The relationship between the two is also good. Naturally, he readily agreed to lend someone for sparring. However, looking at Yang Tiancheng's expression, he doesn't seem to be very interested in the job of sparring partner. At this time, Captain Li smiled again and said, "Tiancheng, letting you be a sparring partner is actually to help you improve your actual combat ability. You must fight seriously and don't let me down." Yang Tiancheng's expression immediately turned somewhat helpless, and he said, "Captain Li, I know those young men in our action support team well. Unless Zhang Chang takes action, I'm afraid the others won't be able to withstand my attack." After all, Yang Tiancheng had been in the Action Support Brigade, so he was very familiar with the situation there. Except for a few team leaders, most of the other team members are Quasi warriors. Even if he is a warrior, his strength will not be too strong. The Action Support Brigade is said to be a field department, but in fact it is more like a training institution that helps the Warrior Association train new members. However, after hearing what Yang Tiancheng said, Captain Li didn't mind. Instead, he smiled and said, "Tiancheng, it seems that you have been cut off from the news since you left the Action Support team." No, not only is he out of touch with the news, he is also arrogant and conceited, looking down on others. "Captain Li, please stop making fun of me. Isn't it okay for me to go?" Yang Tiancheng said hurriedly. If Captain Li continued to speak, he would feel like an unforgivable villain. Captain Li stood up and patted Yang Tiancheng on the shoulder. "That's right, just get it over with and stop talking nonsense." After saying that, Captain Li said goodbye to Captain Wang and left the Special Operations Brigade with Yang Tiancheng, who had the strength of a second-level warrior. On the way, Yang Tiancheng expressed his doubts again. He really couldn't hold it in any longer. "Captain Li, who should I be sparring with? How strong is the opponent?" Yang Tiancheng asked. Captain Li said, "We have a new member joining our action support team. He's quite capable. I plan to have him represent the Jianghai City Warrior Association in the individual competition of the National Warrior Association Youth Warrior Arena Tournament. The competition is less than a month away, so I'd like you to help him practice in actual combat." When Yang Tiancheng heard this, he immediately understood something. "Since you were selected to participate in this competition, it proves that you are quite capable, but is it really necessary for me, a second-level warrior, to be a sparring partner?" Yang Tiancheng said again. Captain Li smiled slightly. "You just reached the second-level warrior. That's also a second-level warrior, twice as strong as those little guys who have just been promoted to warriors." Yang Tiancheng said proudly. "The physical fitness of a second-level warrior is more than 200 points. If you only look at the physical data, he is indeed twice as strong as someone who has just been promoted to a warrior. Strength is not just about physical fitness. You'd better use your strength and don't let others defeat you in one move," said Captain Li. Yang Tiancheng shrugged, obviously a little unconvinced. Soon, the two took the elevator to the 38th floor. As I got out of the elevator, I happened to meet Vice President Gao coming out of another elevator. Captain Li and Yang Tiancheng were both slightly stunned. "Vice President Gao, why are you suddenly here on the 38th floor?" Captain Li hurriedly asked, "Vice President Gao, why are you here? Do you want to see Lin Feng's training too?" Vice President Gao shook his head slightly and said, "Didn't you call and ask us to find someone to be the referee and protect Lin Feng's safety?" Captain Li nodded somewhat bewilderedly and said, "Yes, where are the people you arranged?" Vice President Gao smiled, then pointed to his chest and said, "I'll be the referee." Hearing what Vice President Gao said, Captain Li was shocked. His mind raced. Li Youguang originally felt that Vice President Gao attached great importance to Lin Feng, but he did not expect that he attached importance to this extent. As the vice president of the Zhanghai City Warrior Association, Gao Huaiyan has a lot of things to deal with every day. He has great power, so it is easy for him to find an expert to protect Lin Feng's safety. But he still came in person. This means that the degree to which he values Lin Feng is definitely beyond one's imagination. At the same time, when Yang Tiancheng heard that Vice President Gao would come in person to be the referee, he was also stunned. In his heart, he couldn't help but take this matter seriously. People like Vice President Gao are the real bosses in the Zhanghai City Warrior Association. Even he takes it so seriously, how could I possibly talk nonsense again? And through this incident, Yang Tiancheng also understood that the boy who served as his sparring partner must have some background. Chapter 81 Vice President Gao's Strength. At this time, Vice President Gao also noticed Yang Tiancheng, who was following Captain Li, and suddenly asked with a smile, "Is this the brother you found to be Lin Feng's sparring partner?" Captain Li nodded and introduced, "Well, his name is Yang Tiancheng. He used to be in our action support team and is now a member of the special operations team. He just reached the second level of warrior a while ago, so he should have no problem being Lin Feng's opponent." When Yang Tiancheng heard Vice President Gao asking about him, he immediately straightened his body and showed a respectful look on his face. He is the vice president, a man with absolute power. Yang Tiancheng didn't dare to show off in front of Vice President Gao. At this time, Vice President Gao suddenly smiled at Yang Tiancheng and said, "Well, the young man is good and has a bright future." Yang Tiancheng was flattered and said respectfully, "Hello, Vice President Gao." Gao Huaiyan nodded slightly, then turned and walked inside. As they walked, he asked, "Where's Lin Feng? Are you going to the actual battle later?" Captain Li hurriedly followed and said, "Lin Feng should be in the lounge. As for the actual combat, I was thinking of doing it in the training room of our action support brigade, but the space there is not very big. Since you are here, why not approve a note for the combat room? Training rooms are specially used for training and practice, and there are many of them in the Zhanghai City Warrior Association building. Each department even has a large training room. But if you want to practice in real combat, the equipment in the training room is not enough. The main problem is that there aren't many protective measures, and if you use too much force, you might damage walls and the like. But the battle room is different. The battle room is specially used for actual combat confrontation, and all kinds of equipment and protective measures are more powerful. Moreover, the fighting rooms are strictly divided into many levels. Some are suitable for Quasi warriors, some are suitable for warriors, and there are even places where masters can show their skills. There are not many battle rooms and the number of seats is limited, so Captain Li, the person in charge of the department, cannot use them privately. But Vice President Gao has the power to approve. Hearing Captain Li's words, Vice President Gao nodded and said, "Well, we do need to go to the battle room. After all, Lin Feng is quite strong, and it's not appropriate to have actual combat in the training room." Captain Li's face lit up with joy, and he said, "Your decision to come here in person was absolutely the right one. It'll make everything much easier for you." Ha ha. Captain Li and Vice President Gao have a good personal relationship, so it doesn't matter if they joke around occasionally. But Yang Tiancheng was different. He stood aside and didn't dare to say a word. He just put his hands nervously in front of him, looking like a good boy. Soon, Captain Li arrived at the lounge of the first action support team. Pushing open the door, Lin Feng was about to come out. Seeing that Vice President Gao had also come, Lin Feng immediately smiled and said, "Uncle Gao, why are you here?" Vice President Gao also smiled and said, "Well, when you go to the actual battle later, I will watch from the side. If there is any danger, I can protect you." Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Vice President Gao protects himself? Lin Feng took a quick look at Vice President Gao. Vice President Gao was wearing a black suit today, black framed glasses, and a pair of shiny leather shoes. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a warrior. Looking at Lin Feng looking at him, Gao Huaiyan suddenly laughed. "Why, do you doubt my ability?" Vice President Gao suddenly asked. On the side, Yang Tiancheng couldn't help but worry for this young man. Fortunately, when he met Vice President Gao just now, he called him Uncle Gao. This proves that there must be some relationship between the two. If anyone else dared to question the Vice President of the Warrior Association like this, they would be in big trouble. At the same time, Through this incident, Yang Tianchang also knew that Lin Feng was a newcomer. A pure newcomer. Otherwise, how could he not know that in order to become the vice president of the Warrior Association, one must at least have the strength of a grandmaster? Without the strength of a grandmaster, how can you possibly convince the people below you? How to manage such a large organization? Lin Feng chuckled and suddenly asked, what is your strength? Vice President Gao smiled mysteriously and said, I can't tell you my strength, but I can guarantee that with me by your side, no one in this building can hurt you. So strong? Lin Feng suddenly frowned slightly and asked back with some confusion. He was not questioning Gao Huayan's strength. Only. Lin Feng was very confused. Why did Vice President Gao, who was once a comrade in arms, have such powerful strength, but his father was just an ordinary person? At this time, hearing Lin Feng's words, Captain Li hurriedly explained, Lin Feng, Vice President Gao's strength is unfathomable, don't make random guesses. Vice President Gao raised his hand slightly to stop Captain Li from continuing. He had already seen the doubts in Lin Feng's heart. Gao Huayan looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, do you have any doubts about your father's cultivation? Lin Feng nodded. Well, this is a long story. Your father's situation is a bit special. Since your father didn't tell you, I can't explain too much to you. I think you will definitely have a chance to know it in the future. Gao Huayan said slowly. Obviously, something happened to Lin Feng's father, causing him to become an ordinary person now. Lin Feng did not continue to ask. But, when I have time in the future, maybe I can go home and ask my old father. My old father definitely won T-Mind. Let's go and fight. Lin Feng said excitedly. The other side. Lin Feng's hometown. Lin Feng's father Lin Shangdong and Lin Feng's mother Chen Yulan are having breakfast. Ding, congratulations to the host for awakening the Empress cultivation system. This system is dedicated to helping the host create the strongest Empress wife, making the host the enviable gigolo. This is bullshit. Lin Feng's mother also has no job. So since Lin Feng graduated from high school, the two of them have been getting up later. It's also a chance to take a break. At the dining table, the two of them ate and chatted. But the topic always revolves around his son. Chen Yulan asked, Shandong, the department Xiaofeng joined is called the Action Support Team. Is it an outpost? Xiaofeng's strength is so weak. What if she gets injured while going out on a mission with us? All mothers in the world always care about their sons. Chen Yulan is no exception. Lin Shangdong took a sip of corn porridge and said, it's not dangerous. The operations support team is only responsible for post-processing work. And that department doesn't have many tasks. Although it's an outpost, its main task is to help the Warrior Association cultivate talents. Chen Yulan didn't quite understand. After all, the name of the department is the Operations Support Brigade. How did it become a department for training talents? Hey, although this job does sound good, and being an employee of the Shanghai City Warrior Association is pretty much a stable job, I still feel like Xiaofeng won't be able to handle it. Lin Shangdong felt a little helpless. My son is 18 years old now and has become an adult. The important thing for him to do is to go out and explore the world. Is there anything I can't handle? Although Xiaofeng's cultivation isn't that great, he's still quite capable of dealing with people. Especially after graduating from high school, I feel like he's suddenly grown up a lot and matured a lot. Besides, I have my old comrades in the Warrior Association to help take care of me, so there won't be any problems. Chen Yulan seemed to suddenly remember something. She glanced at her husband with resentment and scolded him, you're so naive. If I had known you had such connections, wouldn't you have asked your comrades to help contact the martial arts university? Xiaofeng wouldn't have been unable to get into university. Lin Shangdong didn't say anything, just drank corn porridge at the door. Chen Yulan didn't want to stop talking and asked, how did your comrade become the vice president of the Shanghai City Warrior Association? I remember that more than 10 years ago, when Xiaofeng was still young, he and a few other comrades came to our house. At that time, he was just a young boy and looked silly. The vice president of the Warrior Association must be very strong, right? At least he must be a warrior, right? Is he powerful? Lin Shangdong drank 2 sips, wiped his mouth, and said, I don't know, maybe, not too great.